This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. I want to retire. The NPC guide number 2133, who was originally retired in the Space Bureau, but was told that there were no retirement quotas, calmly sat opposite his boss, and before the other party opened his mouth, he seemed to have predicted everything he wanted to say, and at the same time, he reached out to stop him, and calmly took a glass of water and put it between the two. Do you want to say that the retirement quota has been used up, or are you going to continue to paint a pie for me? It doesn't matter. I have experienced this kind of grievance many times. 68 years ago, you wanted to delay retirement. It would be 5 years at a time. I thought it was okay. I'm still young. It's just 5 years. I do it. 5 years have passed, and you said that the new NPC guides are not enough and can't meet the space-time energy consumption. You want to delay retirement again. This time it won't be long, just 3 years. Okay, I grit my teeth and continue to work for you. 3 years have passed. You said that if I extend my retirement for another 3 years, my retirement benefits will be increased. It is not cost-effective to retire now. Okay, I believe your lies. After that, 3 years after 3 years, 3 years after 3 years, and 3 years after 3 years, they said every year that there was no retirement quota. If I retired, my previous benefits would be gone. I am really surprised. My host circle has rotated for a full 38 sessions. Since I proposed retirement, every session has died. Later, I couldn't consciously reflect on why my host had such bad luck that I met an NPC who should retire. It was not easy. I just finished teaching this session of hosts in the Huaxia region. I accompanied her. From a naive and innocent girl who knew nothing, she went to the military academy and finally became a general of the military region according to your expectations. It is glorious enough, isn't it? The resume is brilliant enough, isn't it? You actually said that my mission was not completed? Not completed? Why, specifically targeting old employees? No, listen to me. The boss had just finished saying this when number 2133 raised the water cup in her hand and put it between the two of them. Her calm madness made the boss sitting opposite her raise his eyebrows subconsciously and retreat his chair. However, number 2133 had already seen his intention and even asked calmly, "Is your chair uncomfortable?" "No." The boss immediately moved forward a little bit. "In fact, I don't want much, just enough food and clothing, not bound by any external factors, safe and stable, happy, healthy, and if I can also have a whole spa where I can soak in hot springs, happiness. You say all this is so difficult to arrange?" The boss opposite felt like a quail now. Facing number 2133, he couldn't hit or scold her, because number 2133's original identity was so sensitive. After holding it in for a long time, the boss finally said, "There seems to be something wrong with your emotional system." The sound of the cup being raised and put down was heard again. Emotions. You are actually talking about emotions with a worker. All my emotions have been dedicated to my work. When I first started working, my emotions were so abundant, my energy was so strong, and my thoughts were so sensitive. Now, when I return from one world to another, I just want to collapse in front of my host. As long as the host doesn't commit suicide, I will never easily go out to interfere with their choices. Even though I am working diligently and not disturbing them, I can still be complained by the host. What's even more bizarre is that you actually accepted the corresponding complaint and gave me the penalty of canceling my retirement quota. No, this host is a relative? You had the heart to watch me get complained about, and you didn't even say a good word to me. After that, the hosts assigned to me every year were all different, and they died in various ways. Sometimes I don't even think I'm the ace NPC guide of the Space-Time Bureau, or the most powerful general in the Space-Time Bureau. I'm just the little brother who stole the lives of the ox-headed and horse-faced in the underworld, the ox-headed and horse-faced in the new era. Calm down. The boss obviously felt threatened, and stood up and stretched out his hand to try to calm the person in front of him, but number 2133 had already told him with his actions, "I am calm, otherwise what would appear in front of you now would not be just a water cup." Number 2133 went straight to the table and lay on the table. "I want to retire today, now." "Boss, how about? You work for another year. I give you a stopper. Hey, pay attention to the water cup in your hand. This is my office." 30 minutes later, isn't it just retirement? Look at this incident, but to be honest, you have worked hard in the last 3 missions in the Huaxia district, and you have made great progress. Seeing number 2133 looking at him with squinting eyes, the boss covering his face couldn't help coughing and re-explaining the corresponding retirement principles. First of all, about choosing a planet. Now even if you kill me, I can't choose it myself. I'm done. You hit me. Come on, beat me to death, and I can retire. Come on, hard. Number 2133. It can be seen that the boss is also calm and slightly crazy. You don't get to choose the plane, it's randomly assigned. As your reward, you chose not to start reincarnation as a baby, so as a soul injection, you have 3 lives in this life. No corresponding factors that can bind you, you have real estate to lie down, you have savings so you don't have to worry about food and drink, you have someone responsible for taking care of you, and a big house with hot springs around it, luxuriously decorated. You can go to the hot springs whenever you want, okay? Do you have any other requests? Number 2133 was very surprised. She had just said it casually, but she didn't expect her boss to be so amiable all of a sudden. She felt that there was something fishy going on. She subconsciously turned her head and glanced at her boss. Suddenly, she realized that she couldn't be influenced by her boss's mood, otherwise she would be fooled into staying and working. Thinking of this, number 2133 made up her mind. Retire today. So number 2133 immediately went along with it, without making a fuss. This retirement condition is very good, thank you for your trouble. By the way, I remember that according to the retirement welfare security system, I also have another. You can choose 5 reincarnations of a happy and fulfilling life, right? Yes, so you can enjoy your free time in life after retirement? Yes. At this time, number 2133 finally smiled faintly, and while laughing, he turned around and held his boss's hand. If there is a good fetus, please remember to help me pay attention. In the next life, I want to enjoy life from the baby stage. The boss's expression changed again, and he held back again, and finally said seriously and eagerly, okay, congratulations. Now I retire, the procedures are all handled. Okay, then you sign it. Number 2133 took the retirement confirmation manual issued by the Space Bureau system, looked at the horizontal line at the bottom waiting for her signature, and couldn't help feeling a sense of happiness that finally came after all the hard work. The heart that had stopped beating seemed to restart at this moment, and even her feelings showed signs of returning. She signed her work number with trembling hands, but very solemnly. She, an old employee who has worked in the Space Bureau for hundreds of years, finally ushered in her retirement day today. From now on, she will face the sea, the spring flowers will bloom, she will feel the earth, no longer turning a blind eye to the scenery of various worlds. She wants to carry a bird cage and stroll to the hot spring when she has nothing to do, letting the warm spring water wash away her tired heart. She wants to return to being kind, warm, gentle, and friendly, no longer needing to speak ill of anyone, and no longer needing to constantly waste herself. No more weird colleagues, no more bosses who try to smooth things over, no more needing to clock in and out on time, and most importantly, even if she does nothing but lie lazily in bed, she can still have a pension to guarantee her life. This is the taste of freedom, the taste of comfort, the taste of happiness. After happily imagining her perfect years after retirement, number 2133 turned to look at her boss, who was still on duty. For some reason, the face that she once thought was extremely hateful now seemed kind and pitiful. It was true that when a person is about to retire, his deeds are good. Come to think of it, we have been partners for so long, but I still don't know your work number. Boss, Anyway, I'm retired, so it's not against the rules to reveal work numbers to each other. While the boss was silent, the retirement system of the Space Bureau had sent the retirement naming device. After she gave herself a name, she would no longer be just a string of task work numbers in the Space Bureau, but would become a real human being in a certain world plane. Number 2133 felt her heart skip a beat, but soon a stronger and stronger heartbeat sounded in her body again. While she stretched out her hand to cover her heart, she couldn't help but clench her fist and shouted secretly, yeah. Feeling the gaze of the calm and slightly crazy boss next to her, number 2133 quickly restrained her expression and then named herself Midsummer. Sure enough, no matter how many planes she had gone through or how many rounds of tasks she had completed, she still liked the summer of that life. It was really strange. She always felt that this name meant a lot to her, but she couldn't remember the cause and effect. But who cares, she had already retired, so she could think about this kind of thing later. On the interface for submitting the corresponding name, Xingxia accidentally saw the name of her boss, but it was not a work number, but a name, He Peng. This means that her boss had also retired before, so the boss was forced to be rehired by the Space-Time Bureau? Ha, ha 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 ha, Xingxia was inexplicably gloating. The conditions for rehiring to retire again were much more stringent than the conditions for the first retirement. Although the boss was usually normal, he might have gone crazy inside. Holding the completed retirement form in her hand happily, Xingxia didn't hear her boss's words this time. Finally, her boss accompanied Xingxia to the reincarnation platform for retired personnel of the Space-Time Bureau. Go, the boss said casually. Xingxia looked back at the Space-Time Bureau where she had dedicated hundreds of years, then turned around, took a deep breath, and entered the reincarnation platform without any nostalgia. With a sizzle, as the reincarnation system started, a cold electronic sound rang in her mind. Thank you, General Xingxia, for your hard work in our Space-Time Bureau over the years. Now, according to the decision of the Superior, we officially notify you that you have met the retirement conditions and are allowed to retire. We have now selected the most suitable plane destination for your retirement. The transmission link channel is being established. 3, 2, 1, the channel is successfully established. Then, I wish you a happy retirement. Chapter 2. Mingxia opened her eyes amidst the noisy mechanical sounds. She looked at where she was. If she guessed correctly, this should be a long-distance starship, but she didn't know where the destination would be. She glanced at the nameplate with her identity authentication written on it. This was something she had to do almost every time she went on a mission. Now, her nameplate only had her name written on it, Xingxia. Well, she is retired after all. Naturally, she doesn't have to think about any messy things about the mission anymore. Xingxia took a deep breath and was about to close her eyes to enjoy this rare leisure time, when the memory of this body instantly flooded into her brain. Xingxia, name changed by the Space Bureau, 21 years old, orphan, no father and no mother, belonged to the Border Star Welfare House. As a lucky person, who was admitted to the Federal Central Management College with great difficulty on Border Star, was dissatisfied with the work assigned by her superiors, and was made a victim of the struggle between superiors at a young age, and was exiled to the most chaotic Wolker planet on the border. Took office as the temporary planetary garrison commander, it is worth mentioning. Yes, the previous commander reported missing less than 2 weeks after landing on the planet, and it is still unknown whether he is dead or alive. At the same time, Wolker planet. As one of the representative planets of extremely cold planets, 81% of the entire planet is covered by permafrost that cannot be mined and used, and the remaining 15% is black veins that cannot be mined, ugly, and overbearing throughout the entire surface of the planet. Only about 4% of the land is usable, and the area suitable for living is less than 1%. To put it bluntly, this is a planet like a temporary port of call, which is a pity to lose and a chicken rib to eat. As the temporary planetary commander, Xingxia has full control over the planet, but the premise is that the planet can still belong to the star domain forces to which Xingxia belongs. The situation on this planet is complicated. It was once called the Crazy Free Country, the uninhabited country controlled by God, the terrible burial place of the planetary commander. In short, it is a no-man's land. More importantly, the Federation has reserved its opinion on whether it still needs to provide citizenship to this planet this year, which means that this planet can rely on the people's uprising to become independent at any time, and the Federation does not care about it. Anyway, in a word, you can do whatever you want, we can manage it, or we cannot manage it. Then, as a young person with no actual management experience, she is not valued and should not be welcomed. She is specially said to be a temporary planetary garrison commander. Isn't this just going to die? Soon, Xingxia's angry curses rang out in the hibernation chamber of the starship. He pung, boss, your uncle. Is this what it means to have no corresponding constraints? She quickly contacted the retirement office staff of the Space Bureau, and before she could say anything, her boss, He Peng, had already taken over the communication channel and asked her, "What's the matter? Are you not satisfied with the retirement result? Do you want to come back? Now you can be reemployed. This is a special opportunity one have reserved for you. You bastard. Hey, I'm not saying anything to you, but your attitude of begging for help." At this moment, He Peng's voice sounded more and more like a beating in Xingxia's ears. However, He Peng not only did not apologize at all, but also taught Xingxia a lesson. You have been working in the Space Bureau for so long, but you are still so naive. To be honest, you should come back as soon as possible. If you come back now, maybe I will be conscientious and approve you for leave. You son of a bitch, you deserve to die in your own post. He Peng felt a pain as if his heart was being stabbed, and began to retort to Xingxia uncontrollably. You keep scolding me, hey, I make myself a cup of tea to continue listening to you scolding me. Anyway, after you're done scolding me, don't you still have to submit an application for reemployment? You should think about the consequences of scolding me now. Hey, How is this retirement journey? Is it exciting? Surprising happy? Hack you. Xingxiao was so angry that she took the initiative to cut off the contact. He Peng wanted to scold back a few words, but when he found that the contact was cut off, he thought it was the contact established by the Space Bureau. The channel was unstable, and he subconsciously contacted Xingxiao again. Tell me, when are you going to come back? Are you going to work hard for a while before coming back, or come back now? If you come back now, I can report to you and give you some time to rest. Reply to your uncle, you bastard. The contact was cut off again, and finally realized that it was Xingxiao who took the initiative to cut off the contact with him. He Peng looked at the communication device in his hand with an unbelievable face. Okay, now Xingxiao dares to cut off his contact directly. Okay, then he will see how long Xingxiao can be arrogant. Wait and see who will laugh last. At the same time, although Xingxiao was extremely angry, she quickly sorted out her thoughts. Now chasing and scolding the bastard would not help the current situation at all, and the bastard was sure that she could not handle this planet, and would definitely contact him to complete the reemployment. Thinking of this, Xingxiao quickly established an absolute belief for herself. No one can stop her from retiring. Even if this planet is known as the burial ground of planetary commanders. The planet cannot be either. Let's start with the basic situation of Wolker planet, and sort out the countermeasures. Just after thinking this, the long-distance starship was about to jump to the Stargate and reminded Xingxiao that she needed to go back to the hibernation chamber to sleep. Xingxiao looked at the starship reminder helplessly, and finally couldn't hold it in, and called the Space Bureau again. Hey, you contacted me faster than I thought. Are you ready to go back? This time, the person who answered was still He Peng, and Xingxiao was not polite at all. Reply to your uncle, you bastard. I wish you and your position will be tied to each other forever. After scolding, she cut off the contact, and at the same time made up her mind that the contact with the Space Bureau would continue in her life anyway, so if she was unhappy in the future, she could call back and scold this bastard to vent her anger. Mental torture, come on, let's see who can stand it. After an unknown amount of time, when Xingxiao was reawakened, her long-distance starship was not far from the Vogue planet. Looking at the planet from the starship, it was indeed. It was terrible no matter how she looked at it. It was simply a planet sealed by white-gray ice and snow. From the appearance of the planet, it can be seen that its permafrost area is huge, not to mention that there are ugly black mountains that cannot be mined. What's even more weird is that the planet introduction system on the starship is still introducing. Now it is summer on the planet, which is the most habitable time of the year. The surface temperature is 17 degrees Celsius. Summer, 17 degrees Celsius. Such a niche text. Xingxiao took a deep breath, and suddenly it popped up in her mind that this surface temperature might be very suitable for developing a summer resort industry. Due to the suitable temperature, it is necessary to pay attention to the frequent activities of various thefts, robberies, and vicious criminal groups. The planet can be declared to be in an emergency wartime state in advance, and the army can be dispatched to suppress them. Army, suppress criminal groups? Xingxiao's summer vacation plan just failed, but this is not the most devastating thing for her. Take a look at the current evaluation of Vogue planet in the entire star field. Vogue planet does not support idle people, does not support kind people, does not support people who have no life. You can die, but you must die great, such as killing the newly appointed planetary commander. Vogue planet. The human garbage shelter of the entire star region. There are 12 months in a year, and Vogue can be cold for 13 months. Of course, I am not just referring to the weather, but also the corpses of the planetary commanders. Is there really no one to take care of these paramecium-like guys? They only send low-level labor to us. Just bear with it for 4 months. When the severe cold season comes, these parameciums will go back. Does the Federation still want to support this planet? I think they should let them become independent as soon as possible. Vogue is a place with simple folk customs, and a garbage dump with many talents. The City of Sin. According to the latest demographic data, the fertility rate of Vogue residents has dropped to 0.63. According to incomplete statistics, the remaining population will be halved in the next 40 years. The 3 main economic pillar industries of Vogue are labor export, arms, and addicted drugs. Same. As a free foreign trade window of the Federation, Vogue planet has a number of policies that are conducive to free trade, and the following policies are still being implemented. Speaking of this, Xingxiao couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Trade City, if it is operated properly. She glanced at the foreign trade deficit of Vogue planet in recent years, and Xingxiao was once again disheartened. My goodness, the trade deficit has lasted for decades, and the scale of the deficit, loss, is still expanding year by year. This wave is really due to the policies I introduced, and the money was all earned by the surrounding star domain forces. I still have to smile and clap my hands and ask the other party to come back next year to make more money. It's really as aggrieved as I want to be. The Federal Law Enforcement Office reminds you that due to the innocent disappearance of the previous planetary commander, it is recommended that you gradually increase prison and military spending in the new year's fiscal budget to avoid the same situation. High-pressure policy? Haha, Xing Xiao looked at this suggestion and felt that it was a special suggestion given by the Federation because she didn't die fast enough. Because no matter from which aspect of society, the current Vogue planet can be described in one word: terrible. The terrible tomb of the planetary commander is well-deserved. Suddenly, a contact communication request for docking with the ground base came from the long-distance starship. Xing Xiao connected the contact communication while looking at the information. A middle-aged man's voice with a bit of flattery came from the other side. Hello, are you the new commander sent by the Federation? My name is Wei Jia, responsible for the reception of this visit. Please follow this coordinate to enter the ground base. By the way, how many people are accompanying you? Mentioning this matter, Xing Xiao noticed that the boss of this planetary plane is also the same as He Ping's dog boss. Generally speaking, if it is a new temporary planetary commander, generally about 10 people will be prepared. The accompanying group was sent to help connect with the local situation on the planet, so that the commander could control the entire planet as soon as possible. But this time, the boss didn't send anyone to her. He was really not afraid of doing things too much. Could it be that he really thought that she would disappear quietly on this planet like the previous planetary commander? Thinking of this, Xing Xiao turned around and found the corresponding weapon area on the starship and selected the corresponding weapons. Facing the inquiry from the planetary receptionist Wei Jia, Xing Xiao also said frankly that since she was in office temporarily this time, the Federation only sent her here, and the accompanying team from last time could be used. You alone? It can be heard that Wei Jia's voice is very hesitant. Why? Do you have other questions? Xing Xiao entered the state seriously in a second, and Wei Jia immediately replied, No then. What time period are you going to summon the accompanying team of the previous batch of commanders? As soon as possible. At this moment, the long-distance starship system issued a reminder. Prepare to enter the corresponding berthing port, requiring Xing Xiao to return to the hibernation capsule immediately to prepare for entry. However, when Xing Xiao was walking across the corridor of the long-distance starship, through the endless window of the starship, she noticed that near the high tower building not far from the ground base, there was a bang, and the flame shot up to the sky. It seemed that a huge explosion had occurred there. It seemed that the fire could burn over at any time even from such a distance. Chapter 3. The situation seemed to suddenly become chaotic at this moment. In addition to the various alarms that suddenly sounded on the long-distance starship, even Wei Jia's communication signal suddenly became unstable. Along with this instability, Xing Xiao could also hear many noisy voices. Guards. Where are the guards? Damn. Be careful. When did that group of untouchables have rocket launchers? After finally waiting for the long-distance starship to successfully enter the port, Xing Xiao just opened the ship's hatch. Before she could recognize who was who, she saw a group of security guards and riot suppression robots rushing into her starship. At the same time, shouts such as "Go! Kill the planet commander" were constantly heard from outside the ship. From the external monitoring on the starship, this pitifully small ground base had already made all the security settings shaky under the attack of a group of thugs. Wei Jia and the accompanying security forces escorted the confused Xing Xiao down to the door of the starship. Over there, a rocket was seen shooting straight into the sky towards the ceiling of the ground base above her head, as if it was going to bury her here. Don't take it to heart. It just so happened that Wei Jia, who was pretending to be nice, could still joke. It's not aimed at you. We checked and found that it should be the internal fight between the Black Smoke Gang and the White Saltpeter Gang. You just need to adapt to it. Another rocket was fired. After this rocket, the thugs who were originally outside the ground base had now rushed into the entire ground base under the cover of smoke bombs. The federal security personnel, who were supposed to protect Xing Xiao, were now separated from her unconsciously, but Xing Xiao was quick-witted and caught Wei Jia, who was trying to leave her behind. This middle-aged man left a very deep impression on her when she first met him, because of his slightly greasy figure and his eyes that kept looking around like a mouse. Wherever he ran, Xing Xiao was ready to chase him. No, you, why are you following me? Your car is ready outside the port. Wei Jia tried to escape several times, but was bitten by Xing Xiao. Finally, when he saw that the rioting crowd was about to drown the two of them, Wei Jia said this bluntly, and even reached out to push Sheng Xia, but was dragged to a low platform and knocked unconscious by Sheng Xia. Wei Jie? I don't know how long it took. When Wei Jie woke up again, he found himself lying next to the smelly toilet, and there were two smelly barrels shaking next to his face, looking like they were about to pour down on his face. I give you a chance to confess. Sheng Xia herself was sitting far away from here. What are you doing? Wei Jie tried to get up but found that he had been tied up tightly from head to toe. Today's riot is specifically aimed at me. Sheng Xia's voice did not have any emotion, neither fear nor doubt. This person's psychological quality is definitely very strong. Thinking of this, Wei Jie immediately flattered. How can that be? No, I tell you. Seeing that the contents of the stinky bucket were about to pour all over his face, Wei Jie confessed everything in fear. In fact, he really didn't intend to assassinate Sheng Xia. This was just a greeting gift given to her by the two gangs. After all, the melee between the Black Smoke Gang and the White Saltpeter Gang had started the year before last. This has become a fixed part of the summer celebration on the planet Volk. As for the federal security forces that were supposed to be responsible for Sheng Xia's safety, since they received money from both parties, they just pretended to stop them and left it at that. As I said, I'm not targeting you. You're here with bad intentions. As soon as Sheng Xia finished speaking, Wei Jie pitifully replied, You're the one who came. Sheng Xia, Wei Jie, I mean, it's really a bit troublesome for you to come at this time. Oh! Sheng Xia dragged out a long tail sound. Can you elaborate? What am I talking about? I'm just a temporary worker. Liar. When Wei Jie said this, his eyes were staring at the stinky bucket next to him. It was obvious that he had to tell the truth first because of her pressure, but his eyes kept rolling around, and it was obvious that he still had his own little tricks in his heart. After all, she was a newcomer, and it was normal to be on guard against her. This matter had to be done slowly. Thinking of this, Sheng Xia stood up and stopped making things difficult for Wei Jie. After removing the rope from his body, she pulled him up from the toilet. Ouch, please be gentle, my head. The first thing Wei Jie did when he got up was to play the victim. While playing the victim, he looked at Sheng Xia's expression tentatively. However, he found that the new commander really didn't buy his tricks. He had no choice but to put away his poor performance and change the subject. Where are you going now? Are you going to the villa specially prepared for you? When Wei Jie mentioned the villa, his eyes lit up. This villa is very good. It is located next to the only hot spring valley on our planet. It is surrounded by excellent natural hot springs. I really want to go in and take a bath in this season. Wow, it's like being a god in the world. Seeing Sheng Xia raise her eyebrows in confusion, Wei Jie immediately turned into a tourist guide and started to promote to her. Every planet commander lives there, so you don't have to worry about it. The security is very good. Moreover, whether it is the senior officers of the security team or the officials of the government affairs department, they basically live in that area, so the untouchables will definitely not be able to get through. You don't have to worry about anything when you live there. There will be a special housekeeper to take care of your food and accommodation every day. As long as you, don't do things too much, basically no one will come to embarrass you. After all, you are a planet commander from the Federation, right? You still have a bright future to go, and you don't have to spend it all on trivial matters. Oh, if you have any projects you like, you can tell the housekeeper directly, and the housekeeper will definitely satisfy you. The more Sheng Xia listened, the more confused she became. It turned out that there was really a villa, but it was just a state of being completely captive and imprisoned. It reminded her boss He Peng of what he once said, there is no corresponding factor that can bind you. You can lie down with real estate, you don't have to worry about food and drink with savings, and you have liabilities. I want someone to take care of you. Besides, it's a big house with hot springs around it. It's luxuriously decorated. You can go to the hot springs whenever you want. Is that okay? Do you have any other requests? Bah He Peng, you bastard. Thinking of this, Sheng Xia subconsciously clenched her fists, and Wei Jie, who keenly noticed her clenching her fists, instantly understood. This is a commander with ideals, passion, and unwillingness to admit defeat. He had completely understood that this young female planetary commander must have the belief to save their damn bad planet. So she took the initiative to ask to be transferred here in such a prime of life. Alas, it's a pity. Ideals are full, but reality can break people's bones. He has seen more than 1 or 2 such people in these years, otherwise this place would not be called the terrible burial place of planetary commanders. Those bloodless ghosts will use the most unbearable weaknesses in human nature to erode the spiritual energy of the commander bit by bit, until they absorb it as their own kind. It's always like this, without exception, no one can resist the temptation. But sometimes Wei Jie thought to himself that if he were the one being tested, he would probably fall even faster. Alas, respect for ideals. After sighing, Wei Jie asked Sheng Xia, "Do you want to contact the captain of the Federal Security Team first?" "Why should I contact him? The captain of the Federal Security Team has already sold her out, and if she keeps trying to get close to him, how can she let the other party eat three things from one commander? Eat the money of the gangs, the money of the Federation, and finally her money?" Wei Jie was a little surprised. She didn't contact the captain of the Federal Security Team or anyone else, so what was she going to do now? Become a missing person in the Federation as soon as she took office? But Sheng Xia just stared at him without saying a word, which made him feel creepy. "Where are we going now?" Wei Jie said this almost at the behest of Sheng Xia, "Government Hall, and take all the weapons beside you." "Where are you going?" "To take hostages." Wei Jie. Anyway, in this situation, the people who can work safely in the government hall are either relatives or sons and daughters of someone's family. They are just right for use. What do you think? Wei Jie. No, what hijacking? Wait, isn't she the planetary commander? Seeing Sheng Xia turn around and leave, Wei Jie subconsciously followed her, and Sheng Xia was also quick to handcuff the two of them together with a pair of handcuffs. "I don't know the way, you must have a car. Please help me lead the way." Wei Jie. I have old people and young children. So you must cherish your own life, right? Facing Sheng Xia's smiling threat, Wei Jie turned his head and felt that this guy was simply the worst planet commander in history. No, maybe the planet commander had been assassinated halfway, and this guy might be a criminal who escaped from a planet and replaced the identity of the planet commander. However, no matter how much resentment Wei Jie had in his heart, he was always under the powerful pressure of Sheng Xia. After the two came out of the toilet, Sheng Xia was very considerate and wrapped the handcuffs that were handcuffed together with a piece of rag that she found from somewhere. At this moment, the ground base after the melee was not only in a mess, but what made Sheng Xia feel incredible was that her long-distance starship had been stripped down to only the shell at this moment, and even the outer paint had been scraped clean, just like a pile of broken copper and rotten iron. Standing there like a man, this is a bit too much. Wei Jie could clearly feel Sheng Xia's anger. Is this also what the previous planetary commander experienced? Sheng Xia originally just asked casually, but she didn't expect Wei Jie's eyes to evade, as if he remembered something very bad but tried hard to hide it from her. Sheng Xia lowered her eyebrows and thought about it, and decided to trick Wei Jie. Could it be that because I said I wanted to meet the entourage of the previous batch of commanders, all parties prepared such a big gift for me, and you have killed the previous planetary commander and the entourage? You can't say that. I don't know I have old people and children. I haven't lived enough. Wei Jie's crying was unexpected, and he cried almost as soon as he said it, which made Sheng Xia cry. She felt a little helpless. She stood with her hands on her waist, and watched the middle-aged Wei Jie crying in front of her. She was tangled in her heart for a long time, and Wei Jie cried for a long time. Finally Sheng Xia, who had lost all her patience, pulled Wei Jie up and said, "Okay, I won't ask you anymore. If you don't want to die, you'd better take me to the government hall as soon as possible. Otherwise, after a while, we may both become the latest missing persons in the Federation." Seeing Sheng Xia's seriousness, Wei Jie thought about it, and finally took Sheng Xia to a parking lot not far away. On the way, in addition to the cold, there was also a mess and ruins eroded by wind and frost. Sometimes a few children would walk by on the road. The children reached out to them with numb faces, and turned around as if they were machines after not getting anything. Like a weapon, he continued to walk aimlessly towards the depths of the nearby city. Now that the weather is getting warmer, these undocumented people have also been instructed to come out and ask for money. Wei Jie said this casually, instructed to ask for money? Sheng Xia keenly grasped the key point. Wei Jie was a little helpless. You don't think that these useless children can survive without doing anything after the extreme cold? But this is not a tourist planet. Who can they ask for money? Wei Jie. Tell me, who can they ask for money? Wei Jie. If they can get it, they will take it. If they can't get it, they will sell themselves. Organs arranged together are much more valuable than a fully dressed person. It's just an excuse. Sometimes it might be better to die than to live. Sheng Xia. Chapter 4. The two of them fell into strange silence until they arrived at the government hall. This place was much more luxurious than the ground base, where the long-distance starship landed in midsummer. From the appearance, there was not only a huge fountain garden pool outside, but also a modern design style on the top floor, with a long-distance starship-shaped convalescent fountain and swimming pool that stretched across the 27th floor, which was extremely enjoyable. What should we do now? Before Wei Jie finished speaking, Sheng Xia took a look at the government hall outside and directly activated 2 drone smoke bombs in the car and fired them towards the government hall. As expected, as soon as the 2 drones approached the gate of the government hall, a huge number of alarms sounded inside, and then the protective gate began to slowly fall. Just when Wei Jie was stunned, Sheng Xia, who was sitting in the co-pilot of his car, looked at him calmly. Swipe the card. Wei Jie. ? I told you to swipe your government card to take us in. Wei Jie swiped the card in a hurry, and then drove into the government hall at Sheng Xia's signal. What was he going to do? The next second, Wei Jie understood what Sheng Xia wanted to do. He saw that the members of the federal security team and the corresponding planetary media interviewers almost came here in full force. It can be seen that the reason why Sheng Xia chose to attack here was to announce his arrival to everyone and all forces on this planet in a high-profile manner. But why did she suddenly point the gun at his temple? Before Wei Jie could react, Sheng Xia said, "Get out of the car." "It's not me." "It won't be long." Wei Jie, There was no other way. He raised his hands resignedly and got out of the car slowly under the guns of all the federal security team members, just like a hostage held by Sheng Xia. Seeing that the gunships coming to support and even the warships parked outside the planet were all pointed at him, Wei Jie looked hopeless. Is it really okay for you to use me as a human shield like this? If the gun went off accidentally, he might really be gone. Not only him, but Sheng Xia behind him would probably be gone too. But Wei Jie still underestimated Sheng Xia's means. After about 15 seconds of silence, a voice suddenly came from the government hall. The security code has been handed over. Welcome to the new planet commander. At this time, Sheng Xia also picked up the micro speaker at hand and shouted sternly at the federal security team. You dare to point your gun at the planet commander specially assigned by the Federation. Do you want to be shot immediately? With a loud noise, Sheng Xia's voice had not fallen yet, and all the gun muzzles in front of him slid down immediately. It was so uniform that Wei Jie felt that he was really. Yes, my eyes were opened, and soon the captain of the federal security team and the highest person in charge of the federal security team hurriedly ran toward Sheng Xia from the dispersed federal security team. Quick, put down your guns, reporters, stop recording. It turns out that you have arrived. Why didn't you notify us? Facing the serval jokes of the highest person in charge of the federal security team and the captain of the federal security team with a sullen face, Sheng Xia chuckled and casually put away the weapon at hand, but his eyes were fixed on the captain of the federal security team. I thought I had been directly reported as a missing person by you. How could it be? However, Sheng Xia ignored the top leader of the federal security team and hooked her finger at the captain of the federal security team to signal him to come over. The captain of the federal security team was a little overwhelmed, but under the signal of the top leader's eyes, he had to bite the bullet and move in front of Sheng Xia and slowly lowered his head according to her signal and actively stretched his ear over. Send all the money received from the 2 gangs to my office, understand? The captain of the federal security team was shocked and subconsciously looked at Wei Jie standing next to him. At the same time, he could only mutter in a low voice, yes. When Wei Jie saw this scene, he wanted to faint. No, it's really not. He is just a worker. Who did he offend? Now even if he jumps into the Milky Way, people in the entire star field will probably think that he and the new planet commander are deeply tied together. Oh my god. Let him die. But just as he finished thinking about this, Sheng Xia said, Wei Jie, follow me in. Wei Jie. No, I really. How can I be so worthy? In the end, this farce of the planetary commander hijacking the government hall of his own planet ended with the news the new planetary commander temporarily inspects the emergency mobilization capabilities of the federal security team. As the title, this news began to flood the screen with unexpected popularity on the Star Network. As expected, Vogue Planet is a gathering place for evil spirits. Even the way the planetary commander took office is so ingenious. So this time, the Federation only sent. Is the Federation finally going to give up on Vogue? It is said that it is a temporary planetary commander. Temporary, then Vogue should be close to independence. Haha, I didn't expect to witness history. No, this garbage planet will be more threatening after independence. I am afraid of this garbage planet. Just when all kinds of opinions and debates were going on the Star Network, the staff in the government hall, who had been working for more than 12 hours, could not help but lament. She is just a temporary commander. Why is she risking her life? Yes, it has been 12 hours since she stepped into this building. Ah, I miss my warm bath. Ah, I can't stand it anymore. How about we go and assassinate her together? If we keep working like this. Shoo. Suddenly someone rushed up and covered the mouth of his colleague and warned him that there were some things he couldn't say. The surveillance system of the whole building had been turned on. The last person who said he wanted to assassinate her. I heard that he had been thrown out of the government hall, and even the door card was destroyed. Is she so domineering? No, she won't. Are you afraid that we will go on strike and march collectively? Can you bear with it for 2 days? I always feel that this new planetary commander is not simple. How simple can she be? She is just a temporary one. She was transferred away after 2 years. Why do you torture us like this? Look at the boss of our department, Wei Jie. He has been going up and down the stairs for 12 hours in a row. It's really pitiful. TSK. At the same time, in the office temporarily designated by Xingxia, looking at the mess of reporting data and documents, Xingxia said directly, "This is a group of pure good-for-nothings. Not only is the argumentation process fabricated, but in order to prove the most. The final result can even falsify the previous data. Check, keep checking. If 5 years is not enough, check 10 years. If 10 years is not enough, check 20 years." Wei Jie almost fell to the ground when he heard Sheng Xia say that. Not to mention other people. Even he couldn't figure it out now. Sheng Xia was just a temporary planet commander. If everything she did in the early stage was to save her life, then he could understand why she made such a big fuss. She could check the accounts, taxes, foreign trade status, social welfare expenditures. There were so many things. It took a full 12 hours to check. Knowing that all the people in the government hall usually work for about 4 hours, and that these 4 hours even include the time to go to the rooftop for hot spring therapy, Wei Jie felt that he had to remind Sheng Xia now that there was such a large amount of work to do, and a strike uprising was imminent. However, Sheng Xia turned around and called out the names of some people from several departments, and asked him to go downstairs and call all of them up. Wei Jie listened carefully to these names, and found that they were all relatives of some important bosses. He couldn't help but bowed his head, and shook his head at Sheng Xia. "You shouldn't be so radical in doing things." "Not radical, I'm going to let them go up to the hot springs." "Wei Jie, I suddenly felt guilty. This shouldn't be the case." 3 minutes later, these people who finally saw the light of day were enjoying a rare rest and freedom at the hot spring terrace. They complained about Xingxia's radical strategy, and lamented that if such a radical strategy continued, they would definitely complain to the Federation collectively. "You are really interesting. You actually think the Federation can take care of things here." Suddenly, Xingxia said something out of the blue. At this moment, the free speech hot spring terrace was like a class teacher who appeared quietly at school, and scared everyone so much that they turned their heads to look at her. At this time, Xingxia could still smile, and scan them one by one until everyone looked particularly uncomfortable. She turned around and found a recliner, and sat down with a cool air. "Don't think about it, no matter what. Whether it's a collective strike or threatening me with your parents, or writing a complaint letter to the federal government, none of these methods will work on me. Oh, of course, you can also choose to assassinate me." As soon as he finished speaking, the muzzles of the drones next to the hot spring platform were instantly pointed at them, and Xingxia could actually laugh like a devil at this moment. The premise is that you can really do it. Soon, the timid people were the first to raise their hands and surrender in silence, and Xingxia did not make it difficult for him. After motioning him to come over and write down the hours he could work at full capacity and the benefits he required, he also told him to remember to report home that he was safe, and say that he had work to do overtime, and then he could go down first. "Aren't you worried that we will talk nonsense when we report safety?" Of course, there are timid ones and bold ones, such as the eldest son of the largest arms dealer in this area. But what he didn't expect was that Xingxia not only found him quickly and accurately in the crowd, but also accurately memorized his social relationships, and said that if his father dared to fire even one shot at the government hall, the warships anchored outside the planet would instantly lock onto the location of his father and his entire family and drop bombs. I mean what I say. After all, anti-terrorism only requires a list of personnel and precise coordinates. You will cause social unrest. Who will cause unrest? You, your father's subordinates. Are you sure that if your family is officially swept, others will not take the opportunity to divide up everything your family originally had? At that time, it will not only be your family's mortal enemies, but also a large number of people waiting behind. Facing Xingxia's sincere gaze, the eldest son of the arms dealer obviously couldn't refute. After all, the forces on this land are intertwined and complicated, and everyone wants to find an opportunity to bite off a piece of each other's meat. Now it only seems to be balanced, and the existence of the planetary commander may break it in minutes. It is better not to confront the commander directly. After thinking this, he quickly woke up and said with a grin, "Okay, you have threatened me. I will obey your orders. You are welcome. You are smarter than I thought. The more capable you are, the more work you will do. Your working hours will be 8 hours at least." Xingxia's ability to quickly connect with others made people around him want to laugh, but dare not really laugh. However, after this incident, no one dared to question Xingxia anymore. Everyone signed their own orders, like obedient little lambs. After they went downstairs, they learned about their working hours and benefits. Of course, some people tried to curry favor with Xingxia, but Xingxia's clear eyes made them feel that they had met a tough opponent and could only retreat reluctantly. However, when Wei Jie came upstairs to check the situation, he was shocked. Oh my god, these people who were usually fearless were actually dealt with by Xingxia at once? Just now, when he saw the drone aimed at the hot spring platform, he thought there would be blood, but now, everyone changed to voluntary. Over time, the sun really rose from the west. The captain of the security team is waiting for you, and there are a large number of people who also want to meet you. Xingxia turned to look at Wei Jie. I can meet the captain of the security team. As for the others who want to see me, let them discuss a time and order first. You are so excessive, I'm afraid it's not good. Wei Jie always felt that when he was with Xingxia, he was holding his head in his hands at any time. Excessive. Why didn't they stand up to stop us when we were dismantling my long-distance starship? At this point, the intention of the hint was already very obvious, but Wei Jie always felt that Xingxia was just looking for trouble, not really attaching great importance to his long-distance starship, but the Black Smoke Gang and the White Saltpeter Gang were currently unwilling to take the lead to deal with him, alas. Wei Jie thought about it, and felt that he should first strengthen the security system of the government hall, and it was very likely that the corresponding assassins would be in place soon. Chapter 5. After Wei Jie left, the Spacetime Bureau that accompanied Sheng Xia especially sent down the fully intelligent AI-assisted communication machine system Xiao AI. I couldn't help but ask Sheng Xia, "Master, why do you have to work so hard?" The name Xiao AI was originally given by Sheng Xia when she was working at the Spacetime Bureau. You can tell from the name that she was really sad at that time. Of course, she feels similarly now. The knife is on my neck. If I don't stabilize the current situation, I won't be able to live the stable retirement life I want. I will be in danger at any time. Xingxia sighed and patted Xiao. My boss is still waiting for me to be rehired. He is dreaming. He will never want to go back to work again, as long as he retires for one day. After saying this fiercely, Xingxia asked Xiao about the search for federal laws. Has there been any progress? It must be said that Xiao, as a special product of the Spacetime Bureau, has powerful data intelligence search and intrusion system control functions in the Starfield plane. He made great contributions in helping Xingxia seize the password of the government hall. After searching the relevant laws and evolution history of the United Federation in this star plane, the laws that can help the master are in the white paper of the Planetary Commander Dispatch Appendix. Xiao Ai has sorted out the following laws and adaptation rules. Please review them. Xingxia looked at these laws and regulations while making plans in her mind. Once she made some progress on this planet, in order to ensure that she would not be temporarily transferred, she needed to use the lifetime honorary planetary commander in the federal law. Regulations, permanently settled on the Wolker planet, so that her big hot spring, her big villa, and her leisurely retirement vacation can all be safely returned to her hands. Well, let's wait and see. Her retirement life, she earns it herself. Thinking of this, Xingxia suddenly became excited, so much so that the captain of the federal security team who had just pushed the door in saw her scene, and couldn't help but be shocked again. It is said that a new official takes office with 3 fires. It seems that he will have to suffer in the future. Coughing twice, seeing Xingxia turn around, the captain of the federal security team immediately bowed his head respectfully and handed over the federal large denomination deposit certificate in his hand. This is Xingxia's federal private account that entered from a clean water account, so it will definitely not be supervised by the Federal Fund Supervision Office. Seeing this large denomination deposit certificate, Xingxia was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the head of the federal security team on Wolker planet could find her private account in such a short time and laundered all the money before handing it over to her. This is a big gift, which is enough to show how serious the corruption here is. It seems that you know a lot. Mingxia took the large deposit certificate without leaving a trace. The captain of the federal security team looked up and looked at her slightly, then immediately bowed respectfully and confessed his guilt. I am guilty. I haven't done anything yet, and you are already shouting that you are guilty. Mingxia couldn't help but curl her lips and smile, and the captain of the federal security team lowered his body a little lower. No, I betrayed you. Then you should take the initiative to resign as the captain of the security team. I can atone for my sins. At this point, the captain of the federal security team suddenly raised his head, intending to hand over the invitation to amnesty given to Xingxia by the highest person in charge of the federal security team. But Xingxia changed the subject and asked, "Is the previous planetary commander dead or alive?" The captain of the federal security team didn't know how to answer, but what he didn't expect was that the gun in Xingxia's hand had already hit his temple without him noticing. You should give me something more valuable. After saying this, the captain of the federal security team clearly heard the sound of the gun being loaded. After all, you have betrayed me once. The captain of the federal security team immediately knelt on one knee and said that he had a unique piece of information in his hand. It is the distribution map of the various star regions here. Although it may not be comprehensive enough, it must be accurate within the scope of my control. I think it will be very helpful for you to survive smoothly in the future. Do you think I can't survive? Xingxia knew that the meaning of this sentence was roughly, if you don't survive, wouldn't it be a way to die if I surrender now? Sure enough, the captain of the federal security team said firmly and decisively the next second, it depends on you and it's not up to me. It's very difficult to make a living on Vogue Planet. This is quite true. Xingxia took the gun from the captain of the federal security team and whispered to him, "Go find me Lang Sang from Rathmere Street." The captain of the federal security team was shocked again. Lang Sang from Rathmere Street is the absolute #1 figure in the black line of the underground human body factory. The most important thing is his name. Even though he is in the federal security team, he only learned his real name after many inquiries and tests. Most people, including Lang Sang's men, are only familiar with his nickname Black Madman. But Xingxia came to Vogue Planet less than 3 days ago, and was able to grasp his real name. The captain of the federal security team couldn't help but subconsciously glance at the expressionless Xingxia. No, he didn't believe that Xingxia's ability could be so powerful. It must be some other unknown force that surrendered to Xingxia first. But it was also very strange. Why did she want to find Lang Sang, and she specifically called him to find him? How do you know this person? The captain of the federal security team thought about it, and wanted to test Xingxia again, but Xingxia waved her hand, and said without giving him any chance, "Go." The captain of the federal security team. Is this sure that he can bring Lang Sang here? The captain of the federal security team was very distressed, and at the same time, Mo Siming, a well-known peacock in the social circle of Vogue Planet, won the summoning duel in accordance with the order of the new planetary commander Xingxia. This commander is not easy to get along with. If you ask me, she is too arrogant. She even asked us to decide the time and order of the meeting and report to her for approval. Does she want to see us kill each other? Even if she is angry, her behavior is still too childish. I heard that she forced the people in the government hall to work for 12 hours, and has not let them go back yet. Her appearance is also conspicuous enough, but I still very concerned. How did she bypass the federal security team and directly take over the password of the government hall security system? Obviously, she has many secrets, so let me find out. Mo Siming was very confident that he could win Xingxia with his excellent conditions as soon as he saw her. You know, he is not only handsome, but also has the resources and sphere of influence that any planetary commander is eager to get. In addition, he is also very good at socializing and lobbying various forces. Anyone who has dated him 3 times is all overwhelmed by his charm, not to mention a young girl who has just started out and has no actual planetary command experience. She was suppressed by her superiors and came to Vogue Planet. This matter has spread throughout their internal circle. Although she looks aggressive on the outside, she must be very panicked inside. Well, if he sends warmth now, he is not afraid that this planetary commander will escape his control. Mo Siming's fantasy was beautiful, but the reality was, he just watched the busy crowd waiting in the government hall for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. What made him feel even more incredible was that he could attract a row of people to fawn on him as soon as he appeared in the government hall before, but now. I'm so tired. How many more hours do we have to work overtime? Why is there an error in my file again? Who recorded the data 3 years ago? I'm going to kill him. Who wrote this damn plan? And you use this bullshit to fool me. If you can't finish it today, do you still want to be locked up here? You might as well throw me out. I can't stand it anymore. Who am I and why am I still here? Close. Mouth, work. Hurry up, send the file up, otherwise I will be shot by the boss of my department before you die. There seems to be someone standing there. Who cares? Oh, it seems to be MO. What MO? You are so slow. If I can't figure out the result tonight, I will drag you all out and shoot you. Yes. MO Simon did try to find someone to talk to, but the people in the government hall were in a hurry. Even if there were subordinates he knew, they could only say a few words after greeting him. They just told him that they didn't know what method Xingxia used. In short, even the relatives of the boss all worked obediently and left in a hurry. MO Simon wandered alone in the government hall, feeling that he really became a peacock with nothing to do. Finally, at 3 a.m., he was woken up by Wei Jia with a sleepy face, saying that Commander Xingxia had time to see him. Mo Simon glanced at Wei Jia's heavy dark circles and the current time, and couldn't help asking, "You are still working so late, aren't you afraid of sudden death?" It's probably almost over. Wei Jia didn't even have the energy to joke now, he just said this vaguely, and then let Mo Simon take the elevator to the 12th floor to find Xingxia, then turn around and hurry to other places. Mo Simon, The sun really rose from the west. However, when he went up to the 12th floor, Mo Simon could see some of the reasons. He saw a pile of motivational slogans at the door of the office. Some people were distributing them and encouraging each other to determine the floors they were responsible for. Mo Simon glanced at these slogans. Finish the work early and rest early. Don't sleep if you can't finish the work. Instead of crying and screaming, it's better to speed up the work. If you can't finish the work today, you have to pay it back tomorrow. You and I will feel at ease if you finish it once. Go ahead, you can go to the rooftop to bask in the sun after you finish it. What is this? Mo Simon tried to stop a few of them to ask the reason, but these people. Without even looking up, she even opened his hand in annoyance. Excuse me, please make way. We are pressed for time. Where has Mo Simon ever been treated like this? Is this building haunted? He scratched the back of his head inexplicably, then turned around and wanted to walk into Sheng Xia's office in a coquettish way, but he heard Sheng Xia's harsh criticism from inside. The data from 3 years ago is wrong. Do you want to be collectively killed by me if you use this data to fool me again? Do you really think your boss can protect you when the time comes? Go back and redo it for me. The data here is obviously wrong. You calculated the trade volume for 3 consecutive years to be 0. Did you eat up the previous trade volume? Choose your job or your life. Cry. You have to count the time when you cry. Mo Simon standing outside the door. Isn't this planet commander different from what he imagined? Mo Simon, huh? Now that you're here, don't stand outside the door. Come in. This extremely oppressive voice made Mo Simon stand up straight unconsciously. He took a look at his inexplicably tense body, and then found it a little funny. There was only a little girl planet commander in front of him. What was he afraid of? After he entered, the staff of other departments and groups in the government hall hurriedly evacuated. He saw Xingxia draw the curtains of the room, and informed Wei Jia not to let anyone come in to disturb her during this period. It can be seen that she still values him very much. Thinking of this, Mo Simon quickly put on airs. Do you know who I am? How dare you make me wait outside the door for so long? Unexpectedly, Xingxia replied without even raising her head. I know you, a playboy in the social world. I give you 3 minutes to tell me your story. Mo Simon almost laughed out of anger. Arrogance. This was completely the arrogance of dancing on his head with his head pressed. We have nothing to say. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Just after threatening this sentence, when Mo Simon turned to leave, Xingxia quickly drew her gun and shot directly through the wall of her office, and went straight to the next door, while also brushing Mo Simon's arm. Mo Simon, who never expected Xingxia to dare to shoot, widened his eyes, and then turned to look at Xingxia, who was sitting on the chair with her arms folded and expressionless. You don't want to fight with all the forces on this planet right away. It's hard to say. Unexpectedly, Xingxia smiled strangely. When Mo Simon was wondering, the door of the next room opened, and through the gap, Mo Simon was shocked to see that the shot that Xingxia had just fired hit the forehead of the absolute leader of the underground human body factory, Rathmere Street Wolf Sang. He was not mistaken. This evil leader actually died so aggrievedly in the hands of the new planetary commander? After a moment of joy, Mo Simon was instantly enveloped by a greater sense of fear and shock. This planetary commander was really beyond his expectations. Do you want the 3 minutes now? Suddenly Xingxia asked casually. After a long breath of relief, Mo Simon turned around and put on a fake smile. I didn't expect you to be so courageous. You are really a hero among women. You are really good at praising people. At this time, Xingxiao also praised him in return. Then the captain of the federal security team came over from the next room. He originally wanted to ask Xingxiao what she was going to do next, but he didn't expect that Asserting, one of the 7 major forces on the Vogue planet, was there. No, wait, if Asserting saw him, he would not be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Milky Way. All forces would assume that he was deeply bound to the new planetary commander. The captain of the federal security team was stunned for a few seconds, and then deeply realized that it was over, and he was on the pirate ship. But at this time, Xingxiao could still smile and clap his hands at him, saying that he did a great job. You are not a human being. The captain of the federal security team suddenly understood Wei Jie's frustration that he wanted to say but couldn't say, "Thank you for the compliment." However, Xingxiao still smiled brightly. In troubled times, we should use severe punishments. Thank you for your hard work. The captain of the federal security team. Well, can you tell me now? I am very curious about how you did all this in such a short time. Asserting had no intention of continuing to watch the two people teasing each other. He just walked to the opposite side of Xingxiao and pulled out a chair to sit down. His expression changed from a fake smile to extremely alert, and his eyes were full of temptation toward Xingxiao like a beast. Chapter 6. Xingxiao only smiled silently and looked at him, then looked at the captain of the federal security team, who seemed to be still petrified, and then raised her finger to her lips. Secret. In fact, it is not complicated to say, and she didn't even use the ability of Xiao Ai. Ever since Wei Jie mentioned that there was a black line of child organ trafficking on Vogue planet, she was very concerned. So she started to investigate this matter by asking the staff inside the government hall to do the accounting. In addition, by checking the resumes and transfers of the staff inside the government hall, she also keenly discovered that even in the government hall, there are traces of checks and balances between factions of people, especially those related to taxation and the allocation of funds for the next year. They are roughly divided into 3 factions. One faction is mainly arms, which is equivalent to the existence of the top sales in a company. In addition to seeking more policy preferences for arms, they also have a strong interest in developing the entertainment industry. The heart includes the investment in related media. One faction is the old-fashioned trade resource group that mainly exports population. It firmly controls the few geographical natural resources on Vogue planet and can be regarded as a state-owned enterprise. Therefore, its demands are generally mild. Its investment in media is basically equal to that of the arms faction. Another faction is the biological faction that has emerged in recent years. The reason for this is that what they do is to use the few people on Vogue planet to conduct various human experiments and sell a large number of addictive drugs to the surrounding star fields. Perhaps it is because they indirectly help the Federation stabilize the surrounding situation. Therefore, it is the arms faction and the biological faction that have the most conflicts. After all, stability means no money for the arms faction. But at the same time, the population export faction also suppresses the actions of the biological faction. Occasionally, there will be times when it is necessary to unite with the biological faction to fight against the arms faction. Therefore, the 3 parties have formed a strange and reliable balance. There are 7 major forces under the 3 factions. The arms faction has 3 forces. It is hard to say that there is no support and infiltration from other starfield forces behind it. This is also the reason why the arms faction has always been very measured even if it is arrogant for a long time. The population export faction also has 3 major forces, but the internal conflicts have formed due to conservatism, radicalism and rottenness. By the way, Asserting belongs to the radical faction. Although the biological faction has done all kinds of bad things, it is still just a younger brother in front of the real old-fashioned forces. This is also the reason why Lang Sang will come to the government hall as soon as he is called. The biological faction urgently needs someone who can break the deadlock. It just so happens that her appearance and her title of temporary planet commander make people from the biological faction mistakenly think that she just wants to make a quick buck and run away. So naturally, they will not set up any defenses, and even rush to curry favor with her. But now she shot Lang Sang directly in the government hall, and let Asserting see it, which can be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First of all, she forced the captain of the federal security team to be by her side, and with this handle, she could also safely send the captain of the federal security team in the name of Lang Sang to take over part of Lang Sang's industry before all forces have reacted. And the rest of the part is used as an exchange of interests to contain Asserting, who will definitely be very interested in such things, as he is a small representative of the radical faction. Secondly, the leader of the underground human factory Black Line has changed. And in the short term, at least there is no need to worry about the children wandering on the Volk planet being subjected to inhuman abuse. On the contrary, after taking the opportunity to infiltrate the interior, she is also preparing to join forces with some people to completely clean up this disgusting and sinful production line. Yes, it is called the Underground Human Factory Black Line, but in fact it is a huge baby factory. What they do is not only human organ removal, but also the breeding and trafficking of babies. This kind of anti-human, anti-moral, and anti-natural dirty things are not allowed to appear on her reserve retirement planet. Finally, through this incident, she could make the captain of the Federal Security Team clearly realize that she didn't rely on any force on this planet to control all this. She was a unique faction. As for M.O. Siming, he would definitely have infinite speculations, but it didn't matter. The more speculations there were, the muddier the water would be in the early stage, and the fewer people would dare to really attack her. She could also seize the time to deal with as many idle forces on this planet as possible. In any case, the incident of shooting Lang Sang should be enough to make them realize that she did have certain strength and courage. In this way, the cooperation to be discussed next would be equal. Instead of rushing to curry favor, it is better to hold the truth and be independent. Thinking of this, Xingqiu immediately finished talking about his next arrangements. Hearing that he was going to replace Lang Sang, and had to investigate the situation inside the underground human body factory Black Line, the captain of the Federal Security Team was in a daze, and wanted to suffocate on the spot. At this moment, he regretted it. He really regretted it. He shouldn't have underestimated this temporary planetary commander. He didn't collect the money from the two troublemaking gangs alone. But why did Xingqiu only target him? M.O. Siming's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously raised his eyebrows, but soon realized that he was too excited and might be noticed by Xingqiu, so he quickly restrained his expression. But the trembling in his heart couldn't stop him from becoming interested in Xingqiu as a whole. Too bold, this Xingqiu was not at the same latitude as those previous stupid planetary commanders, which made him too excited. This was a crazy but deadly enough plan. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. In just one day, Lang Sang had been replaced. However, the person who was about to be sent to take over was the same person who had called him away before. I'm afraid that even if the biological faction racked their brains, they would not have thought that Lang Sang was dead. They might even think that they had already attached themselves to the new planet commander. Has anyone ever told you that you are very flamboyant? But a mere Lang Sang wanted to drag him, and even the forces behind him, into the water. M.O. Siming felt that Sheng Xia deserved praise for being able to think of this step, and do this step, but she might not have enough chips in her hand. Thank you. I am flamboyant by nature. Who would have thought that Sheng Xia not only responded quickly, but also punctured his imagination again? She still had chips in her hand, and they were heavy enough chips. Xingqiu threw out a new document. M.O. Siming took it and opened it, but it was just a photo. After a closer look, it turned out to be a photo of the Wolker Planet Independence Army. This Independence Army has actually been on Wolker Planet, just like an immortal cockroach, popping up from time to cause trouble. The people of the 7 major forces are actually very annoyed by this Independence Army. After all, they hold high the banner of overthrowing the federal rule and forming an independent planet, and are very brave in fighting. The most important thing is that once they join the Independence Army, this group of people will not leave them any benefits except for the corpses. I know this Independence Army has been causing trouble for you. At this point, Xingqiu stood up and looked down at M.O. Siming with a sense of oppression. In 3 months, the winter on Wolker Planet will come, and a large number of migrant workers will also return to Volk Planet to reunite with their families. This time of year is also the time when the Independence Army is the most active. How about I handle this matter this year and guarantee to deal with the Independence Army? You are probably talking big. It's only 3 months. You don't even dare to gamble? M.O. Siming felt that the nerves in his brain seemed to be aroused by Xingqiu at this moment, so that he almost lost control of his expression. In order to hide his inner shock, he immediately stood up and reached out to reach a cooperation agreement with Xingqiu. In 3 months, he would help hold back the people from the biological faction and assist the captain of the Federal Security Team to take over Longsong's industry without leaving any traces. But at the same time, he would also watch carefully to see what kind of answer Xingqiu could hand in after 3 months. 3 minutes have passed without you noticing. You can leave now. Mingxiao ordered M.O. Siming to leave at this time. It was obvious that she had something to say to the captain of the Federal Security Team. This was the first time that M.O. Siming was ordered to leave by the commander of the planet of the Federation. He should have been angry, but now, he was quite interested in hearing what Xingqiu said, So he left very gentlemanly and obediently. After he left, the captain of the federal security team suddenly came to his senses and looked at Xingxia with a horrified face. "Commander, didn't Lang Sang provide you with the information about the Independence Army? Where are you going to find them now? Are you worried about me? I'm worried about myself." The captain of the federal security team was about to cry. After all, he had become one of the people who were deeply bound to Xingxia under the witness of Mo Siming. If Xingxia got into trouble at that time, he would probably not be much better off. "Don't worry, I have my own way." Xingxia just smiled faintly. After all, the purpose of looking for the Independence Army is to surrender to the enemy. When she met Lang Sang and heard him describe this Independence Army, Xingxia was quite optimistic. While having an indomitable fighting spirit, they also insisted on taking the mass line. More importantly, even though they were few in number and repeatedly retaliated, they still stubbornly launched an attack on the evil guys like Lang Sang. "What is this? This is a companion sent from heaven." No, Xingxia couldn't even suppress her impulse to set off immediately to find them. However, she also had to make instructions and corresponding follow-up arrangements for the captain of the federal security team, so she called Wei Jia into the office as well. Now, the victims met the victims, and their eyes were filled with tears. Seeing how excited the two were, Xingxia suggested that they hug each other first. "Commander, please stop joking with us." Xingxia took out the information of the two people at this time, and said frankly that she had actually investigated them. Although they both had no background, they had firmly established their foothold in the government hall and the federal security team. In other words, they were both tigers pretending to be cats. They thought they were really cats, otherwise they would not be pushed out to take the blame when something happened. They could only apologize timidly. "I will not be in the government hall for a while. If anyone asks where I am, Wei Jia, you can ask those people to find Mo Siming. I will be with Mo Siming for a long time. As for you, Fu Qianshan, you don't remember why you joined the federal security team? This application form will help you remember it," Xingxia said, as she pushed out a yellowed application form. It was so long ago that even the paper smelled musty. The bullet of childhood seemed to hit him right in the middle of his brow at this moment. Fu Qianshan froze in place for a long time, not knowing what to say. There was only his handwriting on the application form. "I want to protect those civilians who have no one to protect from harm and violence." That was when he was 17 years old. His broken family supported him to enter the federal security team in one go. Now he is 34 years old. In middle age, his spine is almost bent by reality. Fu Qianshan rubbed the paper with his veins bulging, trying not to let his tears fall. At this moment, Xingxia's firm voice came to his ears. "Take over Longsong's industry. I want to get a list of internal buyers and their star domain forces. As for the accounts, you may." "I try." At this time, Fu Qianshan didn't even wait for Xingxia to finish her words, and quickly replied to her. Then he raised his head and stood up straight. He handed the application form back to Xingxia and saluted Xingxia seriously. "Don't force yourself too much. Remember that your life is more important than anything else. Do you understand?" "Yes." Accompanied by Fu Qianshan's firm words, Wei Jia turned his head and thought, no, he was conquered by Xingxia like this. Do you still have any principles? They are facing the various forces of the entire Vogue planet, who are eyeing them covetously. If they are not careful, Xingxia may not get into trouble, but it is hard to say, not to mention that Xingxia is only a temporary planetary commander now. Fu Qianshan saw the doubt in Wei Jia's eyes, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and silently replied to him, "Nothing, I am doing this for my family in the past." "Wei Jia, isn't it a bit too stupid for the eldest brother to be so easily moved at this age? Continue to work overtime in the government hall, and you, Wei Jia, will review the plan." "Ah, me again?" Xingxia continued to arrange the next work. 6 days later, the plan and data will be passed one after another, and everyone will be allowed to rest. The relatives can go to the rooftop to enjoy the hot springs and enjoy everything they could enjoy in the past. As for the team members, all the money will be considered as overtime subsidies, and will be paid to their respective accounts separately. It will no longer be distributed by the team leader. Money? Wei Jia couldn't help but his eyes lit up, but Xingxia said that half of his money was already in his account, and the other half would have to wait for her to come back and settle in person. Do you understand? Commander is wise. TSK. This time it was Fu Qianshan who looked down on Wei Jia, but Wei Jia didn't care. At the same time, Mo Siming, who was going downstairs, sneezed repeatedly for some reason, and felt a gust of cold wind behind him. Before leaving the government hall, he suddenly realized that someone had arranged a killer team to wait for Xingxia, the planetary commander, outside the government hall. Should he remind Xingxia? Mo Siming looked up at the window of Xingxia's office on the 12th floor. After a little thought, he finally smiled and turned away. Well, let the planetary commander deal with it himself. He also wanted to see how long Xingxia could stay on Wolker planet. Chapter 7. At the same time, the assassins stationed in the building next to the government hall waiting to assassinate the planet commander were full of confusion. It stands to reason that even if the planet commander is busy working in his office, he will go out to rest or inspect. But since Xingxia entered the government hall, she seemed to treat it as her home. For several days in a row, not to mention her, even the staff inside the government hall have not been seen going out collectively. If this continues, there may be a rebellion inside. The captain of the mercenary assassin team saw the strange situation and called his employer directly, who then connected to the informant inside the government hall. I'm serious. It's not that I don't provide you with clues, but I really don't have any clues. The 12th floor is her office. At present, only a few people can start the corresponding elevator, not to mention that her office only allows specified personnel to enter and exit. Now even our 3 meals have been replaced with nutrient solution. A data report has been changed over and over again. My team leader still calls me a fool. I have been up for 2 whole nights. It's been 2 nights. I miss my daughter. You guys come and kill my team leader first. Captain of the mercenary killer team. I'm not here to listen to your complaints. I suggest you retreat first. The informant suddenly said mysteriously. According to the team leader, the new planetary commander will regard the act of shooting at the government hall as a terrorist attack and will punish anyone who is far away. I grew up on Vogue planet. This is my home, not the planetary commander's territory. I'm not afraid of having more wanted warrants on me. After arrogantly hanging up the call, the captain of the mercenary killer team was about to let his team continue to follow when he found out that a mercenary team had already broken into the garden of the government hall. They are trying to steal the business. On the other side, with the alarm of the machine in Wei Jia's hand, he interrupted what Sheng Xia was still saying and reported in a panic that someone had broken into the garden of the government hall. If he guessed correctly, it might be the people behind the internal relationship of the government hall who came to the door. Do you want to send out the security team? The captain of the federal security team just asked this and saw Sheng Xia waved her hand, and then she called the arms dealer's eldest son for internal contact. Aren't you always shouting that you can't complete the corresponding work because of insufficient manpower? I will add more people for you. The eldest son of the arms dealer, who knew that it was impossible to find out the arms accounts over the years. People are already in the garden of the government hall. You go directly. Go find them, and by the way, tell them what I mean. Don't mess around, and if you have any complaints, come directly to my office. The arms dealer's eldest son was silent for a few seconds and asked Xingxia, Can I also go to your office to complain? Of course. So the arms dealer's eldest son really left the government hall and ran into the mercenary team sent by his family to investigate the situation in the garden of the government hall. However, to everyone's surprise, the arms dealer's eldest son angrily beat away his own mercenary team, stretched his neck, and yelled at them to get out. His angry look made his own mercenary team members look confused. We are ordered to rescue you. Save me, I'm fine, get out of here, you've really lost my face. Wei Jia, who was watching the scene through the remote Starship Sky Eye monitoring, was very surprised. How do you know that this team would be sent by his family? I guessed. Xingxia shrugged casually. The mercenary killer team that could enter the garden to demonstrate so arrogantly, without triggering the external defense of the government hall, was most likely the arms faction, who usually acted very arrogantly. I'm leaving. At this time, Xingxia suddenly stood up and said bluntly that since the work here had been arranged, she would also go out to solve other problems. As for the arms dealer's eldest son, if he came to say that it was impossible to sort out the arms accounts over the years, she would tell him to settle the accounts directly during this period, but there must be a balance. Leaving a balance means that even if the current arms account is shown as a deficit in the government affairs hall, the arms dealers need to pay for it themselves? Is this possible? If he says it's impossible, let him contact Mo Siming. After all, he should give back some of the dividends he has enjoyed for so many years. Wei Jia rubbed his hands and looked at Sheng Xia, who was about to leave, with an embarrassed look on his face. Having said that, who would complain about having too much money? After all, the arms dealers have eaten the money given by the external star field, and are used to the federal subsidies of Vogue Planet over the years. What's the difference between asking them to spit out the money, and asking them to rebel? He will agree to this condition. You just need to slowly temper him. Wei Jia looked at Sheng Xia and found that she had that mysterious smile on her face again. After thinking about it, he had to agree first. By the way, after I leave, don't turn off the lights in the office for 6 days. By the way, put this human stand where I just sat. Humanoid standee? Wei Jia and Fu Qianshan looked in the direction of Xingxia's finger, and saw a humanoid standee as tall as Xingxia hidden next to her office chair. It was obvious that Xingxia made it herself, because other materials were used randomly except for the height. Do you want people to think that there is always someone in your office during these 6 days? You can't let the assassin teams monitor me in vain, right? Wei Jia and Fu Qianshan, Then how can we contact you later? Go find Imo Siming. At the same time, Imo Siming, who returned to the family residence, sneezed subconsciously. It was really strange. He always felt that his back was always unconsciously cold after meeting the new planetary commander. Half an hour later, Xingxia, who was riding in the daily nutrient solution delivery unmanned vehicle, successfully walked out of the government hall without attracting anyone's attention. When the vehicle arrived at the nutrient solution factory park, the cold wind that suddenly hit her when she got off the vehicle made her unconsciously hug her arms. According to the monitoring of the system Xiao AI, the current body temperature was only 12 degrees. Xingxiao wore a little less clothes this time. Fortunately, there was a supply station not far away. The so-called supply station was actually a welfare station built by the previous planetary commander. It was responsible for distributing some welfare nutrient solutions, or unwanted clothes, and pants to civilians. Xingxiao looked at the black water on the side of the road. After Xiao AI monitored that it would not affect her health, Xingxiao used the black water to disguise herself from a clean planetary commander to an illegal person on the Wolker planet who was in urgent need of supplies. When she arrived at the supply station, she was disappointed to find that it had been abandoned for a long time. Looking at the outside of the building, there was even frost that had not been removed. It can be imagined how long it had been abandoned. Maybe the previous planetary commander activated the welfare station plan, but it was just to make money in disguise. Xingxia stood there in silence for a few seconds, then headed to the garbage factory responsible for handling the garbage in the government hall. She wanted to know how many mercenary teams gathered outside the government hall. She could figure out the number by looking through the garbage cans and the food orders during this period. However, Xingxia did not expect that she was stopped by a little adult-like child as soon as she arrived at the garbage disposal area. The other party looked up and looked at her and said directly without any fuss, "New here? There are rules here. To clean up the garbage in the government hall, you need 18 star coins. To clean up the garbage in the 3 surrounding buildings, you need 10 star coins, and for the rest, you need 5 star coins. Cash transactions are not allowed on credit." Xingxia, She is new here. She must have no money because she is wearing so little. Shut up, Wall. There is no food these days. Those rich people are drinking nutrient solution every day. Ugh. Seeing another little girl running over to dissuade him, the little adult-like child. The boy turned around and pushed her roughly. Xingxia saw this and asked the little girl with a voice changer, "Can I go through the garbage first? I'm so hungry." "Don't think about rummaging through the garbage if you don't have money." The little adult-like boy decisively refused. "Then where can I make money quickly?" Xingxia asked again. This time, the little adult-like boy looked at Xingxia seriously. Xingxia was wearing a thin veneer mask at this moment, and she had trimmed her hair short. She was wearing the same clothes that were commonly seen on the Wolker planet in the Sky Eye surveillance, but her shoes were changed to a relatively expensive brand. Sure enough, the little boy who noticed this said that Xingxia must be a smuggler. An illegal immigrant like him came to Wolker planet probably because he owed a debt or stole something. Xingxia did not refute, and let the little boy play freely. Finally, the little boy gave his own suggestion. The underground fighting field, she only needed to win one game to turn things around. "My hand is broken, I can't fight." Mingxia showed her disguised arm, and the little boy looked at her with disgust, saying that she could only pick up garbage, or go door to door to sell Sino. Sino, the famous addicted drug on the planet Voke. When the little boy was still talking to himself that anyone could do the business of selling Sino, Xingxia said that she could do it, as long as she could have enough food, and eat as soon as possible. So the little boy took Xingxia back to the area near the government hall, saying that this area of buildings was originally the best business, but because the new planetary commander was blind and insisted on making a farce, no one has been seen in the government hall for a long time, and the surrounding buildings have been taken over by the killer organization. They have to focus on killing people, and have no time to smoke this stuff, and the people in the buildings are worried about getting into trouble, and have to stay awake, so the business is very bad now. You take the goods from me, and I give you 3 stars for every one you sell. Deal? Midsummer was stunned. The boy's words contained a lot of information, so she asked unconsciously, "Killer organizations?" Who would have thought that the boy would laugh and directly spit out a long list of names of killer organizations, and even knew the forces behind them. He also comforted Midsummer, and told her not to be afraid. These organizations are all supported and generally will not kill innocent people. You just need to be a little discerning and not go to disturb them. So do you know which building and which room they are in? Of course, this is necessary for survival. The boy didn't take it seriously. Midsummer, cool. Then the boy began to teach Midsummer how to sell thoughts. Nuo, and Xingxia contacted Mo Siming's private number directly through the starship and asked him to send someone over. What? By Sinuo. Mo Siming. When Mo Siming wanted to ask Xingxia again, he found that she had lost contact. He had no choice but to contact Wei Jie first, and naturally heard the relevant arrangements before Xingxia left. Mo Siming, who felt that he had been dragged into the water by Xingxia, cursed in his heart, but couldn't help but wonder what the addicted drug of Bisinua was for, so after thinking about it, he still sent someone over, and the little boy who had no idea was in a good mood after selling the goods in his hands and invited Xingxia to dinner together, saying that she was a lucky star. Can you write down the room numbers of those killers and people who need attention you mentioned? There are too many, I can't remember them. Xingxia asked tentatively. No problem. We have to be clear-headed in our business. Chapter 8. 3 minutes later, Xingxia got the list and room number of all the killer organizations outside the government hall, as well as some suspicious people. The little boy told Xingxia not to disturb them when she was unsure. Life is more important. Although it is hard to live sometimes, you still have to live to have hope. By the way, my name is Shizi. I am Lang Baxia's subordinate. I can take you to see the boss later. Now let's go to dinner. Shizi returned to the garbage disposal plant. To Xingxia's surprise, he was the boss of the garbage collection group. He just shouted on the mountain, and the people who were still picking up garbage gathered around him spontaneously. He also happily announced that since all the goods in his hands had been sold out today, he could treat everyone to a good meal in the evening. Xingxia also found that this group of half-grown children or numb black households basically called each other by 2 character names. The actor explained that the name was not important anyway, just whatever was easy to say. His dream was to perform on stage, so he called himself an actor, but now he no longer wanted this dream. It was good enough to sell all the goods in his hands like today. As for the girl called Wall, she suddenly appeared under the wall and couldn't tell what her name was in the past, so everyone called her Wall. By the way, what's your name? The actor had just asked this when he suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. Your name is Fuzi. It's the first time I've sold so many goods with you. Xingxia was silent for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. Although the actor shouted that he wanted to eat something good in the evening, when he returned to the factory base where these addicted drugs were made, what they meant by eating something good was a meat pie with little meat and a bowl of saltwater soup. Xingxia looked around the factory's stronghold made of dilapidated reinforced concrete buildings. Poverty, defeat, ignorance, numbness, despair, and the stench of making addicted drugs enveloped the entire building pile, but the children seemed not to smell it and could even laugh while eating. The actor saw Xingxia's intolerance and told her not to underestimate these factory strongholds. Only by relying on these factory strongholds can they survive the long cold season on Vogue Planet. Occasionally you can get some heating equipment, but most of it you can't. Look, that's the bald guy who didn't escape the blizzard. Fortunately, his legs are fine, and he can go push. Xiao Xinyo. Following the direction of Shizi's eyes, Xingxia saw disabled people who had to have their limbs amputated due to severe frostbite working overtime in the factory to produce medicines. There were also some thugs, who would beat them up from time to time. Soon, Shizi was called by the thugs in this area. He was very excited and proud to announce that he was going to see the boss, but when he came back, his eyes were swollen. When Xingxia asked him about it, he just replied in a commonplace way that he was careless and was too happy to sell so many goods at one time. I don't know if the planet commander is behind it. Doing evil? Every new planetary commander always looks down on our business and wants to suppress us. If they can't catch us, they will send people to deliberately lure us and then destroy our factory in one go. I was careless. After saying this, a thug suddenly came to Xingxia's side and carried Xingxia to the highest floor of this dilapidated building. Xingxia was very panicked, but was threatened by the thugs that if she didn't want to die, she should not struggle first. After that, the 2 thugs also showed their weapons. Xingxia took a sneak peek. 2 old-fashioned pistols, a submachine gun, and an assault rifle. Judging from the color and maintenance, they were common obsolete goods in the black market. When they arrived at the highest floor of this building, it was ventilated on all sides and very empty, but there was a slightly expensive mahogany long table in the middle. Lang Bashia, who was wearing a lot of rings of various colors, saw people being brought up, waved his hand, and said something to his companions, and then Xingxia was handcuffed to the chair opposite Lang Bashia. I don't like nonsense. Just tell me, are you sent by the new commander? Xingxia didn't answer this question, but asked him, are you a member of the Black Madman Lang Sang? A gun was directly pressed against Xingxia's temple, and urged her, answer whatever I ask you. If you let me go, I can help you with the protection fee. The new planetary commander doesn't trust the federal security team. Lang Bashia drank a sip of green tea, snorted leisurely, and stood up to ask Xingxia what evidence she had to make him trust her. Xingxia was silent for a few seconds, and after quickly removing the old-fashioned handcuffs, with a flick of his left hand, he threw the handcuffs onto the face of the left thug guarding her. Taking advantage of the moment, when the other party cried out in pain, he pulled out the pistol on his waist, and shot the right thug in the leg. Then he pushed the pistol like a flying knife, and smashed it directly into the face of the guard next to Lang Bashia, hitting the man lying on his back on the ground. The whole attack process took less than 6 seconds. When Lang Bashia withdrew his eyes from his men in surprise, he found that Xingxia had already pointed a micro-electromagnetic gun, which was obviously a new product of the Federation, at his forehead. Subconsciously, Lang Bashia raised his hands to surrender. As the gunshots came from the tallest building, the thugs in the entire building quickly gathered towards the tallest building. When Xingxia heard the noise, she said without further ado that if Lang Bashia didn't want to be shot by her men, she'd better follow her script. Without giving Lang Bashia time to react, Xingxia pushed him back to sit on the chair, and took the teacup from his long table, and started talking about the protection fee here naturally. Lang Bashia's eyes widened, and it took him almost 5 seconds to come back to his senses. He looked at Xingxia in horror, and quickly scolded his men not to come up. He was discussing big business with the men of the planet commander, and whoever came up would be killed immediately. Xingxia looked at him sweating profusely but pretending to be calm and praised him. Very smart. If Lang Bashia had been held hostage by her just now, it is possible that one of his men would have taken the opportunity to shoot Lang Bashia to seek a higher position. After all his men retreated, Lang Bashia, who was like half a leg, stepped into the Hades Hall, and was forcibly withdrawn, exhaled twice before looking at Xingxia again. Xingxia did not bother to ask him to tell the truth about the forces in this area. After accidentally learning that although the biological faction was in internal chaos and fighting, it occupied almost 80% of the buildings and factory areas on the Vogue planet, Xingxia became interested. You know, the habitable area of the Vogue planet is less than 1%, which has been firmly controlled by the arms faction and the export faction, while the remaining 3% or even more is in the hands of the biological faction and the indomitable independent army. Although the economic and defensive towns are in the hands of the arms faction and the export faction, there is an old saying, surround the city with the countryside, and trust the broad masses of the people. The Independence Army has been acting more and more frequently in recent years. Sometimes our old factories are attacked by them. To be honest, we hate them. Lang Bashia complained to Xingxia about the Independence Army's military construction philosophy, such as refusing addicted drugs, refusing human trafficking, and refusing to be someone else's slave. Such a good business, so much money. If you refuse, we will be left with nothing. I have children to raise, and I have to raise the undocumented and disabled people who are not taken care of by the Federation. How great we are here. Listening to Lang Bashia's boasting, Xingxia coughed subconsciously. It was clearly oppression, but he could still package himself as so great. This person's heart is so dirty. I know what your planet commander is thinking. Seeing that Xingxia looked unhappy, Lang Bashia quickly flattered and gave advice to Xingxia. Xingxia pretended to be curious and asked, what are you thinking about? I am definitely thinking about how to wipe out the Independence Army. Every new planet commander will regard this as the focus of their career and go all out. After saying this, Lang Bashia also told Xingxia that as long as the Independence Army can be wiped out, he can give a perfect answer to the arms faction and the old school nobles, that is, the population export faction. At that time, he will enjoy endless wealth and glory. Speaking of wealth and glory, Lang Bashia's eyes became a little dazed. You are still the best. As long as you can do this well, you don't have to worry about your future life. After muttering this sentence, like a remembrance, Lang Bashia quickly came back to his soul, and told Xingxia that he knew the whereabouts of some independence troops. In recent years, due to the Federation and due to the suppression of various forces on the planet Earth, the Independence Army has withdrawn from the city-state and started to settle down in the Black Mine Cave. Every year on the reunion day, they will come out to recruit new members and do their best to cause trouble to various forces. However, it is said that the Independence Army has also tried to reconcile with the population export faction in recent years, but after all, the two sides have different living habits and can't talk to each other. It is possible that the arms faction is behind the scenes. It's very complicated. As soon as Xingxiao finished speaking, Lang Baxiao laughed. If it's not complicated, it won't be Vogue Planet. This is a famous free country in the universe. Xingxiao raised her eyebrows, and suddenly changed the subject to ask how many thugs Lang Baxiao currently has. The planetary commander wants to do something but can't use the people of the Federation. If it is done well, there will naturally be benefits. Whatever it is, just mention it. 5 hours later, the hired assassins in the building complex next to the government hall of Vogue Planet were horrified to find that the assassin organization affiliated with Dr. Scream and Black Madman, that is, the Langsang faction, had been killed. It has been confirmed that the person was thrown directly from the 13th floor, and was shot dead before being thrown down. Bazu, the dead person turned out to be the ace assassin Bazu. What's going on? Who did it? Wait, here is a leaflet. What does it say? Join the Independence Army and overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Federation? In just one night, everyone on the planet Wolker knew that the Independence Army had launched a vigorous revolution that night. In the Kesher building, which was less than 800 meters away from the Government Affairs Hall, members of the Independence Army not only successfully killed Bazu, who was known as the ace killer of the mercenaries, but also threw leaflets provocatively, asking everyone to join the Independence Army. What is this? This is an undisguised declaration of war against the new planetary commander sent by the Federation. Reporters from major media outlets surrounded the entrance of the Government Affairs Hall, eagerly waiting for a statement from the new planetary commander. At this moment, Wei Jia, who was in the Government Affairs Hall, heard the news and fell to the ground with weak legs. The people next to him couldn't help him. Now Xingxiao was not in the Government Affairs Hall. The key thing was that this matter could not be known by others. His heart was already at the level of work injury that could be identified. He contacted Mo Siming as soon as possible. Mo Siming probably guessed the real murderer, but was unconsciously anxious because he couldn't contact Xingxiao. At this moment, Xingxiao was leisurely cleaning her gun while sighing that the ace killer was just like this. Oh my god, are you crazy? You killed the vanguard of Dr. Scream and Black Madman. They will definitely take revenge. The Independence Army? At this time, Xingxiao looked back at Lang Baxiao, who immediately gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Very dirty. Xingxiao, Okay, contact me as soon as you have news about the Independence Army. After that, Xingxiao went to rest, leaving Lang Baxiao with an admiring back. At the same time, in the underground cave of the Black Mountain Mine, the leader of the Independence Army, the third brother, who was responsible for making trouble in the team, took a news telegram and hurriedly found the second brother in the team who was responsible for making trouble. No, second brother, when did you make such a big move? Why didn't you notify me? I went crazy and ran to kill Bazu. No, who is this person? He is framing us. No matter who this person is. The leader of the Independence Army came out from the depths of the mine. Before she could wipe off the black air on her face, she took a deep breath and said loudly, "Be prepared for the storm." Chapter 9. According to the request of the leader of the Independence Army, they should keep calm during this period of time when the situation is unclear. They should first contact the spies in the town to inquire about the situation. In addition, the attitude of the newly appointed planetary commander is also very strange. It has been 6 hours since such a big thing happened, and she has not come out to express her position. Maybe she was scared. The information obtained from the insiders shows that she is an extremely young planetary commander and was temporarily sent to the planet Vogue, which means she was a pawn abandoned by the Federation. Now that something like this has happened, she may be hiding somewhere in the government hall crying. As soon as the second leader of the Independence Army finished his guess, the leader shook his head firmly. She is not as fragile as you think. Judging from her behavior of going to the government hall to make trouble immediately after landing, at least he is a very ambitious and resourceful planetary commander. Well, then this wave must be coming for us, wanting to take our heads for credit. After listening to the third brother's complaint, the leader of the Independence Army couldn't help but sigh secretly. She looked around the surrounding environment. To be honest, the current situation of the Independence Army is not optimistic. The comrades around her left one after another, but the Federation's determination to wipe them out is getting stronger and stronger. If it continues like this, I don't know if it can survive this cold winter. Anyway, let Lao Ma in the city explore the situation first. At the same time, Xingxia just came out from Langbaxia and saw the actor sneaking around the corner and peeking at her. When the two people's eyes met, the actor took a deep breath and came out to ask her, "Boss, can I follow you in the future?" He asked him to knock on the door of the room where the ace killer Bazu was. While he was asking Bazu if they needed sinew, Xingxia alone saw the movements of Bazu's entire killer organization in the room, and then drew his gun and shot them all in one go. The whole process took no more than 2 minutes. Xingxia didn't say a word. Before the others could react, he had shot Bazu dead with a silencer, and then shot several of the killer members who tried to resist, and asked Langbaxia and the thugs around him to tie up the remaining members of the killer organization who raised their hands to surrender. It was strange that when the actor saw Bazu being shot dead in front of him, he not only didn't feel fear, but a strange sense of excitement began to surge into his brain, making him want to touch the gun uncontrollably. At that moment, he suddenly understood that selling addictive drugs would not make him rich. Only by getting close to Xingxia could he change his fate. At least he could touch a gun. Why do you want to follow me? Following you has a future. I will do a lot of things, and will be absolutely loyal to you. You can send me at will. I am not afraid of death. Just like this operation, I can help you a lot. The actor followed Xingxia, and counted the things he could do. Xingxia suddenly stopped moving forward and turned to look at him meaningfully. Why? What's wrong? The actor was unconsciously a little scared by Xingxia's look. I think a child of your age may not be here. Should be in school. Even a military school. However, before Xingxia could finish thinking, the actor said bluntly that no matter whether he was here or not, his current life was the best state after his efforts. This remark unconsciously made Xingxia fall into deep thought again. On the other side, in the government hall, just when Wei Jia was about to collapse completely and fall into despair and tried to lie down, Sheng Xia actually contacted him through the private communication of the Starfield extraterrestrial starship. My dear mother, my ancestors, my God, you finally contacted me. Woo, 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 I thought my life was coming to an end. Wei Jia howled so exaggeratedly, and asked Sheng Xia if she knew the current situation inside the government hall. Not only were the working groups close to paralysis, but there were also a large number of media personnel gathered outside the gate of the government hall waiting for Sheng Xia to go out and express their opinions. In order to protect Sheng Xia, he blocked her office door with his body. I know. No, you don't know. Wei Jia refuted quickly, but just when he wanted to continue to talk about the hardships of his work, Sheng Xia sent a statement and said that this statement. Wei Jia read the statement to the outside news media. Wei Jia. I want to resign. Having said that, Wei Jia had to clench his fists and look at the statement sent by Sheng Xia with a grim face after taking a long and deep breath. When he saw that the statement had stated that the action of the Revolutionary Army was just a childish provocation in her eyes, and she would not pay attention to such childish provocation, Wei Jia instinctively realized that Sheng Xia might be crying thief, and her means were really dark. Oh wait, many people have forced their way into the first floor of the government hall, and want to see you in person. Wei Jia quickly informed Sheng Xia of the situation before the communication signal was cut off, but Sheng Xia chuckled at the other end of the communication line. Isn't Mo Siming a socialite? Didn't you let him go to help relieve your pressure? This is a really good question. Wei Jia was embarrassed for a moment. Well, he is also forcing his way into the crowd on the first floor of the government hall, who are queuing to see you. Xingxia. This guy really doesn't want to take any loss. Okay, then let him enter my office on the 12th floor alone to talk to me. Soon, Mo Siming was invited to Xingxia's office on the 12th floor. However, when talking to Xingxia, Mo Siming, who had a lot to say, suddenly became speechless. He didn't know what to say first. Should he ask if she killed Bazu, or ask if she had thought about the consequences of doing so? But before Mo Siming could sort out his thoughts, Xingxia had already made arrangements. I'm about to meet the leader of the Independence Army. Help me take some pressure. It's not you. How dare you send me like this? Thank you. After these two words, the communication was cut off before Mo Siming could say anything else. At this moment, Mo Siming suddenly realized that he had fallen into Xingxia's trap again. Among all the people waiting in line to see her, only he saw her. Naturally, he needed some explanation, and what the explanation was, he had to rack his brain cells to think of an excuse. Wei Jia glanced at him, and he also glanced at Wei Jia. At the moment when their eyes met, for some reason, Mo Siming had a feeling of we are both wanderers in the world. Why do we have to know each other when we meet? On Xingxia's side, Lang Baxia was also very fast in finding people, and told her that Lao Ma, the spy from the Independence Army, had indeed entered the city. If Xingxia wanted to find out the current location of the Independence Army through someone, Lao Ma must be the best choice. Okay, he wants to get information, right? Put all the captured Bazu's men under his nose. What a fat bait. Lang Baxia understood what Xingxia wanted to do, but what he didn't expect was that Xingxia also participated in the process of releasing the prisoners. On the other hand, when Lao Ma found that Bazu's men were a little dizzy and fled around the town, he seemed very cautious and did not contact Bazu's men at the first time. It was not until nightfall that he led his men to break into the temporary residence of Bazu's men and learned that the people who killed Bazu were just a small team that seemed to have no power. To be honest, that person was rude. Everyone knew that Bazu belonged to Dr. Scream. No matter how skilled he was, no one dared to touch him for the sake of Dr. Scream, but that person fired decisively, and Bazu was dead before everyone reacted. Hearing this, Lao Ma, who was keenly aware that he had fallen into a trap, said to himself in the house, "Since you are already here, why not show your true self?" Xingxia stopped Lang Baxia, who wanted to enter the house, glanced at the people next to him, and signaled them not to act rashly, and she would go in alone. As expected, when Xingxia pushed the door open, she found that Lao Ma's gun had already pointed at her temple, but she just raised her hands calmly and asked Lao Ma, "Am I qualified to join your Independence Army? I have already done what you dare not do. Weapons, throw them out." However, Lao Ma was experienced, and was not moved by Xingxia's words at all. What surprised Lao Ma was that she actually took off all the weapons on her body. However, to be honest, her method of loading weapons was indeed very professional. If she hadn't taken off all the weapons herself, even if Lao Ma had searched for them, there would be omissions. All the weapons are gone. Can we talk properly now? Be careful. Seeing Bazu's men trying to take one of the weapons, Xingxia rushed forward without waiting for Lao Ma and the people around him to react and knocked Bazu's men to the ground in a few seconds. Lao Ma looked at Xingxia's actions and realized that if Xingxia really wanted to touch them, they were not worth it. So Lao Ma was also very tactful and asked the people around him to put down their guns while putting away his own weapons. We have limited time. To make a long story short, I have 13 people who want to join the Independence Army, including several disabled people. Although I have always heard that the Independence Army can help take good care of those abandoned by the Federation, after all, seeing is believing. I have to meet your leader before I can decide whether to really join you. But your behavior has obviously brought us trouble now. Oh, Xingxia seemed particularly arrogant. If you are unhappy, you could also stand up and announce that this matter was not done by you, right? Lao Ma, He was inexplicably hesitant, but unusually moved, and it was obvious that Xingxia's skills, courage and vigorous vitality, if she can really be absorbed into the Independence Army, she will at least be a fierce general and a booster, but if not. Being cautious, Lao Ma decided to spy on Xingxia again, so he pretended to take down his guard and signaled the people around him to relax their vigilance first. In fact, after Xingxia was obviously relaxed, he quickly put the knife to Xingxia's throat and looked directly into Xingxia's eyes, and said sternly, "Tell me, who are you around the planetary commander?" If she is really someone around the planetary commander, she will definitely be exposed under the stimulation of this moment. Unexpectedly, Xingxia said expressionlessly after a moment of surprise, "I am the planetary commander himself." Lao Ma, Companions around Lao Ma, Xingxia, After a long period of dead silence, Lao Ma, whose mind seemed to be suddenly retracted, put down the knife in his hand and complained to Xingxia with a painful expression while holding back the smile. "You are so brave at such a young age." Xingxia. Chapter 10. After discussing the relevant matters of joining the Independence Army with Lao Ma without any trouble, Xingxia came out to discuss with Lang Baxia about letting the children such as Shizi and some disabled people and thugs she had named join the Independence Army together. "Oh, I understand. You want to play the long game to catch the big fish, right?" Xingxia didn't even need to make excuses for her behavior. Lang Baxia gave her a thumbs up with a very understanding look. Seeing this, Xingxia simply asked Lang Baxia if she wanted to get a big bargain. What big bargain? "Anyway, after I join the Independence Army, the resources of the Independence Army will sooner or later be taken back by the planetary commander. In this case, why don't you take over a batch before the cold season comes?" "That's great. Oh, you are so polite." Hearing that he could get a free advantage, Lang Baxia was immediately He was so excited that he couldn't help himself, but Xingxiao also reminded him that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Don't tell others when you get back in a hurry, otherwise don't blame her for turning her back on you. Don't worry, I will do whatever you say, and I will never let you worry about it. Okay, then I keep this to myself. Keep it to myself. Okay, then I notify you to join the Independence Army later. Okay, I join the Independence. Hey! Hey what, how can you get the resources if you don't join the Independence Army? You have to count the number of people. The more people who join, the more resources you will get. But this is what I think, you should just let everyone in your faction join the Independence Army, and don't tell anyone else. Lang Baxia, something seems wrong? No, you don't want to raid. When the time comes, you can take the resources and run away. You are not on the raid list, so what are you worried about? Oh, you are really wise. Join in 2 groups. I will be responsible for the final step. Got it. Xingxiao also nodded and gave Lang Baxia a thumbs up. Yes, once you join the Independence Army, don't think about running away. At the same time, Lao Ma's companions looked at Lang Baxia, who was suspected to be the boss of District 7, and gave Xingxiao a thumbs up. They said that this Fuzi, Xingxiao, might not be trustworthy, and her face was also unfamiliar, but she was very skilled. The most important thing was that she looked good with the members, so we had to be on guard. She is really strange. Lao Ma also nodded subconsciously. Not only was she skilled, but her eyes were so bright, like an active volcano with huge energy waiting to erupt. It was really worrying. The people on Vogue are either upper-class people who don't care about worldly things. Looking at them is like looking at dirty dogs and cats in the garbage dump. It is surprising to meet 1 or 2 people with a sympathetic look occasionally. Most of them are full of disdain and contempt. The rest are either full of greed and stupidity, or have been tortured by life and have no light in their eyes. They live one day at a time. Thinking back, the last time I saw such a passionate, idealistic and bright eyes with a little high spirits and arrogance. Lao Ma lowered his head unconsciously, and shook his head sadly. Such people eventually died under the guns of the encirclement and suppression. After all, it was a nightmare he didn't want to think about. Fortunately, the fire is still there, and there is still hope. Anyway, since she is so persistent in joining us, let her join first and see. Yes, she'd followed us alone anyway. After hearing what his partner said, Lao Ma couldn't help but have more contemplation in his eyes. She asked to meet the leader of their Independence Army alone. She must be a very good partner to cooperate with, or she was ready to assassinate the leader of the Independence Army alone. There were too many questions about her. What are you thinking about? At this time, Xingxiao had returned to Lao Ma and said that the follow-up arrangements had been made and they could leave now. Lao Ma glanced at Xingxiao and then at Lang Baxia and the others who had already left. He mentioned meaningfully that Lang Baxia was not easy to deal with, not to mention that if he wanted to entrust someone to take care of him, it would be good if he didn't die. Do you know what the best bait is for a particularly greedy person? What is it? Resources that can be taken for free. Are you trying to take our Independence Army's resources? Lao Ma stopped his companions with a snort, and was about to say that Sheng Xia was not such a person, but Sheng Xia nodded decisively. Yes, I lied to him that I would let him get the resources in your hands after I joined you, and he was very happy, and gave me a thumbs up. Lao Ma, Companions around Lao Ma, After a while, the companions around Lao Ma couldn't help but sigh deeply, and asked if Sheng Xia had said anything true, but Sheng Xia said bluntly, I have always told the truth. Oh, so what you said about being the planet commander is also true. The truth. TSK, big liar. Xingxia, Traveling secretly from the main city of Oak to the border town, Xingxia sneezed unconsciously, as she felt the temperature getting lower and lower. Seeing this, Lao Ma threw his cloak to her and also intentionally, or unintentionally introduced the situation in recent years. The temperature in the main city can be maintained at a very comfortable 17 or 18 degrees due to the density of the buildings and underground heating. The further you go outside, the colder it gets. So how do you survive the cold winter? When Vogue is the coldest, the temperature can reach minus 100 or 200 degrees, not to mention that hurricanes blow through the border towns from time to time. Everything can be In an instant, she froze into an indestructible ice sculpture. Lao Ma did not respond to Xingxia's question and asked her, You don't look like you grew up on Vogue Planet. How did you practice your skills? The past is not worth mentioning, but my future is pending on Vogue Planet. If this planet wants me to retire peacefully, it can't be in the current chaotic situation. How old are you? And you are already thinking about retirement. The companions around Lao Ma felt both amused and incredible. Xingxiao looked very young, but how could her mentality be so old? Xingxiao waved her hand. You don't understand. Damn boss, I want to greet him every day. But from what you said, you want to rectify the current chaos on Wolker? Compared to his companions who thought Xingxiao was just bragging without knowing the immensity of the world, Lao Ma's expression was very serious. Xingxiao noticed the change in Lao Ma's attitude and turned to look at Lao Ma with unusual seriousness. So, I came to you, an army that has always insisted on independence and tried to awaken the people's resistance consciousness, and is incompatible with the current chaotic situation. You may be the hope to solve the current problem of this crime capital. Lao Ma, He suddenly turned the steering wheel. His companions noticed that Lao Ma was going to take Sheng Xia directly to the base of the Independence Army, but they had just agreed to put Sheng Xia in the corresponding inspection area. Lao Ma's action was obviously a bit too much. His companions couldn't help but push him, but Lao Ma didn't even turn his head, but instead increased the speed of the car. For a moment, the whole car fell into a strange silence. 6 hours later, it was already late at night. The cold wind was howling at the entrance of a broken cave. Xingxiao even thought that this old truck would slip before it could reach the foot of the mountain. But Lao Ma was obviously very experienced, and opened the door to change the tire. Xingxiao was also called to help with a heat source in hand. Looking at the white snow and wind in front of him, Xingxiao realized again that for the people of this land, the severe cold was obviously more serious than all other problems, and would directly threaten their survival. This is the heat source provided by the old Duke last year. They provided us with heating equipment. In exchange, we have to send people to help work. Getting back in the car, Lao he couldn't stand it. The depressing atmosphere in the car took the initiative to bring up the topic. Xingxiao turned around and asked curiously, "Do you get paid for working?" "Of course not, we all work in black factories, but we still have basic survival guarantees. To be honest, without their help, we can't survive." Xingxiao, the population export faction, contacted the Independence Army, and even secretly supported the Independence Army. She could still figure out the reason, but she didn't know the depth of the support and whether the Federation had any help. Anyway, Wolker Planet is still under the jurisdiction of the Federation. As for the reason why it became so chaotic, Xingxiao didn't believe that there was no infiltration from other Starfield forces, but now for her, clean up the house before treating guests. Obviously more important. When they entered the base of the Independence Army, what Xingxiao didn't expect was that the leader of the Independence Army had already led people to wait there. The solemnity was beyond Xingxiao's expectations. "I heard that you wanted to see me very much, and Lao Ma also said that you are a rare warrior with courage and strategy. Hello, my name is Yuan, and I am the leader of the Independence Army." The girl who appeared in front of Xingxiao looked younger than her, but her eyes were firm and decisive, and she was already a mature warrior. At this moment, she seemed to have just taken a bath, and her long hair was casually scattered, standing in the crowd of people who came to greet her, showing a bit of incompatibility. "How old are you?" Xingxiao couldn't help asking this, but Yuan laughed. "Why, are you surprised that the Independence Army? The leader of the Life Army is just a girl who looks very young." "How could it be? I'm 24 years old." She is actually older than the age of Xingxiao in the information here, but her physique. "You are a little malnourished. It's good enough to be alive. You seem to be pursuing more luxurious things." "No, this is basically not luxurious." The anger in Xingxiao's words sounded a little incredible to Yuan, but Yuan continued to say, "Then I hope that after you join, our soldiers will no longer worry about survival supplies." Yuan smiled calmly. There were 2 cute dimples at the corners of her mouth. Seeing her smile always led others to smile unconsciously. With the warm orange light in the cave, there was always a sense of hope despite the howling cold wind outside. People who meet me for the first time always like to stare at my appearance, and when they come to their senses, they find that they have missed too much. Noticing that Xingxiao's eyes were on her face for a long time, Yuan said this calmly, and then she mentioned that due to Xingxiao's previous actions in the government hall, in order to prevent the Federation and the Wolker Police Department from jointly encircling them in advance, they must launch an attack on the nearby prison facilities in the near future. Prison? Yes, fortunately, last year's planetary commander ordered an increase in the prison budget as soon as he took office. The heaters purchased by the prison this year should be enough for us to support. It's been a while. That. Just when Yuan turned around and invited Sheng Xia to go to the conference table, Sheng Xia suddenly said, "Why don't we attack the heater manufacturing factory owned by Dr. Scream and Black Madman, and then announce to the public that Bazu's death was not caused by you, and put all the blame on the new planetary commander. Heater manufacturing factory? You're crazy. The security of that place is so strict that it's not easy for ordinary people to attack. Without waiting for the third brother beside Yuan to shout, Sheng Xia replied very seriously and firmly, I can. And Yuan, the girl in front of her, who is as young as her but very unruly, is trying to use the various forces on the planet Volk to muddy the waters. Why? Chapter 11. I think if you go to attack the prison as planned, the heating equipment you can get is limited, and the prison has the help of the Volk Police Department. Your attack on them is equivalent to openly challenging the newly appointed planetary commander, which will only lead to a more serious encirclement and suppression. Before Xingxia finished speaking, the third brother beside Yuan snorted coldly, telling Xingxia that she was just a newcomer and didn't understand the situation. If you talk about the most ruthless forces on the entire Volk planet, the planetary commander and his federal security team are not even on the list, but Dr. Scream and the Black Madman are turtles that will not let go once they bite. Once they retaliate, the situation will be more serious than the encirclement and suppression. But the situation has changed this year. Xingxia shrugged casually. What do you mean? An Yuan raised his eyes. I heard that Black Madman was called into the government hall by the planetary commander, and he never came out. After that, the entire government hall was under martial law, and then the assassination teams of various forces arrived at the buildings outside the government hall. So what? They were originally in cahoots with each other. The third brother disagreed, but Xingxia shook his finger at him. No, the forces represented by Black Madman are obviously anxious to join the new planetary commander. Why? Why? The second brother of the leader of the independent army also came over and asked, there are bigger forces that want to swallow up their production lines. We can use this to completely muddy the water, and then profit from it. For example? An Yuan asked while thinking, for example, completely swallow up Black Madman's production line, and replace them before negotiating cooperation with others. You just brag. The third brother couldn't stand it any longer, and said that the current size of the Independence Army was not enough to compete with other forces on this planet. Xingxia suddenly retorted, it is because of the lack of size that a thorough counterattack is needed. If we just retreat blindly, we will be wiped out sooner or later. The most important thing is that the Independence Army relies on the people. If even the people lose trust in the Independence Army, what will be left of the Independence Army? When these words came out, not to mention the third brother of the Independence Army, even the other people who came to listen couldn't help but fall into silence. They fought to this point, and saw that their companions were getting fewer and fewer. Naturally, they were unwilling, but at the same time, they were afraid that a reckless move would exhaust all their assets. What should they do then? Xingxia said it easily, but if she fails, does she know the pain of losing her family and partners? Suddenly, contrary to everyone's expectations, and Yuan, the leader of the independent army, stood up and agreed with Sheng Xia's proposal. Well, attack the heater manufacturing factory owned by Dr. Scream and Black Madman. What? For a moment, everyone looked at Yuan unconsciously, but Yuan did not explain why he did this. Instead, he asked Sheng Xia about the artificial intelligence system defense of the heater manufacturing factory. She said she could break it? Of course, I have already written the cracking drawings and the corresponding personnel required for the attack. Okay, second brother, come and discuss it together. Seeing Yuan leading Sheng Xia and the second brother to the combat meeting room, the third brother widened his eyes in disbelief. Isn't it so simple that you don't even need to think? At this time, Lao Ma came over and held Lao San's shoulder, telling Lao San that although this was a risky move, it was also a good opportunity. The most important thing was that even if Dr. Screen wanted to retaliate, he couldn't catch up with them like the Federal Army. On the contrary, if they could deal a heavy blow to Dr. Scream, the independent army would also be able to occupy a seat at the negotiation table. Otherwise, it would be like boiling a frog in warm water and drowning sooner or later. Lao San. But she is not one of us yet. She may not be all kind, but we have no choice now. At the same time, Yuan also knew that changing his mindset to implement Sheng Xia's proposal was indeed risky, but the effect of attacking the prison was not good in the first place. The most important thing was the heating equipment. If they couldn't get the heating equipment, they would not die in battle but would be frozen to death. In this case, the situation changed instantly, and they must change their mentality to welcome the change as soon as possible and seize the opportunity. The 4-hour discussion was very pleasant. Xingxia was originally worried that An Yuan would not be able to keep up with her ideas, but she was obviously very sharp and had a good way of deploying troops. When the discussion was over, Xingxia said that she would go and pick up all her companions. Some of them were very skilled and could help. In addition, both children and fighters could receive corresponding basic education here. An Yuan was a little surprised. When the Independence Army first proposed to conduct basic education, everyone did not agree. They thought that learning combat techniques would be more useful than learning knowledge. Xingxia smiled. Learning combat techniques is useful in the short term, but if you want to know where you come from, why you fight, and where you are going, you must popularize basic education. This is also an indispensable cornerstone for the subsequent sustainable and stable development of society. You and I really hit it off. Because we have the same beliefs, we hit it off naturally. What a common belief. From now on, I will call you my colleague. We will both be very important members of the Independence Army. Colleague, this title is really intimate. The next morning, Lao Ma sent Xingxia back to the city and picked up the actors. When they arrived at the building complex where Lang Baxia was, Xingxia asked Lao Ma to give her some time, because she still had to explain to her companions the necessity of joining the Independence Army. Okay, but you have to act quickly. Xingxia gave Lao Ma a thumbs up. At the same time, the explorer, who was standing at the window of Lang Baxia's room and saw this scene, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air in his heart. He turned around and looked at Lang Baxia, indicating that he should not point out his existence for a while. He had to judge for himself whether the people specially sent by the commander of this planet wanted to wipe out the Independence Army or wanted to take the opportunity to unite with the Independence Army. Although Mo Siming repeatedly emphasized at the family meeting that the planet commander sent people out to completely wipe out the Independence Army, the people in the family were gradually losing patience with the planet commander. Based on the above situation, he was sent out by the family without Mo Siming's knowledge to gather information. It can be said that Xingxia's every word and action will be secretly monitored and examined. Lang Baxia knew that the force represented by this spy was in existence that he could not afford to offend. In addition, because Xingxia had asked him to join the Independence Army before, after repeated consideration, Lang Baxia also wanted to test Xingxia again, so he agreed to the spy's request without hesitation. When Xingxia came to Lang Baxia's room to find the actor and the others, Lang Baxia deliberately left an investigator with him, including these two disabled people. There are 13 people in total. No problem. Lang Baxia tapped the personnel list and asked about the situation of Xingxia's Independence Army. Do you want to hear the truth? Xingxia's attention was on the children on the first floor, who looked up at them, of course. What's the situation with those children? Are there more children these days? As a result, Xingxia not only did not answer Lang Baxia's question, but also changed the subject. Lang Baxia took a deep breath and suppressed his heart to explain to Xingxia that those children were found by the actor. He was particularly obsessed with wanting to follow Xingxia, so he worked very hard. Xingxia cast her eyes on the actor standing in the room. Feeling her gaze, the actor lowered his head a little embarrassedly for some reason. Look up. Come. At this time, Xingxia took 2 steps to the front of the actor. The actor slowly looked up at her along the footsteps of Xingxia's shoes. Are you sure you want to follow me? Sure. For some reason, the actor's face turned red. Okay, then remember, I don't need trash around me. I have an important task for you to do right now. Important task? At that moment, Lang Baxia and the investigators couldn't help but prick up their ears. Play yourself after joining the Independence Army. Actor, ? Lang Baxia, ? Investigators, ? I have been in the Independence Army for too short a time, and I haven't had time to figure out every aspect of the Independence Army. Their bases are very scattered, and if you don't get rid of them, they will grow again in the spring breeze. The most important thing for you to follow me to the Independence Army is to play a good role as an Independence Army soldier. Join them, integrate into them, become one of them, hide and wait for an opportunity to listen to my orders and act. I heard yesterday that the Independence Army will soon launch an attack. The specific target is still unknown, but since they can take action, it means our chance is coming soon. Having said this, Lang Baxia swallowed subconsciously. Yes, his chance to grab wealth is coming soon. Shizi was still a little confused. She didn't understand what Xingxia meant by joining them, integrating into them, and becoming one of them. Later, she heard Xingxia tell her that although children can move freely after joining the Independence Army, they must take basic knowledge courses. She was now worried that Shizi and his friends would not be able to sit still in class and cause trouble, ruining the show. We can sit still and study. The actor immediately said that he would study hard and follow the arrangements of the Independence Army. You alone is not enough. After saying this, Xingxiao looked at the other children again, pretending to be worried and asking if they should change some people. After this, all the children, even the thugs who followed, immediately said that they would study hard and improve every day. No, what are you studying? At this time, Xingxiao looked at the 4 thugs who followed, and once again told them that she was their boss, and that they should follow her arrangements when they arrived at the Independence Army. Of course, life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. At that time, they have to act a little, but it depends on the situation. Yes, sir. After instructing the 13 people who followed her, Xingxiao turned to look at Lang Baxiao. Lang Baxiao immediately said that she would follow her arrangements and would definitely play the role of joining the Independence Army well. The Independence Army is not very defensive against children, so you can find more children during this period. I will seize the opportunity to come and inform you that you will bring people to join the Independence Army. We will try to find out all the bases of the Independence Army. No problem. Lang Baxiao excitedly gave Xingxiao a thumbs up, and Xingxiao also smiled and gave Lang Baxiao a thumbs up. Instead of telling these children those unrealistic principles, it is better to coax them to start like this. Start to study seriously, and let Lang Baxiao contribute money and effort to gather all the wandering children, win-win explorer. It seems nothing is wrong. To be honest, they originally thought that it would take a lot of ammunition and manpower to wipe out the Independence Army, but they didn't expect to use children to explore the base of the Independence Army. Well, although the method is dark, it is still useful at present. Then, when Xingxiao left, Lang Baxiao looked at the explorer. It doesn't matter, it seems that this new planetary commander is really doing practical things. The explorer was very satisfied, but before leaving, he asked Lang Baxiao to notify him immediately once he received the news that the Independence Army was going to take action. Chapter 12. Although Lang Baxiao said yes, he couldn't help but start to think about how to use the time difference to benefit himself. On the other hand, since following Xingxiao to the base of the Independence Army, Shizi and his group of children began their arduous journey of studying. Because they had too much knowledge to learn and sometimes couldn't keep up with the class, Shizi and his group of children inexplicably felt that the days were like years, but they were generally very happy to be able to eat at the Independence Army every day. To be honest, I can't help but be a little curious. What did you say to these children? You know, even if adults want to integrate into the classroom, it will take at least 1 or 2 weeks. However, even if these children don't understand and find it boring, they can still stay in the classroom patiently. Oh, especially that little adult, he always helps me a lot. The teachers in the base of the Independence Army especially talked to Xingxiao, and the people who came to inspect the situation with him. And Yuan and the others mentioned that every time other children in the classroom couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to leave, the actor would stand up and threaten them fiercely to sit in the classroom and attend class, even if they didn't understand. What's more valuable is that after class, she saw the actor gathered his classmates to study together and fill in the gaps. Such an excellent student really made her want to praise him more. The third child of the Independent Army saw that his teacher was so fond of Xingxiao, and he became more and more unhappy. Since this guy came to their Independent Army, let alone swearing allegiance, his identity was still a mystery, but everyone in the Independent Army had a higher and higher opinion of her. So before Yuan, the third child of the Independent Army asked Xingxiao indignantly, "Speak up, what did you say to these children?" "Oh, Lao San, don't be so fierce. It must be some encouraging words." The teacher of the Independence Army tried to stand up to help ease the current atmosphere, but Sheng Xia said bluntly, "I threatened them that since they have joined the Independence Army, they must play the role of the Independence Army well, otherwise they will not be allowed to come." The teacher of the Independence Army, subconsciously stunned in place. And Yuan and the second brother of the Independence Army beside him. "Is it so fun to tease Lao San? You never get tired of it. You?" The third brother of the Independence Army looked at Xingxiao with eyes wide open, like an angry little beast, but Xingxiao was still teasing him. "I said I would not lie to my companions. You are shameless to threaten children." "Thank you for the compliment. I didn't compliment you again." Seeing that the third brother was about to get angry, the second brother came out to smooth things over and stopped the third brother, while turning his head to look at Xingxiao. "Speaking of which, the original action plan has been finalized, but you submitted another action plan?" "That's right, I lied to Lang Baxiao. This time don't show mercy and send him to prison directly, just in time for the third brother to lead the team." "The third brother? On Yuan. 2-line action? Are you sure?" Xingxiao gave on Yuan a thumbs up, and the third brother's doubts in his heart couldn't help but worsen, and he inexplicably had a chilling feeling that he would be dominated by Xingxiao. 2 days later, After the last Bazoo incident, the planet Wolker soon faced a new round of vicious attacks by the Independence Army, but this time, the damaged building was a heater manufacturing factory under the influence of Dr. Scream. The media made a big fuss about the fact that due to the attack by the Independence Army, this year's heating costs may increase significantly compared to previous years. It still depends on how the newly appointed planetary commander is going to deal with this matter. However, since the staff in the government hall had just finished overtime and returned home for vacation a day ago, the officials showed fatigue in dealing with the incident. At the same time, all news media received a declaration letter from the Independence Army. For the first time, the Independence Army claimed that the killing of Bazoo was not done by them. It is not yet certain whether this is a prank or not, but regarding the raid on the heater manufacturing factory, the Independence Army claimed that they had won a great victory. Except for 2 injured people who accidentally sprained their ankles when climbing over the wall because of excessive excitement, there were no casualties on both sides of the attack. For a time, the discussion about this matter on the Star Network was even quite hot in the alien domain. I have never seen such a long time. The Independence Army of Vogue Planet actually spoke for the first time. If the Independence Army's claim is true, then who killed Bazoo? Interesting. Since the arrival of the new planetary commander, the news of Vogue Planet has started like a TV series. Ha ha ha. Am I the only one who feels sorry for the staff of Vogue Planet's government hall? It seems that they have just been able to take a holiday. A staff member of the government hall has come up and left a message, saying that he will resign immediately. It's so funny, he can resign for this. He said saving his life is important. At the same time, the people in the Independence Army base felt a little unbelievable when they saw the name of their organization appear on the front page of various news media reports so easily. After all, no matter how big a commotion they made in the past, the news media on the planet Wolker would deliberately downplay their existence to suppress them. It seems that the target of this operation was really well chosen. The second in the Independence Army couldn't help but say admiringly, the heating equipment that everyone is concerned about has attracted everyone's attention at once. The most important thing is that we have finally regained control of the lifeline of survival in the cold season. And Yuan nodded silently. Seeing this, Lao Ma, who was following behind her, asked her if she was worried about the revenge from Dr. Scream and the population export faction. After leaving the heater manufacturing factory, he had readjusted the attack equipment entering the base. Even if Dr. Scream sent people over immediately, they would not be able to catch them. However, and Yuan shook his head and said frankly that he was not worried about this matter now. He also didn't know what the situation was like with Lao San. After all, Sheng Xia went to Lao San's team temporarily, and said that he had something to discuss with Lang Baxia. After waiting for a whole night, the people from Lao San's group finally came back, but Sheng Xia was not among the group. Lao San looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and was a little absent-minded. What happened? And Yuan and the others came up to Lao San and asked him. Lao San looked up at them, and remembered Sheng Xia's instructions before leaving. He simply turned around, and went back to his room, without paying attention to anyone. What happened to him? Did the operation go smoothly? And Yuan and the others asked about the companions who went with Lao San, but the latter only told them that everything went smoothly after looking at each other. However, Sheng Xia called Lao San alone and talked about something. After that, Sheng Xia left the prison alone, and Lao San became a dazed look. And Yuan, Fuzi Sheng Xia didn't come back? She only left before leaving. She told us to take good care of the children brought from Lang Baxia. She said that the children on Vogue Planet were innocent anyway. And Yuan and the others, the most habitable hot spring mountain area on Vogue Planet is like a different planet from the base of the Independent Army. The habitable temperature of 23 or 24 degrees plus the cold air passing through the sky after the hot spring gas rises make the whole mountain area look like a fairyland, not to mention the majestic mountains not far away. Its unique snow sports building area makes this place look noble. The villa area where Mo Siming is located is at the foot of one of the mountains. The design of the luxurious palace and fountain manor is not to mention Wei Jia, who is with Xingxia. Even Xingxia herself feels that she has seen too much luxury. This strong contrast will really destroy human nature. No wonder Wei Jia said before that every planetary commander who came here would eventually be unable to resist the temptation. This temptation is indeed a bit too big. We have to go to one of the paths leading to the underground collection room, and then pass through the underground collection room to go to the corresponding washroom. Master Mo Siming has already prepared everything. Xingxiao looked at Wei Jia as he spoke, but unexpectedly found that his eyes were neither envious nor greedy for what he saw, but rather a bit sad and angry. What are you thinking about? Xingxia couldn't help but call Wei Jie. After Wei Jie reacted, he quickly lowered his head and said bluntly that everything in front of him was not what he should see. Time is running out. Please follow the butler and leave. Xingxia. Never mind. I have a chance to talk to Wei Jie later. 2 hours later, after finally washing herself, Xingxia just wanted to collapse on the sofa in Mo Siming's house. The underground collection room of this damn place is so big, it's a sin. Mo Siming rushed in at this time. It was comfortable to mock Xingxia. Have you ever considered him? Xingxia glanced at Mo Siming. Well, the former peacock is obviously much older now, even with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Mo Siming came in and sat down and directly tore off his coat. He asked Xingxia what she was thinking while mentioning the annual review meeting in a while. All the heavyweights in the forces were coming. Even if he could not protect Xingxia, she had better be mentally prepared. It's okay. Seeing that Xingxia's tone of response was still so relaxed, Mo Siming couldn't help but stand up and looked at her from top to bottom with a sense of oppression. Do you know that once the matter of the Independence Army is a commotion, simply contributing money and effort is useless? It may be difficult to calm this meeting without real bloodshed. I originally said I wanted to wipe out the Independence Army. In this situation, do you still want to wipe out the Independence Army? Okay, I admit that I don't plan to wipe out the Independence Army, but I have a strong desire to make money by using the name of the Independence Army. Mo Siming's expression cracked for a moment. He walked back and forth in front of Xingxia repeatedly and left only one sentence. Has anyone told you that you can easily kill yourself if you play like this? At this moment, he regretted it. He shouldn't have become Xingxia's accomplice for no reason. He might also be implicated in the future when he was liquidated. Unexpectedly, Xingxia, who sat up, said in a low voice and boldly, "Then before I die, send them all to the gallows." Mo Siming, Xingxia, You are so arrogant. Do you think I'm kidding? Mo Siming, The housekeeper knocked on the door at this time, and came in respectfully to remind Xingxia and Mo Siming that all parties to the annual review meeting had arrived at the meeting room on time, and could proceed with the meeting normally. Forget it. Mo Siming took a deep breath. Good luck to you. Every time he entered the huge round-table conference room that looked like an interrogation room, even though he was one of the 7 major forces on the Wolker planet, he would feel tremendous pressure. He didn't believe that Xingxia would not feel anything. After thinking about it, Mo Siming took another deep breath, struggling with the idea of whether to get up and help protect Xingxia. The atmosphere in the round-table conference room was depressing. The heavyweights of all forces were ready to have a good meeting with the newly appointed planetary commander. Such a big frame, such a bad incident, almost holding the staff of the government hall hostage. The staff worked overtime like crazy, and they were eager to get an answer. When Mo Siming sat down in his seat, he could feel the pressure that seemed to eat Xingxia alive. What he didn't expect was that Xingxia said, "I heard that the Independent Army directly destroyed the heater factory in the north this time. This is a very bad attack after I took office. To be honest, I don't believe that there is no support from any power or force behind the Independent Army, so..." Xingxia stood up and said, "Who is it that is targeting me right from the start, and even using the Independent Army to create such a big chaos? Who is it?" Mo Siming, "Damn, she blames me." Chapter 13. But it's true that after Xingxia suddenly attacked, she took the initiative of the whole meeting. The heavyweights of various forces who wanted to criticize Xingxia subconsciously kept a tacit silence, and Xingxia continued to talk about what she had done in the past few days without any stage fright. "I know that I asked your children to work overtime a few days ago, but this was also to clear the previous bad debts. I believe you all want to know why the business has become more and more complicated in recent years, but the money has become less and less." While talking, Xingxia threw out a simplified income and expenditure table of the corresponding import and export projects and infrastructure projects of Wolker planet after sorting and calculating. She threw out this income and expenditure table and signaled everyone present to circulate it to each other. To be honest, Wolker, the people on the planet can no longer make much money. If we continue to follow the usual routine, the vicious cycle of people fleeing will repeat itself in less than 3 years. The fact is that you have already forced many policies to prevent people from fleeing, right? If you want to make money continuously, you either continue to ask the Federation for money or develop in other star regions. To be honest, I originally wanted to reconcile your conflicts with sincerity, make money together, and make money in harmony, but I didn't expect that someone here would want to take my life. Everyone, do you really think that Vogue Planet will become rich and powerful if it is out of the control of the Federation? Just talk about the neighboring star region forces, Alpha, Stuya, Gmae Federation. Which one is not eyeing you guys covetously? You can tell me for yourself. Mo Simon glanced at Xingxia, and inexplicably felt that the current scene was a bit funny. Xingxia had just scolded the heavyweights of various forces like dogs, but he glanced around the meeting room and found that the interests that Xingxia mentioned were what they valued most. Indeed, the various forces on Vogue have developed to the current situation, and a delicate balance has been formed. If the Federation really announced that it recognized the independence of Vogue, then which of the Starfield forces entrenched in the surrounding areas would not want to completely devour them? The Untouchables didn't care. After all, they didn't have much left in their hands, but they were different. They could act arrogantly on Vogue, but if they really left Vogue, they would never be able to taste the pain of starting from scratch again. Thinking of this, Mo Simon couldn't help laughing at his heart. Xingxia specifically stepped on the most feared point in the hearts of these people, which was quite interesting. If you ask me, if you want to get involved, don't get involved with your own people. If you have the ability, think of ways to get involved outside, become bigger and stronger, and create more glory. Xingxia said while clapping herself in a funny way. Oh, so you mean you have a way to reconcile our various conflicts during your term? Finally, someone from the Arms faction asked this question first. Mo Simon took the opportunity to look over, and knew that the big money behind this person was not a force on the Wolker planet. Another powerful elder from the population export faction was about to speak up and wanted to help Xingxia out, but over there, Dr. Scream from the biology faction sneered and mentioned another thing. Excuse me, do you really have a way, or rather the ability to reconcile our conflicts? Oh, by the way, not long ago, a capable person at my hand ran to see you, and there has been no news since then. This matter. Before Dr. Scream could finish, Xingxia's sharp eyes swept over. So you suspect I killed him? As soon as these words came out, the whole conference room was terribly quiet. Dr. Scream was also a little surprised by Xingxia's question, but at the same time, he immediately realized that he originally wanted to use this incident to find trouble with Xingxia, but now it seems. Xingxia really killed Lang Sang? She flipped the table directly. At this time, Xingxia also sat back in her seat coldly and stared at Dr. Scream, as if questioning him. I did flip the table. What do you want? Dr. Scream didn't know how long it took to find his voice again. How could it be? The tone was full of unwillingness and disbelief. But Xingxia chased and blocked him, and refused to give him a chance to live, and said again, intentional. See, you think of me as an enemy. Is that what you mean? I didn't understand it wrong. How could that be? He wouldn't dare. Seeing the situation tense, another person in charge of the biological faction beside Dr. Scream immediately stood up, and tried to block the gaze between Xingxia and Dr. Scream, and also tried to smooth things over. However, Xingxia did not give him this face, but instead let out a long and meaningful sigh. Dr. Scream, All the participants, Suddenly, Xingxia stood up again and her tone became colder, like a completely enraged beast. I have only been on Vogue Planet for 10 days. You all remember that if anyone wants to touch me, I will definitely take off his head first. I will do what I say. After saying this, Xingxia left the stage directly, leaving the participants dumbfounded. She is a bit arrogant. After a while, someone in the meeting room chuckled as if waking up from a dream, and lamented that young planetary commanders are prone to losing their temper, but young people can understand it. She is not used to the chaos on our planet Vogue yet. She just needs to stay for a while. Her condition is obviously not right. Do you know what's going on? What's wrong with her has nothing to do with us, but Dr. Scream, you guys, I told you to be more restrained. Goodbye. There are those who want to stand with Xingxia because they are afraid of violence, those who feel disappointed but are interested in Xingxia, those who want to evaluate Xingxia again, and of course those who feel threatened and want to really attack Xingxia. Mo Simon quietly listened to the greetings, complaints or angry words of various forces, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He was too worried about Xingxia. After this meeting, it was obvious that Xingxia had already played the card of wanting to eat up Dr. Scream's force at the meeting. It was very risky, but at the same time, once this card was played, anyone who helps Dr. Scream will obviously be included in her target. Just like the people of the Arms faction said, she is really arrogant. But at the same time, this matter has been made public, letting everyone know that she is in an explosive state recently, killing gods when she sees them. Even if someone wants to make trouble for her, they will specially avoid this period of time. Moreover, if someone happens to dislike Dr. Scream, they might take the opportunity to find Xingxia to form an alliance. No matter what, Xingxia still controls the federal security team, an armed force, and is also the commander sent by the federal government. More importantly, Xingxia originally had no foundation on the planet Wolker, But now those who need her, or want to evaluate her, will let her live longer. If she can really swallow up the power of Dr. Scream, she will be able to get a seat in the conference room from then on, and thus completely integrate into the power network of the planet Wolker. For some reason, Asserting suddenly remembered some of the planetary commanders who had come to Volk Planet before. Some of them even knelt down to ask for his help because they thought he was easy to talk to. This contrast was so tragic that Asserting felt that he could not breathe for a while. He stood up and wanted to leave the meeting room. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. He turned around and found that it was Zhuang Zhengshu, who was responsible for money laundering in the biological faction. At this moment, Zhuang Zhengshu showed some hesitation and only asked him tentatively, what do you think of this planetary commander? Asserting, Ignoring Zhuang Zhengshu, Asserting turned around and left. However, when Zhuang Zhengshu was about to despair, Asserting suddenly stopped and turned back to look at him, while silently uttering 3 words. Zhuang Zhengshu read along with Asserting's mouth shape. Don't mess with her. This is... Asserting is determined to protect. What does Xingxia mean? Back in the living room of the villa, Asserting originally wanted to ask Xingxia about her later action plan, but was told by the housekeeper that Xingxia had left. She left. Where did she go? She said she went to investigate the Volk police station and related prisons. After hearing this, Asserting subconsciously glanced at the time displayed on his computer. According to Xingxia's schedule, she would have to stay up all night to visit all the prisons she wanted to investigate. Is she really so lazy that she doesn't even take a break? At the same time, Wei Jie, who was sitting in the car, sighed one after another, and Xingxia couldn't help but raise her head and looked at him with an expression of "Tell me, what do you want to do?" "I'm thinking about my daughter. I went out before dawn, and she was asleep when I got home. I don't see her every day, and I don't know if she will be close to me when she goes home in the future." Knowing that Wei Jie was complaining about his long working hours in disguise, Sheng Xia couldn't help but chuckled and told Wei Jie to wait a little longer. It was only a few days. After that, even if he wanted to come over, she wouldn't let him work overtime. Why? Wei Jie inexplicably felt a hint of threat from Sheng Xia's words. Sheng Xia glanced at him and said that it would probably be a tough battle. In order not to be affected by her affairs, it would be better for him to stay at home for a while. Of course, his salary would be paid. Wei Jie, In the past, whenever someone with some power asked him to help with something, he would always throw him out to take the blame when something went wrong. This made him become more and more tactful. After all, for the sake of his family, his life was very precious. This was the first time he encountered. The boss said that he didn't want him to be affected by her affairs, and asked him to go home and hide for a while. Wei Jie couldn't find an expression to respond to these words for a while. He was silent for a long time before he persuaded Sheng Xia in a weak way. If you go through all the prisons at this time, you won't be able to sleep until tomorrow afternoon. Don't work so hard. As he was talking, they arrived at the Kuroshio prison. Sheng Xia got off the car alone without responding to Wei Jie's words, but after walking for a while, she turned back and waved to him with a smile. Thank you. Wei Jie, The morning light sprinkled on Sheng Xia's body, giving her a thin layer of golden light. She was beautiful no matter how you looked at her. Wei Jie looked at this scene for a long time without coming back to his senses. In the Kuroshio prison, under the guidance of the warden, Xingxia went through a long corridor dripping with water and emitting stench to the cell where Lang Baxiao was currently imprisoned. Lang Baxiao had been hung here for a day and a night after being tortured, without any food or water. He was dehydrated and in pain, and even his struggles seemed particularly strenuous. You lied to me. Lang Baxiao was very excited when he saw Xingxia coming in. You big liar. Yeah. Xingxia smiled and responded to Lang Baxiao's words. Be careful in your next life. Seeing the muzzle of the gun against his temple, Lang Baxiao's face turned pale instantly. Even if you kill me, you can't take over my property. No. I still have value. I still no. Chapter 14. After coming out of the cell where Lang Baxiao was imprisoned, Xingxia glanced at the warden and the prison guards beside him. She could clearly see some sympathy for Lang Baxiao from the prison guard's eyes. Sympathy? Why? Lang Baxiao is not only a drug dealer, but also one of the most important downstream links in Dr. Scream's black factory. The industries he runs even include child trafficking and organ smuggling. Judging from the number of thugs he has, the scale of the industry, and the fact that the area he controls is one of the core economic zones of the Wolker planet, the black things he has done are definitely more than enough even if he is killed. But now in the eyes of the prison guards, he is an honest man with bad luck, and he can even win some sympathy. This is such a horrible and deformed thing. In a social system, when kindness, sincerity, mutual assistance, and other beautiful qualities are generally abandoned or even despised by people, this society has already slid into the abyss of decline at an incredible speed in the nightly revelry. Just like a huge ship, before it sank, everyone fantasized that they could become the survivor who could successfully reach the other side. In fact, it was just an illusion. The average life expectancy of ordinary people on the planet Volk was only 32 years old. When Xingxiao walked into the cell where the thugs around Lang Baxiao were imprisoned with a gloomy face, he asked the prison guards around the warden to stay. The warden seemed a little confused, but still asked the prison guards to stay first, and he left alone. And in the cell, separated by a single layer glass that looked like watching animals, as soon as the warden left, the prison guard knelt down to Xingxiao in fear, begging for mercy while kneeling, saying that he would never delay his work because of personal feelings, and asked Xingxiao not to fire him and let him continue to keep this job. Xingxiao frowned uncomfortably and waved to him to stand up. Seeing that he was still kneeling, she could only take a step forward to pull him up. Then she waited for him to calm down before asking him why he sympathized with Lang Baxiao. Don't play tricks. She saw the sympathy in his eyes. The prison guard was silent for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and told Xingxia as if he was going to bet his entire fortune that Lang Baxiao's industry was connected to every link on Volk Planet from top to bottom. Even if he died, someone would soon replace him. To be honest, Lang Baxiao was at least fair and occasionally acted as a mediator. More importantly, his brother was also Lang Baxiao's subordinate. He knew that his brother had to die. In fact, every new planetary commander would do this to show his political achievements. He just felt that his brother's luck was really not good because he had a lovely child. I know that everything he has done, including what we are doing now, will definitely be judged, but not now. I'm sorry, I'm really too sad. The prison guard couldn't help sobbing while speaking. Xingxiao couldn't help asking him at this time, what if Lang Baxiao's industry no longer exists from now on? But the prison guard's first reaction was not that the world would become a better place because of this, but asked Xingxiao in return, then how will we support ourselves and our family at that time? This is the reality. People have to be fed and survive first before they have the energy to consider other things. Xingxiao comforted the prison guard's emotions, but at the same time, she also suggested that she could let his brother go, but the prison guard needed to help her do things. Me? The prison guard was very surprised. After being surprised, he remained silent for an unknown period of time. He took a deep breath and said that even if he would be completely swallowed by the wind and snow after his death, he was willing to obey Xingxiao's orders. Xingxiao nodded, and then asked the prison guard to stay in the cell while she went to meet Lang Baxiao's men alone. Originally, the prison guard suggested that it would be better not to meet them alone. After all, this group of people had reached the end of their rope, and the safety of a private meeting could not be guaranteed. If they wanted to interrogate them, they could arrange it, but if they interrogate, they won't hear the truth. Xingxiao refused him, but still asked the prison guard to calm the emotions of the people inside at the moment of opening the door, telling them to answer whatever they were asked, and it was hard to say whether they could survive. After calming down, Xingxiao dragged a folding chair into the cell, which could only be seen from the outside, but looked like a fully enclosed solitary confinement room. In fact, Xingxiao had also considered the safety issue mentioned by the prison guard. Bringing a folding chair could not only protect herself, but also allow her to freely play the role she wanted. After putting down the folding chair, Xingxiao sat down with great momentum and looked around. Among these people, some were angry and some wanted to attack Xingxiao, but were still enduring. Just say whatever you want to say. Midsummer said something provocative, and sure enough, someone started to curse. You betrayed us. Shameless. You lied to us. You won't have a good ending. Oh! Midsummer called out the person who said she wouldn't have a good ending. Seeing that he looked very young, not even 20 years old, she deliberately asked him why he thought she wouldn't have a good ending. Unexpectedly, the other party said directly, you are a woman and a hypocritical politician. You lied to us and angered Dr. Scream. You will definitely die more miserably than me. Xingxia raised her eyebrows. There were so many complaints that she didn't know how to scold back. However, she still asked why the boy chose to join Lang Baxiao. She had read the boy's information. Didn't he want to be a police officer? I don't have money for bribes, and later I found that it's better to stay in the boss's organization. Then have you ever thought that if Lang Baxiao conflicts with other members of the organization, you will soon die in a gunfight? It doesn't matter. This is our life. At least my family can get a good funeral fee after I die. This answer made Xingxia silent. She asked other people in the room, and their answers were similar. The most ambitious one just wanted to take away one of Lang Baxia's industries. Maybe it was because a dying man's words were kind, or maybe Xingxia's attitude was relatively mild. Everyone gathered together and talked about the current situation of Vogue Planet. As for the Independence Army, these people's families did not support joining because they would die faster than in a violent organization. They didn't care what the beliefs of the Independence Army were. Only money was real. As for the people they killed, they might die in the same way tomorrow at the hands of others, so it didn't matter. Just treat it as atonement. After all, ordinary people were born on Vogue Planet, and they needed to do their best to survive. Back to Lang Baxia's subordinates generally believed that he was a true hero who came out of the slums. No matter what, he was generous to children, the disabled and their families. As for those who died in his hands, it was probably just bad luck. Planet commanders, like Xingxia, lived in a completely different world from them, so how could they really understand their situation? They were just talking. You shouldn't have lied to Lang Baxia. If you just wanted to give money to the Independence Army, we could have had a better choice. At this moment, Xingxia suddenly realized that barbaric ideas had already taken root on the planet Vogue. It would be a huge project to reverse it. Fortunately, Xingxia had seen better and greater social forms in the past when she accompanied the host on missions in the Space Bureau. Compared with those great men covered in blood and mud, at least she is now the nominal highest power holder on this planet. I cannot execute you, but you still need to atone for the mistakes you have made. How about it, do you agree? 10 minutes later, Xingxia came out of the cell and asked the warden to arrange opportunities for these prisoners to go out to work, the sooner the better, and to arrange them to the chaotic area as much as possible, that is, the area where the Independence Army and the Federal Security Team often clash. If something happens later, the debt will be cleared after the death of the person. You go and see them off for the last time. Midsummer pointed at the prison guard next to the warden. The guard was stunned for a moment, but soon figured out that escaping from the chaos zone was probably the only way the planetary commander could think of to let his brother go, so he could only accept it with great fear. Midsummer saw that everything had been arranged, so she turned around and left decisively. It was time for her to deal with her big trouble. An hour and a half later, when the motorcade of Midsummer, which was supposed to go to other prisons for inspection, was hit by a row of mortars falling from the sky when passing by the central street of Vogue Planet, the motorcade and the surrounding commercial districts fell into chaos instantly. At that time, Dr. Scream appeared on the top of the sky building on the central street with a mortar launcher, shouting that he would become the Terminator of the new planetary commander. You see, killing can be easy, and my revenge on the Federation will never stop here. As Dr. Scream said this, he raised his middle finger to the camera he was broadcasting live. However, before he could finish laughing crazily, someone in his live broadcast room was swiping the fleet as all driverless. At the same time, various news media also quickly began to report that although there was chaos in this terrorist attack, there were no casualties for the first time. The staff in the government hall and the special police of the Federal Security Team had cooperated with each other to quickly control the scene and divert the crowd, minimizing the adverse effects of this attack. Honestly, it's the first time to see so many government hall staff take to the streets as volunteers to divert the crowd. It's really hard to imagine. We can feel that some unknown changes are happening on the entire Wolker planet. Of course, seeing the stinky faces of the government hall staff, I still think it's quite strange. This is Chi-Chi, reporting the first-hand news online for you. Dr. Scream saw that the attack he carefully planned was actually reported as a farce by the media. He couldn't believe it and started to spit out foul language uncontrollably. But the next second, his live broadcast camera was accurately shattered by a sniper rifle, and then countless drones landed on his side. At this moment, Xingxia appeared in front of Dr. Scream with a sniper rifle and a bulletproof vest, and said leisurely, as if asking about the weather, "Dr. Scream, I heard that you want to kill me. Let me introduce myself. I am Xingxia, the new planetary commander." Dr. Scream's brain crashed for a moment. She came so fast? Chapter 15. Why are you here? Dr. Scream took 2 steps back subconsciously, but Xingxia reached out and loaded her sniper rifle with a click, and asked Dr. Scream coldly whether he wanted to surrender and leave a whole body or turn around and jump to die without a whole body. Dr. Scream laughed again after hearing this. His funny face covered with white primer was a bit weird and hideous because he couldn't control his big and wild laugh. Everyone, including the Federal Security Team SWAT officers following Xingxia, was a little scared and wanted to ask him what he was laughing at. However, Xingxia's expression did not change at all, so Dr. Scream felt that things were a bit boring when he saw her face. He looked at the drones that had surrounded him and mocked Xingxia. Wow, you really put on a great show with me, but as the new planet commander, have you really adapted to the pace of life on the planet Wolker? As soon as the voice fell, there was a loud bang, and a building somewhere suddenly exploded and billowed black smoke. At this time, Dr. Scream decisively took off his white coat, revealing his body full of bombs. He continued to laugh, and showed these bombs carefully to the drones surrounding him like a pervert. Dr. Scream knew that these drones had live cameras, and since he was going to show off, he must do it to the end. Sir, he is using the entire building as a hostage. The bombs he tied are enough to blow all of us up to the sky. What should we do? Should we retreat? Sure enough, the SWAT officers of the federal security team who saw this crazy scene were the first to ask questions, making a lot of noise, like a group of sparrows. Xingxia couldn't help but turn her head in surprise and look at these SWAT officers who seemed to be just for fun. She muttered to herself, are their psychological qualities so bad? After muttering, Xingxia activated Xiao AI in her mind. Xiao AI, turn on the full body scan mode for the enemy. Received, the mode has been turned on, and the bomb installation path and bomb type on the thug are being scanned in all directions at this moment, let alone the SWAT officers of the federal security team. Even the media reporters, who gathered below to report the news, couldn't help but shout that the situation was very bad. If the newly appointed planetary commander and the SWAT officers of the federal security team can't stop Dr. Scream's conspiracy, then the entire Vogue planet will fall into a situation of revenge by Dr. Scream. I think we should quickly send a negotiation expert to negotiate with Dr. Scream. This is a particularly crazy thing. We saw Dr. Scream reveal. I think our planet commander has hit a wall this time. Everyone knows that Dr. Scream's men are a bunch of crazy people. If they retaliate collectively, the consequences will be unbearable. I hope the planet commander can be more rational and don't do stupid things. Oh my god, the planet commander won't put down the sniper rifle at hand. Does she want to die with the special police officers of the federal security team? At the same time, the live broadcast barrage in the nearby star field was constantly refreshing the screen. Many people from the Vogue planet who went out to work gathered on the huge live broadcast screen to watch this confrontation farce. Is the new planet commander brainless? Or does he want to completely destroy the only high-rise building on the Vogue planet? I'm tired of watching this set. Can't the gangsters on the Vogue planet change their moves? It's a pity that the federal security team on the Vogue planet just fall for it. Ha ha, the job of the federal security team on Vogue is just a job. Why fight for it? This confrontation lasted a long time, which is not bad. I remember that the police on Vogue surrendered directly after seeing this scene. After all, she is the new planetary commander, so she should have some face. I vote for the new planetary commander. At least Vogue has never stopped having fun since she took office. Yes, ha ha ha, the Independence Army has stood up and said that they can't do bad things. The news on Vogue is like a TV series every day. I heard that it was the new planetary commander who took the initiative to find Dr. Scream unhappy this time. It's really stupid. It's normal for him to fail when he wants to pull down someone else's tree without a stable foundation. To be honest, this matter is unfair, and the command career of this planetary commander will end here. Hey, if you ask me, it's all work, why bother? Desperate? That's right, this planetary commander is too desperate. He really risked his life. Time seemed to have stopped at the top of the sky building on the central street. Everyone was anxiously looking at the planetary commander Xingxia, who neither asked for the dispatch of negotiation experts, nor let go of the sniper rifle at hand. She was like a sculpture, maintaining her tentative action of kneeling on one knee, and holding the loaded sniper rifle beside her with her hand. She seemed to be in a dilemma. The special police of the federal security team looked at Xingxia's thin back, and then looked at Dr. Scream, whose face was full of madness. For a moment, they didn't know what to do in the current situation. They could only swallow their saliva nervously, and at the same time communicated with each other through their eyes whether they should take the initiative to go forward and persuade the planetary commander. But they were worried that their action of taking a step forward would stimulate Dr. Scream. If Dr. Scream really pulled the bomb on his body, wouldn't they be particularly innocent? Time passed by minute by minute. Dr. Scream was still laughing wildly, and even wanted to mock Xingxia a few more times. But when he found that the drones surrounding him showed no signs of evacuation, and Xingxia, as the planet commander, did not seem to want to negotiate, he couldn't help but let out a long breath, and pointed his finger at his forehead in a swaggering manner, as if asking Xingxia, "Come on, do you dare to pull the trigger?" Suddenly, Xingxiao looked down at the ground and relaxed her hand holding the sniper rifle. The sniper rifle began to fall to the ground uncontrollably, and she slowly bent down from one knee and pretended to stand up. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel relieved or unhappy and shook their heads in their hearts. It seemed that the planet commander had to compromise after all. Dr. Scream laughed wildly again, but he didn't plan to stay and negotiate with the planet commander. Instead, he wanted to turn around and jump down from the top of the building to blow up the building and grab the center of the show. It was just that. He didn't expect that the drones that had been circling him suddenly output electric current to him, as if to knock him out completely. Realizing that the planet commander really dared to take action, Dr. Scream's pupils suddenly dilated, and he uncontrollably focused his attention on the drones around him. His hand also defensively touched the integrated button of the bomb on his body. However, these drones surrounding him were just feints. In fact, one of the main attack drones had already landed steadily behind Dr. Scream during the confrontation just now, and after being connected to the current in an instant, it quickly shocked Dr. Scream's muscles all over his body, temporarily losing strength. Xingxiao also took advantage of his distraction at this moment, slid close to his side, and at the moment when his muscles were stiff and unable to move due to the electric shock, he grabbed him with one hand and gave him a perfect shoulder throw without hesitation. Bang! It sounded like a heavy object falling to the ground. Before Dr. Scream could grit his teeth and reach out to touch the button of the bomb on his body, Xingxiao directly clenched his fist and punched him in the face a few times, making him a little confused. Ahem. Just as Dr. Scream was about to take a breath, Xingxiao had already accurately taken out a micro pistol and shot him in the head with one shot, which was exactly in line with his action of using his hand as a gun to shoot at his forehead. The whole attack process was not even 2 seconds. Hearing the gunshot, some of the Federal Security Team SWAT officers, who thought they would be buried in the sea of fire today, screamed exaggeratedly. After a while, when they all calmed down and realized that they were scaring themselves and looked in the direction of Xingxiao and Dr. Scream, Xingxiao had already deftly dismantled the bomb on Dr. Scream. After noticing their gazes, she turned back and smiled and joked with Dr. Scream. "It's good to be young. You can fall asleep as soon as you lie down." A group of Federal Security Team SWAT officers. The audiences from various star regions who were watching the drone live broadcast. A group of news media reporters. Shock. No, what just happened? Is this planetary commander so skilled? Dr. Scream is really crazy. At the same time, Xiao sent a message that the bomb placement points of Dr. Scream group in this high-rise building have been preliminarily checked, and the bomb types have also been uploaded to the auxiliary control page of the relevant bomb disposal experts. I hope this group of bomb disposal experts can really be used. Xingxiao silently said this to Xiao Ai in her heart. After dealing with Dr. Scream and asking Xiao Ai to scan Dr. Scream's physical condition to confirm that he was dead, Xingxiao stood up and strode to the edge of the top of the building in the surprised eyes of the Federal Security Team Special Police U. Hearing the voice, Xingxiao turned around and looked at the group of special police officers from the Federal Security Team. "Where are you going?" "Give me my sniper rifle." Xingxiao's tone was still so calm. A bolder special police officer from the Federal Security Team picked up Xingxiao's sniper rifle and handed it to her. Xingxiao also raised the corner of her mouth. "Of course, we should strike while the iron is hot and catch these bad guys in one fell swoop." Before the voice fell, Xingxiao jumped directly from the top of the building and, amid the exclamations of the crowd, used the drone as a step and stepped onto the integrated guard's small starship that just arrived on time. Her extremely cool profile and back figure made everyone. All of them were stunned, and it was not until the integrated guard's small starship drove away that the crowd cheered again. She really killed Dr. Scream. So cool. Oh, this is our new planet commander. Great, God heard our prayers and really gave us a tough planet commander. Is planet Wolker safe from now on? At the same time, unlike the people who were caught up in the cheers, some people from both the arms faction and the population export faction uncontrollably restrained their expressions of watching the fun after watching this farce. In the middle of summer, she really dared to do it. Chapter 16. On the integrated guard's small starship, the third brother of the Independence Army drove the starship, while occasionally turning his head to look at Xingxiao, who was standing next to him, and cleaning the sniper rifle in his hand. After hesitating for a long time, the third brother finally said what he wanted to say. "You know, I still can't fully believe that you are the new planetary commander of our planet." Hearing the third brother's hesitant voice, Xingxiao chuckled and asked him back, "What is the third article of the Independence Army Declaration?" "Ah?" The third brother was a little confused. It is to respect objective reality, understand the situation clearly, and never fall into illusory imagination, baby. Hearing this long baby, the third brother subconsciously frowned, and his whole body was full of resistance. Don't call me baby, I don't buy your tricks. But you still drive the starship. Come to save me, thank you. After saying this, Xingxia stood up and opened the door leading to the outside of the starship before Lao San could react. No you hey, why did you jump? I'm going to. Scared by Xingxia, Lao San hurriedly switched to the autopilot mode and just ran to the door frame of the starship and showed his head. He saw the drone directly wrapped around Xingxia and carried her to another construction area like some kind of micro-aircraft. Only he was left leaning against the door frame like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world and cursing. At the same time, on the big screen of the Independent Army base, Lao San actually appeared in the live broadcast. And Yuan and the leaders of the Independent Army around him couldn't help but look at each other, and then quickly got up and ran to Lao San's room. He hasn't left the room since morning. We thought he had overslept at the time. A companion of Lao San said so. After all, Lao San has been acting strange since the last offensive. He won't say anything and refuses to communicate. He will even sleep with his head covered to avoid being asked when he is pressed. And Yuan and the others can only ask the people around Lao San about the situation, but the answers they get are not satisfactory. Now they enter Lao San's room and see the envelope left in Lao San's room and a note signed by Fuzi in the envelope. It's urgent. I borrowed it for use. If you want to contact him privately, just find him. The contact information of this him left behind obviously starts with letters that only people living in the core urban area have. And according to Lao Ma's analysis, at least senior officials in the government hall are allowed to register with these last digits. And Yuan, the leaders of the Independent Army following in Yuan, is Lao San. Willing to be kidnapped? Wait, Fuzi knows a senior official in the government hall, or is Fuzi herself a senior official in the government hall? There were so many questions that everyone couldn't decide whether to contact this person for a while. But one thing was very clear, this Fuzi was really not a pushover. After a long time, in the dead silence, and Yuan looked around at everyone and suddenly made a more shocking guess. I think Fuzi is the new planet commander. How is this possible? But while refuting this, everyone gradually realized that Lao San's abnormality might be because he couldn't digest the news for a while. So he locked himself in the room. What does that mean? Finally someone asked the key point. If Fuzi was really the new planetary commander, why did she come to the base of the Independence Army alone and then go back without launching a siege against them? You know, every new planetary commander will submit the results of the siege against them as his own achievements to the Federation, while also seeking protection from the major forces on the planet. What exactly does Fuzi want to do? Or to put it another way, what does she want to do with him? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more solemn, and Yuan suddenly raised his head and pretended to be relaxed and said in a soothing way, obviously, the final answer is either a trap specifically aimed at us, or a pie in the sky. I am optimistic. Let's move the base first and contact this person at the same time. And Yuan made the final decision. Everyone looked at her bright eyes and pretended to be relaxed. They knew that she was in a very stressful situation again. Every time she put on this expression, it was because the Independence Army had to make a serious decision. The fact is that since Yuan, after her mother passed away, and Yuan shouldered the entire Independence Army, she might still be a little immature, but it was because of her presence that the Independence Army did not fall apart. They had experienced many difficult times together before, whether to break into prison, whether to give up some people to strive for the transfer of the base, whether to give up the main city and retreat to the chaotic urban area on the edge. Every major decision was made by Yuan in the end. Of course, in exchange, she also took on all the doubts, and would take the initiative to appease the emotions of those dissatisfied people afterwards. From the age of 12, it can be said that she was not only a mature soldier, but also a sole figure who could rush to the front to save the Independence Army at the most critical moment. After all, anyone can discuss strategies and speak freely, but there are very few people who dare to make the final decision and take responsibility. Her decisions may not be correct, but she still grew up in the wind and rain. This is also the reason why the Independence Army soldiers are particularly convinced of her young leader. Okay, since you have decided to transfer in contact, then I agree. Old Ma spoke first. Yes, after all, to be honest, this planetary commander probably knows us much better than any previous planetary commander. The second brother also stood up and responded, then prepare for the storm. After Yuan said this, He sounded the alarm in the independent army base. At this moment, Wei Jie, who was unilaterally contacted by the independent army, was accompanying the handling of the affairs of Lang Baxiao's men in the prison in the chaotic area. Although Xingxia had not communicated with him before, when he was contacted by the leader of the independent army, he looked at the area where he was currently in a long-term melee with the independent army, and thought of Xingxia's current presence in the foreground constantly attracting everyone's attention, and the words that he had said to the warden before, "Debts are cleared when people die." Wei Jie instantly guessed that Xingxia wanted to hand all these people over to the independent army, but he didn't understand why he did this. He was very uneasy. He felt that Xingxia was constantly helping the independent army grow like a leader who was pulling up seedlings. If this matter was exposed, if she goes, she will definitely become the enemy of all forces on Wolker. Isn't she afraid? Just as Wei Jie kept talking about Xingxia, Xingxia had already reached the cordon set up by the federal security team in the building under Dr. Scream. She sneezed and was a little surprised at her current physical condition. The federal security team members, who were dispatched here, also stepped forward to tell Xingxia that after monitoring by drones and Wolker's Sky Eye, Dr. Scream's men have gathered in this building under Dr. Scream. In addition to Dr. Scream's men, there are also a large number of desperate criminals who have been wanted for many years on Wolker. It will be very difficult to capture it. What do you mean? Do they still have hostages? Midsummer, who knew 3 hours ago that there would be a tough battle, had gradually relocated the people in the area through Xiaoai's system intrusion and Sky Eye monitoring, and sent official text messages to inform them that they would be forced to distribute some winter supplies in advance inside the government hall. If they did not go to collect them today, they would be left in a stalemate. Not only that, Midsummer also contacted Mo Siming to organize a grand Freestar concert for the citizens who left. After the corresponding people left, the members of the federal security team would immediately enter the area and take portraits of those who were still stranded in the area. Compare, arrest immediately if there is any problem. According to Xiao AI's data, all the citizens in this area should have left. There should be no hostages, but... The voice of the member of the federal security team suddenly began to become a little hesitant. Xingxia glanced at him fiercely, and the other party subconsciously revealed all his thoughts. It will be very difficult to capture them alive. After all, they are all desperate criminals. The people inside are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of death. After all, being a member of the federal security team is just a job. You can't burn yourself to light up her future for the 3 fires of the newly appointed planetary commander. After thinking these words silently in their hearts, all the members of the federal security team lowered their heads in unison, and dared not look at Xingxia's expression. What they didn't expect was that Xingxia took the internal security communication system of the federal security team directly after glancing at them, and said, "Attention, we will storm the building in 10 minutes. Anyone who shoots at you will be killed without mercy. Protect yourself. The order is over." After hearing what Xingxia said, all the members of the federal security team widened their eyes in shock. You don't plan to keep some people alive for interrogation? It depends on whether the other side wants to live. But you also said that they are desperate criminals. Being kind to them is cruel to those who have died at their hands. You choose it yourself? Xingxia smiled handsomely, and the members of the federal security team suddenly stood up. Attack in 10 minutes. But shortly after this order was issued, a team of people claiming to be senior negotiation experts suddenly arrived at the scene and accused Xingxia of intensifying the conflict. You can't do this. If the criminals feel that life is death, death is death, then they will definitely resist to the end. Knowing that he had finally lured the snake out of its hole, Xingxia curled his lips slightly, quite unmoved. If they resist to the end, they will be shot directly, and they will not be put to trial in court and then executed, right? You are really rude, cruel and disrespectful of human rights. Xingxia just listened to the abuse of this group of people with one ear and out the other. She didn't want to defend herself at first, but after thinking about it, she unconsciously asked the leading negotiation expert, "If your relatives had appeared among the people killed by those crazy people, would you still call me cruel like now?" Who knew that the negotiation experts were silent for a few seconds, but still said in a very saintly way, "Even if our relatives appeared, we still support them to have complete human rights and should not be slaughtered at will." Xingxia raised her eyebrows slightly. Okay, really unmoved. She turned around and signaled the federal security team to move all the negotiation experts out of the battle zone. As a result, she heard the federal security team sniper in the distance urgently notifying them that the people inside the building had set up mortars. Then, there is no need to show mercy. Midsummer had just finished speaking when there was a series of crisp sounds, and the glass windows outside the entire building shattered. Then, blood-soaked cages were swung out on brackets, and the strong smell of blood instantly filled the air. Dr. Scream's men used loudspeakers and voice changers to threatening Xingxia. Listen, inside this building is a complete human factory of Dr. Scream. If you force your way in, we will execute these experimental subjects on the spot and blow up the factory. You will never get what you want. Those are not experimental subjects, but living lives. Xingxia looked up at the bloody cages and wanted to turn around and ask the negotiation experts, do you still support them having full human rights now? Who knew that when they turned around, a group of negotiation experts collectively vomited all over the floor uncontrollably, and no one could stand up. Xingxia. A bunch of trash. Chapter 17. Xingxia sighed, turned around and asked the members of the federal security team to control the group of negotiation experts first. The members of the federal security team were a little excited and a little unbelievable, and whispered to Xingxia, really, are you sure? The forces behind these negotiation experts were the ones they couldn't afford to offend in the past. Now someone actually ordered to find trouble with these negotiation experts? Xingxia raised her eyebrows. It can be seen that the members of the federal security team have been suffering from the negotiation experts for a long time. Seeing this, she directly pulled a member of the federal security team over and whispered in his ear, if there is a grudge, take revenge, and if there is a grievance, redress it. Pass it on. This is good. The members of the federal security team directly handcuffed the negotiation experts and forced them to leave. At the same time, Dr. Scream's men who saw this scene were about to ask Xingxia if she was really going to overturn the table, and she heard her holding a loudspeaker and shouting, don't you want to negotiate? Others can't express my meaning. I came up to talk to you alone. Let's chat. As soon as these words came out, the audience, who were still frantically reporting the live broadcast room and cursing that the drone camera was aimed at these experimental cages was no different from watching a comedy, and being suddenly killed by horror elements, began to subconsciously send barrages to ask Xingxia not to be so courageous. Oh my god, going up alone to negotiate. Is the new planetary commander so confident in his own strength? Yeah, aren't you afraid of being shot by the other party? Don't worry, maybe you are not going up to silence him, but to negotiate? At this point, we can only negotiate. Killing Dr. Scream is already very good. Even if we have to negotiate, I still think this new planetary commander is very brave. Yes, call for this new planetary commander. Just before Xingxia was about to enter the human body factory building, the third brother of the independent army called Xingxia urgently to ask what he meant. Was he really going in to give himself up? What do you think? At this time, Xingxia's tone was still so indifferent. The third brother was anxious and said, no, the starship he was currently controlling had enough space to accommodate and could resist the attacks of some of Dr. Scream's men. He could save these experimental subjects while he drove the starship to attract the attention of Dr. Scream's men. She didn't have to take such risks. Xingxia looked up at the experimental subjects, who were hung out with a stent. After Xiaoai's scan, these human experiment participants were seriously injured, and some of them had infectious diseases. Once rescued, they had to be isolated immediately. According to Xiaoai, it was not necessary to save them. The survival rate was too low, and for these experimental subjects, death might be a happy thing. According to the current medical technology on Wolker planet, subsequent treatment will also be a torture for these experimental subjects. The reason why the thugs put them outside is not to value the lives of these humans, but to value the research value of their bodies. It has been monitored that they have been injected with multiple viruses and have undergone multiple human surgeries. Are you sure you still want to save them? Xingxia turned around and waved to the members of the federal security team, asking them to wait for a while, and then quickly summon medical staff after they went in. If ordinary doctors are unwilling to come, then give a death order to let the military doctors come first, and prepare some ambulances and explosion-proof vehicles that can isolate infectious diseases. But the best medical equipment is inside this building. The words of the federal security team member reminded Xingxia that she could use local materials, you reminded me. While changing his mind, Xingxia still asked the members of the federal security team to do as he said. After all, it is better to be prepared. At this time, Lao San was still frantically contacting Xingxia, asking what Xingxia meant and whether his starship would come over soon. He could no longer hold back his desire to hit someone. You are really impatient. Xingxia asked Xiaoai to connect with the control panel of the starship driven by Lao San. Soon, in front of Lao San, a full range of unmanned guard corps control panels were generated after the invasion of black technology, including but not limited to drone swarms, ground unmanned dogs, monitoring eyes, small unmanned rocket launchers, unmanned sniper birds, and even large warships suspended outside the Vogue planet. The assault equipment can be activated with one click and enter combat readiness. Oh my god, this is too cool. Lao San was stunned on the spot, with the illusion that an ordinary maintenance worker had mistakenly entered the Federal Security Intelligence Hall, and Xingxia quickly assigned him a task through Xiao AI's voice. In a while after she entered the building, he had to control the unmanned dogs on the ground to cooperate in invading the building, and at the same time, he had to give the drone swarm a rescue order. In addition, the surveillance eye in the sky needed to quickly analyze who was driving towards the building during this period of time, and the unmanned rocket launcher had to be prepared to deal with the impulsive attacks of the thugs inside the building, and it was imperative to intercept 100% of the shells to reduce the possible losses to the minimum. The unmanned sniper bird entered a state of combat readiness. Once it was found that there were still thugs trying to attack or cause riots in the crowd, they would be immediately paralyzed and notified to the Federal Security Team at the same time. As for the large warship's assault equipment, it was to prevent other forces outside the planet from wanting to join in the fun, and then they could only be handed over to the Federal warships to deal with it. You have such a sufficient arsenal, but it's just to save people? Wow, who is this person? Planet Commander is probably just an insignificant title for her. Xingxia was silent for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and asked Lao San helplessly, "So did you write down what I just said?" "Oh, I'm writing it down. I get a notebook." Lao San seemed to have just woken up from a dream. Stupid. Xingxia complained bluntly. Lao San, He was about to ask, no, how can he control so many equipments by himself? He found that the artificial intelligence El Xiao AI had appeared in his control panel, introducing himself to him, and inviting him to join the subsequent control operations. "So you are you saying that Xingxia, as the commander of the planet Wolker, actually does not have the right to use these warships?" "That's right. I hacked into the warship system and robbed the Federation's warships." Xiao Ai answered very naturally, and the third brother was silent for a long time before he praised her as if to save face. "Wow, you two lawless lunatics." On the ground of the planet Wolker, Dr. Scream's men agreed to Xingxia's request to come up alone to negotiate with them, and even mercifully said that Xingxia could bring 6 more people up, saying that it was to protect Xingxia's safety, but in fact it also meant hostages. The members of the Federal Security Team knew very well that if the negotiations failed, they might become cannon fodder and be killed by these lunatics, and if they really succeeded, the planetary commander might kill them to keep the secret. No matter how you think about it, this is definitely going to die. Therefore, for a moment, the members of the Federal Security Team all stepped back unconsciously, and tried to stay away from Xingxia. Xingxia also noticed it when she turned around. Wow, she seemed to have become the head teacher who suddenly asked questions in class. Everyone looked down and said, "I need volunteers." Xingxia lowered her voice, and looked at the group of Federal Security Team members. After all, the places that drones can penetrate are limited. "I need people to follow me in, and press all these guys to death in the toilet." Hearing Xingxia say this, the members of the Federal Security Team actually raised their heads and looked at her in surprise, and there was a little more sparkle in their eyes, perhaps moved or perhaps unbelievable. After an unknown period of time, someone took the lead and stood up. It seemed that he was already a veteran in the Federal Security Team. He said that he had been here for 28 years. During these years, he had a disability in his feet due to training. If it were not for the temporary mobilization, he might have been dismissed, and his request was also not much, just hope that if he dies soon, Xingxia can agree to give his family a funeral fee. Xingxia looked at him, and if she looked closely, she would find that his left leg had more bandages than his right leg. "What's your name?" "My name is Rum, sir." "Very good, I agree to your request, and I will also protect your safety. I hope you can remember that you are not going in with me for a heroic death, but for a better tomorrow." "Rum?" The tone of this was so high that he didn't know how to respond for a while. Hearing that there was a funeral fee, and there was also a drone live broadcast here, the planet commander must not be able to refuse to pay. With the idea of taking a chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, the second volunteer stood out of the team and told Xingxia that his name was Wei Ming. If he died, he hoped to get a funeral fee. Compared with Rum's physical condition, he looked taller and stronger. At first glance, he should be the backbone of the family. "Ju?" Xingxia asked about his family situation. When she learned that he had 4 children at home, and that his family would not cry because of his departure, Xingxia frowned slightly. The third volunteer was Xingxuan, who had a younger sister, and a sick younger brother at home. He needed money and medical assistance. The fourth volunteer was Nongbong, who had a brother, who was in prison for making anti-federal remarks. He needed money to visit the prison. He hoped that after his death, he would be pardoned and let his brother go home. The fifth volunteer was Leonie, who had 7 younger brothers and sisters at home. She hoped that Xingxia could help them go to school. After all, the cost of student loans was too high. The sixth volunteer was Musheng, who was raised by a sister in the red light district. Her sister had been abused to death by a customer. He had no hope in this world. The reason he stood up was that Xingxia said that this negotiation was for a better tomorrow. He wanted to try to trust the planet commander once. You sound like you are asking me for help. When Xingxia looked at Musheng, Musheng also looked at her without fear. Maybe, but if I can help others survive, then it won't be a waste of death. Xingxia was silent for a few seconds, and turned around and called Rum without answering him, making Rum the captain of this special vanguard team. Use your lifelong learning to lead all of them to survive. When walking past Rum, Xingxia pressed Rum's shoulder particularly hard. Rum was a little surprised but nodded quickly. He prayed in his heart that even if there was only a little chance of survival, he would fight for the poor people in the team behind him. After Xingxia confirmed the personnel who would go up with her, Dr. Scream's human factory, under the control of his men, slowly opened toward Xingxia and the others, like a gloomy gate of hell. Chapter 18. From the first step into Dr. Scream's human factory, Xingxia felt that this place was under full surveillance. Sure enough, after Xiaoai's scan, the walls of this human factory were covered with water drop-shaped micro-surveillance. The strange thing is that water drop-shaped micro-surveillance is generally a military equipment of the Federation, which cannot be purchased by ordinary people. However, the entire wall here is covered with such micro-surveillance. It can be imagined that there must be a lot of federal military equipment inside. The power of Vogue Planet is indeed complicated. I think the power behind the scenes that will be exposed in a wall must be not small. Thinking of this, Xingxia subconsciously took a breath. Rum and the others saw that Xingxia's expression became serious and subconsciously began to get nervous. However, in their eyes, this is just a very ordinary front desk. On the left side of the front desk is an elevator that can go directly upstairs. According to the meaning of Dr. Scream's men, asking them to enter the elevator and consciously put their weapons on the elevator. What if you attack us? Xingxia asked directly, but the other party said that they came to negotiate with sincerity. How could they attack Xingxia? It's hard to say. After all, the commander of the last planet disappeared inexplicably, right? Do you still want to negotiate? Facing Xingxia's unreasonable demands, another subordinate of Dr. Scream came over and said that if they wanted to talk, they should put down their weapons and come up to talk. If they didn't want to talk, they would all die in the sea of fire. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of explosions sounded inside the building, followed by a large number of boulders falling and blocking Xingxia's way out. Rum and the others subconsciously raised their guns around, but at this time, they were stopped by Xingxia. Don't look, they are not on this floor. This is the strangulation mechanism inside the building. As soon as Xingxia finished speaking, Dr. Scream's men laughed arrogantly, and they felt that she was quite knowledgeable. However, the offensive and defensive equipment used in this building were all the top technology of the Federation. How do you feel when you did some dirty things, and they were finally returned to you? Xingxia raised her hands to show her surrender, and asked Rum and the others to throw away all their weapons. All? Rum was a little unsure, but Xingxia stared at his eyes seriously and nodded. So in the picture of the water droplet micro-monitoring, the small team brought by Xingxia had completely lost their weapons. Can we come up now? After all the weapons in the hands of the members of Rum's team were thrown away, Xingxia asked this question again in a calm tone, and Dr. Scream's men waited for a long time before replying to Xingxia. Okay, come up. It seems that he discussed it with the big boss behind him? Xingxia had just finished thinking this, and when she turned to walk towards the elevator, Rum suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm tightly. Xingxia took the opportunity to look at Rum's eyes, and his eyes seemed to tell Xingxia, "Don't go up. The other party may have prepared offensive weapons." Xingxia stared at him in silence for a few seconds, then reached out to hold his hand that was holding her arm, patted the back of his hand soothingly, and then walked past him towards the elevator. Rum took a deep breath and was about to bow his head to mourn for his impending death when he found that the back of his hand was covered with a thin, extendable bulletproof micro-shield. Rum had only seen this kind of high-end stuff on military forums, but he didn't expect that Xingxia would have it in her hands. Rum subconsciously ignited a fire in his heart. He guessed that maybe this planetary commander didn't come to rule the planet Vogue, but for revenge. After all, she mentioned the previous planetary commander who disappeared, didn't she? Otherwise, he really couldn't understand Xingxia's series of strange actions. Maybe Xingxiao was the daughter of the former planet commander? The more Rum thought about it, the more he had. He couldn't help but play out a huge and complicated story in his mind. Rum, what are you daydreaming about? You walk in front of me later. Xingxiao had already brought others into the elevator. She turned around and found that Rum was still standing there in a daze. She couldn't help but shout loudly. After Rum looked up, he seemed a little stunned. After a while, he nodded and staggered into the elevator with Xingxiao. At the same time, Dr. Scream's men who monitored the scene had begun to speak nonsense to the live camera and took the opportunity to laugh at Xingxiao. Look, even if this planet commander shouts a high-sounding slogan, he still doesn't care when it comes to asking others to sacrifice their lives for her. Show mercy. Chiao Cho, one of Dr. Scream's men, imitated Dr. Scream's exaggerated expression and started a prize-winning guessing game in the live broadcast room. How about this? Let's play a game. Guess who will be the first to die later? Oh! The veteran Rum who is walking in the front? Yes, this should be the best answer. Chiao Cho held the live broadcast camera and gestured with his gun in his hand towards the camera. At the same time, he also pointed the camera at other partners on the same floor at the moment. They were all ready to fight, laughing wildly and preparing their weapons for hunting later. Chiao Cho lowered his voice and approached the live broadcast camera, but we can also have other ways to play, such as letting go of the poor veteran and other members of the federal security team, and hunting the planet commander alone to let her die first. How about it? Ha 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 ha. Chiao Cho and his men's rampant laughter inexplicably made the members of the Rum team, who were still in the elevator, feel an unexplainable chill. They looked up at the numbers in the elevator. 12, 13, 14. When they reached the 18th floor, a smoke bomb was thrown in when the elevator door opened. Instantly, the vision of the people in the entire elevator was blocked, and Chiao Cho and his group began to laugh wildly, while indiscriminately shooting at the elevator room with machine guns. The live broadcast room began to swirl the screen frantically, accusing Chiao Cho and his men of having no integrity at all. Didn't they agree to kill the planet commander first, and then let the others go? However, Chiao Cho turned his head and glanced at the barrage and said lightly, "Friends, luck is also a very important part of playing games. What's more, we have already let them go." We all pointed our guns at the ground. If they still can't survive, it means they are too unlucky. Ha 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 ha. Huh? But before he could laugh for a few seconds, a bang that did not belong to them. The gunshots of the weapons in the hands of the group of people attracted his attention. He turned back in surprise, and was surprised to find that the muzzle of a micro-gun was already pointed steadily at his forehead. He first saw Xingxiao's cold eyes, and then he looked around and found that the planetary commander who should have fallen to the ground and the team members around her had all walked out of the elevator safely. Not only that, 3 of the teammates who had just arrogantly shot at the elevator with him had now fallen on their backs, and their foreheads were all bleeding, like a pool of blood flowers that could not bloom. The rest of the people had been collectively subdued by Rum and pressed to the ground, shouting helplessly. Chiao Cho's mouth twitched subconsciously. He couldn't understand how Xingxiao managed to survive with all the people. To be honest, her action of pointing the gun at his forehead was really like a superhero from a fairy tale. But Chiao Cho suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped the muzzle of the micro-gun with a ferocious expression. "I bet you don't dare to kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chiao Cho was still calculating the various intelligence he had in his hands and the various forces that Xingxiao, as the newly appointed planetary commander, should be wary of. But the gun went off. Chiao Cho widened his eyes. This shouldn't be the case. He was the second in command under Dr. Scream. If he died, the factory would activate the self-destruct device, and Xingxiao would have nothing. But the gun went off. No, Chiao Cho couldn't figure it out, and even wanted to scold Xingxiao. "Is your father sick? How could he overturn the entire chess table when playing chess?" She didn't even want to say a word to him, but the gun went off. Chiao Cho just fell to the ground with a heart full of grief and indignation, like other blood flowers that were powerless to bloom, and Xingxiao was still. "I can find time to explain to others. See, I said villains usually die because of arrogance and talkativeness." Rum and his team. Dr. Scream's men who were subdued on the ground. Shock. The various forces watching the live broadcast. Isn't this ride is over? Is Chiao Cho stupid? Why did he hit the muzzle of the gun with his forehead? There's an old saying that goes like this: if you don't play cool, you will look particularly stupid, such as Chiao Cho, the second in command under Dr. Scream, who is lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. He would never have thought that his life of following Dr. Scream as a crazy lawless maniac would end up in such a sloppy and stupid ending. Xingxia squatted down to check the surroundings. Just when she was about to say something, everyone heard a bang like a heartbeat from inside the building. Then Dr. Scream's men began to tell Xingxia that it was the internal self-destruct system that was activated. If they wanted to escape, they had to do it now. Otherwise, if it was too late, both they and the federal security team members outside would be buried alive. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Xingxia didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Instead, she reached out to turn off the live broadcast. In an instant, the spectators in the entire starfield rioted collectively, asking the people who were still on the planet Volk what the result of this farce was, why the live broadcast was turned off, and whether the planet commander was still alive. They were really anxious. Chapter 19. Just as the crowds of the surrounding star fields were collectively going crazy, Xingxia calmly asked Rum and the others to prepare the interrogation room and prepare to interrogate Dr. Scream's men on the spot. No, you are sick, this place will be blown up soon, and we will all be buried alive. What else do you want to interrogate? Can't you go out for the interrogation? Hey! Looking at Dr. Scream's men being dragged away, Xingxia asked Xioi, have all the monitoring data in the water droplets been uploaded? Still uploading, progress 89%. Xiao's mechanical voice sounded in Xingxia and Lao San's minds at the same time, which made Lao San unconsciously exclaim Xingxia noticed and immediately asked the third brother, by the way, you just said that a car was coming towards this side, who was it? Are you going to kill him? The third brother suddenly asked weakly, why, is the person who came unexpectedly? Xingxia knew that things were not that simple. Sure enough, the third brother told Xingxia after hesitating for a few seconds that the person who came was the top leader of the federal security team. He was very worried that although Xingxia was very skilled, she might be sued in the federal court if she killed the top leader of the federal security team without substantial evidence. As far as the current situation is concerned, he does not want Xingxia to leave the Volk planet. As a result, before the third brother could finish what he wanted to say, Xingxia directly ordered the drones to attack and knock open the windows of the human factory building. Then, they used the drone swarm to follow her to the car of the highest leader of the federal security team. At the same time, the crowd who had been waiting under the human factory building saw Xingxia come out safely, and they excitedly cheered for her, and kept using their light brains to capture and shoot this scene. It seemed that Xingxia had become a hero in their hearts. After the rescuers and the corresponding ambulances arrived, everyone was full of energy for the first time. Under the leadership of Rum, who had followed Xingxia into the human factory, they worked together to save all the experimental subjects outside the building. Rum was very excited. Seeing the interview camera facing him, he rarely smiled sincerely. I think the current planetary commander is the best of all the previous planetary commanders. Her command and control of the situation are simply unique. It is my honor to fight side by side with her. Before he finished speaking, Wei Ming from the same team came over and grabbed the interview camera. The young man looked like a star in front of the camera. Coincidentally, he was the second volunteer to stand up after Rum, so the news media subconsciously focused on him. Wei Ming was also excited and flushed. He praised Xingxia to the point that he was a little flattered. He even said, Xingxia can end our chaotic era and so on. Inside the secret meeting hall of the Arms faction and the Population Export faction, facing the people who had completely turned to fanatical worship, the radical members of the Population Export faction directly cursed at the meeting. It's all the fault of that idiot Dr. Scream. Now the people have begun to worship this young planet commander. After hearing his words, the people from the Arms faction subconsciously raised their heads and knocked on the table with their hands. So, is it useful to hold people accountable now? When the young commander held a meeting and showed his cards and said he was going to move Dr. Scream, didn't everyone agree? That's a little biased, isn't it? Didn't you also not show up at the beginning? What should we do now? Just let this young man mess up the balance we have finally achieved. Humph, if you want to break the balance, you have to have some skills. The world is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. 3 weeks. Suddenly, the radical family elder of the Population Export faction stood up and said firmly, I bet she will make a big mistake in 3 weeks at most. Then we can use this opportunity to jointly send her to the federal court, sacrificing the interests of Dr. Scream's lineage, just to let her return to the Federation safely for trial? Then if you have the ability, you could also try to kill her. It's a deal, then this time you just pretend you don't know about this. A planetary commander has disappeared. The radical family elders in the Population Export faction tried to remind everyone present whether they should give the federal government some face. But the people in the arms faction could not bear it anymore, and said bluntly that since a planetary commander had disappeared, they didn't care if one more planetary commander disappeared. The radical family elders in the population export faction. Okay, anyway, this unrest will not last more than 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, we have to prepare for winter and fight against the Independence Army. On the other side, before the drone cluster on Xingxia's side approached the car of the highest person in charge of the federal security team, the third brother reported that the car had turned directly and fled towards the government hall in the center of the Vote planet. According to the speed calculated by satellite tracking, the car has reached its maximum speed. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is escaping. Even Xingxia's drone swarm couldn't catch up with them for a while. When Xingxia arrived at the government hall, all the people inside had been driven out. They didn't know what happened, and their eyes were full of confusion. When Xingxia saw the scene, the first thing she thought of was that the top leader of the federal security team was going to destroy some of the old accounts that had been hidden and take the blame himself. It was really strange. After fighting with the complicated forces on the Vote planet, has there ever been a situation where they were ready to surrender before the fight even started? Xingxia thought about it, notified the nearby federal security team members to come and maintain order, and walked into the government hall alone. At this moment, inside the government hall, the highest person in charge of the federal security team originally just wanted to clear some things that were buried here in the past, but he didn't expect that while digging, he actually dug out the body of Lang Sang that Xingxia had been hiding here. The moment he saw the body of Lang Sang, the highest person in charge of the federal security team was so scared that his legs went weak, and he instantly realized that Xingxia had made up his mind to be an enemy of the forces behind this planet as early as when he arrived at Vote planet. Even if he was not an enemy, he would at least take over their generation and become one of them. He should have thought of it earlier. He was not afraid of the gun battles of the Black Smoke Gang and the White Saltpeter Gang specially arranged by the Arms faction at the beginning, and directly took over the security system of the government hall, rushed into the government hall, and took all the people related to the forces as hostages. The planet commander who held them hostage must be a tough guy. The top leader of the federal security team covered his chest and slid to the ground. He had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but before he could figure them out, he heard the teasing voice of the new planet commander Xingxia behind him. It seems that I chose this floor as my office. All secrets can be hidden here, right? Ah! A scream resounded through the sky. The top leader of the federal security team turned around and looked at Xingxia with a pale face as if he had seen a ghost. He kept covering his chest and screaming. Seeing his extreme fear, Xingxia was worried that he would faint. Fortunately, his psychological quality held up in the end. However, he still tremblingly took out a pistol, but he didn't point the pistol at Xingxia, but pointed it at his temple. Do you want to commit suicide? You can't get anything out of me. After hearing this, Xingxia pondered for a few seconds. In fact, I don't need to get anything out of you. The collusion between officials and bandits has been nothing new since ancient times. No, you don't understand. You can't beat them. At this time, Xingxia threw a thin account book to the other party. The top leader of the federal security team took it, and saw that the sky had fallen. It was the account book he had been looking for a long time. Regardless of other things, the top leader of the federal security team knelt down to Xingxia. I can't help it. I can't live with my conscience, but my life is in their hands. After saying that, he looked up at Xingxia and tried to win a little sympathy, but he heard Xingxia say coldly, the federal troops should be loyal to the Federation, not help other Star Domain forces to sell their own people for a living. What do you know, My life is in the hands of those people. I feel sad when I see children being sold, but I can't do anything. I'm just a small leader of the federal security team. Hearing that the other party was still trying to quibble, Xingxia grabbed his collar and exposed his hypocrisy without any politeness. You are the highest leader of the federal security team. You are the only one on this planet who can completely avoid other forces and report the situation here to the Federal Security Bureau. I checked the relevant records. You have not reported the relevant situation, not once. The Federation could not imagine that on the Vote planet, where the total population was not large, there could be such a huge black market that could even develop to the point where human organs could be freely sold and live bodies of all ages could be freely bid and traded. There is no so-called personal safety here, or civil liberties. Here anyone could become a piece of meat sold in the black market. Arms trafficking and information leakage have become the least threatening treasonous acts here, but the top leader of the federal security team was unwilling to shake off Xingxia's hand, and yelled at Xingxia with red eyes. Don't say that kind of nonsense. For so long, the Federation has not considered us. So why should we continue to consider the Federation? If I die, will the Federation ask, even if the planetary commander dies? At this point, he suddenly looked at Xingxia in horror, and Xingxia frowned subconsciously, and the two fell into strange silence. The top leader unconsciously put down the gun at hand, and he covered his forehead with his hand and cried to Xingxia, "You don't understand. You don't know how I have been trembling all these years, you don't know how hard it is for me to be in this position. All forces are staring at me like a piece of meat, and you only blame me when you come up." "Yes." Hearing the other party say this, Xingxia couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Push a timid and irresponsible person to sit in the highest position as a puppet, and the others can naturally sleep soundly every night." The top leader of the Federal Security Team, The two looked at each other for a long time. Seeing that the top leader was about to let go, Asserting suddenly rushed in. When he saw him, the top leader also subconsciously rushed over, holding Asserting's thigh and shouting for Master Asserting to save him. Asserting looked down at the top leader and then looked up at Xingxia with a stern expression and asked Xingxia, "Have you had enough trouble? Do you really want to be my enemy?" Chapter 20. This is clearly to protect the top leader of the Federal Security Team. Xingxia couldn't help but ask back, "What do you think?" Asserting became more and more angry. "You can't kill everyone. Such a brutal action will only make you die faster. But I'm obviously still alive." As soon as the voice fell, Xingxia actually fought with Asserting. The top leader of the Federal Security Team, who had never seen such a posture, paused for 2 seconds and turned to flee. As a result, before they could escape far, a gunshot made Xingxia and Asserting stop fighting at the same time. Looking at the top leader of the Federal Security Team, they saw that his thigh had been directly pierced and a lot of blood was flowing out. He was in great pain and tried to continue to crawl towards the door while shouting for help. "Who fired the gun?" Asserting looked at Xingxia for the first time with a few more questions in his eyes. He turned around and wanted to quickly help hold down the Federal Security Team. When the bullet fired by a drone hit the thigh of the top leader, it flew past his scalp. It seemed that they were going to take him away. Asserting subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the drone. At this time, Xingxia also found that the drone was controlled by the third brother. It was probably because he saw the top leader of the Federal Security Team was about to run away and fired subconsciously. However, what surprised Xingxia was that after seeing Asserting's face clearly, the third brother screamed, "What happened?" Xingxia asked the third brother, but the third brother fell silent. Xingxia had no choice but to ask Xiaoai what happened. Xiaoai replied that everything was normal on the third brother's side. It was just that his expression was like being struck by lightning when he learned that she was the planetary commander outside the prison. Xingxia, if he really died, the consequences would be very serious. At least he should be sent to court, right? Asserting spoke up to draw back Xingxia's attention. The top leader of the Federal Security Team was on the verge of fainting due to excessive bleeding. Xingxia glanced at Asserting and took the stapler from the table. Then she stapled a row of staples directly to the injured thigh of the top leader of the Federal Security Team. She tore off her sleeves and tied a knot at the root of the other's thigh to stop the bleeding temporarily. "Your emergency method is really barbaric." Xingxia's handling method amazed Asserting. When Xingxia looked up at him and was about to say something, she heard the third brother, who had come back to his senses, almost asking her in a pleading tone if she could let Asserting go for the time being. He wanted to verify something. "What is it?" Xingxia asked in her mind through Xiaoai, and the third brother hesitated for a long time before mentioning that this was an internal matter of the Independence Army, and it was not convenient to tell Xingxia for the time being, but if he was sure of the result, he would still tell Xingxia. After that, he took back the driving rights of the starship and hurried to the small deserted city not far from the base of the Independence Army. Xiaoai asked Xingxia if he needed help to monitor Lao San, but was rejected by Xingxia. "Save your computing power for a while. I still have something important to do." Glancing at Asserting, Xingxia suddenly stood up and said that he had other things to do. Since he came to rescue the highest person in charge of the Federal Security Team, he should save the person and send him to the hospital. Asserting raised his eyebrows unconsciously, not understanding what Xingxia meant by this sudden change of attitude, but before he could ask Xingxia anything, Xingxia had decisively turned around and left, leaving Asserting stunned with an incredible look on his face. After a while, Asserting realized that the person had really left and cursed unconsciously. This planetary commander is really arbitrary. However, he glanced at the highest leader of the Federal Security Team, who had fainted beside him, thinking that at least he had saved this guy's life. Xingxia was a real lunatic, and he should have recognized the consequences of standing up to her. 40 minutes later, Xingxia, who had robbed a black car from the basement of the government hall, drove to the black factory of Dr. Scream and Lang Sang on the border of the sheltered fortress on the Vogue planet. At this moment, the black factory that was originally strictly guarded was deserted. Since Xingxia killed Dr. Scream and Dr. Scream's men on the live broadcast, the people who were originally stationed here instantly fled like birds and beasts. They didn't want to wait for the regular army to come and settle accounts with them. However, there was still one person left in the black factory here. Xingxia walked into the small tower shaped like an ice peak next to the central reactor. The lights were on in the office on the 5th floor. Fu Qianshen, the former captain of the federal security team, was waiting here. Xingxia didn't even recognize Fu Qianshen when she saw him at first sight. In just 2 weeks, in less than a day, he has changed from his clean and white appearance to the dark black appearance of a miner who has been wandering for a long time. His hair is greasy like a chicken coop, and his eyes are full of fatigue and numbness, the feeling of a living person dying after working overtime for a long time. You are finally here. Seeing Xingxia coming in, Fu Qianshen slightly curled his lips, then took a deep breath and stood up to take out a few thin papers from under his seat and told Xingxia that this was all the list he could get. To be honest, I am a little desperate, especially when I learned that the highest person in charge of our federal security team is also a link in this interest chain. Fu Qianshen shook his head in despair. I think the world is too absurd. Xingxia took the list of people. Well, she was not surprised. The people listed on it accounted for at least half of the upper class of the entire Wolker planet. However, one name still made Xingxia silent. Mo Siming, this guy was indeed on the list, and the direction of his general responsibility was marked behind him: money laundering and surveillance. Xingxia subconsciously snorted coldly. It seemed that she was too kind to this guy just now. In a blink of an eye, Xingxia looked at Fu Qianshen's hopeless look and simply comforted him. When he returned, he would take over the position of the highest leader of the federal security team. Me? Fu Qianshen was stunned, and then smiled bitterly. I can't, it's too dirty. This group of people is superior. I feel sick when I think about it now. Then don't be like them. Xingxia replied meaningfully, and told Fu Qianshen, I will definitely form my own government affairs team in the future, you can't escape. Fu Qianshen, Then it's better to obey than to be respectful. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Although I'm not sure, I don't know. However, I found a list of materials and supplies that Dr. Scream and his team secretly used to support the Independence Army in the safe here. As he spoke, Fu Qianshen took out a black safe, saying that the safe was very small and simple in shape. He didn't notice it at first, but later found that one of the security guards of the black factory didn't want gold or money when he ran away, but only wanted to take the black safe, so he left it behind. There is a self-destruct program inside the safe. I threatened the security guards for a long time before they found relevant people to open it. To be honest, the process of finding it was not easy. Xingxia, thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. Well, if you don't have anything else to do now, I want to sleep for a while. I haven't slept for more than 2 hours in at least 8 consecutive days. Fu Qianshen's eyelids drooped as he spoke, and his words became a little confusing. Fortunately, Xingxia understood and immediately nodded to let Fu Qianshen go to sleep first. However, before Fu Qianshen had rested for long, Xiaoai detected that a large number of people were coming towards this black factory. The people who came were marked as a joint operation of the federal security team and the corresponding surrounding police stations, and the banner they raised was also arresting traitorous fugitives. This traitorous fugitive naturally refers to Fu Qianshen, which is a trick of luring someone into a trap. They blocked all the main roads around, all the heavy weapons were brought out, and the reconnaissance drones began to fly. Xiao Ai reported everything she had monitored. Xingxia couldn't help but snorted again after listening. It's really hard for them to mobilize all the hidden soldiers. From the moment Xingxia sent the captain of the federal security team to sneak into Dr. Scream's black factory to obtain the list, she began to let Xiao Ai compare the number of people in the federal security team and the surrounding police stations with the reported financial expenditure using the data in the computer, and then automatically generate groups, so that they can be dispatched in real time when fighting Dr. Scream and his accomplices in the city. Unexpectedly, this grouping also produced a surprise. Xiao Ai found that a large amount of funds poured into the federal security team and the surrounding police stations, but the work schedules of the corresponding personnel were not recorded. In other words, a large number of people were on the list and were not paid. only a very small part of the money allocated by the Federation to the Wolker Planet Federal Security Team every year went into the pockets of the corresponding staff, and most of the rest went into a company called CTC, the pocket of the organization. From that moment on, Xingxiao guessed that there might be a private army group on this planet. Coincidentally, when Xiaoai detected that there were unknown troops in the Black Factory, she had a hunch that the other party might have noticed that someone was looking for a list of the upstream of the Black Factory, but was not sure who was behind it, so she reserved some troops. Since the other party has now made it clear that she is inviting her into a trap, she can just go with the flow and find out how many troops the other party has, and what force these troops, that is, the CTC organization, belong to. Wait, CTC? Xingxiao always felt that she had seen this name somewhere. She immediately picked up the list and information given by Fu Qianshan, and then found that the list of materials and supplies that secretly supported the independent army indicated that its source was the CTC organization. For a moment, Xingxiao was a little confused. This means that the independent army had contacted the upper class of Wolker Planet and received corresponding funds and material support, but there was no follow-up discussion. Then the support for the independent army will be cut off. Wait, this shouldn't be the case. Xingxiao quickly flipped through the information in her hand, which clearly recorded that as of last year, the CTC organization had allocated corresponding support funds to the independent army, so the independent army took this large sum of money, but in reality, because they could not obtain heating equipment, they could only work illegally. So where did this large sum of money go? The independent army must have other bases, and they should also have a large number of weapons, etc. Xingxiao suddenly thought of the strange tone and behavior of the third brother, and she looked at the direction of Mo Siming's responsibility on the list: money laundering and surveillance. Good guy, the CTC organization must be related to Mo Siming. At this time, Xiaoai reminded the army that they must evacuate immediately. Xingxiao looked at the army outside that was coming towards them aggressively, and then looked at Fu Qianshan, who was completely asleep in bed, and immediately asked Xiaoai to prepare an invading drone to help open the way out. Okay, do we need to set a destination? Yes. After saying this, Xingxiao went over and carried Fu Qianshan on her back. After thinking for a few seconds, she said the destination, the villa where Mo Siming was. She glanced at the sky. She would have to question Mo Siming sooner or later anyway, so she might as well take advantage of the moment and attack Mo Siming at night to catch him off guard. Chapter 21. Late at night, Mo Siming, who had secretly settled the top leader of the federal security team, returned to his villa with a tired look on his face. While listening to his subordinates report on the failure of the operation to capture the infiltrator from Dr. Scream's Black Factory, he was also informed that the assassination plan against the newly appointed planetary commander had been passed unanimously. This time, Xingxiao really stood against all the forces of the upper class on the Wolker planet. The elders of the radical faction asked Mo Siming to break off relations with Xingxiao as soon as possible to avoid being involved. After being boiled like a frog for so long, he can't even resist. He's worse than the Independence Army. Mo Siming cursed in his heart, and then looked at the photos and dynamic videos of the infiltrator from the Black Factory reported by his men again. He looked like a member of the Independence Army he knew, but to be honest, the Independence Army's boldness and unfamiliarity scared him during this period. You know, in the past, the Independence Army would more or less inform him and his men of any major actions, but in the past 2 weeks, the Independence Army's actions were all done first and then reported. After reporting, they left in a hurry, as if they had suddenly taken on some heavy task. Nothing went smoothly. When Mo Siming was still hesitating whether to let his men track down the infiltrator, he suddenly smelled a hint of blood, and then the lights in the living room suddenly went out, and his eyes fell into darkness, but only. The light was on in the direction of the bathroom in the villa. Mo Siming thought about it, stood up, and took out the micro gun while continuously sending out alarms to the housekeeper in the villa. However, before he could reach the bathroom, a flash of silver light passed by. Realizing that the other party was coming for the micro gun in his hand, Mo Siming quickly pulled the trigger and wanted to break through the silver light head-on. Unexpectedly, with a bang, he was hit hard on the back of his head. However, this also allowed him to hear the other party's position clearly in the dark. He quickly dodged to the side and tried to control the other party, but he was still a step too slow and was dodged by the other party. Fortunately, after this period of adaptation, his eyes have gradually been able to have a certain field of vision in the dark. He quickly attacked the person in front of him. The other party did not use hot weapons, and was simply competing with him in fighting skills. However, even in fighting skills, Mo Simon could clearly feel that he was completely at a disadvantage. How could this be possible? Your skills don't look like a playboy. After fighting with Mo Simon for about half an hour, Xingxia found out his true strength, which should be at least a major in the army. This is completely different from his reputation in the upper class of Vogue Planet. The famous peacock in the social circle is said to be only responsible for spreading his tail, and never responsible for fighting. Wow, you don't look like a young or even inexperienced planetary commander. Cough, vomit, cough, cough, cough. Just after saying this, perhaps he was relieved, or perhaps his heart was dead. Mo Simon couldn't help but vomited all over the floor because of excessive exercise. The unpleasant smell of alcohol instantly irritated Xingxia's nose, and she couldn't help frowning. You went to the hospital and drank the alcohol for medical treatment as wine? I'm tired, vomit. Hey. Seeing Mo Simon hurriedly pushing the door and stepping into the bathroom, before he could find the sink, before he could step on the trap, he was directly hung upside down in the middle of the bathroom. Xingxia couldn't help shaking her head and sighing. Mo Simon, who was hung in the middle of the bathroom, felt hopeless. No, are you a planetary commander or a federal agent? Ah. Help. Xingxia, When Xiao Ai removed the corresponding frequency band blockage, the housekeeper received a very tricky news. The elders of the three factions of the population export faction came to the door at this moment, and seemed to want to listen to Mo Simon's opinions on assassinating Xingxia. Assassinate me? Xingxia just felt interesting, and wanted to go out to greet him, but was pulled into the bathroom by Mo Simon, who stood up, and cut the rope that bound his legs with a hidden military knife, and successfully saved himself. Because of the shock and the food backflow just now, Mo Simon's face was not only red, but his voice was also very hoarse. Don't go out. This is not a joke, and the size is different from Dr. Scream and the others. Xingxia? ? After turning on the shower in the bathroom, Mo Simon hoarsely told the housekeeper to take the people to the conference room on the 3rd floor, and wait for a while. He would be there in a while. Do you know that the entire population export faction controls 78% of the media channels on Vogue Planet? Don't think you have become a hero of the people now. But if they really want to use the official media to discredit you, your image will collapse in a matter of minutes. Not to mention that there are many people on this planet who only care about money. Even if you want to challenge the old order, at least you have to cultivate your own power step by step. After saying this, Mo Simon opened the door of the shower room and wanted to go in to take off his clothes and take a shower, but he was stopped by Xingxia's powerful hand at the door of the bathroom. Cultivate your own power step by step, step by step. Isn't this what you have always been doing? What are you doing? What does that mean? Mo Simon raised his eyebrows at Xingxia, who was confused, and Xingxia took out the detailed bills of CTC's funds to the Independence Army, and said that Mo Simon's move was actually quite clever. After all, he was originally responsible for the financial supervision and money laundering of the entire CTC organization, and left the detailed account details in Dr. Scream's Black Factory, using this trick of darkness under the lamp. No one could have guessed his true purpose. Even if the account book really fell into the hands of others, he could still defend himself that it was just a bait, right? See CDC? Mo Simon wanted to deny it, but Xingxia directly gave up the third brother, and said that she had confirmed that the third brother had met Mo Simon, and Mo Simon had also communicated in depth with the top leaders of the Independence Army. It stands to reason that at this point, Xingxia's next question should be, who are you? However, Xingxia didn't ask him this question, but said, but you know, this is not the most important thing. Mo Simon? ? The most important thing is that you acted so slowly, and did not save the people of Vogue. On the contrary, neither the activities of the Independence Army nor the activities of Dr. Scream were under your control. Do you know how many children died, and how many people disappeared in the past few years, when you did not take any substantial action? This sentence blocked all the words that Mo Simon wanted to refute in his throat. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he bit his lips tightly, but he didn't know how to say it. Just like Xingxia said, the frog was boiled in warm water. He was too cautious before, and acted too slowly. Who are you? At this time, Xingxia finally gave him a channel to speak. Mo Simon subconsciously took a deep breath, and closed his eyes in silence to stabilize his emotions before introducing himself to Xingxia. He was a lieutenant colonel of the Federal Special Operations Bureau. He was sent to Vogue 6 years ago to monitor the treason on the planet, and to find someone. Who is it? This is a federal secret, and of course, it has nothing to do with the current situation. Xingxia raised her eyebrows. As you can see, this planet is very complicated. Even I have suffered a lot, and almost lost my life. You must know that whether you want to launch reforms or other things, You must first stay alive. Oh, I know this. Xingxia suddenly smiled and said, I lied to you about Lao San and CTC. Mo Siming, Looking at Xingxia, you are so stupid, of course you have a hard life's mocking expression. Mo Siming knew what it felt like to be a mouse being played with by the cat by the tail. Where is the former planet commander? He is missing, and his whereabouts are unknown. Others in his team also disappeared with him. I only saved 2 of them, and hid them secretly on the surrounding planets. Okay, let's not talk about the others first. Come and synchronize the information on Vogue Planet with me. After all, you have been steadily working here for a long time, right? Hearing what Xingxia said, Mo Siming had no choice but to sigh deeply again. While lamenting that he was completely defeated when he met her, he introduced Xingxia to the crisscrossing power map on this planet. What surprised Xingxia was that the Arms faction originally had a huge number of hired private soldiers in the early years, but in recent years, under the constant deception of the population export faction, they only retained a very small part of them to concentrate on business. On the contrary, most of the real power of the mercenary groups fell into the hands of the population export faction. In order to avoid being targeted, the 3 factions of the population export faction actually have a comparable number of troops, which check and balance each other. The Federal Security Team, the Police Department, and the private prison were formed at this time and gradually moved towards the state of separation of powers, and Mo Siming played the role of a middleman to communicate with each other and resolve conflicts, and secretly supported the existence of the independent army. If Mo Siming wanted to start a revolution later, the detailed military power information and personnel appointments were actually secretly in his hands. From this point of view, Mo Siming is not only not a mediocre person, but he is even lurking very deep. He has arranged everything without leaving any trace behind the scenes, but he just lacks an opportunity to really take action. Thinking of this, Xingxia simply suggested that she should do the work. How? 40 minutes later, when the elders of the population export faction were passionately discussing who would kill Xingxia, Xingxia pushed the door open and said, I heard you all want to kill me. This almost scared everyone, especially Mo Siming, who was tied up and attended the meeting. His housekeeper also appeared at this time and handed each of the elders of the population export faction a voluntary retirement guarantee letter, requiring each of them to sign the corresponding guarantee letter and hand over the military power of the corresponding jurisdiction. Someone stood up and wanted to confront Xingxia, but Xingxia shot him through the shin bone without hesitation. The housekeeper stood by and reminded the other party expressionlessly that with the current amount of bleeding, if it exceeded a few minutes, he would bleed to death completely. In an instant, the elders of the entire population export faction had a sense of panic that every night changed. It's okay. At this time, Xingxia could still play with the gun in her hand leisurely. I know it's hard for you to accept it for a while, so I prepared a sumptuous last meal for you. In short, you only have 5 minutes to surrender. As soon as the voice fell, the servants in Mo Siming's villa filed in, as if you don't agree, we will let you go to heaven instantly. Absurd and terrifying feeling, you really dared to kill us, all of us? You have 3 minutes. Xingxia's madness was beyond the expectations of all the elders of the population export faction. Sign. At this time, the tied Mo Siming also persuaded him, and while persuading him, he said painfully that he was about to lose his mind now, and the drugs injected into his body were really unbearable. Ah, help! Madman, you are an unreasonable madman. Bang, another shot. Xingxia laughed at this time, just like a female king of hell. You have 2 minutes. Chapter 22. Seeing another elder of the population export faction being shot and falling to the ground, the other people in the entire conference room could no longer be arrogant, and their expressions were all as if they had lost their parents. However, Xingxia was still looking at the watch and counting down the time with a sense of oppression. You have 1 last minute. 59, 58, 57. Mo Siming's screams of pain became louder and louder. In the panic-stricken conference room, someone finally couldn't stand the pressure and handed over power first. Xingxia took the voluntary retirement guarantee he had signed, stood up and shook hands with him, gave him a hug, and said frankly that he had made a very wise choice. I have prepared a massage hot spring outside. You can go and enjoy it first. As this person left, gradually some people began to look at the watch and tried to sign their names to abdicate, but the elder who was shot and fell to the ground began to call on everyone to fight to the end in a firm tone. He didn't believe that Xingxia really dared to shoot them all. At that time, the Federation would definitely send people to investigate the situation here, and Xingxia would not be able to escape. Unexpectedly, Xingxia sneered. Want to report to the central government? Then someone has to help you. Look, so many planetary commanders, and accompanying team members died on this planet. Has the Federation investigated? You are the first to die, and the rest will become accomplices in this murder. Interests may not make us allies, but evidence will definitely make us allies. After saying that, Xingxiao pointed her gun at the elder's temple. At this moment, as long as she pulled the trigger, the elder would die here. Just when everyone's heart was in their throat, the elder's attitude suddenly softened. He raised his hands and said that Xingxiao won, while asking to voluntarily retire. The letter of guarantee was handed to him, and he was about to sign it. However, when Xingxiao stood up to get him the letter of guarantee for voluntary retirement, he suddenly stood up and tried to attack Xingxiao, ignoring his wounds. As a result, gunshots were heard, and everyone in the conference room screamed in shock. They saw that the always arrogant elder was actually slashed on the spot, and the blood from his head was blooming like a flower in the conference room. Xingxiao was still calm and sighed twice, saying that it would have been better if she had just obeyed from the beginning. Why did she have to force her to really do it? But now that he is dead, you who witnessed everything, can you clean yourself up? This sentence broke the psychological defense of the other people in the meeting room. According to Xingxiao's madness, if the Federation really sent someone to investigate, she would drag all of them down with her madness. In the past few weeks, Xingxiao not only killed the famous killer on the Vogue planet step by step, but also killed Dr. Scream in a live broadcast. Now she secretly executed the elders of their population export faction, and also killed Mo Siming. She is really a complete lunatic. If they sign the voluntary abdication guarantee now, they can at least survive for a while. If the people from the arms faction and the biological faction can really assassinate Xingxiao, they can still return to their positions. If they fail, they can say that they were forced to break off with the other party now, and then try to curry favor with Xingxiao. Maybe they can still make a profit. Thinking of this, everyone in the meeting room signed the voluntary abdication guarantee in their hands, like a surging tide, and promised Xingxiao one by one that they would obey Xingxiao's words and come whenever she called during this period. After a night, Xingxiao admired the retirement guarantee in her hand and looked at Mo Siming, who was tied up beside her. You see, this is the feeling of giving up military power with a glass of wine. Mo Siming snorted coldly and turned back to signal the butler to open a bottle of good wine for him. He was not as optimistic as Xingxiao. On the contrary, he just thought Xingxiao was crazy. Have you ever heard a saying that a centipede is dead but not stiff? Now you are happy, but you will suffer later. Especially the person you killed has a more complicated network of power in the Federation than you think. The Federation will definitely send someone to investigate. Xingxiao laughed at this time. Just delay it for now. How long? Until the blizzard closes the city. When the next winter is over, the scene will be different. Mo Siming couldn't imagine what the scene would be like. He just kept saying that he would help hold back the people from the Federation, and asked Xingxiao about her thoughts on the arms faction's assassination attempt on her, and how she was going to deal with it. But Xingxiao changed the subject and mentioned that the Independence Army this year would not make any big moves because they had enough heating equipment. So she had already done what she promised to Mo Siming about the Independence Army. Mo Siming was stunned. What did she want him to do? Sure enough, Xingxiao proposed in the next 3 months, when the winter on Vogue was coming and a large number of migrant workers returned, that she wanted Mo Siming to go to the Independence Army to help teach some knowledge in her name, knowledge. I often think that the reason why the people on Vogue are in a daze every day is not only because of the oppression of the surrounding environment, but also because they can't find a way forward. Even though the Independence Army has some beautiful slogans and a corresponding spirit of resistance, it has no corresponding guidelines. Leader, Mars can only be Mars. Mo Siming. Guidance program. Such a professional thing is not that he underestimates Xingxiao. He does not believe that Xingxiao can come up with any good and practical guidance program at her age. But Xingxiao took it out. Learn about communism, and I will call you colleague in the future. Mo Siming, shock. No, she really has it? In complete shock, Mo Siming took the red book, flipped through a page, and was completely fascinated by it. When he raised his head again to look for Xingxiao, Xingxiao had already left the villa where Mo Siming was. Mo Siming's heart was inexplicably filled with passion, but the day when communism really succeeded, Xingxiao's dictatorship and privileges that seemed to be available now would all disappear. Would she really be willing to let go? On the other side, Xingxiao, who had already arrived at the government hall, was arranging new work for Wei Jie. After internal monitoring and submission of relevant materials in recent days, all practical personnel have been promoted and retained, and the rest will undergo practical assessment. I will set the assessment items. Those who pass the assessment will stay, and those who fail will be dismissed immediately. After that, A recruitment examination notice will be issued to the public, referred to as the national examination. Wei Jie frowned more and more as he listened. Xingxia noticed and asked him to speak frankly. You are taking too big a step, and it is easy to pull your legs. Xingxia asked Wei Jie to speak, and Wei Jie was really rude. He remind Xingxia that the relatives in the government hall were once Xingxia's hostages. As long as they come to work in the government hall for one day, the government hall will never become the target of any organization or violent group. But now Xingxia not only has to streamline the organization, but also let these relatives participate in the assessment. He can figure out with his toes that these relatives will not give any good results, so dismissing most of them has become a necessity. Will they be willing to accept this? Of course they are not willing to accept this. This unwillingness. Speaking of this, Wei Jie suddenly fell silent and listened to him silently. Xingxia asked with interest, Go on. Wei Jie. You can easily die like this. I've heard the same thing many times. This is different from the past. I'm really worried now. What are you worried about? I'm worried that you're really dead. Xingxia, Wei Jie, After a long silence, Xingxia took a deep breath, put down the documents at hand, and told Wei Jie her next plan. After dismissing some of her relatives, she would go to the prison. In the past, anyone with a little talent would be, or people with different opinions will be suppressed and imprisoned for various reasons. She must meet these people. As for those people who are unwilling to join the team that wants to assassinate her, the fact is that whether they join or not, some people from the arms faction and the biological faction have begun to stir. If these people who have been cleared out dare to point their weapons at the new government hall, then anti-terrorism only needs coordinates. Wei Jie. No. From what I hear you mean, you are going to wipe out the area where the arms faction is located. That won't work. Why not? Know this? Wei Jie couldn't tell the specific reason for a while. He stood there for a long time before he finally came up with a plan. He told Xingxia that the arms faction had an absolute number of troops. If they fought hard, neither the police nor the federal security team would be able to withstand their anger. When he mentioned this, Wei Jie used the examples of the 5 previous planetary commanders. Not to mention the lazy police station, most of the people in the federal security team were just pretending. After all, the arms faction was very generous in giving money and arms. Betrayal could happen in a matter of minutes. By then, no matter how powerful Xingxia was, 2 fists could not beat 4 palms. Well, lazy people, betrayers, what if we add an independent army and prisoners? That would be Arabian Nights. Tan, how can the independent army help the Federation? After saying this, Wei Jie was stunned, and then looked at Xingxia, who was smiling. Realizing that the troops prepared by Xingxia had far exceeded his expectations, Wei Jie was silent for a few seconds, and then gave Xingxia a reason that he could not refuse. If the city fights now, the only people who will suffer are the civilians. Xingxia, After a long time, Xingxia exhaled slightly, stood up and patted Wei Jie on the shoulder, and told him that he was right. Once the fight broke out, the only people who would suffer would be the powerless civilians. She would try her best to prevent real knives and guns, so Wei Jie had to help her, because streamlining the organization and getting rid of the relationship households were imperative. Only by getting rid of these termites first, the resource allocation next year could turn from loss to profit. I don't understand. At this moment, Wei Jie took a deep breath and asked the question he had wanted to ask Xingxia for a long time. Why do you want to do this? Why? If it was just to eat at the table, the second he killed Dr. Scream, Wei Jie believed that Xingxia had already got the ticket to enter the upper class. Moreover, with Xingxia's IQ, wouldn't it be better to take it step by step? Why is she so anxious? He was scared when he watched coldly from the side, because I want to retire. In the end, Xingxia gave a completely irrelevant answer. Wei Jie felt that his puzzled head was even bigger, and even thought that Xingxia was making fun of him. He didn't understand that it would be good to retire now. Xingxia could completely ignore the world, and the hot springs here were also very comfortable. However, Xingxia told him that she had seen a better world, and that better world was more suitable for the retirement life she wanted. You will also have the opportunity to see such a world. Wei Jie. I don't understand. A stable, prosperous, and beautiful world with faith, dignity and equality, where the people themselves form the army. Chapter 23. Wei Jie originally thought that his announcement of Xingxia's personnel appointment and the corresponding assessment decision would cause a stir in the government hall, but to his surprise, not many people really made trouble. On the contrary, even the relatives began to prepare for the exam seriously. The scene was a bit funny. These guys who usually only knew how to enjoy themselves now began to worry about the test problems. Not to mention Wei Jie, even other cows and horses thought it was incredible. Then they inexplicably worried whether this would be a new storm. Just when everyone was inexplicably a little anxious, all the members of the federal security team received a new appointment notice. Their top leader signed the corresponding voluntary resignation application this morning, which means that the position of the top leader of the federal security team has been vacant for an unknown reason for the first time after the family of the current top leader has been in office for 60 consecutive years. Strangely, the news media that have always been keen on reporting related news have strangely kept silent this time. At the same time, Fu Qianshan, who received the transfer order, looked at the notice in his hand in disbelief. He actually became the highest person in charge of the federal security team. From a squad leader to the second in command on Vogue Planet, he has the right to report directly to the Federal Security Bureau. Did he get this transfer order so quickly because he died? Fu Qianshan looked at the transfer order notice repeatedly. He still remembered that when he was in the Black Factory, Xingxia vaguely mentioned that she planned to form her own government affairs team. Although Xingxia said that she would give him the position of the highest person in charge, he didn't take it seriously at all, and thought that Xingxia was just making up a pie in the sky for him. Besides, he was drowsy at the time, and couldn't count anything he heard. But now this transfer order appeared in front of him. No, even if he really wanted to give him this position, it would take some time. He didn't sleep for long in the hospital. In just one day and one night, he became the highest leader of the federal security team. Fu Qianshan hesitated to believe this transfer order until he saw his former boss coming to ask him if he was okay and when he was going to report to the Federal Security Bureau. After all, everyone was waiting for his arrival and ready to listen to his arrangements for the follow-up work. Fu Qianshan. I must be dead, mother. An hour later, under the leadership of the heads of various departments of the federal security team, Fu Qianshan arrived at the Federal Security Bureau. In the past, Fu Qianshan looked at this building and thought that this was where he spent his days. The place where he spent his last years and a days after his death. Now looking at it again, he felt that it was completely different from what he remembered. But to be honest, he was very nervous, not only because of the mismatch of qualifications, but also because after the position of the highest person in charge was vacant, his arrival was equivalent to an airborne force. The old people in the original position system might not like him, and his work would definitely not be able to proceed smoothly at that time. He was just put in this position for show. If this is the case, then Xingxia's painstaking efforts to arrange him here would be in vain. Fu Qianshan even felt that it was okay to be scolded, but he couldn't let Xingxia be scolded as well, so even though he was shaking inside, Fu Qianshan took very calm and heroic steps. What was beyond his expectation was that the heads of the sub-departments and the assistants of the original top leader were extremely friendly and welcoming to his arrival. They especially mentioned that, after hearing about his actions in Dr. Scream's Black Factory, and that he was the candidate specially named by the commander of Midsummer Planet to succeed the top leader, you are very brave. We all hope that under your leadership, we can regain the tradition of the Federation and actively fight crime. Fu Qianshan looked around, and everyone's eyes were so bright at this moment. This was a scene he had never seen in his memory of working at the Federal Security Bureau. At this moment, Fu Qianshan suddenly understood what Xingxia meant by then don't become a person like them. He didn't want to disappoint these people with such eager and sincere eyes. He swore that he would give his all for his ideals and social justice, and would remember his original intention and never become one of those people on the blacklist. After the Federal Security Bureau had almost handled the corresponding work, Fu Qianshan needed to go to the Government Affairs Hall to transfer his relationship. Coincidentally, he happened to meet Wei Jie, who was passing by the hall. At a glance, the two of them were stunned and actually wanted to find a place to talk about their experiences during this period of time. Soon, Fu Qianshan, who had handled the relevant affairs, went to the small restaurant outside the government hall under the guidance of Wei Jie. The food here is delicious. Not only is it delicious, but the price is also cheap. There are also free boxes for people to use. Wei Jie had just finished speaking after putting down his coat when Fu Qianshan suddenly shushed him, and then the voices of people discussing outside the box gradually became clearer. Since Dr. Scream's factory was taken down, there are fewer people selling addictive products and begging nearby. To be honest, I feel a lot more at ease. Yes, there are fewer homeless people too. Hey, did you hear that when our planetary commander was fighting with Dr. Scream, the independent army and the police station also had a fight in the suburbs? Huh? A lot of people were kidnapped. Look, there are no homeless people nearby. What are they planning to do by kidnapping these people? Who knows? Maybe the Independence Army is scared of our planetary commander's good work, so they are doing crazy things. Yes, the Independence Army has always been causing trouble in previous years. This year, the federal security team has gone to help the planetary commander, so the police department has to deal with the harassment of the Independence Army alone. After hearing this, Wei Jie subconsciously looked at Fu Qianshan opposite him, but Fu Qianshan silently shook his head and gestured rumor with his mouth. That's how rumors spread. However, he did need to remind Xingxia that the impression of the people in the main city about the Independence Army was that it was a rebel army that loved to do bad things due to long-term brainwashing by the media. Therefore, if Xingxia wanted to forcibly incorporate the Independence Army in the later period, how to change public opinion would be a difficult and arduous problem. Thinking of this, Fu Qianshan couldn't help but sigh deeply. He felt that the problems facing Xingxia were all very difficult to deal with. How could she face them alone? The discussion outside the box continued. Alas, I don't want to make trouble again. May God bless our planetary commander to work smoothly until the end of his term. I like this planetary commander very much. She is so unique and handsome. I almost want to sign up for the federal security team. I have to say that the shot she shot to kill Dr. Scream really touched my heart. I am more worried that she will be retaliated against. She shouldn't. Hey, come over here. I heard that our planetary commander has successfully reached an agreement with those big shots like Asserting, and they will stand up to support our planetary commander, so there should be no problem. I remember that Asserting and his group were also able to suppress those violent organizations that were crazy and causing trouble. Yes, look at the recent media trends. I guess our planetary commander will definitely deal with the Independence Army next. Not necessarily. Didn't the news report just say yesterday that the planetary commander will try to establish contact with the Independence Army and start negotiations to ensure that both sides can get through the cold winter together smoothly? So what this means is that we can finally get through the upcoming cold winter peacefully. Wow, if that's true, then this planetary commander will be my goddess in the future. Thank you, Planet Commander. Let everything go smoothly. Cheers to our Planet Commander. Before the people outside could move from talking to celebrating, the newsboy rushed in with a newspaper and revealed a big news under the restaurant owner's inquiry. During this year's cold winter, the Planet Commander announced that winter heating equipment and corresponding supplies will be allocated according to the number of people to ensure that everyone on Vogue Planet can spend the winter safely. Therefore, residents must go to the corresponding designated areas to register their information for 3 days before they can receive the subsequent allocated supplies. After hearing this, before anyone else could think of it, Wei Jie was the first to get impatient. This was a big project, wasn't it? Did Xingxia have money? Was she going to open the warehouse to release grain? Or was she going to kill the rich and help the poor? No, he had to go back to Xingxia and report to her that the financial situation of Vogue Planet was not as rich as she imagined. However, before Wei Jie could leave the room, the people in the restaurant started to discuss, is this news accurate? It's really eye-opening. In previous years, you had to pay to stay in the melting cave for the winter, but this year, before winter even arrives, a large amount of supplies have been distributed for free. Our planetary commander won't make himself poor, will he? That's the planetary commander. Instead of worrying about the privileged class like her, it's better to worry about yourself. But I always feel that she is different. Apart from other things, everyone can draw a pie, but have you ever seen anyone really take out the real thing? Let's go and see what is meant by one-to-one matching and matching materials, and see what she is planning. While everyone in the restaurant left collectively, Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan also hurried to the government hall. Who would have thought that before they arrived at the government hall, a staff member of the government hall saw them and rushed to them halfway, as if they saw a savior, and said breathlessly, "No, it's bad, everyone in the government hall, fighting, they are all crazy, fighting each other in the hall, all rioting." When Wei Jie heard this, his heart sank instantly. Chapter 24. Wei Jie had long warned Xingxia that if she took too big a step, it would end badly. Look, she finally exploded. If we want to achieve a precise resident-to-resident material ratio, the manpower and material resources consumed are simply not achievable at this stage. In addition, the staff in the government hall had worked overtime with Xingxia for so long before. Now that they know they have to continue working overtime, it is reasonable for them to start a riot. It is reasonable. Along the way, Wei Jie was thinking about how to quell this riot. Fu Qianshan looked at his embarrassment, thought about his current position, and resolutely followed Wei Jie to the government hall. As the person who came to tip-off said, the entire government hall had already been in chaos. On the first floor alone, The people in the entire government hall seemed to have gathered. They put down their work and gathered in the central hall. Listening carefully, some people were shouting and cursing, some were sympathizing with the world, some were screaming, and some were sweating and waving their fists at each other. They were fighting so hard that every punch hit the flesh. Documents, optical computer devices, and even pieces of clothes were scattered all over the floor, which was enough to show the seriousness of this fight. Wei Jie was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. With his current dilemma position, even if he shouted until his voice was hoarse, he might not be able to stop the two fighting parties. Fu Qianshan, on the other hand, turned around and used the indoor fire extinguisher to hit the fire alarm. With the fire alarm and a large amount of water spraying out, the two parties, who were still fighting passionately, and the onlookers finally came back to their senses from the frenzy. Wei Jie also used the speaker on the optical computer to stop the crowd. "What are you doing?" Wei Jie saw the crowd silently making way for him, as if they wanted him to go to the end of the road. When he reached the end of the road, he found 5 young men lying on the ground in all directions, with blood all over their mouths and noses. One of them was actually a relative, who was forced in by the local arms dealer. Seeing Wei Jie coming over, the relative sneered but still said stubbornly that he wanted to see what benefits these guys, who were brainwashed by the new planetary commander, could get from the planetary commander. Wei Jie turned around and looked at the solemn-looking crowd surrounding the 5 young men, and then looked at their bloody fists, and roughly counted the number of people with bloody fists. This was not a mutual fight, but a one-sided group fight. "I call an ambulance for you." After Wei Jie finished speaking, he was about to operate his optical computer when he found someone boldly reaching out to stop him, and said in a serious tone, "They insulted our planetary commander." As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding people immediately echoed, "That's right. Give them the courage. They are really ignorant of the world." Pa. Wei Jie. Fu Qianshan. So this group of people beat up these 5 people to vent their anger on Sheng Xia. Isn't it because of resentment about overtime that the riot occurred? Wei Jie looked at Fang's stern eyes had a kind of pressure that said, "Since you are a close confidant of the planetary commander, shouldn't you stand up and do justice?" Seeing that Wei Jie was still confused, someone stood up and explained the whole story. Not long after Wei Jie and his friends left, this arms dealer's relative stood in the hall and shouted that Sheng Xia was a moron, so he came up with these moron things and asked them to pass the exam before they could keep their jobs. He wanted to resign, and if anyone else wanted to resign, they should follow him now. He would give them money and power. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to go out and enjoy life together? That's right. He tried to incite the crowd to follow him out of the government hall. As long as enough people left, he believed that there would be mistakes in the work after midsummer. However, his plan failed because he stood in the hall and shouted for a long time, but few people paid attention to him. Everyone tacitly treated him as if he didn't exist, which completely broke his defense. "Come on, what are you hesitating about? Do you really think that this planetary commander can be your backer? To be honest, this is simply a fantasy. She will die soon." Following this sentence, the people who were still busy subconsciously raised their heads and looked at him in unison, and he took advantage of this moment of attention to say rudely, "I don't know what is in the mind of this planetary commander, reform. Ha ha ha. I admit that she is really bold, but the interest chain that has existed on the planet Wolker for hundreds of years cannot be shaken by a small planet commander like her. I promise to give you 5 million star coins first if you follow me today. How about it?" Usually, 5 million star coins are enough for the small-time relatives in the government hall to celebrate collectively, but this time, everyone was strangely quiet. He glanced at everyone, and then saw the contemptuous smile on the face of another person, who was also a relative of the arms dealer. "Hey, what are you laughing at? And you don't think she will not be retaliated for shooting Dr. Scream, right? In no more than 3 weeks, she will definitely be dealt with. If you don't follow me now, I will remember your names one by one. When I come back again, you, and my people will be regarded as betrayed by me." As soon as the threat came out, the few people who had followed him went to his side after a few seconds of silence. One of them, whether it was a brain cramp or he wanted to save his face, began to imitate him and incite the crowd. "Aren't you worried about being punished later? No matter how fascinated by the planet commander, you should face the reality and think about yourself. No one will cover you. Follow us, there is money to leave now. Why are you looking at me like this?" Suddenly, a female employee stood up bravely and confronted them. The reality is that we can all feel that something is changing. Whether it is the extra salary without the allocation of the team leader, the people who helped rescue, the work arranged in an orderly manner in advance, the sudden promotion of the position, or the moment when Xingxia resolutely stood up in the face of the threat of Dr. Scream's men during the live broadcast, and said that she could negotiate with them alone. These fragmented scenes appeared in the minds of the employees, who had been working overtime in the government hall for many days, and finally converged into a firm idea. The planet commander was trying to get this very bad planet back on track. She did not threaten them, nor did she morally blackmail them. On the contrary, the first blow of the sickle was chopped at their superiors, who had been dissatisfied with them for a long time. She was speaking for them, for those innocent children and ordinary people who had the least power. She was always busy and might not always be in the government hall, but it was a fact that her confidant Wei Jia worked overtime and stayed up all night, which was a fact that everyone could see, and Wei Jia had never complained about it. Inexplicably and strangely, they actually felt a long-lost passion and equality. Look, everyone was trying to find joy in suffering for a plan, and even their superiors had to think about the content of the plan distressfully, and occasionally even complained about the difficulties of work with them. All this was too strange, too unfamiliar, and too exciting for them. When they learned that Xingxia was going to boldly distribute winter supplies to all the people in the cold season, and that they didn't need to pay extra fees to enter the Rongdong, they couldn't even hold back their laughter. Seeing their boss showing a hurt expression, they just felt that this was a real-life hero. Now the big boss, who loved to make big promises, and always looked down on them, was inciting them to leave when they were allocating winter supplies one by one. His intentions were known to everyone. In order not to offend, everyone didn't want to pay attention to him, but he kept talking more and more, and his companions who were supposed to stand with him were still frantically making excuses for their master. What if there is a change? You trust her so much. What if she just said it casually and thought about it casually, and in the end, we all have to take the blame for her? That's right. How many times have we all? I've been cheated so many times. At least the 5 million now is available immediately. Suddenly, another person stood up to speak for the planet commander. You can get 5 million now, because our planet commander is still here. If I were you, I would sincerely pray that she can live longer. Yes, you can get the 5 million because of her. Realizing that his superiors had heard the quarrel and walked out for no reason, there was another moment of silence at the scene, and taking advantage of this silence, the other party began to continuously express his own views. So her behavior is suspicious. Why did she do this? I don't understand. Yes, maybe she is just digging a hole for us to jump into. No one has ever been so good to us. If there is, it is to drag us to take the blame. Do you dare to say that this planet commander is different from others? The arms dealer who was standing next to his subordinates at the moment heard this and said, why does this sound like scolding him? But at this moment, a clear and firm voice suddenly stood out through the silent crowd. I dare to believe that our planetary commander is different from others. Who? Everyone looked at the source of the voice, but found that the other party was just a member of the financial team. Her boss was standing next to her at the moment. He was shocked when he heard her voice, but this usually inconspicuous member firmly told his past under the gaze of everyone. My sister was once taken away by the people of Dr. Screaming Group for experiments. My family sold everything they had to send me here in the hope that I could have a future and find out the whereabouts of my sister, but no one really regarded me as an extraordinary person. I almost gave my all. Ministry, yes, I have already given my all, but there is no help at all, and then I saw the planetary commander chose to go into the building alone to save the group of experimental subjects on the high-rise building. What else do you want to say? The scene was very quiet for a while. Seeing that the other party seemed to want to reiterate the show theory, she took the lead and asked back, even if you want to show off, there is no need to really use your life to show off, right? In your place, would anyone dare to do it? Even if there is a special transaction between the two parties, who dares to gamble trust with those desperate criminals? Suddenly, the arms dealer's relative went up and slapped the team member in the face with lightning speed. He was extremely angry and began to insult the team member for being shameless. He even kicked her a few times when she was slapped to the ground. The anger of the crowd was completely ignited at this moment. Chapter 25. Ignoring the gazes of their superiors, the first person started a fight, and the fight soon turned into a group fight and gradually became an uncontrollable group fight. The crowd separated the arms dealer from the financial team members. Even the cleaning staff, who were usually responsible for cleaning the government hall, joined the melee. They used their fists to vent their long-standing dissatisfaction. The timid big family saw this group fight that seemed like a revolution getting more and more intense. They had already screamed, closed the door, and hid in their own offices, asking for support from the federal security team, the police station, or the private prison, or even their own mercenaries. However, these guys who were usually available at any time, like watchdogs, now ignored their requests. The reason given by the federal security team was all action plans of our new leader need to be approved. The reason given by the police station was Government Hall. Isn't that the command base of the planetary commander? We are a regular police station, not a terrorist organization. It is impossible for us to take people to the Government Hall to attack. The reason given by the private prison was nonsense. The planetary commander is inspecting us. Be sensible and don't bother us. As for their own mercenaries, I believe you still remember the death of the ace killer Bazoo. We are sorry that we can't take your order for the time being. For a while, the big connections fell into a kind of embarrassment of crying to the sky and the earth, but no one will respond. What frightened them even more was that they suddenly realized that without knowing it, Xingxia, who came to Vogue Planet alone to take office as the planetary commander, had secretly mastered the strength of the entire planet's regular army, and used this strength to intimidate other terrorist organizations such as mercenaries, so that they dared not act rashly. And Xingxia casually said, any organization that dares to fire even one shot at the Government Hall will be regarded as a terrorist organization by her, and anti-terrorism only requires a list of personnel and precise coordinates. She does what she says. It has become her representative label in the underground undercurrent, and it is heavy enough to make people think twice before taking action. At the same time, the eldest son of the largest arms dealer in the area looked at the chaos, and the guy who was beaten up and was related to the arms dealer, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. This idiot, he pushed everyone to the side of the planet commander. To be honest, although the people in the family still think that the population export faction should not kneel so quickly, he always feels that Xingxia has made her attitude clear from the beginning. She is a hardliner, but everyone thought she didn't dare to make a big fuss at the time. But when she made a big fuss, she chose a people's route that seems wise now, but everyone thought it was incredible at the time. If it were someone else, they would have died thousands of times. She is really a huge mystery. Suddenly someone came up to the eldest son and asked him what they should do now. The eldest son glanced at his subordinates and showed a meaningful smile. Judging from the current situation, Xingxia has successfully become a hero in the hearts of the people of the planet Wolker. And no matter whether other people in the family admit it or not, there has been a commotion in the Government Hall for such a long time, and no one from the federal security team, the police station, or the private mercenary group has come. This has long shown that Xingxia has secretly controlled these forces without knowing it. This is troublesome. If Xingxia really controls the troops of the population export faction, then the situation of their arms faction and biological faction will be very bad. From Xingxia's point of view, wouldn't they be the next target to attack? However, as the old saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. He can also take advantage of the situation to collect intelligence in the Government Hall to eliminate dissidents from the family and control the entire family. Anyway, no matter how the situation is, when everything calms down, Xingxia will have to fill the big hole in the economic account. At that time, Xingxia, who controls the economic giant, will definitely need it. Moreover, Xingxia has suddenly announced that all people can enter the melting cave to avoid the severe cold without paying extra. But judging from the economic situation of Vogue Planet, the annual winter shelter fee accounts for 17% of the total economic income of the entire planet, which is equivalent to the proportion of the total income of a giant oligarch pillar group from birth to death of citizens, from the economic cycle inside the planet to the external cycle. This is a huge sum of money. It is impossible to get enough wool from the population export faction alone. On the contrary, it may drive them crazy, forcing them to take an extreme approach and completely eliminate Xingxia. At this time, the arms dealer's eldest son took another look at the chaotic crowd, and saw that a large number of female employees had protected the injured member of the financial team behind them. Some people checked her injuries, some comforted her, and some handed her hot water, hot towels, and medicine. She also struggled to get up, but because she was kicked too hard, she couldn't get up for a long time. Go call an ambulance. Ah? The eldest son's subordinates were obviously confused by his words. They didn't understand what calling an ambulance meant, not to mention that the medical expenses on Volk's planet were very expensive. The cost of an ambulance plus the subsequent treatment, the young staff should not be able to afford it all by themselves. But at this time, the eldest son's sharp eyes had already swept over, and his subordinates had no choice but to do it. Just as the crowd was sending the clerk away, Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan came back. As the fire alarm sounded, everyone's eyes turned to Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan. The arms dealer's eldest son was also quietly looking at these two characters, whom he had never seen before, in the corner of the crowd. It seemed that Commander Xingxia liked to use newcomers with no big background. He just had a great opportunity to test the waters. Thinking of this, he asked his subordinates to stand out and add fuel to the fire, and let them shout that according to the previous laws of Vogue Planet, those who disrespected the planetary commander should be dragged to the central garden of the government hall. The flogging was carried out in front of everyone. When they heard the word flogging, everyone in the government hall shouted in anger, "Flogging! Flogging! Flogging!" The mob needs an outlet to vent, not to mention that they are collectively standing at the forefront of protecting the planetary commander. If Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan cannot handle this matter well, their prestige as the planetary commander's confidants will decline. If they accidentally leave the impression of backstabbing everyone, then the group of believers who clamored to support the planetary commander will personally send these two people to the gallows. It's not that easy to be a hero. Sure enough, after hearing the whole story, and looking at the crowd around them, who were excitedly clamoring for whipping, Wei Jie could clearly feel that this was a trap. His brain was working so fast that he was sweating profusely without realizing it. At the same time, the arms dealer who was lying on the ground was still provoking the two of them. Whipping? Come on, if you dare to touch me today, my family will be enemies with you tomorrow. Ha, it sounds good, waving the melting whole fee. Who will pay for this money later? Ah, do you dare to answer my question? Wei Jie was silent, and Fu Qianshan standing next to him was a little anxious. But at this moment Wei Jie knew very well that he really didn't understand what Sheng Xiao was thinking. If she waved the melting whole fee, wasn't she afraid of directly collapsing the economy of Vogue Planet? Then how high the people's expectations of her would be, and how disappointed and desperate they would be after the cold season. Now the people embraced her as a god. If everyone started to starve after the cold season, would anyone still support her? Wei Jie didn't even dare to imagine the consequences, and just wanted to take out his quick-acting hard-saving pills and take two first. The longer the time dragged on, the more arrogant the arms dealer's relative became. The threat from the beginning had turned into a personal attack on Wei Jie. The planetary commander actually let you, a piece of shit, be the second in command. Oh, you're not the real second in command. You're just an errand boy and a messenger. You dare to treat yourself as a dish and preside over justice here. Bah, you are qualified to mention the word justice to me? In the past, you only wagged your tail like a dog when you saw me. Not just you, all of you. Now you think you're powerful even with a dead man standing behind you. If you hit me, I skin you all and hang you at the door of the government hall for public display. What a piece of shit. Especially you, Wei Jie. When your youngest daughter was seriously ill, she knelt down and begged step by step to this government hall. She licked the people in the foreign guest department like a dog. It was not easy to get a position here. When you die, I will sell all your daughters to the red light district. Ha, then I will play with them and let them. Before he finished speaking, Wei Jie punched the arms dealer's teeth in a perfect parabola and flew out of his mouth in front of everyone. It was not until he felt his hands were covered with sticky blood that Wei Jie came back to his senses, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He looked at the arms dealer, who was lying on the ground, and was obviously beaten to a pulp, and then looked at the four people under the dealer, who were looking at him in horror not far away. Then he looked around at the silent crowd around him. Wei Jie felt that the sweat on his forehead was getting more and more. He was in a trance, and didn't even remember how he stood up. He could only hear his slightly tired and weak voice. This man is expelled from the country, and as for the four of you, you are expelled from the government hall. You don't have to come to work tomorrow. The more Wei Jie talked, the more unsure he felt. He got into trouble. Right. This person was sent in by the Sophos family, which monopolized all arms trade and daily necessities, industrial products, and heating equipment in the western cities of Vogue Planet. No matter what his status in the Sophos family is, at least he is backed by this big family, not to mention the non-federal supporters behind this big family. He must have gotten into trouble. Wei Jie originally wanted to find a cup of hot water to calm his nerves, but he sat down in a corner and was exhausted. For a while, he didn't have the strength to stand up again. When Fu Qianshan came over, he saw Wei Jie holding his head and wanting to cry. He said to himself that he shouldn't be so impulsive, shouldn't have followed the planetary commander for a few days, and really thought he was capable, shouldn't have involved his family. Ah, this family will definitely not let him go. What should he do? Should he go and beg for mercy now? If he goes to beg for mercy. Wake up! Suddenly Fu Qianshan stepped forward, grabbed Wei Jie's arm, and looked into his eyes that wanted to surrender. Even if you beg for mercy now, do you really think they will be willing to let your family go? No, they won't. After squeezing everything out of you, they will even show you your broken family, so that they can appreciate your completely collapsed expression. Facing Fu Qianshan's roar, Wei Jie took a few deep breaths, letting the tears flow out of his eyes before he opened his mouth and asked Fu Qianshan, "Then what should I do?" Fu Qianshan was silent for a few seconds and suddenly said firmly, "Resist to the end." The hand holding Wei Jie's arm was getting stronger, and the more Fu Qianshan said these 4 words, the more determined he felt. Yi Wisheng, fight with him. Just because he offended a small person in one of the big families, his family was broken up, his wife and daughter were sold to the red light district, or he coaxed the other party to do illegal work at the beginning, and when this person thought he could finally be free and reunited with his family, he was arranged to see his broken wife and daughter, or his family whose organs were removed at a feast, so as to appreciate his collapse and despair. These beasts did this a lot in the past gatherings. As a member of the federal security team, Fu Qianshan always heard the other party talk about this kind of thing as a joke to please him when he went to collect protection fees from the police station and private prisons. These memories that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time, and had been numb to him for a long time, burst out at this moment and gathered into a simple sentence, "We will fight them to the end." At this time, Wei Jie looked over through Fu Qianshan's encouraging eyes, and saw that the crowd had gathered towards him at some point. No one had any expression on their faces, they just looked at him silently but firmly. Deportation, these 4 words are easy to say, but to really do it given the current situation, it is simply a fantasy. Even if the passport of this arms dealer can be destroyed inside the government hall, as long as the Sophis family wants to protect their people, a passport will not hurt them at all. On the contrary, they will be retaliated by the Sophis family. I will propose to the planetary commander that everyone should bring their families to work during this period. She once promised us that anyone who dares to shoot at the government hall will be regarded as a terrorist organization, and anti-terrorism only requires a list and coordinates. Wei Jie had just finished speaking when he heard the voices of resistance to the end from the crowd. At the same time, Xingxiao was interrogating a group of special prisoners in a private prison. These prisoners ranged from 3 to 17 years old, and all of them had participated in the activities of attacking federal officials. It is worth mentioning that their parents were also members of the corresponding terrorist organizations. Many of them personally planned the specific activities, and even the details of what the children said were designed in advance. So why did you attack the people from the Federation? But strangely, for questions such as why and what is the demand, these young prisoners, including their parents, all answered, "I don't know." Xingxia, we did attack. Why do you have so many whys? On the contrary, the parents of the young prisoners felt that Xingxia's questions were inexplicable, and they just thought that killing should be as normal as drinking water and eating. The prison guards also told Xingxia that they should not waste words with this group of people. They were already hopeless, and the reason why they were still detained was because the prison subsidies were calculated per person in the past. Xingxia, so this is why there are even babies in prison? At least these babies have a father, and the identity of citizens of the planet Wolker. They can also help make some money, and have adoptive families. Isn't that good? Good, very good. After saying this, Xingxia punched the prison guard in front of her, causing him to fall to the ground with his hands on his stomach. Only this kind of violent action can attract the attention of this group of special prisoners, making her slash them smile and say that Xingxia's punch was very good, but they can also do so well. Xingxia, Ignoring the prison guard's obstruction, she took out a gun and handed it to this group of special prisoners, asking them to see if they knew the gun and whether they could disassemble it. Before she finished speaking, the gun in Xingxia's hand had been disassembled and reassembled by a 9-year-old prisoner. The other party even told her that the gun was well maintained and was also a high-end product. It turned out to be a big shot from the Federation. Xingxia, even though she had experienced many planes, accompanied the host to complete many tasks, and witnessed a lot of darkness, Xingxia still felt sad when facing the calm and desperate eyes of the children. To bring these children, who originally lived in abnormality, back to normal life, it is not just a matter of love, not to mention that there will be no changes in the short term. Are you going to execute us? Suddenly, a 6-year-old child looked up and asked Xingxia this question. Xingxia was stunned and couldn't help asking her back, "Why do you think I want to execute you?" "Because our existence is troublesome." After thinking for a while, the 6-year-old child added, "Isn't it?" Hearing that they were going to be executed, the parents of the little prisoners finally showed some expression, but they didn't want to beg for mercy from Xingxia, but felt that it was not bad to be freed like this. Xingxia suddenly laughed. It turned out that she couldn't help laughing when she was extremely angry. She squatted down and asked the children seriously if they wanted to live. After they thought about it and said that they still wanted to live, Xingxia said that she could make a deal with them. What deal? Didn't you kill people from the Federation before, and then go to prison? Now you come to be my bodyguards, and I will let you out of prison. Isn't it fair? The children thought about it, some nodded, and some looked back at their parents in confusion. Xingxiao also looked at the parents of these children and told them, if you think of why you want to kill people from the Federation in the first place, feel free to contact me. This is a very cost-effective deal. For abnormal people, if you want to integrate with them, or even change them, you must first talk to them in a language they can understand. However, what the private prison guards didn't expect was that just after the midsummer was gone, the Independence Army suddenly appeared and hijacked most of the prisoners in the prison. The prison guards never expected that the weapons were ready, the locks of the vault were locked, and the heating equipment was about to be moved, but the Independence Army hijacked the prisoners and ran away, leaving the rest alone. Hey, there are more and more weird things these days, hijacking prisoners? It's almost the cold season. Can the Independence Army afford to support so many people? Should we report this? How else should we report this? Not for equipment or money, but just to rob prisoners. Oh, how strange. After contacting the leaders of the Independence Army, and Yuan and Mo Siming, in the car, Xiao Ai sent an urgent message. Sofuel, the eldest son of the Sophis family, one of the major arms dealers on the Wolker planet, who was the third child in the family, led a team into the government hall with a gun. Oh, I remember what happened with Weijia. How is the situation now? According to the footage from the internal surveillance of the government hall, after Sofuel came to the door of the government hall with a gun, he pointed the gun directly at the door of the government hall and fired a shot. Your planetary commander said that anyone who dares to shoot at the government hall will be regarded as a terrorist organization, and anti-terrorism only requires a list and coordinates. Okay, now I have delivered myself to the door. Where is your planetary commander? Is he hiding like a coward? Seeing Sofuel's arrival, let alone Weijia and the others, even the eldest son, who is also a relative of the arms dealer, felt strange. He directly challenged the planetary commander? It seems that the Sophis family has received. What kind of news confirmed that the population export faction had completely sided with Xingxia, or did something happen to the population export faction? While he was still guessing, Sofuel had already taken a photo of Xingxia shooting one of the elders of the population export faction, saying that the Sophis family must avenge this vengeance. Okay. At this moment, Xingxia, who was sitting in the car, originally listened to Mo Siming's words. As to whether this elder really colluded with foreign forces to sell out the people of Vogue Planet, the corresponding chain of evidence was not complete, but the Sophis family, one of the foreign forces, the arms dealer family, jumped out at this time and said that his revenge should be attributed to their family. This is really a word double happiness. At this time, Xingxiao looked at the 8 little prisoners in her car, who came over out of curiosity, and wanted to see the surveillance footage. She simply showed them the surveillance footage and asked them, if you don't want to harm the hostages inside, but want to kill these armed criminals, do you have any good suggestions? The children really thought about it. Soon, one of them suggested that they could go up the underground passage to observe the situation, and then use the alarm inside the government hall as bait, and then use a short-range sniper rifle to kill the group of people with one shot. The recoil of a single bullet from a short-range sniper rifle is enough to throw you off or break your shoulder, which means you only have one chance to shoot. Well, that's enough. Chapter 26. The children's eyes were unusually resolute and confident. For a moment, Xingxia even thought that if these children were not in prison, but in a certain army, they would be the best soldiers sent from heaven. No wonder the warden valued them so much, and said that children like them would be sold at a good price when they grow up. Don't you need us to intervene? Suddenly one of the children asked cautiously. Xingxiao looked up and found that all the children were already watching her face very skillfully. After a few seconds of silence, Xingxiao spoke again. No, I just feel a little sad. After casually patting one of the children on the head, Xingxiao renegotiated the action plan with them. At that time, she would enter the gate of the government hall alone to attract the attention of these criminals, and the children needed to get off the car and follow Xiaoai's instructions to sneak into the government hall from the underground garage, which was behind these criminals. The gun used was an electromagnetic sniper rifle that could paralyze people instantly. This gun has a small recoil and a longer range than traditional short-range sniper rifles. Do you want to capture them alive? After noticing Xingxia's intention, one of the children asked this, and then said that they should use close combat without waiting for Xingxia to respond. To be honest, the electromagnetic sniper rifle is like a useless toy in such a battle. And it is not ruled out that someone could raise their arms and fight back when they are instantly paralyzed. I think they should just shoot them in the head. I also think it would be safer to shoot them in the head. Give us real guns. It is enough to keep one person alive for interrogation. Midsummer, who had experienced many ups and downs, felt like a harmless elementary school kid in front of these living devils. She couldn't help but interrupt the children's chatter. The action plan has been decided, so let's execute it according to the plan, okay? After a few seconds of silence, one of the children asked Midsummer again, "What if you get shot? Will we fail the mission?" Before Midsummer could say anything, the 6-year-old child next to her raised his head and smiled at Midsummer. "You can lead me in. If there is a bullet, I will be responsible for blocking it for you." Midsummer, do you know what blocking a bullet means? What was unexpected to Midsummer was that the older child took off his clothes and showed the bullet holes on his body to Midsummer like a medal of honor. While showing it, he told Midsummer that although it was painful, he could still bear it. If he really couldn't bear it, dying would be a kind of happiness. Xingxia, I've changed my mind. Let's just shoot him in the head. Yo! The children were all excited. They wanted to raise their guns to the sky to celebrate. It seemed that the brainwashing of the terrorist organization had penetrated into their bones. Half an hour later, Safyul dragged Weijia, whose face was covered with blood but who was silent and refused to tell him where Xingxia had gone, and shouted in front of the domestic live broadcast of Vogue Planet that if Xingxia didn't respond, he would shoot Weijia. After that, he put the gun directly to Weijia's temple. Weijia squinted his swollen eyes and looked at the black muzzle of the gun pointing at him. Suddenly, he didn't understand why he couldn't tell the whereabouts of Xingxia. He should have told the whereabouts of Xingxia. It was the best choice. His children couldn't live without a father, and his wife couldn't live without a husband. Yes, he should tell the whereabouts of Xingxia. Besides, if he really died, Xingxia might not be able to help him raise the children. Why was he so stubborn? He glanced at Fu Qianshan, who was beaten to the ground beside him, knowing that the reason why Safyul dared to point the gun at him was because he was just an internal staff member of the government hall. If he dared to point a gun at the top leader of the federal security team, it would be equivalent to defying the entire federal regime. However, on the first day that the planetary commander appointed the top leader of the federal security team, he beat the leader so hard that he couldn't get up. This provocation was arrogant enough. I give you 3 more seconds. If you still keep silent, I will be forced to shoot. Listening to Safyul counting down 3, 2, 1, Weijia inexplicably slowly closed his eyes, and the next second, the people of the entire Wolker planet screamed. The gun went off. Weijia, who had not felt the pain for a long time, opened his eyes in disbelief. Then, he was shocked to find that Safyul, who had just arrogantly pointed a gun at his temple, had been shot in the head. The scene seemed to fall into black and white in an instant. Not only did the big connections in the government hall not expect it, but the big families on the Vogue planet, who were watching the live broadcast, did not expect it. Even Weijia and the staff in the government hall did not expect that Xingxia would really dare to shoot the eldest son of the big crocodile family Sophus in the head. Before the people in the Sophus family roared, there was only a burst of gunshots. All the people brought by Safyul this time were shot in the head. It was called neat and tidy. At this time, Xingxia went into the government hall alone against the light. Facing the completely dumbfounded crowd, she took off the sniper rifle's exclusive goggles, faced the live broadcast camera of Safyul, and announced again to all the people on the Vogue planet and the big family forces, anyone who dares to shoot at the government hall will be regarded as a terrorist organization, and anti-terrorism only requires a list and coordinates. Do you understand? After saying that, she turned off the live camera, and no one in the entire government hall took the lead. When Weijia reacted, warm applause had already sounded like an endless tide. You are crazy. Suddenly, a high-profile counter-voice appeared in the crowd. Xingxia took the opportunity to see that it was the eldest son of the largest arms dealer in this area. Standing with him were many relatives, who were completely frightened. Not only were there uneasiness on their faces, but there was also a sense of sadness. In order to maintain the normal trade and business environment on Vogue Planet, I killed the gangsters who invaded the government hall. Is there any problem? Xingxia suddenly said something that sounded a bit blind at this time. But the eldest son of the largest arms dealer, who quickly came to his senses, suddenly applauded, and while clapping, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he praised Xingxia. The planetary commander did the right thing. We should not show mercy to such criminals. Xingxia was very flexible in handling this matter. She also said that she shot and killed the gangster. Whether the gangster admitted it or not was the business of the Sophus family. If he admitted it, the two sides would officially go to war. If he did not admit it, that was great. The iron rule of not shooting at the government hall must have been engraved in the minds of any organization leader on the entire Vogue planet. For his family, now is naturally the best time to watch the fire from the other side and reap the benefits. After that, Xingxiao walked towards Wei Jia, who was covered in wounds. She did not say much sensational words, but walked up to Wei Jia and gently hugged him and patted his shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work." It was just a very ordinary sentence, but for some reason Wei Jia felt his eyes were sore, and before he could react, tears were already flowing. The crowd around him applauded again. When the applause died down, Sheng Xiao raised the gun in his hand as a stop signal, and then announced several urgent matters. First, the staff in the government hall can take their families to the government hall for shelter first, and the underground parking lot will be temporarily used as a shelter. Secondly, the building where Dr. Scream was previously located will be temporarily used as a hospital, and federal security personnel will patrol the hospital all day. Finally, the staff in the government hall may face a high-intensity work cycle again, and this time there may not be so much money to subsidize everyone as overtime pay, but I promise that no one from Vogue Planet will die suddenly in the cold wind this winter. I need volunteers. Who is willing to be a volunteer? Xingxiao looked around and saw that many people in the crowd were already in tears. As soon as Xingxiao finished speaking, they could hear petitions coming one after another. "We are very willing to be your volunteers. You are an excellent planetary commander. We are willing." Accompanied by the thunder and applause of the crowd, even the big connections were overwhelmed by the unstoppable momentum around them, and could no longer say anything to object. After Xingxiao dealt with the corpse and other matters in the government hall, the children in the prison avoided the crowd and appeared in front of Xingxiao. "Did we do well?" Facing the children's eyes expecting praise, Xingxiao said a little disappointedly, "It would be better if you knew why you were doing this." The children lowered their heads in boredom, and one of the braver girls asked Xingxiao angrily, "Knowing why you are fighting. Is this what you want to say? Why, have you heard it before?" Xingxiao asked her curiously, but she frowned and shook her head in disgust. "Yao, that person is hypocritical. I don't like him. It's really not easy to survive, and you have this ability that is enough to scare many people. You are a good knife." The children fell silent collectively. The words "a good knife" sounded insulting to them. It was like a cage that trapped their lives. No matter how well they honed their killing skills, and how harmless they disguised themselves, they seemed unable to escape from this cage. Suddenly, Xingxiao stood up and put a gun into the hands of the girl who had just spoken up for justice. "But if you want to get rid of the fate of becoming a knife, you must know why you are fighting." "Children, The girl looked up at Xingxiao. "What should we fight for?" "There are many answers to this question. You don't have to listen to me. There are many people here. You can ask them one by one, right? Without consent, we can't be exposed in front of the crowd because we are doing dirty things." The little boy in the group of children spoke first, but Xingxiao said that she agreed this time. They can appear in front of this group of people and help deal with some things. She knows that they are not only good at killing, but also emergency treatment, right, children? After a long silence, the group of little prisoners finally decided to follow Xingxiao's advice and take the first step to show their faces in front of people. On the other side, before the members of the federal security team arrived after hearing the news, Xingxiao received a call from Mo Siming at the request of the population export faction, saying that the matter of the government hall had been broadcast live, and not only the people of Vogue Planet saw it, but also the Federation and the surrounding Starfield forces. The people of the Sophos family were furious, and it was no longer furious to describe it. They all started to mark the price and prepared to kill her. Then, they are quite smart, knowing that they have reached the end of the road and have to fight. Who would have thought that Xingxiao's tone was very calm, and Mo Siming took several deep breaths before he finally suppressed the anger in his heart. He finally realized that Xingxiao was just crazy. Just after kicking the table of the population export faction, he was ready to wipe out the nest of the arms faction and the foundation of the biological faction. No then. Mo Siming was so angry that he laughed when he said this. "What are you going to do next? Will you take all the people who support you with you to die? How could that be? We will enter the Ice Age in about 2 months. When the winter comes, it will be impossible for the Federation or foreign forces to send people here. I thought that it would be easy to deal with one, so it would be easy to deal with two. Isn't this just right? How easy is it?" It was only because Mo Siming was not in front of Xingxiao now, otherwise he could jump directly to Xingxiao's desk and squat to ask her this question, but Xingxiao changed the subject the next second. "I know that the Independence Army has other bases and also reserves a large amount of ammunition." It must be said that the first sentence scared Mo Siming very much. Sure enough, Xingxiao's next sentence, Aren't you going to use it in actual combat? Are you really going to declare war on the Sophos family and put the Vogue planet into a temporary wartime state? Are you really going to do this? In the past 50 years, the Sophos family has gradually infiltrated daily necessities and industrial product transactions from small-scale arms trades at the beginning, and finally obtained the qualifications for the production and sales of relevant federal heating equipment based on its influence. As an arms dealer family, no other family can get the corresponding qualifications. Why don't you get it? Don't you want to? Xingxia suddenly raised her voice. When you arrived at Vogue Planet and began to reorganize the power of the population export faction, they became a large family with great political influence on Vogue Planet. Now, because of the death of the great elder of the population export faction, they are desperate and jumped out of the wall. Can you really not think of the connection? After just 2 sentences, Mo Siming, who was originally very angry, fell silent. During his silence, Xingxia continued to speak. The Sophos family has always controlled the so-called most Wild West. Not only is it very chaotic, but the population management is almost non-existent. There are not even many police stations and private prisons. On the surface, the Sophos family has always been very low-key, because their most profitable business has never been arms. What business is the most profitable and safest? They collude with the elders of the population export faction to sell infants and young children, human organs, and train mercenaries. To put it bluntly, they are engaged in human trafficking, which is treason. Now their eldest son dares to rush into the government hall with a gun and shoot, and broadcast live to clamor for me to come forward. What does this mean? This means that the war has begun. Mo Siming, give up your fantasy and prepare for battle. On the side of the Independence Army, or perhaps seeing Mo Siming's gloomy expression, and Yuan took over the call. And this happened to let everyone in the combat meeting room hear Xingxia's words, this is treason, and the last give up fantasy, and prepare for war. And Yuan glanced at the silent people, and knew that it was time for them to make a historic decision, so she took a deep breath, and calmly called Xingxia's name on the communication device. Xingxia, I am in Yuan. I will lead the independent army to participate in this war. So, have you thought about how to use us? In the meeting room of the independent army, Mo Siming looked back at the young Yuan beside him in disbelief, always feeling that he could see the crazy figure of Xingxia in her, and Xingxia quickly replied, I will use the regular army to hold them back in the western edge. As for you, do you remember how to conduct a surprise attack that I taught you before? I understand. By the way, I have to remind you this time. Xingxia said this while looking at the little prisoner standing in the crowd. There are a lot of scouts in the other team. I suggest you don't believe what any child says when you act. And Yuan. She suddenly understood why Xingxia suddenly made such a big fuss. She always felt that Xingxia was always unusually tough in her attitude towards children. Now it seems that her feeling is indeed correct. After lowering his eyes, and showing a relieved smile, and Yuan replied again, Understood, take care. Mo Siming, He turned his head, and looked at Yuan, the current leader of the Independence Army. And Yuan also looked at him at the same time. After closing his eyes, Mo Siming stood up suddenly. Okay, then beat him up. In the evening, Xingxia delivered a national mobilization speech in the ward of Fuqianshan, the highest leader of the federal security team, and released videos and photos of beaten employees, citizens, and children trained to become mercenaries. I was extremely shocked and heartbroken by the black trade on the Vogue planet. After I knocked out When I was investigating the human trafficking group, I realized that the interests of the citizens of the Federation had been stolen by the foreign power group headed by the Sophos family. Every year, the heating allowance issued by the Federation is taken away by the Sophos family at the price of expensive heating equipment. Most of the time, the citizens of the Federation not only cannot enjoy the heating subsidy, but are even forced to pay a part of the difference to obtain the corresponding heating equipment. As the army responsible for the security of the federal regime, the federal security team originally enjoyed absolute priority in materials. Even so, every year, the members of the federal security team still have to pay high fees to maintain the lives of their family members after entering the melting cave. So this battle is not only for the upcoming winter season, but also to prevent Vogue from sinking deeper and deeper into the quagmire tomorrow. After the speech, Xingxia's name topped the hot search list of nearby Starfield news in a short period of time. In the words of people from other Starfield forces, although I know that Vogue will make some big news every year, I didn't expect this year's news to be so explosive. For the first time in 100 years, Vogue has announced that it has entered a temporary wartime state. Wow! Ah, the newly appointed planetary commander is so handsome. Really want to clean up the complex forces on Volk? This planetary commander will not do great things, but die miserably, ha ha ha. Volk really has all kinds of fun. It must be said that the people of the Sophos family do great things and die miserably. Yeah, the planetary commander didn't even give him a chance to kneel down and repent, he just shot him in the head. Do you have any live videos? Please share. Just when the people of other star domains were watching the show, the people of Volk Planet, who were working illegally in other star domains, suddenly united spontaneously, and asked to go back to their own star domain as soon as possible to see the situation. Some bosses really gave these people leave with the attitude of watching the show. However, judging from the current situation on Volk Planet, this news that the federal security team members said big job was heard by the police station and private prison guards, as the new planetary commander is crazy. She is a big lunatic. If the war starts now, it will be the cold season soon. Will they have time to retreat to Rongdong for repair after the war? You should know that when the cold season arrives on Volk, the external temperature can drop by dozens of degrees overnight. Everything exposed on the surface will be frozen into ice sculptures and melt caves. As the name suggests, the underground city built on the hot spring mountain range of Volk is not self-heating. It also needs to prepare corresponding heating equipment and raw materials to maintain the temperature. Every year, 3 months before the arrival of the cold season, various departments will start to prepare winter supplies. Now there are only 2 months left before the cold season. Their planetary commander has actually announced that he will declare war on the Sophos family, which has been entrenched in the West for a long time. She is crazy. She is ready to take everyone to freeze to death in the cold season of Volk. It just so happens that both the police department and the private prison have been issued red-headed documents to cooperate with this war. The police department can still be linked to this war, but the prison guards can't figure it out. What does this have to do with them? Isn't this just Chunchun asking them to go to the battlefield to die? For a time, many prison guards had the idea of resigning, and even wanted to join the independent army against the federal regime. That's right, the independent army will definitely take advantage of the federal government to cause trouble at this time. So if you want to seek asylum, now is a good time to find the independent army. So the resignation rate of the police station and private prison guards once soared, which made Mo Siming, who was originally still worried about how to reorganize the forces of these three forces after Xingxia dealt with the senior leaders of the population export faction, stunned. Now a large number of combat personnel want to join the independent army, which is equivalent to combining the forces of the police station and private prison guards into one, and the leader of the independent army is obviously on Xingxia's side. So Xingxia has fully controlled at least 2/3 of the forces on Volk before the official war, and also has the public support and the fear of other forces and organizations. How can this be fought? Isn't this just a pure win? Chapter 27. As expected by Mo Siming, before the two sides officially started fighting, a terrorist organization's declaration topped the hot search list of Volk Planet and nearby star regions the next morning. The XC terrorist organization that originally accepted the assassination order for Xingxia suddenly stood up and announced that they would give up this order. After all, normal people can be killed, but it is better not to provoke crazy people. We still need to prepare for winter. Of course, we will also monitor whether the new planetary commander of the Federation will really implement the decision of free refuge in Rongdong. If she does not implement it, then the XC organization will enforce justice for all citizens. It must be said that the XC terrorist organization is quite good at grabbing traffic. People in the nearby star fields couldn't help but comment, "Insane, it's really insane, this world is so magical that terrorist organizations have come out to supervise whether the Federation has fulfilled its promises to the people?" Terrorist organization, justice for the heavens, these two words are so weird when combined together. I'm stupid, this terrorist organization is too high-pitched. Is this still the familiar terrorist organization? Oh my god, the new planetary commander of Volk made a promise to the XC organization this morning. He fully understands the other party's concerns, will firmly implement the decision of free refuge in Rongdong, and sincerely invites the other party to join the preparation work. Good guy, this new planetary commander knows how to play, right? Is he going to directly incorporate the XC terrorist organization? It's worthy of Volk Planet. You can be poor and talented, but you can't be without work. Since Xingxia announced that it would attack the Sophos family and prepare winter supplies while fighting terrorism, the staff in the government hall became busy. At the same time, Xingxia also issued a call for volunteers to the people of Volk Planet. In short, it called on the people of Volk Planet to take the initiative to organize themselves and help with logistics work. After that, Xingxia announced dozens of volunteers with the government hall overnight. Places with equal strategic value and significance, including the original experimental building where Dr. Scream was located, now transformed into the Central Hospital, the infrastructure building before the melting cave, local schools and hospitals, material storage points, etc. We will go through a difficult time together, but believe me, as long as we survive this cold winter, the light of sunrise will surely shine on everyone. I declare the following locations to be included in the immovable coordinates of the Vogue planet. Any organization or individual who dares to fire even one shot at the coordinates will be regarded as a terrorist attack by me, and will be punished no matter how far away they are. After delivering the relevant speech, Xingxia arrived at the brightly lit Federal Security Bureau overnight. She first encouraged the members of the Federal Security Team. They have never really experienced a war for 100 years, but the surrounding star fields are like boiling frogs in warm water, and they are all about to be boiled to death. So take this as an opportunity. Everyone should be alert, bring out their own unique skills, and don't be afraid of making mistakes. Failure is the mother of success, but I require that if a problem arises during the large-scale march, it should be solved, recorded, and then gradually improved, and never fall into the same pit twice. Please note that this military operation is not to let you die, but to let you survive well. Do you understand? Federal Security. Every member of the security team seemed so excited that they couldn't even shout the word understand in unison. Seeing this, Xiao Ai, Xingxia's plug-in, couldn't help but complain. They don't look as good as the Independence Army. Xingxia shrugged after hearing this. After all, the atmosphere was different. The Federal Security Team was like a professional soldier before. To put it bluntly, it was very similar to mercenaries. They were all individualistic, and had basically no collective concept. Everyone was not in the same group, and they didn't fight at all. The training plans were all kinds of messes. Now they can be gathered together to support the front army. It's already very good. On the contrary, the Independence Army has been fighting all the time. It has a complete system, and a clear leadership ideology. Naturally, its mobilization and action capabilities are far superior to the Federal Security Team. But we can't deny the future of this group of young people because of the past of the Federal Security Team. They have just started, so the next 2 months will be the best time for them to find their original intentions and train. After talking to Xiao Ai in his mind, Xingxia announced his decision. Next, I will divide all the people into 3 groups. The 3 groups will rotate every 3 days. 1 group will be responsible for the west of the Sophos family. 1 group will be responsible for patrolling and protecting the coordinates of the important bases I just announced. And 1 group will be responsible for repairs while maintaining support at any time. Please note that the number 1 target of this operation is terrorists. I don't want to see any disturbances. Soldiers, you must remember that at this moment, the civilians who are responsible for the logistics of winter reserve materials are your partners. Don't hurt your partners, and keep your guns pointed outward, okay? Inside the government hall, the grid-shaped area responsibility system that Xingxia used when he killed Dr. Scream played a huge role at this time. Everyone was busy but also had clear work goals. Make everyone feel that their work is valuable, and naturally the more they work, the more addicted they become. In the hospital, Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan, who were beaten into brothers in distress before, finally moved in together excitedly after strong requests. Now they can coordinate the actions of the staff in the government hall and the patrolling Federal Security Team members without any distance, and can respond to emergencies at any time. In the video call with his family, when Wei Jie was asked by his daughter what is Dad doing, Wei Jie finally smiled and replied, Dad is doing something very meaningful. Huh? Dad is making this planet better and better. Then, Dad is a hero. What hero? Dad is just showing off. Look, he can't get out of bed yet. Listening to his eldest daughter's insults and his youngest daughter's rebuttal, Wei Jie's heart softened. He looked back at Fu Qianshan, who was still looking at the map and the city's live surveillance, and asked him if he wanted to come over and say hello to his family. Fu Qianshan was stunned and shook his head fiercely. No, there's no point in fighting now, and everything you say is empty. Wei Jie. Yes, 2 months. Xingxia announced so many immovable coordinates in one breath. Can it really be safe and sound? For the Sophos family, since the XC terrorist organization rejected their assassination orders, after that, the situation began to take a sharp turn for the worse. No matter how high the price they offered or how much arms and medicine they offered in return, the terrorist organizations that had been clamoring to kill the planet commander refused to accept the order. What made them even more angry was that Xingxia took the lead in blocking all the starship ports on the planet Vogue, preventing them from transferring or escaping, forcing them to huddle in the west. During this long development process, Due to the guarantee of the population export faction and the covert operation of Asserting, they attached themselves to the big names of the population export faction. The elders started a human trafficking business. Although they had a lot of money, they didn't really control much military force. They even sent out a group of mercenaries as soon as they were trained. To put it bluntly, apart from being rich, they were a bit strong on the outside but weak on the inside. So if a regular army of the federal security team really came in midsummer, even if they could hit the other side hard, they would definitely not get much advantage. What's worse now is that the population export faction has tacitly cut off contact with their family since the death of the elder. This made them feel like a completely fattened pig, just waiting to be slaughtered. In this desperate situation, someone in the family suddenly suggested whether to look for the independent army. If they provided the other party with heating equipment, a large amount of funds and weapons and equipment, the independent army might be willing to take their order. Not to mention fighting the planetary commander head-on. At least it could help them delay a little time so that they could wait for the arrival of reinforcements. Indeed, there are at most 2 months before Vogue Planet will usher in an extremely cold winter. If we don't make up our minds to give up some things now, no one can leave by then. So the Sophos family approached the Independence Army for the first time, and the contact message was actually received by Asserting. He was worried that the other party would recognize his voice. Just as he was about to transfer the contact, he heard that the Sophos family offered a very considerable reward, and also expressed their willingness to provide detailed maps of major cities on the Vogue planet to facilitate the Independence Army to launch street battles and create chaos. Asserting just cursed the other party in his heart for being whimsical, but who knew that the leader of the Independence Army, and Yuan, who had transferred the contact, suddenly said, "We can take your assassination mission, but isn't the reward you give too little?" Asserting. The second and third brothers of the Independence Army. The people of the Sophos family probably guessed that the Independence Army would raise the price, but they didn't expect that the other party would raise it so much, and the reward they asked for was also ridiculously high. But Yuan was very familiar with their situation and said, "You can contact us now, it must be because there is no one left. No other organization dares to take your order, right? Face the reality. If we were not in a difficult situation now, we would not be willing to take the risk of taking your order. It's just that the new planetary commander is really too much." And Yuan's words were immediately echoed by the people of the Sophos family, right? She not only subverted the original order of Vogue Planet, but also extremely oppressed our living space. We have something urgently needed here. If you can provide us, we can reach a cooperation. Listen carefully. The latest model of heating equipment, the procurement volume is 3 tons, 80,000 sets of winter protective clothing, and 100,000 heating energy devices. The people of the Sophos family were silent for a few seconds. They knew that the situation of the Independence Army was bad, and that the Independence Army would take the opportunity to raise the price, but they did not expect that their situation would be so bad that they asked for so many heating equipment right away. After thinking about it, the people of the Sophos family gritted their teeth and agreed, "Okay." Also, 3,000 of the latest Oz weapons, 100,000 sets of combat uniforms equipped with tactical belts and carrying equipment, 2,000 of the latest land motor vehicles, 3,000 drones, equipped with no less than 30 master control rooms, and 500 land combat equipment and off-road vehicles. And Yuan was like an emotionless quotation machine. "You are blackmailing." The more the Sophos family listened, the more they felt that the other party was asking for too much, but before they could get angry, and Yuan suddenly interrupted them and continued to report the required materials: 3 tons of typhoid drugs, 10 tons of antibiotics, no less than 300 pieces of field hospital equipment, no less than 15 tons of winter nutrient solution, and no less than 300 million star coins in transaction funds. You are counting the amount of your ancestors wintering. Then tell me what this order is. Do it or not. Facing the fury and humiliation of the Sophos family, and Yuan's expression and response were calmly the same as that of the planetary commander Sheng Xia, which made his companions around him stunned. Finally, after a long silence, the Sophos family took a step back. "You don't need to assassinate the planetary commander, just help create chaos, how about it?" And Yuan raised his eyebrows. Now there are many places marked as unreachable targets by the newly appointed planetary commander. Simply creating chaos will not achieve the effect you want. If I am not mistaken, you should want to seize at least one starship port, and attacking a starship port will be identified as a terrorist organization by the planetary commander. People of the Sophos family, aren't you a terrorist organization? Do you still need to be identified? We are taking a very big risk. If you are not sincere in the transaction, then just pretend that you have never contacted us. After saying that, and Yuan directly hung up the communication. Everyone looked at An Yuan's new set of smooth operations, and blinked in amazement. Just when they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, who would have thought that the communication device rang again, and then the people of the Sophos family said that they agreed to this cooperation plan. All the supplies will be delivered in a week. However, the independent army must ensure the safety of the Sophos family within this week. In short, it is necessary to create corresponding chaos to attract the attention of the planetary commander and the federal security team, otherwise the supplies cannot be safely transported. This time, An Yuan was silent, and just as the second and third brothers used their eyes to signal An Yuan to reject this order, when An Yuan unexpectedly agreed, "No problem, but if you don't see the supplies in a week, you will have to bear the consequences yourself." After that, both sides cut off the communication. Everyone in the meeting room of the Independence Army was silent, and they all looked at their leader An Yuan in disbelief. Are you really going to abandon the planet, Commander?" After an unknown amount of time, the third brother asked hesitantly, and even Mo Simon couldn't help but frown. Facing the incredible eyes of everyone, An Yuan suddenly pulled out his light brain and asked Sheng Xia, who was online at the other end of the light brain, "How is it? Do you think it's okay to blackmail the other party with these things?" The third brother, Mo Simon. "Good guy, the game is a black-eating black game." Chapter 28. Mingxia's sudden appearance made everyone feel incredible, and the third brother couldn't help asking when did she start listening to the conversation between An Yuan and the Sophos family? Mingxia thought for a few seconds and replied lightly, "Well, at the beginning." "What do you mean at the beginning?" "I have to thank An Yuan, she contacted me first." Mo Simon's eyes changed instantly when he looked at An Yuan. No, he couldn't contact Xingxia directly, but Xingxia gave the direct contact method to An Yuan, the leader of the Independence Army. She and her son have a good relationship. Seeing Mo Simon's abandoned and resentful eyes, An Yuan coughed and changed the subject. "So, you just agreed to my plan to blackmail the Sophos family. Then in the next week, our Independence Army will officially go to war with you and even create chaos. Do you have any good suggestions?" "Yes." Xingxia reported a lot of locations in one breath and said frankly, "The Federal Security Bureau has a lot of stockpiled ammunition older than my grandmother. It's time to take it out and set it off as New Year's fireworks. If other star regions want to interfere in the affairs of Vogue Planet at that time, they have to think twice." Setting shells? As fireworks? Wow, she is really creative. But has she considered that the ammunition on the Independence Army's side is actually stored bit by bit? It is a reserve force that they are unwilling to use until the necessary moment. Has she really considered the situation of their Independence Army? The third brother was about to get angry when he heard An Yuan calmly reply, "You want me to consume a batch of old stocks and pretend to beat you, and then continue to blackmail the Sophos family? Smart, we really have the same mind." Xingxia silently raised her thumbs. "Yeah, I understand." An Yuan was full of energy, the third brother, The people of the Independent Army, Mo Simon, Sighing silently, Mo Simon came to An Yuan and asked Xingxia his question directly. "Are you guys thinking too much about reality? As the commander of the planet, you have announced so many points that cannot be attacked. Although the Independent Army has a small number of troops, the actual situation is complicated. If someone sneaks in to cause trouble, you have to withdraw troops. What if something really happens?" Xingxia had already made arrangements for this. The troops withdrawn are prison guards from the police station and private prisons. When the time comes, they will meet acquaintances on the battlefield. You can take care of them, and let them go if you can. Mo Simon. "Good guy, these prison guards, who just resigned from the police station or private prison, have gone around in circles, and found that they are the first to go to the battlefield. I don't know how they feel in their hearts. Let them go." "So what do you mean?" The second brother also came over to listen to Xingxia's arrangement. After all, he was the one who planned and implemented the actions of the Independence Army. Well, in addition to the fireworks, let both sides take sticks to the battlefield to fight. By the way, since the people of the Sophos family want to escape, if you can guide them all to the vicinity of the starship port, then we can capture them at the lowest cost. I have seen the map, and I will choose the starship port where I just arrived on this planet." And Yuan frowned suddenly. "Are you really going to let us attack the place you have marked as an immovable coordinate? I mean shooting." Xingxia sighed. "If you want to create chaos, why not dress up as tourists and use selfie sticks to break through, or dress up as cleaning staff and use mop sticks to create chaos?" Hearing this, Mo Simon couldn't help but complain. "They are all talented." And Yuan. "Then why don't we become brave citizens and help you arrest the people of the Sophos family directly. Xingxia's eyes lit up. Sure, I can also give you a Brave Citizen Award when the time comes. And Yuan, who was just joking. No, is she really going to do this? The actors in the government hall, the former Lang Bosch's men, the group of kids I fooled, are the most familiar with the environment in this area. You can just let them out and treat it as their first independent army mission, to help keep an eye on those who want to make trouble. Believe me, let the enemy fall into the vast sea of the masses. Even if they want to make trouble, they can't resist the power of the masses. And Yuan. She has read this chapter, and it makes her excited, but based on the current self-discipline of the people on Vogue Planet. Can it really achieve what Xingxia wrote in the chapter on communism, that is, will it spontaneously report dangerous people instead of taking their money? Shizi came to the meeting room at some point, and listening to the voices of Xingxia and An Yuan in the meeting room, he asked the teacher beside him unwillingly, So, Fuzi, Xingxia, who brought us here is really the planet commander? The teacher of the Independence Army looked at Shizi's face with an inquiring look, and for a moment, he wanted to find an excuse for Xingxia, but couldn't, so he just nodded. Compared with other children, who were fooled here by Xingxia, Shizi was obviously the leader of this group of children, but he was also very thoughtful. They used to make a living by selling drugs or picking up garbage. Although everyone in the Independence Army has tried their best to get close to the hearts of these children, it is obvious that these children's obedience is all pretended, especially when they realize that they may just be abandoned by Xingxia as a burden to the Independence Army base, taking boring classes, and listening to some boring words preached around them. This rebellious and revengeful mood rushed to the top. I heard from the teacher that Commander Xingxia. She wants to make Vogue better and better, right? Looking at the little adult-like side profile of the actor looking up at him, the teacher of the Independence Army thought for a moment, and gave us sincere advice. She may not be as good as we imagined, but the fact is that her actions have indeed made the children of Vogue no longer have to worry about being abducted or frozen to death this winter. Of course, the premise is that the free melting cave plan can really be successfully implemented. As you can see, there are still many obstacles to overcome in order to achieve this plan. The actor subconsciously clenched his fist, but also looked at the conference room somewhat unwillingly. I can take other children out to do everything you ask, but I also have a request. I want to meet Fuzi, the planetary commander, alone. While the teacher of the Independence Army was still hesitating, and Yuan suddenly called the actor and asked him to come in, saying that Xingxia had something to say to him. Actor. 3 hours later, without warning, a warning of a missile attack sounded from within the Vogue planet. Immediately afterwards, Xingxia urgently declared a citywide curfew and required all police officers to be in place to meet the sudden attack from the Independence Army. At the same time, considering that the Independence Army personnel were also citizens of the original Vogue planet, Xingxia solemnly promised, as long as the other party did not fire the first shot, the corresponding police officers would never fire the first shot either. Later, in a public speech, she stated that she would arrange for the federal security team to march to the west where the Sophos family, now a terrorist organization, was located as soon as possible. She called on the people at this time. Everyone unites to defend their homes, and said that this riot is the most difficult night before dawn. As long as they can get through it, the dawn of victory is just ahead. At this time, the staff in the government hall, which is extremely rare, began to work around the clock. At the same time, they called on relevant citizens to form a volunteer team to cooperate with the federal security team members, who also work around the clock to conduct round-the-clock inspections of important coordinates. Wei Jia made a relevant declaration even though he was in the hospital, saying that he would severely punish merchants who hoarded rare goods to raise prices during the war, and would also curb the occurrence of vicious incidents by criminal groups in all aspects, and called on everyone to unite and overcome the difficulties together. The chaos is imminent. The Star Region forces and the spectators near the Vogue planet have been rubbing their hands in anticipation of a big fight by either the Independence Army or the planetary commander. As a result, missiles were fired round after round. According to the missile strike range shown in the satellite cloud map, most of the missiles were either intercepted or landed in an open area. Moreover, both sides are very martial and use a round-based system. You fire a round of missiles, and I fire another round of missiles an hour later. To sum it up in the words of the host of the Star Network News War Channel, this doesn't look like a real war, but rather a bit like a normal test of whether one's own missile anti-strike device is useful. What was even more unexpected was that after the missiles were fired, the Independence Army had already approached the edge of the core city of Vogue Planet and was preparing to attack. The Independence Army soldiers took out old-fashioned slingshots, traditional sticks, pots, support poles and mountain bikes, and ran away after fighting a wave. Before everyone could sympathize with the Independence Army soldiers' backward equipment, the supporting police station personnel drove out the transport vehicles loaded with soldiers, but obeyed the city's traffic lights and never ran red lights. Looking at the Independence Army soldiers again, their mountain bikes were very safe. The police drove on the non-motorized vehicle lane and showed off their power to the police officers from time to time. The host of the Star News War Channel said it was difficult to comment. "I have never fought a street fight in the city. So civilized. Okay, we saw the police transport vehicle stopped because of the red light again. Ah, the Independence Army personnel are showing off that their mountain bikes can drive faster than the transport vehicle." The police officers fought back. They used hand-thrown stones to fight back. Ah, unfortunately they missed. At present, the two sides are still chasing each other on the city streets. We saw police officers helping civilians evacuate. Well, the Independence Army did not attack or hold the fleeing civilians hostage. They only distributed leaflets promoting joining the Independence Army. Police officers took out water guns and sprayed the leaflets. Okay, the scene is still very chaotic, but no casualties have been seen so far. The hot discussion on the Star Network has already exploded. I thought it was a big battle, but it ended up like this? Just like this? Just like this? According to the latest data released by Vogue Planet, it seems that many police officers who resigned have joined the Independence Army? Then isn't the current battle just a fight between colleagues on both sides? Fighting? I think they are having fun spraying each other with water guns. The Planet Commander issued a new statement saying that the main force will be used to prevent internal terrorist activities and terrorists from fleeing. I feel that the Planet Commander still has a soft heart towards the Independence Army. This is the first time. It's obvious, especially the promise not to fire the first shot. So the missiles were fired, but the gunfight was not dared. It was directly downgraded to a stone fight? It indirectly shows how deeply the Planet Commander's terrorist theory has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even the Independence Army dared not attack important coordinates and fire the first shot without authorization. What a big battle. After staying up all night, the two sides actually started hand-to-hand combat in the city street fighting. Bad review, give me back some sleep. It's worthy of being the Wolker planet. Everyone has work to do. Wait, the federal security team's battle against the western part of the Wolker planet has begun. The West? Is the Planet Commander preparing to fight directly on two fronts? For a moment, everyone's heart was raised to the highest point again. Chapter 29. At the same time, the offensive plan against the West was being carried out in an orderly manner. Originally, the Sophos family thought that the planetary commander would allow the members of the federal security team to march into the West on a large scale. According to their understanding of the loose marching discipline of the federal security team, as long as they sent the corresponding personnel to disguise and sabotage, it might take less than 2 days. As long as they saw the dead, the federal security team members, who seemed to be united now, would be discouraged and might even blame the planetary commander. As long as such an atmosphere of mutual accusation and suspicion was formed, it would not be long before their family turned around. Humph, now everyone else is watching from the sidelines, and the planetary commander still thinks that he has a good chance of winning. When everyone turns against him, the people will spontaneously send her to the gallows. After all, she was so arrogant that she dared to launch a military operation 2 weeks before the cold winter came. Wasn't she afraid that she would not be able to complete the preparations for winter? That being said, the Sophos family waited and waited, but what they got was not the members of the federal security team, but a round of missile bombing. After the bombing, it was followed by a search and battle with the cooperation of drone swarms and ground drones. What's more, these searches were attacked while the loudspeakers played the words of persuasion. Winter is coming, don't you want to go to the melting cave to warm up? Surrender now, and you will be treated preferentially. You will not be killed or abused. Sufficient food will be distributed, certified by the planetary commander, and you will do what you say and be supervised by the entire star region. Now is the best time to surrender. Do you really want to continue to work for the Sophos family? They treat you as cannon fodder. Surrender, surrender now. Report the safe route for surrender. The planetary commander will send troops to protect you throughout the journey, just so that you can survive successfully. Surrender, surrender, surrender as soon as possible. At the same time, on the safe route for surrender, Xingxia had already given special instructions to the members of the federal security team before they took action. I have seen everyone's training results and training conditions. To be honest, sending you to the battlefield now is pure sending heads, but I must fight this battle. Only by winning can we safely survive this winter. Otherwise, Once everyone enters the melting cave, it will be a complete reality show of everyone fighting. Speaking of this, the members of the federal security team smiled bitterly in their hearts, thinking that it was time to follow the usual routine, that is, to lay the groundwork with them about the meaning of sacrifice, and then let them write their own wills and send them to the battlefield. But this time, Xingxia did not do so. She took out the order. Everyone was stunned by the 3-3 system of the infantry regiment. The squad guide requires that each squad member must clearly know the living preferences and combat habits of his squad mates, and the squad leader must also clearly know the living preferences and combat habits, and even the family background of each of his squad members. In short, the squad leader is like the nanny of the entire squad. He will look for the captain whenever there is something wrong, and then the squad leader, platoon leader, company commander. Soldiers, the reason why I divide the squad like this is that I hope you know in your heart that each of you is extremely precious and valuable. Survive well and spend this cold winter with me. Don't give up or abandon anyone, okay? Never expected that the planet commander invited them not to die but to survive. In the words of the heads of various departments of the Federal Security Bureau, this planet commander is really good at winning people's hearts. But, even if it's just a show, if it can really reduce casualties, even if it's just a show, they will be extremely grateful to her. After all, behind each of them is a family that needs them to support. Of course, some people think that Xingxia is taking the opportunity to reform the army, but the corresponding complaining personnel have been called to the office one by Xingxia. It is rumored that they have become unusually kind and friendly after coming out and expressed their full support for Xingxia. Of course, this has become one of the weird stories on the planet Wolker in the future. On the day when the surrender safety route for the West was opened up, the planetary commander gave the members of the federal security team a special and soft gift, which was the children who were originally trained to be killers in private prisons. Xingxia asked the members of the federal security team to take full responsibility for taking care of these children, not to underestimate them, and to protect them well. After completing their mission at the government hall, these children have been wandering around the mission hall looking for the so-called meaning of fighting. They thought they would be wandering around like this until winter, but they didn't expect that on the second day of the war in the West, Xingxia gathered them in her office and asked them again, "Do you know what you are fighting for?" The children looked at each other, and the brave one said that the people in the government hall had families, and even children, but they didn't. So it was obvious that the meaning and reason of their fighting were different from those of the people in the government hall. They thought Xingxia would say they were stupid, but unexpectedly, Xingxia praised them and said that they were very smart. But for the question they asked before, why should we fight? Xingxia still didn't give an answer, but asked them to help the federal security team members on the surrender safety route. I know that the Sophis family has a large number of children or killers, like you in the West. Inexperienced federal security team members can't deal with this group of people. You need to help. By the way, you can also go and see the difference between those who don't know why they are fighting and those who know why they are fighting. The children looked at each other again, and suddenly one of them asked, "Do we need to go and kill those people?" Xingxia almost spit out a mouthful of water after hearing this. No, of course not. Well, not absolutely. If it is someone who wants to make trouble, I agree that you can kill him. But this time I hope you can also join the ranks of persuading him to surrender, understand him, persuade him, and get him out of the original quagmire, okay? We don't understand the words you use. The children shook their heads. Xingxia thought about it, and replied concisely. In short, let the other party surrender. If they come here to cause trouble, then shoot them. I like to shoot them. The children spoke the truth, and Xingxia was silent for a few seconds. It seems that education work is indeed a long way to go. However, the arrival of these children had a microsecond chemical reaction with the members of the federal security team. The children talked happily about the topic of killing each other and the topic of weapons. The federal security team members took care of them, learned about weapons with them, explained to them the topic of why they were fighting, and even wanted to tell them fairy tales. Therefore, the atmosphere of the troops stationed on the entire surrender safety route was solemn and gentle, and soon this tenderness gradually permeated the mercenaries and trained killer children in the West. Perhaps it was the same experience that made these children talk happily with the people in the West in persuading them to surrender. It was not until they saw the numb eyes of the other party and the light in the eyes of the federal security team that these children, who were brought to the government hall by Xingxia, really understood Xingxia's words. What is the difference between those who know why they are fighting and those who don't know why they are fighting? In the final analysis, this was more like an enlightenment of thought. After all, the commander of the planet on the front battlefield had spent a lot of money to take out the weapons of the house, which made the people of the Sophos family angry and made people from all sides doubt whether this government would go bankrupt and what to do in winter. Even someone from the Federation contacted Xingxia remotely, trying to hold her accountable or ask her what she wanted to do. But Xingxia rejected them all on the grounds that she was not feeling well, and said that she would hand in the corresponding answer sheet in the warm season next year. At the same time, Xingxia brought out the Planet Commander Federal Act to maintain her current crazy military actions. Of course, these things were reported by Starnet News in the first place. It can be said that during this period, the Vogue planet almost dominated the list of hot searches in the nearby Starfield news, and even spread to the entire Starfield. The personal evaluation of Xingxia, the planet commander, was also mixed. Sometimes Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan couldn't help but worry that Xingxia would not be able to bear the pressure. In addition to such a high-intensity workload and dispatching and command, Xingxia occasionally had to go to other places to do some face-showing activities to stabilize the people's hearts. Honestly, do you have time to sleep every day? Facing Wei Jie's question, Xingxia just grinned and didn't answer. To be honest, every time she went to sleep, she dreamed of the hateful face of her boss in the original Space Bureau. She couldn't sleep at all. She had to quickly get rid of this mess before she could start the era of large-scale infrastructure, right? 5 days later, when the chill of winter had arrived ahead of schedule, the Sophos family finally couldn't hold on and prepared to move. They had to contact the Independence Army again. You know, in the previous battle, the Sophos family was quite dissatisfied with the Independence Army's use of cold weapons. The two sides had fought back and forth for many times. Just when the Independence Army thought that the cooperative weapons payment would not be recovered, the Sophos family gave out the location of the underground passage and asked the Independence Army to cause riots in multiple Starship ports to make the family members leave. And Yuan reported the news to Xingxia immediately and also expressed his own speculation. They may not trust us to arrange a way to leave. Judging from the underground passage map provided by the other party, this map network is very deadly. Xingxia's voice sounded as calm as ever. Then we can use the elimination method. The Starship ports where you caused the riot can exclude the possibility of their leaving, but they still have weapons in their hands. Since they have already fired the first shot, they don't care about firing a few more shots. This is the most troublesome part. Take advantage of the chaos to leave. The exact time from entering the Starship port to boarding the Starship is only 3 minutes at the shortest. Don't you consider closing the planetary port? Listening to Yuan's words, Xingxia suddenly laughed out loud, saying that this period of time is the time for people from Vogue planets to go home. If the Starship ports are completely closed for 2 weeks, the people of the Sophos family may be able to leave with their own connections. But for ordinary people who are eager to return to Vogue planet, the closure of the port means that they have to spend the winter in the alien star domain, and this cost is even higher than the cost of simply entering the melting cave for the winter. Without money, people will die. And Yuan was silent. She didn't expect Xingxia to think so, and didn't know how to comfort Xingxia. She only knew that everything in front of her was crazy. They were in the open, and the people of the Sophos family could disguise themselves and leave from any open port, and even create a big chaos before leaving to destroy Xingxia's dignity. Suddenly, Xingxia suggested that Yuan talk to the Sophos family. The Independence Army could only cause riots in 3 Starship ports at most, and would not be responsible for other things. What about you? Take a gamble. Ah? Xingxia's communication was cut off, and Yuan was confused and had to follow Xingxia's orders first. He and the Sophos family finally agreed to start riots in the 3 directions of the main cities of Vogue planet, east, south, and west. Of course, the way of rioting was naturally cold weapon conflict, so in Yuan's joke, which was just a casual mention, was made a big splash in real life. The Sophos family, who had delivered the corresponding cooperative weapons and materials from the underground passage, watched the provocation from the Independent Army in the Star Network news broadcast. The federal government caused a large-scale riot at the Starship port, waiting for the riot to be halfway through, and then contacted the elders of the population export faction instructed by Mo Siming to enter the Starship port to start the corresponding Starship escape. At this moment, Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan were watching this large-scale riot in the hospital ward, as if they were dreaming back to the first day when they went to pick up Xingxia. The first day was also such a large-scale riot. The Black Smoke Gang and the White Salt Gang were fighting over territory, but to put it bluntly, they were also supported by the Arms faction behind them, asking them to go over and give the newly appointed planetary commander a warning. Now it is a similar cold weapon riot, but the riot targets have changed to the Independent Army and the Federal Security Team, and both sides obey the orders of the planetary commander. Instead, the people who have to escape in disgrace have become the Sophos family, who were once a member of the arms faction. So it seems that their planetary commander is actually quite narrow-minded. At the same time, the chaotic scene at the starship port witnessed the relevant news. After hearing that the media had reported that all the personnel had arrived, the Independence Army simply made a big move and released a smoke bomb? At this point in time, at the core central starship port, the members of the Sophos family went against the flow of people into the starship hall. They originally wanted to dress up as ordinary passengers, but they were caught by the enthusiastic good citizens. That is, the Independence Army personnel led by Asserting. Not only that, the Independence Army members who caught them also left corresponding evidence with the surveillance cameras in the starship hall. So when all the people's attention was focused on the three chaotic starship ports, Xingxia suddenly appeared and announced that the members of the Sophos family had been arrested today, and thanked the enthusiastic citizens for their active reporting. After that, the pictures of the Sophos family members being arrested one by one and escorted to the police car were released. At the same time, Xingxia also issued an ultimatum to the militants, who were still entrenched in the west and refused to surrender. The safe surrender channel will be closed in 3 days, and then I will directly block all routes to the west and cut off the corresponding heating resources. All roads, including the underground passage, will be directly blocked. It can be said that the previous words are not painful, but the 4 words underground passage exposed are full of gold. Later news also revealed that the federal government represented by the planet commander has recently contacted relevant companies to start reevaluating and repairing the passages that previously remained underground in major cities on the Wolker planet. In the future, these passages will be made into corresponding urban functions or sewage channels to improve the livability of the city. The vigorous civil war on the Wolker planet came to an end so suddenly, which surprised all parties and speculated on what the hidden story was. If you ask me, your operation is too extreme. What if the other party doesn't believe the elders of the population export faction who suddenly appeared? Asserting, who had returned to his villa after hard work, was obviously quite dissatisfied with Xingxia's request, and Xingxia smiled and replied, "That's why I said to take a gamble. After all, it's too difficult for me to guess which starship port or overall layout they will go to." Fortunately, the other party believed it, but to be honest, your trickery is quite powerful. You deliberately took out the underground passage map to inform the other party that the Independent Army has betrayed them, but you can also use this to escape, and the population export faction originally being unhappy with the Independence Army, it really dealt a fatal blow to the Sophos family, which was already trapped in a jar. Asserting now recalled what Xingxia said at the time. He couldn't suppress his smile. No, this is also due to your good layout before. Xingxia started the standard business mutual praise. Asserting couldn't help but snorted but still said modestly, "There is no need to say such things anymore. Oh, and I say it in advance, Happy New Year." After hearing this, Xingxia couldn't help but stretch herself. Yes, now we can all have a good new year. She turned her head to look out the window. A crystal snowflake had already fallen, and the severe cold was about to come. Chapter 30. Compared to winter in other regions, the winter on Volk planet arrived unexpectedly just after a rain. The temperature dropped by more than 30 degrees overnight. There was no chance to breathe. I woke up in the middle of the night in midsummer. When I rubbed my sleepy eyes and looked outside, I found that it was already snowing heavily. There was no spring or autumn. Winter came overnight. The people of Wolker planet, who had long been experienced in dealing with this, had gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to turn on the heating equipment to provide heating for their family members. The heating equipment flashing orange light dotted the empty white streets on this snowy night, just like orange flowers blooming on the Milky Way, clear yet hazy. Xingxia stood by the window and watched for a while, then couldn't help rubbing her hands. It was too cold. If she stayed cold for a while longer, she felt that she might not wake up again after closing her eyes. Suddenly someone knocked on her office door. She opened the door and found that it was the staff of the government hall who came up to her with the heating equipment. "The canteen has already provided meals in advance. Why don't you turn on the heating equipment?" Xingxia was so busy that she slept on the floor in the office of the government hall. Seeing her desperate appearance, and because of the fear of terrorist attacks, most of the staff in the government hall chose to sleep on the floor like Xingxia. Apart from anything else, it deepened the relationship between colleagues. After all, this is a revolutionary friendship that has been built by working overtime together. Now that winter has arrived, most people can finally relax their tense nerves. After all, with this temperature, even if you take out the most advanced weapons, they will only be frozen popsicles. Minus 30 or 40 degrees is no joke. Moreover, this is the temperature of the core urban agglomeration. The surrounding cities may have been frozen long ago. Rather than causing trouble, it is better to find a way to survive first. Don't you turn on the central heating equipment? Midsummer was a little surprised. She remembered that Rongdong underground city adopted collective heating by area, and the areas that were not heated needed the personnel in the relevant areas to carry the heating equipment by themselves. The planet Wolker was frozen by heavy snow for a long time in a year, and it took a long time to thaw. So if you count them one by one, there are only 4 months in a year that are really suitable for labor. For the remaining 8 months, the people on this planet are basically struggling with this barren and cold land. The staff member of the government hall, who knocked on the door of Midsummer's office, obviously wanted to say something, but he was silent for a long time. After a long time, she organized her words and told Xingxia again, in fact, the heating inside the government hall has been started before winter. But this year, everyone unanimously decided to save some money. After all, it is not easy to survive this winter without the support of large capital groups. Xingxia followed the staff of the government hall. As soon as she went down to the first floor, she found Wei Jia and Fu Qianshan, who hurriedly came from the hospital. The latter was relieved when he saw Xingxia getting down from the elevator of the government hall intact. Winter had fallen overnight, and the two had been unable to contact Xingxia in the hospital. They were afraid that she would freeze to death if she didn't pay attention, so they ran all the way from the hospital to the government hall with the heater. Fortunately, she was still alive, and nothing happened. At this moment, everyone on the first floor of the government hall was sitting on the ground, taking out the New Year's goods that each family had prepared in advance. The so-called New Year's goods were actually various kinds of nutrient solutions or dry goods, and the better ones had some pasta. Now everyone was sitting in a circle around the heater and looked a little tired. The breakfast cart was also filled with various nutrient solutions. Seeing Xingxia coming down, the staff in the department responsible for the distribution of materials stood up while yawning and waiting for Xingxia's inquiry. Xingxia glanced at the dining cart. The row of red, green and various colored nutrient solutions made her not have the urge to eat anything, but other people in the government hall cherished it very much. According to them, the price of nutrient solution will soar from now on, and the daily purchase quantity will be limited, so now you can still drink the nutrient solution for free, and you have to cherish it. The distribution of relevant free nutrient solution will continue until all people enter the Rongdong for refuge in a week. Wei Jia took a step forward and finished his words. He looked at the people waiting to report their work not far away, and simply signaled them to come over and report first. According to their current statistics, since the distribution of materials is carried out simultaneously with the family and individual population statistics, in addition to other messy organizations and group personnel, the number of people on the Vote planet that can be counted is about 50 million. The core city Wolker has gathered about 40 million people. According to the past regional division, these 40 million people will be arranged in the 2 major areas of the Rongdong according to the level of investment. The Rongdong core and the Hot Spring Valley generally do not allow people to enter. The relevant government hall personnel have not yet received the information on whether to allow people to enter this year. Make up your mind, don't let it go. But Xingxia has already given the answer. She used Xiaoai to look at the plan of the entire melt cave. The heating of the melt cave mainly comes from the underground magma of the Hot Spring Valley, and the black material impact heating in the east and west areas. Therefore, from the plan, the relatively most comfortable areas are the east, west and core areas. However, in the past, the core area was an area enjoyed by the rich and powerful and integrated with the Hot Spring Valley. The luxury inside was basically to the point that ordinary people would want to rebel when they saw it. She couldn't increase the instability coefficient in the melt cave. This year, the core area in the melt cave is open to the following categories of people. Each one needs my personal approval: scientists, medical workers, construction engineering practitioners, military senior executives of major companies. By the way, anyone I have named will be forced to go even if they don't want to. Wei Jia. He smelled a hint of something big that Xingxia was going to do. As for the east, west, south, and north regions, we need to clear the barriers as soon as possible to allow people to move around. In the past, due to the need to centrally heat the core and Hot Spring Valley areas, the north and south regions, including parts of the west and east, would temporarily stop heating. This year, we can lower the heating temperature a little, but we must ensure that each region will not be cut off. Then why do we need to move between the 4 regions? In order to prevent rumors from flying everywhere, people tend to only believe what they see with their own eyes and experience with their own hands. Therefore, In order to prevent the rioters from taking advantage of the regional issues in the future, it is better to let everyone take turns to experience each region, and at the same time let everyone get used to the collective large-scale mobilization. As soon as Xingxia finished speaking, the staff in the government hall all had a look of understanding on their faces. It seems that the planetary commander is going to continue to make big moves. And Xingxia did not disappoint them. A week before entering the Rongdong, Xingxia, Wei Jie, Fu Qianshan and others led about 280,000 people from the relevant engineering team into the Rongdong, and then began a 5-day melting cave internal improvement and emergency repair project. During this time, Xingxia and Wei Jie sorted out the operation and capital holdings of major companies on the Vogue planet. As Xingxia expected, the more resource-poor countries are, the more wealth they have. Large companies have controlled the country's economic lifeline, and the remaining small companies are fighting an extremely tragic survival battle. But this is also necessary. Vogue is too small in the sphere of influence of the surrounding star fields. If the country does not concentrate its strength to develop enterprises, the economic situation will inevitably be very bad. Xingxia nodded, agreeing with this statement, but also pointed out the disadvantages of this model. Once the chaebols are formed, the consequences will be terrible. The road of drinking poison to quench thirst will not last long. What do you think? Xingxia pondered for a long time and gave the corresponding answer. State-owned enterprises and related lifeline enterprises must be firmly controlled in our own hands, and at the same time, a large number of staffing positions can be provided to the society. Well, how about this? Let's have a 5-year plan first. 5-year plan? Wei Jie was so surprised that he couldn't think before he said, "Aren't you a temporary transfer? How can you still?" Xingxia smiled lightly when she heard Wei Jie's increasingly depressed voice. "No, I won't leave Wolker planet before I die." Wei Jie, for a moment, he couldn't tell whether he was moved or couldn't believe it, but looking at Xingxia's determined eyes, he decided to take this gamble after thinking for a while. In 5 years, he didn't know what Wolker planet would become, and he was looking forward to it. 3 days later, all the restaurant owners on Vogue received an invitation letter from the planet commander. In the invitation letter, the planet commander gave the restaurant owners and employees the right to enter the melting cave in advance, but also required them to receive the relevant welfare restaurant tasks after entering the melting cave. The tasks and rights of the so-called welfare restaurant are as follows. First, the Federation will provide corresponding material subsidies in the first 3 months of opening the store. Restaurant owners must maintain meals that are not higher than the average price of the 4-month summer season and open to the public. At the same time, they need to provide a free meal. If someone has difficulties, they can provide a meal for free, but only 1 meal per day. Starting from the 4th month of opening the store, the corresponding material subsidies of the Federation will be reduced depending on the situation. Restaurant owners need to record the receipt of free meals and the relevant personnel in the first 3 months and transfer them to the special personnel resettlement area in the 4th month. From the 6th month of opening the store to the end of the winter season, restaurant owners need to submit the corresponding 2-month accounts for the Federation to review and pay the corresponding taxes. Does this mean that we only have to pay 2 months of taxes and don't have to pay for the venue? Everyone gathered together to discuss this strange invitation letter. Can it be so good? Maybe there is a trap. This thing is too good. There are material subsidies for the first 3 months. Oh my, the boss of the next street took the lead, saying that if you go earlier, you can get a good seat earlier. I don't know who shouted first, and many restaurant owners didn't care about anything else. After notifying the chefs and the corresponding apprentices and the front and back hall staff, they hurriedly packed up their belongings and went straight to the Rongdong. After entering the Rongdong, many restaurant owners were dumbfounded. The location of their welfare restaurants was not only fixed in the northern area, but also, the whole street was full of restaurants. The corresponding responsible personnel came over expressionlessly and handed them a long questionnaire, requiring them to write down the name of their restaurant, the corresponding types of food provided, the expected restaurant area, the number of staff, and their names and positions in the restaurant within 10 hours, and attach the resumes of relevant personnel. There was also a blank space in the last column for these restaurant owners to attach. At the same time, Xingxia stood in the highest monitoring room in the north and looked at the restaurant owners and corresponding staff below who were all worried about how to fill in the questionnaire. She only smiled. How can we only drink nutrient solution for the whole winter? According to your requirements, the sewage and smoke exhaust treatment systems in this area have been urgently constructed. In addition, what do you think of the 8-story layer design? Xingxia turned her head and saw the bright eyes of the construction team members, who were looking forward to being praised. Great. Xingxia did not hesitate to praise. In this way, the food street I1 can finally go from the design drawings to reality. This also means that in this cold winter, we can also have a warm meal in the melting cave, right? Getting Xingxia's affirmative nod, the entire construction team members couldn't help but burst into warm cheers and applause. And Wei Jie also walked in at this time, holding a form filled out by Xingxia in his hand. Yes, Xingxia is so busy, but she still applied. Want to open a hot pot restaurant? Does she know her daily workload? Chapter 31. Is this the form you use for testing? Wei Jie handed Xingxia the restaurant application form with hot pot restaurant written on it. He was trying to find an excuse for Xingxia, but Xingxia insisted. Huh? No, oh, you came just in time. Come and help me try the dishes. Try the dishes? I don't know if the people of Vogue can accept the corresponding taste. Personally, I prefer spicy hot pot, but mushroom pot and clear soup pot are also very good. It's a pity that there are not enough tomatoes to support the tomato pot, but for the existing ingredients, it's already very good to be able to stir-fry the pot bottom. Xingxia started to mention this matter like a treasure. Seeing this, Wei Jie simply blocked her way with one foot before Xingxia could act. Xingxia looked at him with a puzzled look, and Wei Jie coughed, and then looked at the members of the construction engineering team in the room. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he pulled Xingxia to the aisle and asked her what she wanted to do. Your schedule is very tight. I know. You don't know. Xingxia showed a helpless expression, and Wei Jie began to count. Tomorrow alone, your schedule includes not only reviewing the internal cameras of the melting cave, the security bureau, the garbage station, the fire station, and the construction of the emergency reserve station, but also meeting with the corresponding police station personnel and federal security team personnel, and then organizing the construction of the Vogue Planet Continuing Education College, and arranging the work of the Vogue Planet people entering the melting cave in batches, and meeting with the corresponding working groups of each batch. You have to meet the people sent by the Independence Army, and the invitation to the joint meeting of the major factions is also scheduled for tomorrow. After Wei Jie rambled on for a long time, he slapped the restaurant application form in his hand, and said the key point. How can you take time out to run a restaurant? Even if you do, where are the staff, chefs, dishes, decoration, design, and budget? Looking at Wei Jie's angry expression, Xingxia subconsciously raised her eyebrows, and Wei Jie finally realized that his voice was a little louder, so he coughed twice and asked Xingxia, have you ever thought that you may sleep less than 4 hours a day, and your body will not be able to bear it if you continue like this? Xingxia. To open a hot pot restaurant, you can only sleep well if you eat well. Wei Jie. Never mind, let him take care of this matter. He can't just watch Xingxia collapse from exhaustion. But what he didn't expect was that when he followed Xingxia to the tasting room reserved by the hot pot restaurant, he saw Mo Siming and some senior members of the population export faction and the biological faction waiting there. To be precise, they were not just waiting, but a group of people gathered together to eat most of the dishes. The atmosphere was so warm that when Xingxia brought people in, the other party felt embarrassed as if they were caught eating secretly. Wei Jie, and Mo Siming and the others, After a few seconds of silence, Mo Siming said like a broken jar, how about we have something together? So Wei Jie was arranged to sit inexplicably, and the atmosphere of the tasting was so good that the core members of the joint meeting originally scheduled for tomorrow not only held it privately today, but also discussed the core issues. All of them expressed their loyalty to Xingxia. In this way, the overall situation of the various forces on Vogue Planet was initially determined. After finishing the steaming hot pot, Wei Jie couldn't help but go to the kitchen to find Xingxia and muttered in a mysterious way, I know what you were planning. This hot pot restaurant in the food court can not only be used as a place to entertain VIPs, but also as an intelligence collection station, and can also lead other restaurants to align with your standards. It is really 100 benefits without any harm. Just when Wei Jie was still immersed in his infinite imagination, Xingxia looked up and said, no, I just want to eat hot pot in winter. Wei Jie. No, he didn't believe it at all. However, just as he looked at Xingxia in disbelief, Xingxia really handed him a food tasting questionnaire and asked him to fill it out. Of course, if he didn't like the food just now, he could bring his family here for another meal tonight. Do you like spicy hot pot? Clear soup. TSK, that's so tasteless. Wei Jie, Watching Xingxia earnestly teaching the chef in the tasting room the secret of frying the bottom of the pot, Wei Jie sighed, and just thought to himself that Xingxia was quite lively, when the children who came in to help suddenly caught his attention. It was only at this time that he carefully identified them. Found this. Isn't this the kid from the Independence Army? When Mo Simon went to the Independence Army before, he specially called him over to meet them, and the people who came to meet them were the kids from the Independence Army. The leader was called Shizi. Yes, he still remembered Shizi's deep eyes that looked like black gemstones. He stepped back, and Shizi came in from behind him carrying some side dishes, and said that this dish was strange and would make him particularly prone to diarrhea. Xingxiao looked up and taught him, "You don't have diarrhea because of this dish, but because you eat too much oil." It seems that we should adjust the daily side dish ratio. I think the clear water pot may sell better. If you haven't eaten anything spicy or oily for a long time, then it's not a good idea to challenge the spicy hot pot right away. The people of Vogue have been living on a light diet and nutrient solution for a long time, so they are not suitable for eating too much spicy hot pot. Alas! It's a pity that the Food Plan Group specially reported the list of peppers, peppercorns, and local peppers on Vogue. According to the other party, they have been trying to extract the corresponding raw materials and make nutrient solution, but the audience is not wide, and it has been losing money for many years. If Xingxia can solve this problem, the Food Plan Group will be very grateful to Xingxia and is willing to actively participate in the enterprise deepening reform plan proposed by her. Excuse me, we are not unwilling to cooperate with you. You are a very respectable planetary commander, but economic problems are not something that can be solved simply by fighting and killing. Of course, this is absolutely. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, but judging from the actual food produced on Vogue, this problem is too difficult. If the corporate reform plan you push forward is too radical, I think you will destroy the jobs of most people on Vogue. When the general representative of the Food Plan Group mentioned this, Wei Jia was checking the corresponding food reserves with his men. In the words of the general representative of the Food Plan Group, he actually admired Xingxia for opening the Rongdong for free. Everyone could see that she wanted to help the world. However, compared with other major forces, the Food Plan Group looked very large, but it was not easy to break even in terms of actual profit margin. It might be easier for us to give up, but the market is like this. We are the only company that is still large in the high-profit industry, and can survive and provide food for people. I know that. You have a conscience. Xingxia had Xiaoi check the background of the Food Planning Group in advance. It is an industry that has been passed down for 5 generations. It stands to reason that with such a large scale, it can monopolize the price of food raw materials and raise the price, which will in turn cause the price of nutrient solution to soar. However, I don't know if it is because of the fear of conflict with other forces. The annual supply price of food raw materials of the Food Planning Group is very stable. On the contrary, the upstream nutrient solution companies have been suppressing prices every year, causing them to be trembling with fear every year. It is good if they can't lose money. Of course, these are all things that can be seen on the surface. Xingxia specially asked Xiaoi to check the background of the entire Food Planning Group's senior management and the corresponding personnel relationship network chain. Originally, she was worried that this Food Planning Group would perform well to the outside world and actually have other black money connections with major nutrient solution companies, but she didn't expect to find out that they have a relationship with the Independence Army and secretly provided the Independence Army with a lot of expired nutrient solution. Liquid, the eldest son of the family, even encountered a kidnapping by a nutrient solution company, which almost led to the bankruptcy and reorganization of the Food Plan Group. Fortunately, one of the population export faction came forward to provide financial assistance, so it was not collapsed. Speaking of which, the previous planetary commander was also very interested in the Food Plan Group, but his proposal disappeared before the Food Plan Group agreed to it. The corresponding proposal was provided to Xingxia by the people of the Food Plan Group. It was roughly intended to bypass the upstream nutrient solution company to forcibly collect part of the food, and wait until the price of nutrient solution soared before putting it on the market to stabilize the price. To be honest, this is a relatively mild proposal, but it disappeared before waiting for the reply from the planetary commander. I will be responsible for helping to digest this part of the food in this cold winter, and I also need you to provide corresponding project leaders and food researchers to cooperate with me. The preliminary cooperation plan between the two parties was decided verbally, and these food researchers and the corresponding project leaders were shocked when they received the invitation letter from the planetary commander to spend the winter in the core area of the Rongdong, which was specially open to them. Then, under the persuasion of the senior staff of the Food Planning Group, they entered the core area of the Rongdong in advance with a mentality of eating the last meal, and developed the spicy hot pot that had never been heard of in the past under the expectation of Xingxia. A small pot of hot pot base, although it looks simple, is actually the result of the joint efforts of many food researchers during the renovation of the Rongdong. When they learned that Xingxia would build a food street in the Rongdong, their expectations were so great that they couldn't hold them in their eyes, but they were too embarrassed to say it out loud, and could only force themselves to hold it in their hearts. Yeah. Xingxia thought it was time to give this hot pot restaurant as a gift to these food researchers, but she suddenly thought of something. Have the senior staff of the major media groups arrived at the hot spring area today? What are you preparing? Wei Jie hadn't finished speaking when he heard Xingxia start to assign tasks. Prepare a hot pot banquet for about 80 people. I will have dinner with senior executives from major media groups tonight. After hearing this, the actor couldn't help but ask Xingxia from the bottom of his heart, didn't you let us come here to learn? What's the difference between us and doing hard labor now? As soon as the actor finished speaking, the children immediately wailed loudly, and then couldn't help laughing out loud. The liveliness and relaxation on their bodies seemed to be completely different from the image of the gangster children that Wei Jie had seen on the street in the past, and this change seemed to have formed so naturally, it was so subtle that no one would even pay special attention to it. Chapter 32. Just when Wei Jie was stunned, Sheng Xia started to look at the form and asked the actors and others with a smile, "You have tried to work with the federal security team to prevent the invasion of thugs, visited the work process of the researchers of the Food Research Institute, and watched the work process of the construction engineering team members. You have also lived and eaten with the workers who repaired the melting caves. Now you come to the restaurant as a helper. To be honest, it is still the happiest to listen to the teacher's lectures in the classroom." Actor, Accompanied by the silence of the actor, some children began to speak up and said that it was indeed a more relaxed time to learn knowledge in school, but they didn't have such a stable day to go to school before, and the teachers and classmates around them would not take care of them so much. The actor suddenly interrupted the other children in this harmonious time, saying that even so, he still had a dream that had not been realized. Hearing him say this, the children around him immediately made a bold noise, laughing at the actor, saying that he really didn't want to go on stage to perform. He looked so ugly, and his singing was not good, destined to not be able to go on the big stage. The actor was about to get angry, but Xingxia came to his side without knowing when, and gently reached out to hold his head. When he turned his head to look at Xingxia, Xingxia bent down and smiled, and said to the children, who laughed at the actor, "Don't say it so early. If you make a wish to the snowflakes devoutly during the new year, maybe your dream will come true." Actor, ? After the children looked at each other, they asked Xingxia in unison whether their wishes would come true if they made a wish. Xingxia nodded but didn't make any promises with a bad intention, just let them all try it, who knows? It's just words to coax a child again. The actor said sullenly, but Xingxia didn't take it seriously, "You are a child." The actor turned his head and looked at Xingxia gloomily. "Then I will make a wish in the new year, so that I can grow up earlier." "Yeah." Xingxia helped him smooth his hair at this time. "I will also make a wish. I wish all your dreams come true." After coaxing the children in the restaurant, Xingxia went to Wei Jie and asked Wei Jie to contact Mo Siming. In addition to the matters of the Independence Army, he must also be invited to attend the dinner for senior media reporters in the evening. As for the remaining kitchen helpers, she thought that the researchers of the Food Research Institute would be particularly happy to come to help, so she would go to find them first. Half an hour later, before Xingxia entered the core area of the Rongdong, she could smell the rich aroma of broth. Some people were arguing about something. Xingxia looked at the federal security team member who was on guard. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he had a familiar feeling of being caught eating secretly. As Xingxia stepped into the former core enjoyment area of the Rongdong, the hot pot feast was already started. Many researchers, regardless of their positions and familiarity, gathered around the hot pot set up by the researchers of the Food Research Institute on a simple stove, and ate a hearty, but somewhat shabby hot pot feast. The base was mostly various peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and Sichuan peppercorns. There was little meat to cook, and most of them were bean sprouts and green leafy vegetables that were easy to feed. The most praised was the vermicelli that was produced and sold by Vogue Planet itself. Seeing everyone's mouths turned into sausages because of the spiciness, and standing together and yelling at each other that the data of various weapons were wrong, and they should revise their research direction, or simply ignore them, and keep eating vermicelli until their cheeks were bulging, Xingxia couldn't help but sigh, and the researchers saw Xingxia appear at the entrance of the core area without warning. And everyone's face was visibly embarrassed for a while. After the embarrassment, everyone hurriedly collected the bowls and chopsticks, and some wanted to collect the pot, but they were burned and almost couldn't hold it steady. Fortunately, several people helped to finally hold it steady, But then, they found an even more embarrassing scene. So it seems that M.O.C. Ming and his group had good psychological quality. If they were caught eating secretly, they could still ask her, "Would you like to have some together?" After waving and taking the loudspeaker, Xingxia shouted with full dominance, "Where are you going? Stop!" As soon as these words came out, the researchers in the core area instantly turned their heads to look at Xingxia, like wilted plants. Xingxia didn't waste any words, and asked them all to fill out a hot pot food tasting questionnaire. The researchers from the Food Research Institute came over in a hurry and wanted to take all the responsibilities, but Xingxia said, "I underestimated you. I said it was a gift for you, but I didn't expect you to eat it yourself." Successfully resolved the embarrassment of everyone at the moment. Then Xingxia led everyone to resort out the dishes that could be eaten in response to the opening of the hot pot restaurant. What surprised her this time was that the researchers, who had originally only studied within their own limited scope, finally dared to step out of their own fields and discuss with each other. Although the topic of discussion was rigorous, it was also accompanied by some black humor. Vermicelli must be put into the pot for 30 seconds before being taken out, otherwise it will absorb oil, and the chili will easily cause a swollen mouth. Then the vermicelli is not the one that absorbs the most oil. Look at this green vegetable. After you put it down, it's full of peppercorns when you take it out. I don't agree with 30 seconds. It should be at least 45 seconds. 45 seconds means it has to be soaked first. If it's not soaked, it will take at least 3 minutes, right? Let's calculate it more rigorously. Xingxia just watched the researchers arguing in silence. The second-in-command of the Federal Security Agency came over and asked her if she didn't want to participate in this argument. I think this is a good thing. Arguing with each other, eating together, discussing together, and being caught together will form a strong cohesion in the end. Well, food really heals people's hearts. Yes, you said to me at that time. It shows a beautiful picture, and I am looking forward to seeing it soon. Xingxia turned her head and glanced at the second-in-command of the Federal Security Bureau, and unconsciously reached out and patted his shoulder. As the second-in-command specially inserted by M.O.C. Ming of the Federal Security Bureau, if he hadn't been guarding over the years, I'm afraid the corruption inside the Federal Security Bureau of Vogue Planet would be even worse. When he learned that Xingxia wanted to use a new person as the first-in-command, M.O.C. Ming originally asked himself to talk to him because he was worried about what he would feel, but he didn't expect that he had already replied to Xingxia in advance, saying that this was good. A new leadership team might allow him to see a turnaround, and he was used to working behind the scenes. After everyone had discussed it almost, Xingxia decided on the dishes of Vogue Planet's special hot pot on the spot, which included 4 meat dishes and 10 vegetarian dishes, as well as 3 special snacks of Vogue Planet, 2 desserts and 3 drinks. Are there too few dishes? When someone raised this question, Xingxia waved her hand at them seriously to make them quiet down, and then took out a loudspeaker to ensure that everyone in the core area of the Rongdong could hear her voice. Everyone, perhaps you have realized that it is a difficult decision to allow everyone to enter the Rongdong for free and allow everyone to enter the core area without any interference. There are immeasurable economic losses behind such a decision, but I still did it. Why? Because the future Wolker planet can no longer rely on the old way to maintain its own economic situation. Absolutely not. We can no longer rely on selling children, selling sisters around us, selling strong labor, selling dignity to beg for mercy or sympathy from others. From this moment on, from the moment you enter the core of the Rongdong, the people of Wolker planet will stand up again because of you. Just like the hot pot developed by our researchers at the Food Research Institute, it must have a special signature dish, and each field must also be subdivided to develop a corresponding signature dish. These signature dishes will become the image that Vogue Planet will re-establish among the people in the surrounding star fields in the future, and will also help Vogue Planet regain the dignity that it has lost for a long time. After this cold winter, we will reshape our economy together. The original 3 major economic models will be changed to high-tech arms products, breakthrough technologies in the field of infrastructure, and the export of special products oriented to special consumption. Of course, I know that many experts in statistics or finance here will feel that even if the new 3 major economies fill the old 3 major economies, this account will still not be balanced. I can tell you the result right now. Yes, we can't settle it, but we have to settle it even if we grit our teeth, because only by settling this account can our children have a future, and the planet Vogue has a future. Waiting for the rescue of the Federation? Waiting for the surrounding star field forces to stop? That's daydreaming. This is not a simple calculation problem. This is a pure bloodless war. 8 months, based on the existing research and development results, it is almost impossible to achieve this goal, but I still set this goal today. Why? Because I believe in the power of people. People can sometimes surpass God and make the impossible possible. In the past, I cleared the riots on the planet Volk, known as the Planet Commander Hell. Now I want to pass the baton to you. You? There is no choice, you only have one way. Xingxia stretched out her finger, and at that moment, the solemn crowd in the core area of Rongdong focused their eyes on her finger, and she finally said the word, win. Don't spend too much energy on developing too many cuisines and signature dishes at the beginning. What I want is something that is far ahead of the rest, something that can compete with the products of other star regions even if it leaves Wolker planet. From today on, every minute and every second of yours will be extremely precious, so don't waste it. After saying this, Xingxia asked each member of the research group to submit a research proposal. After approval, the proposal will be upgraded to a national project, without restrictions on venues, funds, manpower, etc. In other words, she will mobilize the power of the entire Wolker planet to ensure the smooth output and implementation of the proposal. At that moment, every member of the research team in the core of the melting cave seemed to have been hit hard, and everyone was a little confused. After the confusion, the blood gradually burned, the body trembled uncontrollably, and the fear was magnified. The planet commander's proposal was too bold, too risky, too reckless, too overbearing, and too unreasonable. Let alone whether the research results can be effective in just 8 months. The education and research level of Volk planet is far behind the surrounding star fields. The most important thing is that they are also part of the proposal, and have all entered the melting cave. There is no way to retreat. But what shocked everyone even more was that shortly after Xingxia said this, Fu Qianshan, the current top leader of the Federal Security Bureau, led a team to bring back a group of international students from Volk who had originally gone abroad to study, but were now called back to build their hometown. Among them were the children of the 3 major factions on Volk. They did not choose to go to the hot spring valley, but chose to come to the inside of the melting cave. It is worth mentioning that Xingxia also tricked 3 core masters of the Federation in starship development, carrier weapon development, and ultra-long-range carrier weapon development. These 3 core experts did not realize until this moment that they were fooled. Well, they were fooled, and that the cold season on Volk was about to come, and they would not be able to go back for 8 months before the flight was suspended. You? Without waiting for the 3 core experts from the Federation to say that Xingxia was a thief, Xingxia glanced at the group of international students, and the group of international students immediately rushed up and shouted sweeter than the other, "Teacher! Teacher, don't go! Teacher, stay!" The 3 experts from the Federation were speechless for a moment, and the research team members of the Rongdong core area, who seemed to see hope at this moment, immediately rushed to the 3 experts, shouting more enthusiastically and loudly than the international students. After the 3 experts half-heartedly glared at Xingxia, who was smiling cunningly, they had to appease the crying students around them, and ask them what topics they wanted to develop. Let's discuss the questions they didn't understand first. The Rongdong core area, which was originally so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, is now bustling again, and the corresponding international students also went to the team members of their corresponding research and took the lead in extending a hand of friendship, saying that they had seen the information and introductions of the team members on the starship when they returned home, so there was no need to waste time and they could discuss the corresponding research topics together. At the same time, Fu Qianshan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief after seeing the friendly atmosphere on the scene. He said frankly that he was worthy of being a child of aristocratic family. He was really generous in everything he did. He was originally worried that what he said on the starship would cause them to be disgusted, but he didn't expect that the fusion situation on the scene was not bad. But Xingxia didn't have time to respond to his sigh now. She was discussing the upcoming hot pot debut battle with the researchers of the Food Research Institute in the evening. After arranging the relevant personnel to help the kitchen, Xingxia raised her hand and shouted, "Use our hot pot to conquer them." Oh. Hot pot is the most delicious. M.O. Simon, who was busy with the independent military affairs and wanted to come back to report to Xingxia, listened to all the passionate words that Xingxia had just said at the entrance bridge of the core area of Rongdong. Now he heard Xingxia shout, "Use our hot pot to conquer them." For some reason, he just felt that such a planetary commander was too charming. Every move was so strange, as if there was a light shining behind her. Chapter 33. But M.O. Simon quickly waved away the unrealistic and charming thoughts that popped up in his head. The planetary commander being his boss was enough to kill him. If he really wanted to be tempted, he might as well dig a hole and bury himself now. After thinking this through, M.O. Simon quickly retracted his messy thoughts and took the initiative to appear in Xingxia's field of vision so that she could see him. Soon, Xingxia came towards him after arranging the corresponding kitchen helpers. Of course, the focus of the topic was the situation of the Independence Army. And Yuan's idea is that if you want to revive education, the existing educational resources on the Vogue planet are completely insufficient, and you must request corresponding personnel support from the Federation. But in terms of basic education, if you need teachers, they can send people over first. There are also 322 children who are currently incorporated into the Independence Army, and the number of people with obvious disabilities, and those who need medical assistance is 128. So many? Xingxia was a little surprised. This is already considered a small number. In previous years, if you did not destroy the corresponding biological faction base and only relied on the Independence Army to snatch children, the number of casualties would be far higher than this. Another group will die after winter. Even if the criminal group is destroyed, the underground mines have not been destroyed. This winter, catch all these people. You will catch the turtle in the jar. After Xingxia said this, Mo Siming was silent for a long time. Until Xingxia glanced at him with doubtful eyes, he spoke cautiously. Do you know that the most unbearable thing in the world is the human heart, besides the sun? Xingxia raised her eyebrows after hearing this, and Mo Siming continued, even if you knock out these existing hidden lines, new ones will soon emerge, and it will be difficult to control them. Moreover, after completely knocking out these hidden lines, once spring comes, you will inevitably be besieged by the surrounding major starfield forces. The size of the starfield forces woven by these hidden lines is too huge for you, a planetary commander, to bear alone. In addition, there are arms groups that they have been operating for a long time. It is simply impossible to knock them all out. Mo Siming found that his collar had been pulled up by Xingxia before he finished speaking. Then she raised the corner of her mouth and spit out a sentence sarcastically. A peacock in the social world. Mo Siming. She is mocking his incompetence, right. You just give in like this. Other starfield forces dare to confront the Federation head-on except for assassination. War. Vogue is the outer gateway of the Federation on the guiding coordinate line of the universe. Giving up Vogue means that the Federation will completely withdraw from the rule of this star field. Is the Federation willing to do that? After all, the reason why Vogue is so chaotic is because the Federation and the surrounding star field forces have been fighting proxy wars on this planet for a long time. Now the Federation finds that the mess is rotten and it can't be cleaned up, but it is unwilling to give up. The two sides have reached a stalemate. Now is the best time to reorganize. 8 months, if you are not ready to join, then leave by yourself. Why should I leave? Mo Siming widened his eyes, but unexpectedly, Xingxia smiled coldly again. It's better than watching a vase that looks good but is useless dangling in front of me every day. Mo Siming, shock. You are a bitch. Heh. What are you hee-heeing about? Do you really understand the difficulty here? You are not just fighting against a few organizations, or a few star domain forces, but are you talking about the interest groups within the Federation? If the human trafficking line is really broken, maybe the Federation is really ready to give up the Wolker planet completely. After these words came out, Mo Siming fell silent again, and Xingxia was silent at this time. She knew that the water here was really deep enough. After all, if the profit from human trafficking is counted as legal income, it is a huge sum of money. Since it is a huge sum of money, there will not only be a few organizations or some star domain forces who are tempted. Thinking of this, Xingxia couldn't help but chuckle again, and then stretched out her hand. He took Mo Siming's hand and pulled him to a distance where only the two of them could hear each other's voices. Children will grow up, and when they grow up, they will have their own children. Even if the faintest light has been lit in front of these children, it will not be extinguished so easily. You have seen too much darkness, but you have to believe that there is still light willing to fight against these darkness alone. Without talking about the far away, just look at an Yuan and the others. Do you think the Independence Army survived because of your assistance? But the fact is that they came first, and then your assistance. The mortality rate of the Independence Army was very high in the past, and the average age was not even over 32 years old, but there were still many volunteers joining it every year. Think about it, as a soldier, you have come to this point, shouldn't you also stand up and be a hero? Mo Siming, Is Xingxia questioning that he has been hiding behind the scenes for so long that he has become completely accustomed to not showing up in everything, and even forgetting his identity as a soldier? He laughed instead. In his opinion, the military concept that Xingxia is currently instilling in the federal security team and the corresponding police station is incredible and difficult to understand. What does it mean to fight for the people? Being a soldier is a profession. As long as you hone your martial arts, you should naturally do what you should do for the benefit. This is a violent group. a legal violent group, but now Xingxia has rejected this concept. If the army is really set up for the people, then she is denying her legal right to own the army. She has confused herself. Forget about that, but now she wants him to stand up and be a hero. Is it so easy to be a hero? The ashes of the last hero may not be found, so she is so radical and pure. According to Mo Siming's original idea, wouldn't it be better to send people to take over these hidden lines without destroying them? If they have to pay tribute, they won't have nothing but more opposition. He really appreciates Xingxia and hopes that she can stay on Vogue longer, but shouldn't she also reflect on whether she is too hard now? Can she be calmer when it comes to the child's matter? With this idea, Mo Siming is like a pufferfish that has been hurt by anger, but Xingxia has no intention of continuing to comfort him. Seeing that he disagrees, she simply pushes him away and says that she will take care of things herself in the future. In addition, these 8 months will also allow him to see the changes of the people on Vogue. Changes? What changes can there be? Setting up welfare meals and free entry to Rongdong for all, and preparing to take away the cake of most people, she just waited to be hanged alive by the people she loved. The more she thought about it, the angrier Mo Siming became. Even during the hot pot banquet of the executives of major news media groups in the evening, he was still bloated and ate with a strong sense of venting. He felt like he wanted to fight to the death, with the meat in the hot pot in front of him. The people around him didn't know who had offended him, a former social celebrity, and could only push the food plates on the table as much as possible towards him. In fact, facing the steaming hot pot, the people invited to dinner all had some doubts and fears on their faces, fearing that the meat pressed into the hot pot would turn into their faces when they were halfway through eating. Perhaps noticing their doubts, Xingxia specially arranged for the kitchen staff to come out and explain how to eat this hot pot, and also asked the staff to record the best time to cook food sign when serving the dishes in the future. However, even though the kitchen staff had already explained how to eat hot pot, and Mo Siming had already started eating in advance, the high-level media people invited. The staff still looked at each other and refused to start, so they shook the plum juice that was the main feature of the hot pot. After that, Xingxia took the initiative to take the microphone from the back kitchen. She first thanked everyone for coming and mentioned that many major events had indeed happened during her tenure as the planetary commander. Here, she first thanked everyone present. To be honest, eating hot pot in winter is a beautiful thing. Watching the snowflakes falling outside, the family gathers together to share hot food, which allows you to take a short break after a year of hard work. This is the meaning of winter. Unfortunately, I am not going to let everyone here have a good rest this winter. Although the opening of individual columns has been very mature on StarNet, and all kinds of people can become timely windows for broadcasting news and disseminating information to the outside world, everyone here is still an indispensable part of news broadcasting because you are authoritative. When you speak, no matter whether the outside world likes you or cares about you, you must first follow your broadcast. So if culture is an invisible war, then everyone here is the trumpeter in this war. Only when you speak first can the rest of the people use your trumpet as a guide to launch a charge. I know that for a long time in the past, the focus of your work has been constantly swinging with the change of regimes, but in the new year, everyone may also have a common goal: hot pot. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Consciously, he turned his eyes to the steaming pot, not understanding how the focus of his work was connected to this pot. I hope that you can focus on hot pot in the 8 months in the melting cave, report a lot of positive events, and then form a new atmosphere of public opinion. In the past, when people mentioned winter on Vogue Planet, the first thing they thought of was death, riots, hunger and pain. I hope that new words will appear in everyone's mind this year. So you must go deep into the lives of the people in these 8 months, listen to their voices, perceive their ideas, and then do the corresponding reports and public opinion monitoring at the same time. I will pay real-time attention to the news content you send out. Okay, now you can enjoy the hot pot food specially researched and produced by the Vogue Planet Food Research Bureau. The meal was slow and steady. Xingxia didn't even ask Mo Siming to help with any socializing. Logically, that was what she had called him to do. Of course, Mo Siming didn't have the idea of helping with socializing at the moment. He was still sulking in the face of Xingxia's unreasonableness. When the meal was over, Mo Siming stood up and walked out the door without even saying hello to Xingxia. Before he could completely leave the banquet hall, he found himself being stopped by many people. What exactly does the planetary commander want to do? You called us here for this. Hot pot. Yeah, it's a little spicy and the taste is unique, but I still don't believe it's just a meal. You want us to report on the people, What big deal can it be? Yeah, what does this mean? What do you think? Facing the eyes of the senior staff of the news media group, who were eager to know the answer, Mo Simon sighed for a long time, and then realized that he seemed to have eaten a little too much without realizing it. He subconsciously reached out to hold his stomach, and looked at the noisy senior staff in front of him, and couldn't help but feel annoyed. You are right, she is just not in a normal mind. Mo Simon couldn't help complaining about Xingxia as soon as he opened his mouth, but this made him grasp a key point. Xingxia asked the news media to focus on the lives of the people, and once the focus was placed on the people, she was really ready to kill some behind-the-scenes forces. Damn, she was serious. Thinking of this, Mo Simon couldn't help closing his eyes, and sighing many times in succession, making the senior staff of the news media group, who surrounded him, sigh a little confused. After rubbing his temples hard, Mo Simon refined Xingxia's ambitions for hot pot, and told everyone, is this possible? Use hot pot economy to replace the original industrial chain? She's dreaming. Yeah, this hot pot isn't that delicious. How can it possibly make up for the corresponding economic losses? Listening to a bunch of impossible words, Mo Simon felt even more annoyed. He couldn't help but wave his hand to say that he didn't care if it was possible or not. Since it was the media, he would build momentum first. As for the rest, let it be up to fate. Make way, I need to go to the bathroom. Watching Mo Simon walk away, the faces of the senior staff of the news media group were all gloomy. At the same time, the researcher of the Food Research Institute, who had counted the popularity of the taste and corresponding dishes in the banquet hall, told Xingxia that indeed, this group of people loved spicy hot pot more than plain hot pot, and they ate more vegetable foods than meat foods. Well, of course, it could also be that they were scared by Mo Simon. After all, Mo Simon showed off nearly half of the meat in the entire banquet. After hearing this statistical result, Xingxia couldn't help laughing out loud, and joked that Mo Simon must be in the bathroom now. But can this hot pot really be popular? Yeah, I can't tell from everyone's expressions how much they like it. The researchers at the Food Research Institute were inevitably discouraged. They were full of confidence and wanted to conquer this group of people with hot pot, but they didn't expect that the other party would just taste it. You have to think about it this way. They are very picky, but they didn't refuse and ate a lot of green leafy vegetables and meat, even though I put them under a lot of pressure. This is the best symbol of our good taste. The researchers at the Food Research Institute looked back at Xingxia and felt that their planetary commander was really optimistic. 3 days later, the first batch of people entering the Rongdong were confirmed, including government hall staff and their families, police officers and their families, federal security team members and their families, reporters, staff and their families, teachers, doctors and other related professionals and their families from various news media, and a group of secret personnel, including the basic education teacher team from the Independence Army and the corresponding miners. Xingxia not only accepted all these children, but also equipped them with a corresponding medical team. However, what Xingxia did soon caused unrest. To explain it with the title of the Alien Domain Star Network report, the planetary commander gave up the people, and there was actually no place for the people in the orderly opening of the Rongdong. The domineering declaration that everyone can enter the Rongdong for free, but now it has broken the promise. All members of the government affairs team related to the Vogue planet have been transferred to the Rongdong. The planetary commander finally broke the promise. With the continuous bombardment of messages, some people began to gather at the entrance of the melting cave spontaneously to ask when they could enter the melting cave. If not, they would have to pay. They always felt that opening the melting cave for free was just a declaration, which would actually leave them behind. Even the Independence Army received many people asking if they could join the Independence Army in order to survive this cold winter. But at the same time, Xingxia once again organized a gathering of senior news media personnel, and used the people gathered outside to show everyone what the power of public opinion is. Once panic, suspicion, and confusion are formed, it only takes a few words from the Star Network media people in the alien domain to incite riots on the Vogue planet. It can be seen that our credibility is almost gone, but the fact is that the melting cave cannot be fully opened yet, so the time for you to take action has come. Although Xingxia has said so, the reality has not improved due to the bombardment of major news media. On the contrary, the more frequently they report, the stronger the people's rebellious psychology becomes. This situation has lasted for a long time. Even On Yuan from the Independence Army couldn't help but contact Xingxia to ask her what she wanted to do. Testing people shouldn't be done in this way. Their people are like gathered matchsticks. They only need a small fire, and a riot is imminent. Even if Xingxia comes out to lobby at this moment, the people's emotions will not be so strong. However, under such heavy pressure, a small opportunity appeared. the shop owners and corresponding staff on the food street who were previously invited by Xinxia to open stores, without anyone persuading them, collectively registered and opened corresponding Star Network live broadcast accounts, took the initiative to speak for Xinxia, and live broadcast the current situation inside the Rongdong. Everyone. You can see that the entire Rongdong is still under renovation. In this state, if people are not allowed in batches, the internal work will definitely be chaotic. When we were invited in, we didn't believe that the planetary commander would provide us with a free Rongdong to avoid the cold, but you see, in our meal supply requirements, the planetary commander even emphasized that we should provide corresponding free meals. What does this mean? This means that she is really considering that all of us can spend the winter safely. Yes, you can see all of us, oh, and the 5 floors behind us are all meal supply areas. Don't listen to the outside words and riot, which will make it difficult for our planetary commander. If the Rongdong is really not free, what will everyone do? With the emergence of these accounts, the anger of the people gradually eased back, and some restaurant owners, who followed the advice of the people, started live broadcasts around the clock. The people watched these live broadcasts and became off-site supervisors. They were also surprised to find that the staff of the government hall and even their families participated in the decoration of the internal food court. But the people couldn't understand why their planetary commander had remained silent until now. During this period, the major news media carried out internal structural reorganization. Regarding the quality and theme of the corresponding news broadcasts, Xinxia almost exceeded her authority and forced some personnel to step down. The speed of her actions caught everyone off guard. At the same time, several supervision departments related to news media were established. Mo Siming looked at the list of these personnel who stepped down and suddenly realized that Xinxia had cleared out some of the personnel planted by the alien domain forces. She was still so radical that she could replace a group of people without leaving a trace at a meal or a party. After the changes in the news industry were completed quietly, Xinxia started live broadcasting. After informing the public of the detailed date of the opening of the melting cave and the date of the batch screening of the list, she officially announced the establishment of the Vogue Planet Central News Broadcasting Group. All major news related to Vogue in the future will be displayed on this news network. At that moment, her broadcast was no longer limited to the people of Vogue Planet. She also provocatively informed the top leaders of the relevant forces in the star fields around Vogue Planet that she had already controlled the news reporting rights about Vogue Planet. As for the personnel they had planted, their whereabouts were already unknown. But now, even if the army was mobilized, a cold wave would come immediately. Either the ball would collapse in one fell swoop, or they would have to wait until the spring to hold the midsummer event. Seeing Xingxia's arrogant face, the Star Network news in the surrounding star fields increased the intensity of smearing. However, this time, with the round-the-clock broadcast of the internal situation of the melting cave by the Vogue Planet Central News Broadcasting Group, the public's emotions could no longer be incited. Instead, they began to rant against each other across the internet because of rebellion and boredom. At the same time, Mo Siming, who was responsible for picking up people with Wei Jie, Fu Qianshan, and Shizi on the side of the Independence Army, received a text message from Xinxia, which only said one sentence: "You see, the Federation can also stand with the people instead of being superior to them." This well explains the underlying logic that the Federation has an army, and the army should be loyal to the people. It's just that from the beginning, perhaps the Federation did not think that it could also take the people's route. Mo Siming, He silently glanced at Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan beside him, watching them squatting on the roadside and chatting happily, and couldn't help but lower his head and sit next to them without saying a word. In an instant, the two of them looked up at him in surprise. After such silence, Mo Siming couldn't help but ask, "Do you sometimes feel that our planet commander is difficult to deal with?" After another awkward silence, Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan nodded in agreement and said in unison, "So you think so too?" Mo Siming, "Okay, he has found an organization." Chapter 34. Since then, the trio of Mo Siming, Wei Jie, and Fu Qianshan, who had complained about midsummer together, have somehow formed a deep friendship, so much so that the actor felt isolated when standing among them. But the three of them said shamelessly, "Children should not interfere in adult matters." Actor, TSK 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 TSK. After receiving the children sent by the Independence Army, some of the children needed the intervention of the medical team at the same time, so the actor skillfully directed the other children to help. They worked in groups in an orderly manner like little adults. Many medical team members, who were ordered to receive the wounded in the Rongdong, were stunned. In their words, "I didn't expect the children to have such strong discipline. Their mobility and organization are even better than our professional medical staff." Two doctors, and 5 nurses told him Asserting and others with tears in their eyes. To be honest, it is very gratifying to see that the children are now receiving medical assistance instead of being displaced on the streets. Yes, our planetary commander has really taken a very kind step. In the past, we had no choice but these children. I think they can finally see a different world in the future. Finally, a wise planetary commander has come to our planet Wolker. The actor looked up and listened to the words of these medical staff, and then lowered his head silently. He remembered the bad things he had done in the past. For example, following orders to attack some medical staff or steal from the hospital or create chaos. In the past, he never thought there was anything wrong with these things. Now it seems, maybe they are really wrong. If he had no choice in the past, then now Xingxia, as the commander of the planet, is really trying to create a future with choices for them. From this point of view, she is like a god descended to the earth. But why does she do this? In the past, the planetary commanders never cared about them. Perhaps because he noticed the silence of the actor, Wei Jia took the initiative to walk over and ask him if he was okay, but the actor asked him a difficult question. Why did the planetary commander do this to us? Wei Jia, Looking at the confused look of the actor, Asserting subconsciously remembered what Sheng Xiao once said, children will grow up, and when they grow up, they will have their own children. Even if the faintest light has been lit in front of these children, it will not be extinguished so easily. Asserting walked to the side of the actor, stretched out his hand to rub his head, and told the actor and the others present what Sheng Xiao had told him. Looking at their shining eyes, Asserting actually thought that maybe this was what Sheng Xiao wanted to see, a future full of hope and light. Who knows, maybe this planetary commander is a pure idealist. Asserting shrugged, idealist? Shizi repeated these 5 words, but for some reason, all the medical staff present were excited and clapped their hands at the same time. All this seemed incredible to Shizi's children, so much so that the teachers of the Independence Army did not expect that they could teach while walking along the way, and the children's enthusiasm for listening to the lessons was obviously much more enthusiastic than before. 3 days later, when the Independence Army's personnel safely entered the Rongdong through the original secret route through the hot spring area, Xingxia officially announced the second batch of people entering the Rongdong: pregnant women, the elderly, the disabled, young children and families who are in urgent need of supplies and medical assistance. These people will enter the Rongdong completely within 5 days to spend the cold season. Among them, Xingxia also specifically mentioned that if a family has needs and cannot rush to the Rongdong by themselves, they can contact the emergency police station department of the corresponding area, and the police station personnel will come to help. The surrounding Star region media commented that this move was a very wise decision. It may reverse the poor reputation of the Wolker Planet Police Department in the past and reverse the precarious credibility of the Federation. Of course, there are also people who complain. Do these people really dare to call the corresponding police station's contact number? Ha! I'm afraid that people who could have gone to the melting cave by themselves may not be able to go to the melting cave after contacting the police station. Given the toughness of the Wolker Planet Police Department personnel, it is really hard to imagine the scene of them coming to help at that time. Among the large number of half-believing, or complaining, or groundless speculation messages and comments, a group of people who have taken the initiative to open up on the Star Network have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The new live broadcast group entered the Rongdong to verify whether they could call the police station contact number to get their help. They called the police station contact number announced by Xingxia for help and live broadcast the whole process, thereby gaining a lot of viewing traffic. However, what everyone did not expect this time was that within less than 15 minutes after the corresponding help call was made, the police station personnel of the corresponding area and the medical team members came to the door accurately, and added corresponding rescue supplies according to the different situations described by each podcaster in the contact communication, including but not limited to heating equipment, police heating vehicles, medical staff, non-slip carts, nutrient solution and supplementary nutrient solution. As for the price that the public is concerned about, Planet Commander has innovatively created a work for debt mutual assistance model. In short, it is to let the healthy members of the corresponding assistance-seeking families join the volunteer action to help other families in need transfer the corresponding people in need. At the same time, family members who join the volunteer action can also get a free lunch. Note that it is not a simple nutrient solution, but a hot soup and hot rice with a proper combination of meat and vegetables. Of course, if the whole family is in a difficult situation, the planetary commander also gives the corresponding police officers the right to free of charge, and they just need to fill out an application form. The podcast members who originally thought that the police station on the Wolker planet cannot have such a big change, began to feel guilty for saying bad things to the police station and medical staff after they arrived because of their overly enthusiastic and thoughtful service. I'm really annoyed now. This is our planet, our planetary commander. She has done so much, but I'm still talking nonsense. I decided to join the volunteer action, and I don't need to pack my lunch, which will make me feel better. Hi, I have joined the volunteer action now, and there are other family members traveling with me. We can also learn first aid knowledge on this trip, which is really great. Listen to me, guys. The volunteer action is really great. We provide. The lunch you are looking at is free of charge inside the melting cave. Do you know how I feel at this moment? Praise the planetary commander. I will work for her all my life. I am guilty of saying so many bad things about the planetary commander before. You know, this winter is too warm. I am helping to lead a 70-year-old man into the melting cave. There are anti-skid carts and oxygen cylinders throughout the process. This reminds me of my grandfather. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't cry. I am super proud today. Look, I joined the volunteer action. Because of my good performance, my volunteer clothes were painted with small red flowers. Can you see it? Please maintain the volunteer action. I will work here until I have to enter the melting cave. Damn it, to be honest, I thought the little red flowers in the volunteer action were too childish before, but today, look, I also have a little red flower, because I helped a pregnant woman to enter the melting cave without walking. This is really exciting. I can actually help others. Please let this action continue. Please, let this action continue. Look, the little red flowers on my clothes are not yet fully painted. The police station staff even snatched the work from us. Please, we are volunteers. We also provide meals. We should bear these heavy labor. Listen to me. I did something very cool today, look. I gave my lunch to the 3 children in this family. Hi, everyone. Say hello to the camera together. As more and more touching scenes in the volunteer action were staged, the people in other star regions who were originally watching these live broadcasts with the mentality of watching a play started laughing loudly at the beginning, but gradually stopped laughing. Damn, I am a little jealous. What's wrong with that? In the largest message forum on the Star Network, the term Winter Volunteer Action initiated by Xingxia as the commander of the planet Wolker was ranked first on the forum's hot search list. To be honest, they arrived at the location and started rescue in 15 minutes after making the contact. Such a fast response speed is really necessary if I have a patient at home. With medical expenses rising day by day, being able to work off debts is really attractive. My grandmother once gave up treatment due to the high medical expenses. As a grandson, I can't do anything. If my planet can be like Wolker's, I really want to join the volunteer action. Their volunteer action can even include a lunch. This action is really great. Thumbs up for the planet commander of Wolker. Can such a planet commander also send one to our planet? Damn, I envy the people of Wolker for the first time? I heard that little red flower. The plan was also invented by the planetary commander of Wolker. Is she treating the people like kindergarten kids? Looking up the file of this planetary commander, guess what? This is actually a new planetary commander. Wolker is really lucky. I feel that I have never been a person who is easily moved, but this time, I was really moved by the volunteer actions of Wolker. It turns out that the public officials of the police station can get along well with the people of their planet. I am really envious. In order to ensure the response speed, the police station communication system of Wolker is divided into multiple areas. I think this is a good idea. It would be great if our planet can also popularize such response measures. Work for debt. What kind of utopian plot is Wolker playing out? Damn it, I actually want to immigrate to Vogue Planet just because of the free medical care. I always feel that the economic model of free medical care and debt for work will not go far. I hope that the people of Vogue Planet will be fine next year. No matter what, even if the current actions of this planetary commander are very reckless, she has really brought benefits to the people. I think she is still good. Yes, after all, she is a new planetary commander. Aren't your requirements too high? In the core area of Rongdong, Fu Qianshan was very puzzled when he saw Xingxia browsing these web pages silently, but couldn't smile at all. Now, whether inside or outside the star field, the atmosphere is very good, and the people are unprecedentedly united and supportive of her. Everything is developing in a good direction, but looking at her expression, why is she so solemn? After hearing Xingxia sigh again, Fu Qianshan couldn't help but speak. Are you unhappy? Xingxia. She was stunned, but she couldn't say whether she was happy or unhappy. It was just that according to her plan, After sending the corresponding sick and weak people into the Rongdong, the last group of people left would be the people who were best incited by the reactionary forces inside and outside the star field and included in the target of the joint riot. She originally thought that she could fish to catch another group of people before the cold wave came. She even secretly sent out a lot of hidden federal security team members in the name of the police station layout. If the other party launched a riot, they could suppress this group of people at the first time. In this way, when all the people entered the Rongdong, the inside of the Rongdong would be safer, and she could also go to the prison to interrogate this group of people. 8 months, I'm sure I can find out a lot of things from this group of people, and it can also deter other people who are still lurking from exposing themselves and causing trouble without authorization. But now the whole Vogue planet is full of warmth, positivity, and mutual help. Not to mention the local rioters. Even the rioters backed by other Starfield forces will not be blind to deliberately jump out to make trouble at this moment. They will only lurk, but for the security system inside the entire melting cave, this will increase their public security pressure. The layout inside the melting cave is already very compact, and will soon accommodate tens of millions of people. If this group of people cannot be suppressed in time, the consequences may be worse than letting this group of people riot outside. When I think of the future management of the melting cave, the lives of the police station or the Federal Security Bureau will be filled with carelessness, and the alert time will be extended to 8 months. Xingxia can't help but sigh. At the same time, other Starfield forces looked at the united and friendly yet unfamiliar Vogue planet, and all of them were silent and shocked, and quickly discussed the next plan across the Starfield. In the past, we underestimated the new planetary commander. In 8 months, I think she will change Vogue planet a lot. We must find a way to break this tranquility. Judging from the current situation, if you want to start a riot, it is simply a pure gift of life. It is obvious that the people are now on the side of the planetary commander. But if we wait until 8 months later, there is no guarantee that the planetary commander will not attack our arms dealers. We acted too slowly. We should have detained some of the Vogue planet's workers earlier. Now we have let them go back. Can't we wait until we enter the melting cave to make trouble? If there is an explosion, the living space of the melting cave will be further squeezed, and our planetary commander will have to. Not facing the life and death decision of abandoning some people. But according to our insider information, the major renovation of the melting cave had already started 3 weeks ago. She was not kidding. She really renovated the entire melting cave. So what? We have always witnessed the laziness of the workers on Vogue. I am afraid it is not the same as before. From the videos and photos sent by the insider, we can see that the quality of this project is indeed very good. Participants, After a long silence, someone got angry and suggested that the explosion could not be triggered at the moment of entering the melting cave. Xingxia would be responsible for it with just a bang. It would be more interesting if it could kill and injure many people. We must make a decision as soon as possible. I have a hunch that once the cold wave of Vogue arrives, the planetary commander will use the cold wave as an excuse to cut off the communication between Vogue and the surrounding star fields. Cut off communication? How is that possible? Wouldn't her people be bored to death? It's been 8 months. Perhaps we can use this as an opportunity to prepare for both situations. If communication is really cut off, we can launch a war for freedom of speech, and if an explosion occurs, she will be responsible for the safety of the people's lives. Suddenly, someone entered the office of Xingxia and the alien forces at the same time. According to the monitoring of the Meteorological Bureau, the cold wave on Vogue is expected to cover the entire planet 3 days in advance. After learning the news, Xingxia immediately called up the corresponding monitoring screen of the Meteorological Bureau. It can be seen that the cold wave cyclone activities on the surface of Vogue have suddenly become more frequent. According to the investigation report given by the relevant meteorological expert researchers, it is because Xingxia started the heating system on a large scale early, which led to the intensification of cold air activities. According to the current frequency of cyclone activities, the arrival of the cold wave may be advanced. If it's ahead of schedule, then our plan. Fu Qianshan couldn't help but frown when he said this, but Xingxia said after a few seconds of silence, I can't wait that long. She turned around and left the monitoring room in the core area. No, where was she going? Before Fu Qianshan could ask, Xingxia took out a loudspeaker and stopped the researchers in the entire core area from working, and announced a new topic loudly. Study it. If you are asked to blow up the entire melting cave, how are you going to do it? Fu Qianshan marked the researchers in various fields in the core area who were stopped from working at this moment. No. Their planetary commander was poisoned by eating hot pot? Chapter 35. I don't know how long the silence lasted. After a short cough, Xingxia saw that no one spoke, so she simply started to divide the group and issue orders, requiring each group to study the blow-up-the-melting-hole plan carefully, and come up with a version of the blow-up-the-melting-hole plan for her within 24 hours. At the same time, the plan should not be too similar, and you have to think about how to blow up the melting hole from multiple angles. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the person standing in front of this group of researchers was Xingxia, they would all be afraid that they had inexplicably fallen into a terrorist organization's nest. Xingxia, as the biggest villain leader of this terrorist organization's nest, was busy planning how to blow up the only shelter of Vogue planet Handong. Anyway, Xingxia's orders were given, and she didn't care what everyone thought of her. She turned around and rushed out of the core area, leaving a bunch of people staring blankly. Finally, Fu Qianxin came out. He guessed that due to the early arrival of the cold winter, the security pressure has increased. So instead of waiting for others to make trouble, it is better to take the initiative to think about how to make trouble first, and then use this as an entry point to prevent it. Oh. After everyone suddenly realized it, they unconsciously showed some excitement on their faces. Then, in the discussion, they gradually diverged their thoughts and let themselves go. Fu Qianxin felt terrible. It turned out that this melting cave could really be completely blown up. At the same time, in the meeting room of the participants of the alien forces, when they learned that the cold winter of Vogue planet would accelerate, they stopped hesitating and quickly formulated 3 destruction paths. One is to randomly select a path into the melting cave to cause an explosion at the moment when the planet commander announced the rapid accommodating of the crowd. As long as someone is injured, they can make a big fuss about it. Second, if the planetary commander is not prepared to order the crowd to be quickly accommodated, then incite the crowd to riot. At that time, the corresponding police station personnel or federal security personnel will definitely be dispatched to suppress it. Then, depending on the weather conditions, as long as someone dies, they can also make a big fuss about it. Third, when there is an abnormal movement outside and people begin to panic, they can cause an explosion inside. There is no need to collapse the melting cave, just a small hole or a problem with the heating in a district. At that time, tens of millions of people will be in the melting cave, and it will inevitably cause riots. Don't worry that this planetary commander has 3 heads and 6 arms. What can she do when she sees the riots of tens of millions of people? Not to mention that after this series of bad events, they can also launch a combination of economic and public opinion guidance. In short, as long as the public sentiment begins to fluctuate, it is equivalent to a suspended death sentence for the newly appointed planetary commander. He will be abandoned by the public collectively whether he dies early or late. The plan has been set, and they are waiting for the news from the planetary commander of Vogue. Of course, during this period of waiting, the alien forces have also vigorously promoted the news about the cold wave of Vogue will arrive in advance. It is necessary to ensure that even the news from the alien domain can be seen by the people of Vogue who are still outside the melting cave. At first, when the relevant news began to spread on Vogue, the people of Vogue who were still outside the melting cave were quite panicked, worried that this sudden cold wave would interrupt the original plan to enter the melting cave, and their planetary commander would have no way to deal with it. But soon, the Central News Broadcasting Group of Vogue began to broadcast the activities of the corresponding cold wave cyclone around the clock. The moving track and the frequency began to roll out the batches of personnel numbers who entered the melt cave in advance. Wei Jia announced the corresponding implementation method for the personnel entering the melt cave in advance. According to the scope of the cyclone activity, priority will be given to people in emergency areas. At the same time, in order to prevent congestion or trampling, Wei Jia also called on the people to go to the melt cave in batches according to the batch numbers and entry time received on their optical computers. Finally, Wei Jia also announced a crazy backup plan. If there are still people who have not entered the melt cave when the cold wave comes, the planet commander promised to send relevant icebreaker warships to pick them up and ensure that every Vogue planet resident can safely enter the melt cave to spend the winter. Sending a warship to pick up people, have you calculated the economic cost? Do you know how much heating materials an icebreaker consumes when in motion? Faced with the accusations of the arms faction's pampered people in power for many years, Xingxia's reply is classic. This is not an economic account. This is a human life account. After replying this, Xingxia directly had people cut off all external communications in the hot spring area where the arms faction was located, and also asked the second-in-command of the Federal Security Bureau to lead troops into the hot spring area. On the surface, it was said that it was to appease the arms faction, but in fact it was a strong threat. As for the members of the terrorist organization, who had received the special order to cause trouble from the alien forces, the planetary commander's daily random number drawing and quick collection execution method made them very sad. First of all, they could not complete the effective gathering. Secondly, every road into the melting cave was suppressed by heavy troops. In addition, the unmanned machine army was dispatched. The whistling sound in the wind and snow made everyone clearly realize that this was a group of real killing machines, thus suppressing their desire to cause trouble now. Of course, these were not enough to break their defense. What really broke their defense was the inspection mechanism at the security checkpoint that completely separated people and luggage. That's right. Xinxia has set up 3 strict security checkpoints 800 meters away from each road leading into Rongdong. At the first security checkpoint, in addition to the person being scanned by a security device to see if they are carrying metal products, the corresponding luggage must also be scanned by the security device. Those with problematic luggage or those who refuse to let their luggage go through the security check will be violently pinned down and taken away. At the second security checkpoint, fully armed military dogs conduct a centralized inspection of all luggage for hazardous materials. Anyone with problematic luggage will be politely asked to leave if they cooperate with the investigation, and those who do not cooperate will be arrested on the spot. The third security checkpoint is located right next to the Rongdong Underground City Elevator, which is the link of taking back the luggage. But what makes everyone speechless is that Xinxia actually lists a very long controlled equipment and items. The list shows that those who carry these controlled tools must declare their purpose to the police station and federal security personnel before they can take them back. This includes even crowbars, machetes and lighters. The terrorist members, who originally wanted to make trouble, stared at this list of controlled tools and items with wide eyes, and they were in an awkward situation of crazy thinking. They listened to the people around them arguing with the police station and federal security personnel. Why can't I bring this crowbar in? And why should I report this knife? Such a short knife can only break the skin at most, even if it is used to stab people. Why are you so strict? In the end, the terrorist members, who were ordered to enter the melting cave, only took back the corresponding kitchen knives, fruit knives, iron pots, and spatulas from the pile of explosive tools prepared in advance. On the way in, the friendly police station and federal security personnel gave them a cooking school enrollment promotional sheet and encouraged them to learn one more skill during the cold winter. This makes them look particularly stupid. After going through many dangers and finally entering the melting cave, what greeted them next was the interruption of external communication due to blizzard and cold wave. But volunteers came to hand out flyers, saying that it didn't matter that the communication with the outside was interrupted, and the communication inside the melting cave was connected. Of course, if you are really worried about your friends, who are still outside, you can also go to the special communication hall, or ask the police for help. Members of the terrorist organization. I dare not look for them. I dare not look for them at all, but looking at the smiling faces of the volunteers in front of them, they all felt a little confused. In the past Wolker cold season, no one would be able to smile so happily. However, looking around, the internal situation of the melting cave in front of them is indeed like a beautiful dream. The heating pipes that used to be gray and peeling have not only been repainted, but also hung with a string of dreams. The glittering little colored lights, the originally dirty and smelly melting cave ground has now been recoated with insulation material, and if you smell it carefully, you can smell the refreshing aroma of the special roses from the Vogue planet. The families holding their children, and shivering with numb and desperate eyes on both sides of the melting cave road, are now nowhere to be seen. You can even hear the laughter of children chasing each other and getting welfare toys. There is a loudspeaker repeatedly playing "Please do not litter in a civilized way during the winter, keep the environment clean, and be friendly to you and me." Looking at the end of this road, there are many stalls set up by volunteers, some of which provide free trimming and haircuts, and some distribute hot water and aid clothing. There are also various leaflets distributed and shouts one after another, "What do we want now?" Feeling like a member of a country bumpkin terrorist organization, Ball carried his luggage and randomly found a person with a volunteer badge to ask where he should squat now. After a few seconds of hesitation, the other party enthusiastically handed him a guide map of the various areas in the melting cave, which included the medical area, education area, food area, leisure area, entertainment area, relaxation area, work area, and 4 temporary living areas. Ball didn't understand what the temporary living area meant. After asking people, he learned that the planetary commander planned to let people rotate their living areas every 2 months, so that after 8 months, everyone can rotate to live in each area in the original melting cave, which is fair. Ball, Suddenly, a cupcake was handed to Ball. Ball was startled and tried to dodge subconsciously, but he heard the owner of the cake shouting his business. "Welcome to Taste It, free tasting. If you like it, Please go to the 3rd floor of Building C in the food area to buy it. Thank you. Ball looked at the girl, who had dressed herself up neatly in front of him, wondering if she was bluffing. She even had a tasting. The supplies were so tight in the winter season. She actually dared to carry the food and be a scapegoat. Sure enough, before Ball could finish thinking about this, he saw the girl's plate was. The cupcakes had been snatched away. Someone tried to harass the girl, and was immediately pinned down by the seemingly intimidating volunteers around him. Are you being a hooligan? You be taken to the police station if you're being a hooligan. You can taste the food, but don't touch the staff. Ball couldn't understand the scene in front of him. In the past, most girls in the melting cave didn't dare to grow long hair, and would deliberately dress themselves up to be inconspicuous for fear of similar accidents. But now nothing has been done to this girl, and the people around her are so righteous. Stood up to help. This is another world, completely beyond his cognition, but no matter what, he was hungry. So Ball looked around and found the 5 people in his organization. He followed the guide map to the corresponding food area, and passed through a dream corridor with colorful lights. Ball and his team followed the crowd to the extremely noisy giant food area. There were 5 floors of dining areas, magnificent and grand. In the middle of each floor were specially provided long tables and short benches, and on both sides were traditional restaurants of the Vogue planet with their own characteristics. Judging from the signs of these restaurants, if they were not going to accept missions, they would definitely not have the money to eat in. Presumably in winter, the price would be more expensive. It is said that there are free meals, but I am afraid that the quality of the food is not as good as feeding dogs. Holding the old ideas, the 6 of them quickly locked onto a table where a family member was preparing to eat. When the other party was about to enjoy the meal they ordered, they quickly sat over and whispered to the other party to give them the meal. Although the knife they were holding looked a little funny, they were confident that they could cause unnecessary harm to the other party if they really fought. What they didn't expect was that the other party looked at them so evil and actually gave them the meal directly. They also said that if they didn't eat enough, they could order more. By the way, every restaurant on this street had free meals and dishes, and the quality was similar to other paid meals ordered in the store, so they could eat as much as they wanted, but they just had to be careful not to eat themselves to vomit. When mentioning this, the male owner of the family even made a joke, saying that he didn't know anything at the beginning and really ate himself into the hospital. He was very embarrassed. Later, he came to this street to help out, but the restaurant owner didn't want him, so he could only participate in the volunteer action. Now he is signed up for the welding college. It seems that everything is so wonderful. Ball and his group, But before Ball and his friends could start eating, what surprised them even more was that the staff in the restaurant directly brought out some more meals for them, and said that these meals were free. They should be the people who entered the melting cave today in the face of the cold wave. Don't worry, eat more, it's really cold outside. Ball looked at the back of the waiter leaving, and for some reason, he yelled at his back, "We really have no money." As soon as these words came out, not to mention other people, even the other 5 people in the organization subconsciously looked up at Ball. What's wrong with him? Others have said that this is all free, so why should he just eat it quietly? Why did he have to yell this out loud? As a result, the boss came out and sat next to them to explain that this meal is indeed free, and they can eat as much as they want. The cold wave is coming early and everyone is in a difficult situation, so they should help each other. Ball was a little confused. He felt that there was absolutely no money in this. Yes, it was a trick. It couldn't be that the other party had already discovered their identities and deliberately put drugs in the food to lure them. However, the family member sitting at the same table with them mentioned that it didn't matter if they had no money to eat. If they wanted to find something to do after the meal, they could go to the education area or the work area. No matter who they were, they could always find what they wanted to do in these 2 areas. And as long as the food was not wasted, no one would say anything to them. In short, just remember what the planet commander said, it is shameful to waste food. Bear and his group, They couldn't figure it out. Had the people in the melting cave been completely brainwashed by the planet commander? How could they all have fake smiles on their faces? Besides, the winter season lasted for 8 months. 8 months. Could these free meals be provided for 8 months? Wasn't she worried that the food reserves would run out in a few months, and then everyone would eat each other? Besides, cannibalism has happened before in the cold season of Vogue planet. How can the new planetary commander be so confident? Bear, who didn't know the situation, stubbornly didn't eat the food. Instead, he waited until no one was paying attention and quietly took out the nutrient solution to drink. He felt that the current situation was very strange. Maybe the planetary commander was doing some human experiment on them. He had to stay awake. For this reason, he also woke up his teammates, who were eating like pigs, saying that he wanted to go to other areas and leave his luggage with them first. Also, eat less, don't you have nutrient solution? But this is delicious. Ball, there is something wrong with these foods. Fortunately, there was only one pig who loved eating so much. The remaining 4 people followed Ball and left the food area. In order to grasp the current situation in the melting cave as soon as possible, Ball sent these 4 people to different areas respectively, and he went to the education area and work area specifically mentioned by the male owner of the family just now. By the way, he also wanted to go to the medical area to see if he could do something. The education area was really strange. It was okay to have security devices outside, but why were there security devices here too? Not only are the inspection standards higher, but the knife in his hand is not even allowed to be brought in. However, the security personnel mentioned that some classrooms have corresponding dangerous equipment, but they must be approved by the teacher before they can be taken in. Ball was very interested in this, but because it was the first day, and he didn't know what he wanted to learn, he was arranged to visit. As the car started to drive, he saw the bright and clean classroom buildings through the glass of the car. The space, which is wider than the food area, carries the learning space from kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school to university scientific research system or corresponding vocational colleges. What made Ball speechless was that there was a calligraphy written by the planet commander himself. Study hard and make progress every day. Ball, this calligraphy is so ugly. As the car continued to move forward, it passed a fork in the road. According to the introduction volunteer, from this fork in the road, we will enter the Adult Learning Academy. There is also a calligraphy written by the planetary commander. Children are the future of Vogue Planet, and you, my friend, are the present and future of Vogue Planet. For some reason, after reading this calligraphy, the expressions of the people who were originally very casual gradually became solemn. Even Ball felt that he was hit hard in his heart after reading this calligraphy. He felt very sour. The introduction volunteers continued to introduce every vocational college they passed by, saying that Vogue Planet was in great need of high-level talents. In the past, the only thing they could offer was cheap labor, but they were not respected. To be respected, it required not only the efforts of the planetary commander and senior staff, but also their unity and awakening. The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago, and the second best time is now. The introduction volunteers ended the visit with what Xingxia had said. After getting off the sightseeing car, Ball could clearly feel that the atmosphere had changed in microseconds. He couldn't explain what this emotion was, but he knew that he had to leave here first otherwise. He turned his head and looked at the bright and clean classroom. It was like his dream in his youth. It had been forgotten to an unknown corner, but when he suddenly picked it up, he could still feel the weight of pain. After calming down at the transfer station, Ball headed towards the work area. He thought he would see a familiar and ugly scene here. In the past, industrial parks were not only smelly but also accompanied by a large number of vicious incidents, such as riots, human kidnapping, or severed limbs. In any case, when it comes to tormenting the human body, humans always have endless creativity. But when he got to the work area, he saw groups of energetic people in uniforms walking around the work area with smiles on their faces. Even the older people looked energetic. There were heavy tools that he had been dreaming of using, but without an internship certificate issued by the education district, he couldn't even get through the security check. There was a police station next to him, and when he saw someone coming in and seemed to want to ask him something, he was frightened and ran away. When he came to his senses, he couldn't help but curse himself for not being calm. The air in the melting cave was indeed problematic, otherwise how could he have exposed his abnormality so quickly? He slowed down again. After calming down, Ball asked about the situation of the 4 people he sent out. They went to the leisure area, entertainment area, emptying area, and temporary living area respectively. As a result, the message received by the person in the leisure area said that he was chatting with someone and would reply to him after the chat was over. The person in the entertainment area said that he was helping to get the idol's autograph and would reply to him after that. The person in the emptying area said that he was crying and would reply to him after crying. The person in the temporary living area said that he was helping in the volunteer action and would reply to him after helping. Ball looked at the replies of these 4 people, and for some reason, there was only one thought in his mind. The organization is finished. The brainwashing skills in this melting cave are too strong. Chapter 36. Suddenly someone called Ball from a distance. Ball turned around and found that it was the police station personnel from the work area who were chasing him. No, how could they chase him so far? Ball subconsciously wanted to run, but he felt that he could not expose his flaws, so he had to force his legs to stop running first, and turned to ask the other party embarrassedly, "Your education brochure was left behind. We sent it to you. Come on. No matter what you want to learn, you have to take advantage of it now. Now is the best time." Ball looked down at the education brochure handed over by the police station personnel. Fuck, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. What is this? After being completely sunk, there was suddenly light. The planet commander's palace scheming was really too cruel. After hesitating for a while, Ball and his team suddenly received a message from the boss of the organization, asking them to meet in the food area. After all, there were many people in the food area. Although there were many surveillance cameras, it was not easy to be discovered when so many people were eating and talking about things and handing over tasks. When Ball returned to the food area, he found that his companions not only had food in their hands, but also had a preliminary understanding of the food guide for this food area. He kept eating the snacks in his hands while introducing Ball and the others. The food area has 5 floors, and the 3 middle floors are all old brand restaurants on our planet Volk. And guess what? The prices are the same as outside, not increased at all, and there are free snacks. Here, this is it. I heard from the boss that although the planetary commander only asked everyone to give 1 free meal, in order not to be outdone by other restaurants, they will innovate dishes from time to time and give out samples. When the results of the samples are good, they will launch the real products. Hee, we are giving free samples now, and then let those fools buy them. I am smart, right? Ball looked at the snack that was forced into his hand, and then looked at his companion, who suddenly seemed to have become a fool after eating. He felt more and more annoyed and pushed the snack back unconsciously. Go away, eat more if you like. Where are the salmons? After he asked, he saw that his companions standing beside him more or less subconsciously lowered their eyes, and just stared at the ground quietly. What's wrong? Ball couldn't help but feel more irritated after asking this question, and his silent companions seemed to be deliberately irritating him, and were reluctant to respond. After an unknown period of time, when Ball and his companions received the precise point notification request for the assembly again, Ball was about to leave, but was inexplicably grabbed by his companion's arm. He looked back in confusion and heard his companion whisper to him, "Do we have to destroy this place?" His voice was awkward and a little careful to please, and Ball was also confused by this sudden sentence. Before he wanted to speak, there was another. A companion stood up and asked, "Isn't this the new world we want?" "Yes, this planet commander is really different from the past. He really cares about us." "Nonsense." Ball turned around and cursed. "You want to buy you all with a little favor. I think you are dizzy because you have eaten too much. But the problem is that even with Lord Salmon, we have never eaten so much. Lord Salmon is looking at the future. When this word was mentioned, Ball fell silent for some reason. He inexplicably remembered the words written by Xingxia in the education area. Children are the future of Vogue Planet, and you, my friend, are the present and future of Vogue Planet. In short, no matter what they think now, they still have to go to the gathering. When they arrived at the precise point, everyone realized that this was a newly opened restaurant with a strange name, called Hot Pot. As the second batch of people who came in early, Salmon said that this is a very popular restaurant in Rongdong. The most important thing is that the people who can eat here are the core group of Rongdong. Observe the terrain first so that you can find the right time to start. Ball looked around the entire restaurant and suddenly saw a waiter carrying a large copper pot. The weight of the copper pot had already made his hands tense, but he still walked steadily with every step. Until the pot was delivered to their table, the waiter said with full energy, "Hey, be careful of the hot pot. Remember to put the dishes in after the pot is boiled. Use slowly." Some of Ball's companions tried to lift the pot, but the next second, they were burned because they didn't hold the handle and retracted their hands. Salmon couldn't help laughing at him for being a bumpkin. The man subconsciously wanted to glare at Salmon, but he didn't know what he thought of and lowered his head silently. From this moment on, Ball obviously felt that the atmosphere in their organization was not right. Not only him and these companions, but also the other people who came later were not in a good state. Soon, the waiter brought the food on a cart, and said that since Salmon and his friends ordered a lot, they had specially sent them some new drinks and snacks. Seeing the colorful drinks being set up with straws thoughtfully inserted, Ball could hear his companions swallowing their saliva almost subconsciously. But what made them inexplicably unhappy was that Salmon asked them to pack up the new products and send them to the corresponding hospital address. As for the snacks, he even carried them in front of him and started to enjoy them without waiting for anyone else. It was very strange, because in the past, there was nothing wrong with him doing this. If there was any good thing, the first one would enjoy it first, and then the rest would be divided according to their respective contributions. It has always been like this, so in order to be able to enjoy better things or have a bigger, they have been fighting hard for power, but now, for some reason, everyone feels empty and resentful. Unfortunately, Salman didn't feel it. He just ate most of the snacks as usual, and then handed them to Ball and other small leaders. Ball took a look and saw that it seemed to be some kind of fried product. He wanted to eat it, but he felt the burning eyes of his companion sitting next to him, so he simply gave it to him. Salman was very satisfied with Ball's action, and said that he had always been optimistic about Ball among the people he brought with him. Ball lowered his eyebrows and said nothing, but Salman suddenly started to shout again, reminding them that the planetary commander and her men also came here to eat. As soon as these words came out, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look at the planetary commander Xingxia and her companions. Salman noticed their straightforward eyes, and subconsciously wanted to tell them not to expose themselves, but he found that Xingxia had already looked over at the same time because of their attention. "Oh, I remember you." Suddenly, Xingxia took the initiative to come over and asked about the condition of the elderly in Salman's family. She also said that after using the new medicine, according to the report, he was out of danger, right? Salman bowed his head and praised Xingxia, saying that fortunately the doctor's medical skills were excellent, and he saved his life. Now all the friends who were not outside came in, so please come here to have a meal. With these words, Xingxia's eyes fell on the big table of people again. She took a look and smiled and praised Salman for being a famous philanthropic entrepreneur, even having so many friends. Salman said that they were not friends, but helpers in the company before. The last batch of people came in and didn't know the internal situation. He could take these half-grown children to familiarize themselves with it. That's great. There are new drinks in the company. Everyone can drink a little and give suggestions to our chef later. After that, Xingxia asked the waiter to serve new drinks to everyone at Salman's table. Salman also quickly asked Ball and others to stand up and thank Xingxia. Xingxia waved her hand to indicate that they just need to eat and no need to be polite. After that, she returned to her subordinates. It stands to reason that the planetary commander should sit in a private room when he comes to the restaurant to eat, but now the planetary commander and her subordinates just sat down in the lobby area outside without any precautions and ordered dishes. They didn't have any intention of entering the private room or calling for protection. This is too careless. Ball had just finished thinking this in his heart, but when he turned around, he found that Salman looked at Xingxia with a bit of greed and contempt. Did he think that such a planetary commander would be easy to take advantage of? Soon, the planetary commander's dishes were served, still in a heavy copper pot, but then the restaurant also served drinks and snacks in the same way. What surprised Ball and the others was that Xingxia pushed these dishes to his subordinates first, asking them to start first, and the other party did not think there was anything wrong with it. He ate while talking, and complained to Xingxia after eating, "This snack is too spicy." Xingxia also took a little to taste, but she widened her eyes and said bluntly, "Isn't this spicy level good? Well, let's do this. I leave a message to the restaurant owner to let him know that the dishes should be classified into different levels of spiciness: slightly spicy, medium spicy, very spicy, and super spicy. Who would like to eat super spicy food? TSK TSK TSK. Watching the natural and equal communication between the planetary commander and his subordinates, Ball and his group couldn't take their eyes off, so that when the dishes were served later, no matter what Salman said, they would subconsciously take a look at Xingxia's table first and then compare silently in their hearts. Xingxia's meat dishes were all for subordinates, which was a companion-like way of eating, but Salman's meat dishes all depended on him. Let's share the food, and whoever gets it must be grateful and thank him. Ball's companion, who loved eating, could only get some vegetarian dishes because of his insufficient contribution. He looked very aggrieved. In addition, he was not used to this kind of spiciness. He couldn't help wanting to go to the toilet after eating for a while, but Salman wouldn't let him go, as if he wanted to torture him to make an example of him. It was only now that Ball and the others understood why Salman chose this restaurant. Spicy and hot food is indeed a good punishment, and it can also make them understand in an instant that they are still members of a terrorist organization, and should not dream of struggling to leave. The planet commander ate very quickly. They seemed to be busy with the internal repairs of the melting cave and the reception of personnel. After they finished eating, they paid the bill and left. Strangely, the cashier in the store was neither humble nor arrogant to the planet commander, without any flattering expression, as if to prove Salman's statement that the planet commander often came to this restaurant to eat. After Salman finished eating, everyone was allowed to leave. At this time, the greedy companion sitting next to Ball had been suffocated and his face had turned liver-colored. The whole person was trembling slightly unconsciously. Fortunately, Salman did not continue to torture him. After leaving the restaurant, he was finally allowed to go to the toilet, but there was no toilet nearby. According to the usual style of this companion, even if the King of Heaven came, when he wanted to go to the toilet, any place around him had to be a toilet. But now, he was holding it in, and told Ball, who was holding him, that he wanted to go to the public toilet. Ball couldn't help frowning, but he said that the place here was clean, and it was a place to eat, and he didn't want to ruin this good place. Ball, according to the guide, go down to the next floor, there is one. Without waiting for his companion to finish speaking, Ball simply turned back to the hot pot restaurant to ask about the toilet. He originally wanted to find fault. If his companion really had any problems, he could let the hot pot restaurant take responsibility. They often used this routine in the past, but what he didn't expect was that the staff of the hot pot restaurant came out immediately after hearing about this and called him and his companion back in. He also said that if there was any problem, they would send him to the doctor in time, and the staff would accompany him to the doctor, so there was no need to worry about any problems. Ball was instantly confused by this enthusiasm. Is this hot pot restaurant doing charity? No, aren't they afraid of being blackmailed? So the dazed Ball and his companion, who finally felt comfortable, were surrounded by the hot pot restaurant staff and given vouchers, 2 bags of snacks, new drinks and some stomach tonics. They were sent out respectfully. Ball stood at the door holding the snack bag with a confused look on his face. I said this place is good, woo woo woo. The companion had already cried quietly in such warm treatment, and said that this was the first time he was so warmly comforted when eating in a restaurant. He was asked about his health, and given medicine for free. You know, even if he worked hard in the organization for so long, no one cared about him like the staff here. Not only them, every boss in the food court not only doesn't dislike me for eating too much, but also smiles at me when he sees that I can eat, brother. Ball, He carefully reached out and covered his companion's mouth, and then signaled him not to write his emotions on his face if he didn't want to be privately executed by Salman. The companion was stunned, and then immediately stopped crying, lowered his head, picked up the snacks in the snack bag, and reached out to wipe his nose. Ball looked up at the sign of hot pot restaurant again, thinking that maybe it was because the planetary commander often came to this place, so the service here was so good. In the past, he heard Salman boasting that all the high-end restaurants he had been to were like this. What about other places? There must be unknown darkness hidden in the melting cave. He must be cautious and not be easily fooled. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time. Before the third batch of people from Vogue Planet were taken in, Salman was not going to issue the corresponding troublemaking tasks for the time being. He just asked them to check the place in advance and share it with the companions who came in later. This also gave Ball a chance. He wanted to take a good look at the melting cave. In the next 2 days, Ball walked through each area of the melting cave. He would also order free meals. Now the free meals in the melting cave have been upgraded to the point where you only need to say the set meal number normally, and the waiter will serve you the meal normally. You can leave after eating. Because the planet commander has put up the slogan "Poverty is also a kind of privacy," no one will come to ask them why they want to order free meals. But in terms of the eating experience, in fact, there is no need for free meals. You can basically be full by walking from the beginning to the end of the 5-story food area and eating the tasting samples distributed by the merchants. Not to mention that every merchant has free meals. This is pure winter pig feeding behavior. Ball had asked these merchants before, "Aren't you afraid that everyone will order free meals?" Hey, you're right. When the second group of people came in, everyone really ordered free meals. The store owner's eyes were full of hope and strength when he mentioned this. As a result, our young people thought that such a good place must not be overwhelmed. Although they ordered free meals, they secretly left money when they left. In their words, this is called paying for other people in need to have free meals. This is doing good things. Yes, there were too many people at that time, not just young people, but also children, so that we didn't even know who left the money. When we chased them out, they had already left. Yes. Later they gave themselves a common name, saplings. I heard that it was because the planet commander often liked to describe them as saplings, and he hoped that one day they could grow into strong trees. Don't you think this is fun? The waiter next to him also leaned over to talk about this matter. He also said that although he was a waiter here now, he would go to night school at night. Moreover, they were also worried that free education would not last long, so they were secretly plotting to collect a sum of money and hand it over as education funds on the day when the course ended. Education funds? Ball asked again. This was a very unfamiliar term to him, but the waiter could talk about it. Yes, I heard that the money is now all taken away by the planet commander from the original Dr. Scream after taking over the hospital. The hospital still needs money. Education is not like the past. You have to pay a large sum of money, and have to bear a high amount of student loans. We have money to take care of the school first. Well, you are right. When you pay the money later, let me know. I will pay the money for my girl first. Uncle, you are kidding. Our planet. Hasn't the commander already announced that the basic education stage will be free of tuition, and a nutritious lunch will be provided? I'm really afraid that our planet commander will take too big a step and the school will close down. Go, don't make trouble. I will definitely take the money I deserve. Just keep track of the account first. Ball, who was completely excluded from this topic. How can the styles of this group of people be so different? Suddenly, Ball received a message from Salman, saying that the follow-up personnel had all arrived and asked all the small leaders to gather at the hospital. By the way, he also hinted that they should each bring some gifts to their own grandfather. Ball looked at this message and received messages from other companions at the same time, saying that they hadn't seen the greedy companion since yesterday, and asked Ball if he had seen him in the food area. Could it be? Ball looked at these two messages and his heart sank. He knew that it was time to make a decision. At the same time, Xingxiao was in the office in the core area, and dozens of corresponding explosion plans were placed on the table in front of her. According to the contents of these explosion plans, the entire Rondong was like a large funnel, and it could be blown up anywhere. Once it was blown up, there would be problems with heating, and the staff would be forced to give up some heating areas. Xingxiao guessed that some people must be eager for her to be the staff to give up the choice. As long as her image was shaken, the remaining 8 months would no longer be a peaceful place for the people in the Rondong, but a battle royal. How is the person we are monitoring? Xingxiao asked subconsciously when she saw Fu Qianshan coming in. According to what you said, we should find a soft persimmon to squeeze. We had originally persuaded the other party, but the bad news is that no one has seen him since this morning. Fu Qianshan showed a row of target information tables, on which were the names of Salman and his organization members. In fact, Xingxiao could have caught all of them on the first day they entered the Rondong, but in Xingxiao's words, she wanted to give these people a chance to change. In the past, they had no choice, but now a good living and learning atmosphere has been formed in the Rondong. She hopes that these people can change their choices. After all, she has read the information. The oldest member of these terrorist organizations is only 24 years old. These days, Xingxiao did not deliberately arrange personnel to monitor these people, but just let them wander around in the Rondong. They thought they were not exposed. In fact, you can see the difference in their eyes. But now Xingxiao is very worried about something. I asked the interrogator that there is actually a dark river leading to the outside under the Rondong? Fu Qianshan frowned. But this underground river is complicated. Fighting underground is very disadvantageous for us, and we have to allocate manpower to protect the safety of the people and prevent panic when accidents occur. Have you prepared the emergency plan I asked you to make in advance? Fu Qianshan nodded, and just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by the members of his original team of the Federal Security Team. Captain, oh no, the General Administration, that... Fu Qianshan frowned and waved his hand, indicating that he should not care about these false formalities, and finish what he wanted to say quickly. We found the glutton, but his condition is not right. It seems that he was poisoned too much. Xingxiao, now there are still poisons being sold secretly inside our Rondong? The hospital found that. There is a new type of finished poison, but the source is not yet known. Without waiting for the team members to finish speaking, Xingxiao took the lead in saying that she would go to the hospital for a checkup, and then she went out of the office door. At the hospital, Ball saw that his companion who came in later was grinning, but he was always carrying luggage on his back, and couldn't wait to hand him the new poison as soon as he saw him coming. His heart subconsciously hurt. Go on, this is our boss's reward. Oh, you should be careful later. I heard that someone in the organization betrayed our boss, and has been dealt with. Haha, I don't know what he will do later. I am looking forward to it. Bear, eh? He took out a packed food box without saying a word, indicating that he was not full, and he might as well eat more while everyone was not here yet. Companion, question mark, what are you reminiscing about? Seeing that Ball was silent, his companion subconsciously reminded him, you are in danger now. But Ball still said nothing. Making trouble? Haha, it's better to bury his head in eating. After finishing his meal, Ball threw the lunch box in his hand away and then looked at his companions. Let's go and meet Salman. He knew that the lunch box he threw away would be picked up by someone in a while. Chapter 37. The fact is, just as Ball and his team entered the hospital, the surveillance personnel of the federal security team arrived at the hospital scene and carefully picked up the trash box that Ball had thrown on the roadside. Judging from the appearance of the trash box, it was just an ordinary meal packed away in the food area. But when the surveillance personnel of the Federal Security Bureau opened the meal box, they found the reservation number list of the hot pot restaurant today. The reservation time written on it was just a few hours ago. The surveillance personnel of the Federal Security Bureau, speculating that there might be other hints, quickly reported the news to Fu Qianshan. Fu Qianshan also quickly set off to the hot pot restaurant to verify, and then took over the black box that a customer had deposited with them in the morning from the waiter of the hot pot restaurant. The jewelry box, in the words of the service staff, is he put the things down and asked us to keep them, saying that he was going to pick someone up, but he didn't come back when it was his turn, so we can only temporarily seal his things after a security scan. Fu Qianshan took this thing. From the outside, it looked like a black box made of all black metal, similar to a jewelry box. No! The password lock can be opened easily. After opening it, there is a delicate earring-like micro-monitor inside. Fu Qianshan knows this thing. This thing is very common in the black market. He quickly synchronized the data of the micro-monitor with a large monitoring screen, and then the whole picture of Ball entering the hospital appeared in front of everyone. Now Ball and the small leaders of other organizations have successfully entered the ward where Salman's family is, but the old man of Salman's family, who was supposed to be lying on the bed, has disappeared, and Salman himself is sitting beside the bed without saying a word. At this time, knowing that there was real-time monitoring, Xingxia stopped going to the hospital and went to the special monitoring room of the hospital to synchronize the monitoring data obtained by Fu Qianshan. According to the height and distance comparison of the corresponding people in the picture, it can be seen that the micro-monitor should have been secretly placed by Ball at about the chest. The people in the room knew nothing about Ball carrying a monitor, and were still discussing the transportation and sale of new drugs and what the organization should do next. In my opinion, it is better to go up the mountain along the old road. The crowd will be frightened by the loud bang. I don't think the old policeman in Rongdong can stabilize the situation in such a short time. It is really strange. Everyone in Rongdong has a fake smile on their face every day. Why did the planetary commander brainwash them collectively? Anyway, I am not used to this atmosphere. If it were in the past, I could just pick up a woman on the street to play with. Haha, now I will be chased and beaten for saying anything. I don't have much money in my hand, so let's talk about the drug route. I heard that Lao Yao was also caught by the planetary commander. Yes, boss. How did this new stuff fall into your hands now? Could it be promoted? With the words of the small leader in the organization, the others. They were instantly excited, but a few people in the room had a hint of solemnity on their faces. Ball was also among those with unnatural expressions. He was worried that if Salman was promoted and replaced his boss behind the scenes, the price he would have to pay for his subsequent betrayal would be much higher than he had estimated at the beginning. After all, no planetary commander or subordinate official could refuse the high profits brought by drug trafficking, human trafficking, and organ trading. In addition, the planet Wolker already had an extremely mature smuggling and trafficking industry chain. Although the planetary commander and officials on this planet would clamor on the podium to ban drugs and human trafficking, there was really no money in the later stage. When it came time to support these black industries, it was just a matter of one person taking the stage after the other. Even though the planet commander has built the melting cave so well and dreamy now, he knows that behind the dream is the money that is spent like water every day. Everyone knows where the money comes from. Ball believes that he is not as easy to be brainwashed as he was when he was young, so when Salman saw that his expression was wrong, he sat by the bed and called his name and asked him, "What's wrong with you? You didn't say a word today. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Ball took the opportunity to say, "Well, I ate too much and my stomach is upset. I go to the toilet." As soon as this was said, the people in the ward laughed instantly. Others mocked Ball for being too superficial. If you don't know the food inside, you might think it's collective feeding of pigs. Everyone runs to eat it. How can he be full of it? Ball shrugged without arguing and just got up to go to the toilet outside. Seeing this, Fu Qianshan asked Xingxia if she was ready to go in and arrest everyone in Salman's small room and then interrogate them one by one. After all, at this moment, the members and leaders of the terrorist organization with Salman as the core were gathered together, and had no defense. If they missed this opportunity and wanted to arrest them, it would definitely cause panic in the hospital. But Xingxiao was silent at this moment. In the hospital bathroom, Ball washed his face with cold water and looked at himself in the mirror and the micro-monitor he wore on his chest. He had a beautiful idea. Now everyone in the melting cave was emphasizing not to litter, so the garbage he threw out would definitely attract people's attention. If this lunch box fell into the hands of the planet commander and his subordinates, they would soon find the monitor he specially stored in the hot pot restaurant, so as to let the other party know that he wanted to surrender to the enemy. Even if this trash box accidentally fell into Salmon's hands, he could argue that he made an appointment because he liked the taste of hot pot. As for the jewelry box stored in the hot pot restaurant, he had already emphasized to the waiter of the hot pot restaurant that the item was very valuable and could only be handed over by someone from the police station. As for other people, he didn't want them to be able to get the item. Originally, he wanted to give the other party money to ensure the safety of the item, but the waiter declined and said that if they were found to collect extra money, they would be fired from the job. Therefore, there was no need to pay for just helping to watch the item for a while, so Ball didn't insist. But now that Salmon has reached a high position that does not belong to him, things have become complicated. Either he continues to follow Salmon all the way to the end, or he can do something big and directly hand Salmon over to the planetary commander as the top leader. But by doing this, isn't he really digging his own grave? If the planetary commander or the people of the Federal Security Bureau are connected with Salmon, won't he be treated more cruelly than his greedy companions? Suddenly, the alarm inside the hospital sounded, and Ball was startled. When he opened the door, he found that the hospital was using a loudspeaker to notify everyone, saying that the smoke alarm was triggered, and the security personnel and patrol robots in the hospital were looking for the alarm point. Please don't panic and wait in place. If you need to evacuate the hospital, the green channel guidance will be opened. At that time, all people and corresponding medical staff will evacuate from the hospital in an orderly manner according to the plan. Ball glanced at the patrol robot that was dispatched, and subconsciously thought that something happened in the room where Salmon was. Come! Without thinking too much, he quickly squeezed the micro-monitor on his chest and headed toward Salmon's room. At first, all the information given to him before entering the room was normal. Someone in the room complained about how such a thing happened in the hospital. Someone asked Salmon whether he wanted to be transferred, and someone was still asking Salmon about the new drugs. But as soon as Ball entered the room, he was grabbed and pressed against the wall by other small leaders in the organization. At the same time, Salmon was also hit on the temple with a sharp iron fork used for eating by other small leaders in the organization. Black eating black? This was what Ball could think of in an instant, but Salmon, who had been sitting by the bed with ease, raised his hands in surrender at this time and asked the small leader, who had always wanted to get the whereabouts of the new drugs in his hand, whether he was going to use this drug line for himself or to go to someone. But the other party refused to let go and said that Salmon's family had already been controlled by him. Ha, ha, ha. Salmon mocked him at this time. Control? What control do you have? This hospital even has an evacuation plan for smoke alarms. You can only threaten me with this damn fork. You can't even bring a knife in. The lighter has been confiscated, so you can only let your companions sneak into the bathroom to light the smoke alarm. The small leader who pressed the fork against Salmon's temple. The small leader who asked Salmon about the whereabouts of the microdrug route. The planetary commander once announced before the construction of the melting cave that he would build the safest melting cave in the history of Vogue Planet, and enter. After I came here, I found that there were surveillance cameras on every street. The patrol points set up by the police station and the Federal Security Bureau were more dense than the rash on my body. Do you know what shocked me the most? What is it? At this time, everyone in the ward unconsciously followed Salmon's words and asked. Salmon raised his eyebrows and lowered his head. He sighed after thinking about something. I found that people never clamored to oppose such intensive surveillance. Instead, they felt that the planetary commander and the relevant personnel of the police station and the Federal Security Bureau were protecting them by doing this. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the ward unconsciously fell into silence again. Salmon continued to whisper about his psychological journey. At the beginning, I also struggled. I felt that everyone else was brainwashed by the planetary commander, including the boss of the food court. I also laughed at the planetary commander for being thankless, and as long as any of her subordinates got into trouble, she would be fully responsible for it. But how could she guarantee that others would be fine if she was fine, until the old man on my bed handed me a red book. The red book, at this moment, Both the people in front of the monitor and the small leaders in the ward were shocked and surprised to see Salman suddenly take out and raise the red book from his chest, indicating that the secret of brainwashing was in it. Let's learn about the Great Communism. Xingxia, A group of people watching the monitor. What communism? Why hasn't their planetary commander ever mentioned it to them? My old man has experienced many storms and waves, and has seen all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. However, this time he became the second batch of people to enter the melting cave. After entering the melting cave, he suddenly had a high fever and had to be sent to the hospital. He changed his original idea. He said that he had never seen the current planetary commander do this, and didn't know what the other party was up to. Later, Mo Siming, a big figure in the population export faction, came and mentioned this matter. He gave this red book to my old man, saying that this is the guiding program for our current planetary commander to develop the future of Vogue Planet, and also said that the commander said that anyone who joins this program will call each other colleagues in the future. I have also read the ideas written above. They are too unrealistic. But what appeared in front of me, when I walked out of the hospital, was this unrealistic reality that was gradually implemented. Do you think that no one protested when the hospital did not allow knives or lighters to enter at the beginning? It was the young people who ate free food in the food court and wanted to pay off their debts as volunteers who persuaded them again and again. At that time, our planet commander gave a separate internal speech. After thanking these young people with families, he put forward the final declaration of the Adult Education College. Children are the future of Wolker Planet, and you, my friend, are the present and future of Wolker Planet. As long as the atmosphere inside the melting cave is good, most people on Vogue Planet had no choice in the past, but now, because there is hope, a spark can start a prairie fire. The planetary commander believes that after the third batch of people enter the melting cave, they will see a brand new choice because of the current atmosphere of the melting cave. This brand new choice, of course, includes me. Salman said this. His expression suddenly became solemn, and his fists clenched subconsciously. The little leader sitting opposite him, and trying to force him to ask about the whereabouts of the new drug, looked a little dazed. After a long time, he asked, "You also want to report the person behind the scenes? Then, what about the gluttonous ghost Mazai?" The old demon put. The people outside caught him. I was anxious to find out his whereabouts, so I decided to take a different approach and summon all the small leaders in the old demon's original organization to ask clearly. At this time, he had to interrupt. Wait, I still have a micro-monitor. Everyone in the ward? Salman. So you also decided to betray the original organization? Hesitated. The small leader, who held them hostage. Damn it, I was going to report all of you as my merits to the planetary commander. Oh, I also have a monitor. After saying that, the small leader and several other men took out the monitors they installed on various parts of their bodies. Salman, Everyone in front of the monitor, Fu Qianshan, ? Chapter 38. Almost at the same time, Bal and Salman and the others immediately glared at the other small leaders in the room, as if they wanted to get information about the old demon from their mouths, but everyone kept shaking their heads, as if they wanted to distance themselves from the old demon. Salman looked at everyone carefully, and said, as if he was talking to himself, "So the old demon still has a trick up his sleeve?" The atmosphere in the room froze in an instant. After an unknown amount of time, Bal couldn't help but break the calm that was enough to drown people, and asked what to do now. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room stared at each other again. Salman couldn't help but sighed, and said that the new goods in his hand were suddenly sent to the old man's ward today. He asked the nurse, who sent them over, and said that they were put in the security station. According to the surveillance of the security station, it was sent by an enthusiastic volunteer. Salman was worried that he would alert the enemy if he continued to pursue, so he didn't act rashly. But now it seems that the old demon has a trick up his sleeve. Let's call the police. I didn't expect that the little leader, who was going to hold Salman hostage, would say such strange and unfamiliar words. For a moment, everyone in the ward widened their eyes. Salman even had a black humor. "You don't call the police, you turn yourself in? I heard that you can make meritorious service by redeeming your crime." The little leader, who was going to hold Salman hostage, shrugged and said that the planetary commander was lenient towards the people who turned themselves in, so it would be better to hand the matter over to the planetary commander. Salman was silent for a long time, and I don't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of his room. At that moment, everyone in the ward subconsciously became nervous, and the person outside the door spoke with a heavy weight. "Open the door, I am the planetary commander Xingxia. Ball, at that moment, he suddenly felt very excited for some reason. He hoped that the planetary commander had seen his surveillance video and came here, so that he could still make some contribution. Salmon was also stunned at the same time. He stood up and quickly went to the door of the room. He looked outside with a bit of trepidation, but not much fear. After finding out that it was really the planetary commander, he opened the door awkwardly. Seeing Fu Qianshan following behind Xingxia, Salmon realized that Ball's real-time surveillance should have been discovered by Xingxia, so there was no need to pretend now. We surrender. Salmon lowered his head after he finished speaking. Xingxia looked at him and said, don't worry. If you want to find the person who sent the new drug, then she has some means. But for now, she needs Salmon to help identify the old demon. There is another more important thing. Tell me as much as you know about the underground river. Half an hour later, from the confessions of Salmon and other small leaders, Xingxia learned that this underground river was originally a drainage ditch of the melting cave, but because the ticket price for avoiding the cold inside the melting cave was expensive in the early years, many poor people on Vogue Planet would choose to go out from the underground after the melting cave was completely closed. They dug a path in from the underground river, and it took so many years to dig. Not to mention the old demon and his gang, I'm afraid there is no one on the entire planet Wolker who can really know the underground river well. Moreover, this underground river is very long and interconnected, which can provide many hidden corners. If the old demon still has a backup plan and the number of people is not large, then the other party can lurk in any passage of the underground river and wait for an opportunity to come in and cause chaos. For these people, they are equivalent to the old demon's death squad, and there is no possibility of being instigated. If they want to cause trouble, they will definitely do it without regard for the consequences. In the past, whether it was the population export faction, the arms faction, or the biological faction, they all hated this dark river, but even if they made great efforts to rectify it, they could not do it. In addition, the drainage ditch in the melting cave had long been connected to the dark river, and there was no way to completely block the dark river. Later, the biological faction and the arms faction began to try to take over this dark river and do some black business. Thinking of this, Salmon felt that this matter was an unsolvable problem, but strangely, he looked at Xingxia's expression and still looked very confident. Could it be? Do you really have a way? Xingxia pondered for a few seconds. This problem is indeed tricky. The tunnel warfare is inexplicably familiar. However, as long as the mentality does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. After Xingxia said this, she asked Fu Qianshan to temporarily block the surroundings of the hospital. She wanted Wei Jie to transport the corresponding mobile data analysis vehicles and equipment in the adult education college in the melting cave to the underground of the hospital. She needed to search the activity range of the old demon's dead soldiers first to prevent him from causing a riot. However, Xingxia did not expect that Fu Qianshan would bring back a group of nurses and security personnel after he went out to seal off the hospital. The security personnel found the volunteer who delivered the items from the volunteers who came to the hospital during this period of time with their memories. But the situation was tricky because the volunteer insisted that the item was handed over to him by another volunteer at the time, while the other volunteer said that it was handed over by a volunteer from another district. Then the volunteer from another district said that he found the package after cleaning some items according to the requirements of the Volunteer Comprehensive Service Station. By the way, the package stranded in the Volunteer Comprehensive Service Station was also brought by the volunteers in the West District. Although it was possible to track the package that had been stranded in the Comprehensive Service Station in a very short time, it was the first time in history that the efficiency of the past operations was compared. However, the West District had many people handling the package. The most important thing was that, after following the clues of the personnel, the package was most likely to appear in the food area, and the service staff in the food area could often pick up some dare-hearted people. If the person who left the item is not back after 1 or 2 days, they will do a good deed and hand it over to the volunteers. However, the item sent to the hospital originally had an address, so the time it can stay in the hands of the food area service staff will be even shorter. It is impossible to trace the person who placed it based on the current clues. Captain, oh no, Director, to put it bluntly, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, there are so many people coming and going in the food area every day. How can we identify the corresponding person without a specific time point? Even if we go and ask the service staff now, it's been nearly a week. Besides, with so many people coming and going every day, how can we remember who is who? Yes, even if we ask the restaurant owner, no one can remember this ordinary package. It's impossible to track down who put this package in the first place. We are still trying our best to find the person, but this possibility is really very small." Listening to his subordinate's words, Fu Qianshan nodded silently and did not blame them. He also knew that it was impossible to find the result of this matter immediately. At present, he could only go back and connect with the Joint Defense Station personnel in each district according to the description of each person and conduct a large-scale carpet search. But Xingxiao also said that sometimes you can rely on the power of the masses, so as long as everyone works together, he believes that the subordinates of this old demon will not be able to hide for long and will be arrested. But when Fu Qianshan carefully put this plan in front of Xingxiao said two words in an unusually cold voice. "No." Fu Qianshan and the captains of the federal security team following him. Maybe we are too late now, not to mention that we will alert the enemy. The enemy may use this as an opportunity to lure the enemy away from the mountain. At that time, the possibility of your defense being flawed will be even greater. Fu Qianshan was shocked. Yes, if a large-scale carpet search is really launched, then the enemy will have a better control of the number of people on duty at each point. At that time, they may make a big move for them, and they will lose more because of the bait of this new drug. But the key question now is, how to find this person? Before Fu Qianshan asked, Xingxiao contacted Wei Jia, then walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and smiled and asked all of them to follow him to the basement of the hospital. Wei Jia had already transported all the new equipment to the basement of the hospital. Down, new equipment? By the way, Salman, you guys should come with us, so that we can identify any familiar people when the time comes. The group immediately followed Xingxiao and went underground with doubts in their hearts. When they saw these new equipment in the basement of the hospital, they were shocked. The black paint, the cool shape, and the exquisite workmanship made them feel that the planet commander had such advanced equipment. From the appearance alone, it didn't look like the advanced goods that could be found on the border black market. Could it be that the good stuff from the arms faction was obtained by the planet commander? Fu Qianshan had just finished thinking this when he heard Xingxiao's direct introduction. "Everyone, this is the latest equipment researched and created by our adult education college students, who focus on three-dimensional models and data tracking in teachers. It looks cool, right? What? Does Vogue have this technology now? Wait, from what the planet commander said, this thing was made entirely by their students and teachers?" Looking at the stunned expressions of the crowd, Xingxiao couldn't help laughing. She glanced at Wei Jia, who had brought the car over and signaled Wei Jia to take a picture of the stunned expressions of the crowd and bring it back to the students and teachers of the adult education college. They must be very happy. Wei Jia nodded and agreed. Xingxiao began to teach Fu Qianshan and the others how to use this new equipment. To be honest, the equipment in front of them was modified from an ice-breaking police car, but after the internal circuit network and equipment were relayed, the ice-breaking police car was transformed into a mobile tracking signal-based station. At the same time, because of the original ice-breaking properties, it also has the ability to work in extremely cold weather. It can be said that the design, the final production cost, and the performance that can be presented are almost so cheap and perfect. Soon, someone brought the new 5th-generation computer that Xingxiao had asked for from the arms faction. Its computing power was enough to support the large database tracking in the current melting cave. As the ice-breaking police car was extended and opened, the corresponding 16 large screens were also set up in the basement of the hospital. Then the 3 5th-generation computers connected began to operate, and the surveillance data of the corresponding hospital and the street intersections in various districts in the current melting cave began to be connected to these 3 5th-generation computers. Xiao Ai, who was beside Xingxiao, began to process these data as the terminal processor. About 10 minutes later, the hospital surveillance screen showed the volunteer who came to deliver things, and Xingxiao also began to trace his itinerary based on the previous time and the volunteer's activity range. As the volunteer's activity range was expanded, it can be seen that the package was carefully transferred many times and stayed at the Volunteer Comprehensive Service Station for a period of time, verifying what Fu Qianshan and others said before, and when the package entered the volunteer. In front of the Volunteer Comprehensive Service Station, it was in the hands of volunteers in the West District, and then they traced it back to the police station personnel in the Food District. To be precise, although the package was in the Food District, it was not handled by the restaurant staff, but was thrown at the door of the Food District police station behind a corner by a man in yellow clothes, with his hair wrapped up and a hunched back, who looked like an elderly person, pushing a baby stroller. The police station personnel later picked up the package, and saw the address of the hospital ward on it, so they handed it over to the West District volunteers on the same day, and asked them to send it to the hospital. However, The volunteer was delayed by other work that day, and he only handed the package over to the Volunteer Comprehensive Service station when he remembered it late at night. According to the time, this was exactly the time when the third batch of people began to enter the Rongdong, so there was no one at the Volunteer Comprehensive Service station during the day. The package stayed at the Volunteer Comprehensive Service station for nearly 3 days before it was discovered, and then handed over again, and finally sent to the corresponding hospital ward. The whole process of the new equipment's pursuit does not require contacting anyone. It only needs the big data of the corresponding monitoring in the melting cave to complete the tracking of the entire channel. Watching the 16 large screens retrieve the monitoring images of each district and street intersection that have been set up since entering the melting cave and automatically track, the whole process of finding people even takes less than 15 minutes, and it is completely correct. With the monitoring video as evidence, there is no possibility of error. All the members of the federal security team and Salman and his team were stunned and froze in place, not knowing what to say. It was not until Xingxia called everyone that everyone recovered from the shock as if waking up from a dream, and then said to each other that this new equipment is really amazing, too amazing. It can track back what happened 13 days ago, and it can cross so many districts without error. This is completely black technology. Xingxia looked at the people who couldn't help but talk to each other subconsciously because of surprise, and dropped a bombshell. This new equipment will be handed over to the Federal Security Bureau. It's not difficult to operate, so it's your turn to use it next time. Oh! Instantly, a strong cheer broke out in the basement of the entire hospital. After realizing that this new equipment is really about to become equipment that they can also use, Fu Qianshan was also very excited. With this black technology, it will no longer be as difficult to find people or to say to dispatch personnel or arrange security personnel. He can even command the overall situation while sitting in the office. Fu Qianshan and a group of federal security team members looked at this icebreaker police car with bright eyes, as if it was a treasure that they had finally snatched, and they all wanted to worship this icebreaker police car. Ball was in shock. He originally thought that in terms of the education level of Vote Planet, even if he entered the adult education college, he would only learn one more skill than before. Maybe he used his life to make dirty money before, but now he would just make honest money by selling his hard labor in a different way. But now the black technology that the planetary commander put in front of everyone really came from the adult education college in the melting cave, and from what she said, it was the result of the joint cooperation of students and teachers. Thinking of the bright and clean classrooms he had seen and the energetic people in the work area, Ball couldn't help asking the planetary commander, "Is it true that anyone who enters the melting cave can go to the adult education college to receive education? Why, do you want to go to school?" Midsummer turned around and talked to him, without any airs, and was so friendly that Ball's eyes widened in disbelief. After a long time, Ball seemed to react to his own gaffe, and lowered his eyes with a red face. Midsummer laughed again at this time, saying that Ball was still young, and it was easy for him to learn anything at his age, so why not give himself a chance? Maybe he could find a completely different self? Ball. "Yeah," he answered in a low voice. Salman was a little bit unbelievable, and asked Midsummer if this was really a masterpiece of students and teachers, not the teachers themselves. Wait, where on the planet Vogue would there be such a powerful teacher? Midsummer had to emphasize again after hearing this. This is indeed a masterpiece of teachers and students. To be precise, the idea was proposed by the students, and then the teacher began to improve the idea and finally applied for the corresponding funds, and started to transform it after getting the icebreaker police car. Apply for funds, get the icebreaker police car, and start the transformation? This is really an unprecedented new term. You should know that in the past, whether it is a police station car or a Federal Security Bureau car, even if it is scrapped, it will never be supplied to the school for school staff to practice. Most of them will flow into the black market and then make a fortune. If you want to learn technology in the black market, the tuition alone is enough to make ordinary family members pay a layer of money. But now, according to the meaning of the planetary commander, this icebreaker police car is just thrown to the adult education college for students and teachers to practice? Ball suddenly knelt down to Xingxia with a plop, and Xingxia was so scared that she subconsciously asked him what was wrong, whether he was feeling unwell. "You are my god, please let me follow you." Ball's voice was extremely loud, and before Xingxia could say anything, Salman knelt down again with a plop, and stopped her before Xingxia spoke. "I am a sinner, I know what I did in the past. You are a great man, no, a reincarnated living Buddha, you. I have never had time to thank you for saving my family. Now I have to repay you. No matter what you ask me to do, Even if you want my life and take good care of my family, I can do it. After saying that, Salman looked at Xingxia firmly, with a stubborn expression that he would not stand up unless Xingxia agreed. Seeing his stubborn look, Xingxia also realized that he must have kept these words in his heart for a long time. Now seeing Bal kneeling down, he simply vented his emotions. So Xingxia didn't say anything more, but walked to Salman's side, stretched out his hand, and patted his shoulder heavily, then pointed at the big screen and asked him, "Have you seen this person in yellow clothes in the organization before?" Salman looked up at the big screen. In the surveillance picture, the person in yellow clothes pushed the baby stroller out of the food area and entered a volunteer service station. After that, neither the person nor the car appeared again. This shows that this person is either very good at disguise, or the volunteer service station has an entrance to the underground river. I remember Lao Yao once told me not to betray him, otherwise he could send someone to kill my whole family no matter where I am, because the person with him claimed that he could sneak into any place and do anything quietly, but that person was not Lao Yao's man, but had contact with members of the organization under the arms dealer Rand. I only met him once. He was a man, but how come the surveillance showed that he was an elderly person? It's just a disguise. Just go to the volunteer service station. After saying that, Xingxia turned around and left. Fu Qianshan was used to her thunder order and followed her directly. But before Xingxia left the hospital for long, Xiao Ai suddenly sent a notification. "Master, a hacker is invading our network and trying to seize authority." Hacker? On the planet Wolker, there are actually hackers in the current melting cave. This is a rare species. Xingxia couldn't help but rub her hands subconsciously with excitement. Chapter 39. At Xingxia's request, Xiao quickly established 2 channels, one for saving data, and the other to create a fictitious network, and then let the hacker in to test and complete anti-tracking at the same time. "Master, we found out that his current exact location is in the police dispatch room not far from the volunteer service station." Xiao reminded Xingxia, "Police dispatch room, where is the surveillance?" Xingxia just finished this sentence when Xiao reported that the other party suddenly withdrew from the network. Perhaps he noticed something wrong, but Xiao has the top anti-intrusion and anti-tracking capabilities, so the other party could not realize that he had been tracked back. There is only one possibility: beast-like intuition? Xingxia directly let Xiao control the car that was still driving, forced it to stop, and then opened the door and went out, and then went straight to the police dispatch room not far from the volunteer service station without waiting for others to say anything. At the same time, Imohan calmly packed up his things. After inserting his computer into the black box he usually uses, he stood up and thanked the police station staff for the tea he provided, and was about to leave on the pretext of going to school. Suddenly, the police station staff called Imohan. "Didn't you say you didn't have classes today?" Imohan paused, and after a moment of thought, he turned around and smiled. "The teacher just contacted me specifically. Maybe it's an extra class?" "Oh, then you have to work hard. Your dad is still waiting to see you become a talent and take his place." "Haha, uncle, you are joking." "We are not joking. Your father often mentions you in the police station, and your family is really enviable." Suddenly, another person came over and said so. Imohan's expression was cold for a moment, but he quickly put on a standard smile and asked the other person to make way. He was going to class. "Okay, oh, by the way, this is the snacks your father bought for everyone. You should also share some with school, so that you won't be hungry without dinner." Imohan's eyes fell on a plate of cakes on the table. There were already traces of being cut. He frowned unconsciously but quickly put on a standard smile and took 2 pieces from it, wrapped them up and left. When Imohan left, the people in the police station couldn't help but discuss with each other, saying that they felt Imohan was weird. Although he was also a good kid, he always felt that he was a little too distant. On the contrary, his father seemed much more friendly. It was rare to find such a friendly boss, like his father, in the original police station. Who said it wasn't? Now I always feel that the atmosphere in our police station has changed a lot. Yes, I have to thank the planet for pointing out. Commander, now is the best day in history. Imohan listened to the discussion inside the door, with a little more disgust on his face. He looked at the cake in his hand again, and after turning a corner, he threw all the cakes in his hand into the trash can. Not only that, he repeatedly wiped his hands with a tissue several times, then took out the communication system and sent a message to the contact person after avoiding the internal network and connecting to the exclusive signal. "Quickly deal with the baby carriage. The planet commander has found us." What Imohan didn't expect was that he had just sent this message and turned around and bumped into Xingxia, who had come here according to Xiao Ai's instructions. The moment he saw Xingxia, Imohan thought he was dazzled. After all, how could the real planet commander appear here alone? But she just showed up. And not only did she show up, she also got his biography and family network information. Mo-han seemed to have lost his memory instantly. Not only did he deny his behavior of invading the network in Rongdong calmly under Xingxia's questioning, but he also questioned Xingxia whether it was really an abuse of power to violate citizens' privacy so unscrupulously. Abuse of power? Interesting statement. Xingxia stepped forward and gave Mo-han a Rubik's Cube, and said that the evidence of Mo-han's intrusion into the network in Rongdong was in this Rubik's Cube. If he could open this Rubik's Cube and clean up the data in it by himself, then she could find him not guilty. Otherwise, she didn't mind abusing her power, because she was the planet commander and the most powerful person on the planet. Mo-han was obviously shocked by Xingxia's last words. More importantly, he had never thought that the planetary commander, who was so kind in front of people, would have such a rogue side behind people. Are these all lies of you adults? You are one thing in front of people, and another behind people. Xingxia looked at Mo-han's indignant performance, and suddenly sneered and mocked Mo-han. He was the same. His father should never have thought that his 15-year-old child had actually worked for the arms dealer Rand for 6 years, and the money he earned was enough for the whole family to immigrate from Vogue Planet. It seems that Rand used it as a handle to hold him hostage, so he couldn't leave? Humph, Mo-han snorted again. It's not hostage, but cooperation. If I want to leave, I can leave at any time. Speaking of this, Xingxia suddenly changed the subject. You should learn more from your father. At least he is so kind and lovely in the police station. You know nothing about me. If Mo-han's expression before still had some vitality, then his expression now was terribly cold. Most teenagers who have this kind of situation are closely related to their family atmosphere, but Xingxia changed the subject again. Why don't you cooperate with me? As you can see, I have evidence against you now, and I can even put you in jail without evidence. If you choose to cooperate with me, at least I can agree to one of your requests. Kill my father. Do you dare to do such a thing? Mo-han mocked. After saying this, he wanted to leave, but Xingxia retorted, if Rand wanted to attack your father, he wouldn't have kept you hanging for 6 years. Mo-han stopped subconsciously, as he was about to leave. If I'm not mistaken, he would rather let your father suppress you than attack your father first, and your sister who has been sold a long time ago. Before Xingxia finished speaking, Mo-han turned around and excitedly cursed Xingxia as a pile of shit. Adults are all piles of shit. A pile of feces in human skin. Xingxia, this kid is really good at scolding people. So you want to cooperate with me? Rand doesn't care about your sister at all. If the clues related to your sister fall into his hands, he will definitely hold on to this point and make you obey him until you die. Mo-han was silent. Ever since he returned home at the age of 8 and his father sold his sister without authorization, and then beat his mother to death, but used the power of the police to completely cover up the matter, he learned his father's hypocrisy and vowed never to become a person like him. The cooperation with Rand was just accidental, but he also knew very well that Rand was just a wolf that kept a close eye on him. In the past 6 years, he had seen Rand's methods, and he would never betray Rand easily without complete protection. Although the planet commander might seem like a good opportunity at the moment, he did not have the capital to go to the gambling table, so Rand only said that according to the previous agreement with the planet commander, she promised that as long as he solved the Rubik's Cube, she would not let him go to jail, and hoped that she could abide by this agreement at that time. Mo-han took 2 steps forward tentatively. To be honest, he was very panicked at the moment. After all, if Xingxia was really determined to get involved in this matter, he might not be able to withdraw from the battle intact, but he was fortunate that Xingxia was so swaggering and did not even say a word to persuade him to stay. He left. After coming out of the path with the trash can, Mo-han subconsciously turned his head to look at the direction of the path, and his expression also revealed a bit of hesitation, but soon he put on his disguise and left. Xiao Ai couldn't help sighing at this time, saying that the people of Vogue Planet had a bad family atmosphere, and they had experienced despair more or less. Xingxia was quite open-minded. While contacting Fu Qianshan, she also said frankly, on the land of poverty and hardship, only flowers of sadness and despair can bloom. After contacting Fu Qianshan, Xingxia asked them to stop the pace of the volunteer service station, and then notified the members of the newly established Special Operations Team of the Federal Security Team, telling them that the first mission was coming, to protect a high school student named Mo-han. Not looking for a baby carriage? Fu Qianshan was a little surprised, but Xingxia smiled. It was probably destroyed a long time ago. For the next period of time, Mo-han could keenly sense that a net was invisibly falling on him. When he returned home, He found that there were some unfamiliar faces among the volunteers on duty on the roadside, and some who seemed to be reading the documents in their hands, but actually glanced at him from time to time. To be honest, this tracking method was not professional at all. It was obvious that they were idiots sent by the planetary commander, and would be killed by Rand sooner or later. When Imohan returned home, he found a questioning letter in his mailbox, which only had 3 short words. Exposed? Imohan's reply was also very concise. If you don't want me to betray, do it to my father tonight. But the reply was just a picture of a clown's smiling face. Obviously, threatening this way would not work for Mohan, but Mohan had other plans in mind. That night, his father came home on time, and he also prepared meals obediently, but put a large dose of drugs in the meals. After his father fell asleep, he used his hacking skills to cut off the power supply outside the window, and took advantage of the darkness to pack up his things and prepare to hide in the underground river, or go directly to see Rand, and then discuss with Rand to rescue the old demon, so that he still has some value. But at the same time, Xingxia and Fu Qianshan were waiting in the monitoring room in the basement of the hospital. After seeing Imohan really cut off the power supply of the temporary living area, Fu Qianshan couldn't help but sigh. He is only 15 years old. Is he self-taught? What do you think? I said this kid is actually quite talented. After saying that, Xingxia turned around and looked at the teachers and students of the information security class, who were temporarily summoned, so that they could intuitively feel the power of information technology. Sure enough, both the teachers and students on the opposite side were shocked and stunned. Then they just wanted to curse that the educational resources of Vogue Planet were really bad in the past. Now it is considered to have entered a new era, but the problem is that people have already hidden in the underground river. How to track him next? The monitoring of the underground river has not been laid yet, and the interior is extremely complicated. But before the teachers and students of the information security class asked, Imohan found that he was caught. He tried desperately to resist but heard the other party say, "We were ordered by the planet commander to come to protect you." Imohan was stunned. Then the squad leader of the Special Operations Squad of the Federal Security Bureau contacted Xingxia to say that the underground river entrance of the temporary residential area, Imohan, and Rand's men had been controlled. Very good, withdraw the team. Fu Qianshan turned his head and looked at Xingxia in surprise, not understanding when this started, but Xingxia soon answered this question. Since she noticed that there were other networks set up in the Rongdong, she asked Xiao Ai to start monitoring this network quietly and destroy the baby carriage. But in fact, the personnel of the federal security team did not go to the volunteer service station to verify, and Imohan was closely monitored again. All this would make Rand's men anxious, and under heavy anxiety. Once Imohan made a move, the other party would definitely follow up at the same time. However, the disguised personnel that Imohan saw outside were actually baits for him to see. The people that Xingxia really wanted to catch were Rand's men. This kind of terrorist was much more dangerous than Imohan, and must be controlled as soon as possible. Although Rand's men are good at disguise, the members of the Special Operations Team of the Federal Security Force have already been familiar with everyone in the team according to Xingxia's requirements. The corresponding combat and living habits, and even the interface commands are different. Rand's men can't get into this disguise, and can only disguise themselves as other people. However, Xingxia's requirement is to protect Imohan, so all people who threaten Imohan should be dealt with in time, no matter what disguise that person wears. Xingxia told them on the first day of the internal reform of the Federal Security Bureau and the establishment of the Special Operations Team. You must remember that you are members of the Special Operations Team. What is a Special Operations Team member? If there is something on the planet Vogue, if even you can't handle it, then no one can. You have nowhere to retreat, because behind you are people who are weaker than you. If you take a step back, a group of people will die. You must remember this. If one day I need to be dispatched to the Special Operations Team, the situation must be extremely critical. Of course, you can rest assured that the tasks I issue will definitely not require you to kill anyone. Do you understand? From the establishment of the Special Operations Team, the selection of personnel, secret training to the receipt of this mission, protecting high school student Imohan is a mission, but it is more like an assessment, not to mention that Xingxia also specially dispatched the camouflage troops of the Federal Security Team to cover them. This is a battle that must be won. Fortunately, they won, and stopped Imohan a second before he entered the underground river, and at the same time helped to block the dark hand that Rand's men were about to attack him. Although unfortunately, some people were injured, but fortunately they had accomplished their mission. How much money did the planetary commander give you? I will let you go, or you will all follow me. Money, power, women. I can give you whatever you want, no matter how expensive or rare it is. The men of the arms dealer Rand began to incite the people who had captured him as usual. He looked a little cynical and played with his life. He just shook his head and began to calculate the salary and social status of the federal security team members. In the past, the people who had captured him would be more or less shaken after hearing what he said. As long as they showed a little hesitation for a moment, he could seize this moment to escape. Besides, Vogue Planet was so bad that it was better to calculate more for himself and his family instead of dedicating his life to others. This set of rules has always worked well on Vogue Planet, and Rand's men also firmly believed that there was no one he could not incite. At this moment, Emohan also looked nervously at the federal security team members who had captured him at the same time. If they returned, then Rand's men would definitely kill him next. However, shut up, we are a team with faith, you know nothing. This sentence made Rand's men's brains crash. What the hell? Chapter 40. Rand's men were still in disbelief until they were taken to the police car, but he was not panicked at all. He just looked around and asked the people in the police car in a casual tone, "Faith? What faith?" Since ancient times, Vogue has only one faith: live your own life. You trust this planetary commander so much now, aren't you afraid that the planetary commander will sell you out? To be honest, I used to wear this police uniform like you, but in the end, I was sold out even if I should be sold. My wife and children died, and I learned to live for myself. Now let's do it. Oh, there is another brother who is injured over there. Will the planetary commander pay for it? Suddenly, the injured man stood up and was indignant. Not only will he pay for it, but he will also give me a subsidy. Because he stood up too hard, he hit his head directly, and the squad leader next to him subconsciously reached out to hug him. According to discipline, the Special Operations Squad should not have too much conversation with suspects when performing official duties. But the squad leader looked at the uncontrollable expression of the kid named next to him, and turned to Rand's men. Just because everyone can enter the melting cave now, no matter how you want to slander the planet commander, we will not listen to you. Rand's men couldn't help but sneer again. Everyone entering the melting cave is nothing. You don't have to pay for food, clothing, housing and transportation here. It's just the difference between paying first and paying later. Is there any difference for her? Yes. The squad leader of the Special Operations Squad said this with a pious face. She said, "Long live the people of Vogue Planet. We are currently on the fork in the road of Vogue Planet's destiny, so every choice is crucial. This time we choose to believe and follow our planet commander." Rand's men, He turned his head and looked at the other silent Special Operations team members. Seeing their determined eyes, he knew that it was meaningless to incite this group of people. They had made their own choices, just like him back then. However, this also made Rand's men curious about the new planetary commander. He had seen many ways to buy people over the years, but only this planetary commander made people more confused. When she killed Dr. Scream and made a stunning appearance, he thought she was here to eat. Now that the policy of free entry to the melting cave is open to all people, is she crazy enough to break the entire order established by Vogue Planet in the past? It's too arrogant. She has to take the people's route to become the king? Rand's men couldn't help but sneer when they thought of this, and then relaxed and sat back in the seat of the police car. Originally, he was going to take action in the police car, but now curiosity made him want to meet the planetary commander first. Soon, he was sent to a special interrogation room. He looked around the plane room. There were no torture instruments, only monitors. Even the chair that controlled him was a little crude, and there was no electric shock equipment installed. Opposite him was a long table with 2 chairs behind it. There was nothing else. Suddenly, the door opened and 2 people came in. There was no planetary commander. He mocked the other party at the first sight. "If there is no interrogation equipment, I will not cooperate obediently." "Why, do you think that torture is suitable for the interrogation scene in front of you?" Unexpectedly, the interrogator's first sentence was full of black humor. Bud's men sneered and shook their bodies, not sure. "Oh, I just think that maybe the new planetary commander can also be a little innovative in interrogation." At this time, the interrogator noticed that there were needle holes and unnatural bruises on the arms of Bud's men, and simply pointed it out. "Do you have the habit of taking addictive drugs?" "Humph." Bud's men snorted again, saying that life was difficult, and they could not survive without looking for some excitement. He had just said it casually, but did not expect the other party to seize this point and change the subject. "Reality is already a torture for you. What other torture do we need to use on you?" Bud's men, He looked at the young man in front of him, who was in charge of interrogating him in disbelief. He had no way to refute this sentence, but his heart was gradually rising with uncontrollable anger. What did the young man in front of him know? He knew what he had experienced and dared to speak so arrogantly, and even despised him. Do you think that the planet commander will be in heaven now that everyone is allowed in? There are 8 months in the melting cave. With your current squandering posture, it will not exceed 3 months at most, and then it will be starvation. The corpses are everywhere. Will you still have time to sit here and mock me? Suddenly, the door opened again. Everyone turned around and found that it was the planet commander. At this time, Bud's men couldn't help but laugh contemptuously again, saying that he couldn't sit still behind the scenes. Knowing that he couldn't be scanned in the citizen system of Vogue Planet, he also scraped off his fingerprints. Is he going to personally persuade him? Interesting. I want to hear how you plan to persuade me. By the way, these 2 young people who follow you and trust you so much don't need to be asked out by you. When Bud's men said this, the 2 interrogators sitting opposite him were obviously a little impatient and wanted to stand up and confront him, but they were held down by Xingxia. Then Xingxia signaled someone to send in a microcomputer. In front of everyone, Xingxia suddenly asked Bud's men, "Do you know how long everyone can stay in the melting cave for free without worrying about starving to death if the resources occupied by Dr. Scream and others are released to ordinary people over the years?" Bard's men did not respond, but Xingxia had asked Xiao AI to compare the charts. Looking at the total medical resources comparison shown above, the upper class can enjoy unlimited medical resources, while the lower class will become blood bags or drug testers. Per capita food share, taking amino acid enzyme, the big head of nutrient solution production, as an example, according to the fluctuation price of black market transactions and the per capita household possession, even ordinary people and the corresponding privileged class have reached a shocking 1:10,000. As for the possession of other necessities of life, in the end, although the people of Vogue Planet accounted for 96% of the population, the remaining 1% was not included in the statistics or could not be counted, but the remaining 3% of the population occupied nearly 99% of the resources on Vogue Planet. In this way, the lives of the people were naturally squeezed as if they were in hell. After playing these data, Xingxia turned off the microcomputer and turned to look at Bud's men. Even you didn't expect how far the lives of ordinary people are from these people. Bud's men were speechless. He only knew that the streets of Vogue were dirty and messy. The rich drove super-cool starships everywhere, and the poor sold blood on the roadside to sell their families. This was common. Every planetary commander had come this way. They divided the table and interests, and never looked at the children on the roadside, even if the child was almost starving to death. So, he chose to sell his soul just to live a better life. But now someone suddenly broke through this layer of paper, and told him bluntly that it was not his fault. This time I chose to stand on the side of the people. Are you mentally ill? Anxious, angry, and devastated, Bard's men directly cursed Xingxia emotionally, angrily questioning her why she opened the melting cave to the whole people, why she didn't learn from the past planetary commanders, why she should pay attention to the living conditions of these poor people, who are dirty, lazy, and brainless. Why should she distribute her own resources to these people? Ah, tell me, why are you giving money to the poor now? The way he cursed was even more terrifying than the torture, so that the 2 interrogators in the interrogation room subconsciously stood up and walked to Xingxia to try to protect her. But this scene made Bard's men even more angry, because in his opinion, Xingxia was the crazy person, the mentally ill person, but at this moment, the eyes of the 2 interrogators seemed to tell him that he was the crazy and mentally ill person. He started to yell with his eyes closed, and he was becoming a complete madman. Surprisingly, Xingxia calmly walked to the table opposite him, and sat down while he was yelling, looking at him with pity, which made him feel more empty and painful. He was not a bad guy from the beginning, he was forced to do it, and everyone on the planet Vogue was forced to do it. It was not his fault, but the world's fault. He never felt guilty, nor did he think he should feel guilty. Anyway, everyone did it, and he deserved it. But now? It was like a mirror reflecting his pale and helpless life. He roared madly, questioning why justice came too late, and hated why he had to see his cruelty and mistakes after he had completely given up. If only the planetary commander had appeared earlier, or never appeared at all, it would be fine. Bud's men stared at Xingxia, staring at her without saying a word, and suddenly became completely quiet. Then Xingxia suddenly took action, and directly removed his jaw. Looking into his eyes, she cut off his way to bite his tongue and commit suicide without saying a word. The 2 sides looked at each other quietly for a second, and Xingxia sighed, and said in a faint voice, "I didn't arrest you to judge your life, but to ensure that the remaining people who want to continue to live can continue to live safely." I know that you have controlled the underground river for a long time. If you search blindly, you will find nothing, so you can only be arrested. No one can judge your life except yourself. Similarly, what you want to decide now can only be decided by you. You make your own choice. After saying this, Xingxia put Bard's subordinate's chin back. The other party's eyes gradually became blurred and distant as Xingxia spoke. It seemed that he saw many people and himself when he was young. Time passed by anxiously. Xingxia also quietly turned her head to face the wall to give Bard's subordinate enough time to make a decision. I don't know how long it took. When everyone's breathing seemed to stop, Bard's subordinate spoke again. The voice. Low and hoarse, too late. When this was said, everyone frowned and looked at him, and Xingxia began to speculate that this sentence was too late. It was about the current situation of the underground river. Maybe someone would be crazy enough to blow up all the melting caves? Sure enough, Bud's men raised their bloodshot eyes and stared at Xingxia with a tone of exhaustion after the struggle. The micro-explosives are installed, and they will be detonated at a certain time. It will blow up 2 areas. It's too late. Too late. Xingxia, Chapter 41. Xingxia tapped the table with her fingers a few times, then stood up and said something completely unexpected to Bud's men. Got it. Just watch out. Don't die in despair first. Xingxia's voice was calm and powerful, and Bud's men couldn't help but hold their breath. When he came to his senses, he saw that Xingxia was about to walk out of the interrogation room, and couldn't help but shout the planet commander. Xingxia heard the call, and turned to look at him in confusion. He took a deep breath and said his name. My name is Juefeng, Ji Juefeng. Xingxia. Okay, Ji Juefeng, I write down your name. When Xingxia said this, the people in the Federal Security Bureau, who were monitoring the interrogation outside the interrogation room, couldn't help but widen their eyes. Ji Juefeng? The young man, who was the most promising and meritorious in the Federal Security Bureau, but could never become a team leader? After his wife and children were brutally killed by the Independence Army, he disappeared in another Independence Army encirclement and suppression operation, and then, he was like a fleeting drop of water. No one mentioned him again, thinking that he was just an extremely common scene in the many tragedies of Vogue Planet. However, he reappeared in front of everyone in a dramatic way, and his presence hurt everyone's heart. Suddenly, 2 young men in the interrogation room gave Ji Juefeng a standard Federal Security Team salute, which made Ji Juefeng suddenly a little confused. He couldn't help but ask, "Why, do you know me?" The 2 young men in the interrogation room looked at each other, and one of them told him that the planetary commander had sorted out a large number of names of people who were reported missing or whose family members were retaliated against in the previous reform actions of the Federal Security Team and the police station, and swore to the Federal Security Team members and the police station that no outstanding young people would be ruined by the tragedy of Volk's era. Ji Juefeng, Not only the police officers themselves, but also their families are protected by the corresponding police stations. The planetary commander said that there are still many things to do to make Vogue better, so she can't just work hard alone, but everyone must work together to get out of the past quagmire. Yes, we are not only fighting for the other people on Vogue, but also for the ambitious self of that year. The ambitious self of that year. Ji Juefeng lowered his head in silence. No one could see his expression, but no one asked him anything. He was transferred and escorted to the detention center in the police station. It was very empty here, which was beyond his expectation. After asking again, he learned that the planetary commander had taken back the ownership of all police stations and prisons before the people entered the Rongdong, and directly made public law stipulate that the prison system should be state-owned. No one can use prisoners to make money anymore, and some civil cases in the past have been transferred to the relevant courts for retrial. All those who were wrongly convicted. Of course, most of the people who were wrongly convicted in the past have already notified their relatives and sent them out to reunite with their families. In this way, a large number of police officers in the police station and prison have been released to help in other positions in the Rongdong. This is a brand new beginning, both for us and for all the people on the planet Vogue. Ji Juefeng listened to the other party's words in silence, and from time to time, he looked up at the big screen inside the detention center, which was playing news from the Rongdong all day long. From the news broadcast, it can be seen that the planetary commander suddenly announced that the entire Rongdong was under martial law recently, and required all citizens to conduct fire evacuation drills in an orderly manner according to the fire and earthquake emergency plans, and not to stay outside for a long time unless necessary. According to the news footage, the people of Vogue are excited and curious about this fire evacuation drill. They are not disgusted and even think that if there is a fire problem in the future, there will be no stampede or other tragedy. Therefore, this move is regarded as one of the manifestations of the government's responsibility to the people. I haven't felt like brothers and sisters are around me for a long time, but now yes, we are a family, even if we are not born in the same family. I can feel the changes in the Volk Police Department and the federal security team members, and I can feel that they are really doing good for us, so I am happy to cooperate and conduct such evacuation drills. I learned a lot about the history of Volk in the recent adult college class. The last time everyone was called together to do something was the Planetary Declaration War 100 years ago. Yes, I think we are starting over from the chaos. Inheriting the culture and history of the former Volk planet makes me very proud. I have great faith in our planetary commander. She is God. I will execute whatever she says. Yes, she is God in my heart. I don't mind her asking me to run up and down. If necessary, I am even willing to walk out of the melt hole just to make room for other poor children. But it is obvious that our planetary commander will handle this matter well. So she is God, and I completely believe in her. At the same time, in the Core Area Research Institute, Xingxia took out her own melt hole explosion plan and announced that the plan that everyone discussed together was not in vain. Yes, there are really lawless lunatics who are ready to blow up the melt hole that everyone has repaired with great difficulty. The unstable foundation of the melt hole mentioned by many research groups has become a big problem. So now, after a joint meeting of multiple departments, she decided to activate 2 sparks. Plan 1. Within 5 days, outside the melt cave, dig a large canal along the river valley and connect the canal to the underground sewage outlet of the melt cave. At the same time, when reinforcing the melt cave foundation and adding a fireproof layer, multiple fire water outlets need to be installed to weave a new fire water outlet network on the surface. As for the heating channel inside the melt cave, it is connected to the large canal outside after being lifted by the terrain difference, which is equivalent to forming a new shielding barrier between the melt cave foundation and the underground dark river. Considering that the underground dark river may be squeezed and erupted after the explosion, there may be road depressions and protrusions. Therefore, repair workers need to go down to the underground dark river to reinforce the core pillars, and use slings to connect the important roads in each district. These roads will also become important shelters after the disaster. The whole plan, 5 days, is not the shortest completion time given to them, but the longest completion time they can strive for. Then what are we waiting for, Commander Planet? Before Xingxia finished speaking, the young people in the institute were getting restless, but Xingxia gestured for them to be quiet first, and said that the next big project would require the various professional teams in the institute's construction and the repair workers to work together in 3 shifts. So she listed a detailed plan, including how many projects each group needs to complete within a certain period of time. Now this detailed plan has been issued. This is a war for all the people, and they have no way to retreat, because their families are behind them. Whether it is too crazy or impossible to complete the mission, these words will be argued after they are completed. As soon as Xingxia finished speaking about the plan, Wei Jie followed in, and said that the repair workers in Qianrong Cave had received orders, and were ready to go, waiting for Xingxia to let the corresponding technical support personnel in the institute join the team. At the same time, the students in the Adult Education College, as a reserve force, had volunteered to join the team and formed corresponding groups after the notice was issued. Fellow countrymen, it's your turn to save the world now. With just a few words, the young people in the Core Area Research Institute began to applaud and cheer for her, but there were also voices of criticism. Researchers from the Wolker Planet Social History Research Institute believe that perhaps it was because of Xingxia's overly radical reforms that multiple forces had to unite to suppress her, and she had no choice but to pull all the people of Wolker Planet onto the boat and tie them together. This was a very undemocratic decision. But these remarks were soon buried by the mainstream media's statement, if your enemies are always scolding you, it at least means you are on the right path. Relevant senior commentators pointed out that their planetary commander is increasing its reliance on workers and civilian groups, which makes them panic, but there seems to be no better way at the moment. If they choose to betray the planetary commander, the forces behind them may not let them go now, so they can only pray for a miracle on the spot. I think the planetary commander is a little suspected of kidnapping the people, but, well, this is the only way now. In the Federal Security Bureau and the Central Police Station Office Building, Fu Qianshan looked at the speed of public opinion and wondered why Xingxia didn't take action to control these public opinions. Turning around, he found that Xingxia had started a general speech specifically for the members of the Federal Security Team and the police station. Soldiers, the Spark Plan is undertaken by the Core Research Institute and the repair workers and even students of the Volk Planet. They have put in all their efforts to deal with this crisis. As the only armed force on the Vogue planet, we are known as the last resort of the Vogue planet. Do we have any reason to give this crisis response battlefield to the other side? Hearing what Xingxia said, knowing that the dream was about to end, their sacrifice was inevitable. Both the members of the federal security team and the police officers in the Central Police Station office building subconsciously clenched their fists. They thought about many things, such as no longer holding this position to avoid harm. But to be honest, they had a lot of fun in the past few weeks in the Rongdong, and greeted their new life with a brand new look. But the reality is too cruel. Yes, reality is always cruel. I need volunteers in the most dangerous places. If there are no volunteers, I will do it myself. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked up at Xingxia in surprise. Did they hear it wrong? Volunteers, do it yourself? Now, I officially announced the Fire Plan 2. Fire Plan 2, during the workers' repair period, cooperate with a modified mechanical dog to go deep into the underground river to find the corresponding micro-explosives and dismantle them one by one. At the same time, use the support of the data pantilt to find out each underground river and establish a complete model map to ensure the interface of the Grand Canal in the later stage. In addition, prevent villains from hiding in the underground river and attacking them at any time. Although the mission sounds simple, it is actually full of dangers. I hope that every soldier who applies for the volunteering position can clearly understand the difficulty of this mission. Even if there are mechanical dogs and drones to protect you throughout the whole process, it may not be able to completely protect you. Therefore, in the corresponding volunteer screening, I need at least the following people who meet the following conditions to sign up. First, people who have no elderly or children to support at home. Second, people who have been to the underground river. Third, people who have the corresponding fighting and assassination abilities. Fourth, people who know the corresponding explosives removal and have practical experience in removing explosives. As Xingxia said this, the personnel in the Federal Security Bureau and the police station saw the top leaders of their respective departments come to the front and calmly said that they would follow the planetary commander Xingxia into the underground river to remove the corresponding micro-explosive packs. Due to time constraints, the window for filling out the volunteer form will only last for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the volunteers will leave with them, and the remaining personnel will be led by the second-in-command of the Federal Security Bureau, who will be responsible for security and order management in the melting cave during this period, as well as the protection and guarding of the Grand Canal outside the melting cave. It must be said that the scene of the leader and the highest person in charge going up first had an extremely huge impact on the members of the federal security team and the corresponding police officers in the police station. In the past, they were always the unlucky ones who were forced to die. The less connections they had, the more likely they were to be assigned dangerous tasks. For them, this profession was an honor, but just a verbal variation of idiot. But now the times have changed. The planetary commander is at the forefront of danger. She could have sent soldiers to die. They were even ready to be named by the planetary commander by drawing lots, bid farewell to their families, and go down to the underground river to die. But the first batch of people, no, looking at the volunteer registration conditions, they can't even sign up. However, in Xingxia's room, where the video of the general's speech was turned off, can we really gather soldiers like this? To be honest, even the second-in-command of the Federal Security Bureau, who was always very stable, felt that Xingxia was taking too much risk this time. It was difficult for the Federal Security Bureau and the police station personnel, who had just stabilized, to ask for their lives. But Xingxia also clearly told everyone all the conditions for death in advance, and even set up 4 volunteer screening conditions. He said that it was not easy to get volunteers for this task. After all, who would be willing to sacrifice their precious life at this time? Fu Qianshan looked at Xingxia, who was silent with her head down and fisted, as if praying. He took a deep breath and walked forward to pat her shoulder. It doesn't matter. Maybe Ji Juifeng was just talking casually. If he wants to blow up both areas, the other party may not be able to mobilize such a large amount of micro-explosives in such a short time. However, Xingxia just turned her head and stared into his eyes, and asked back, what if the other party really mobilized so many micro-explosives? Fu Qianshan also stared at Xingxia's eyes, then give up the 2 areas of the melt cave for refuge, and reclassify the food area as a living area. In the past, everyone slept on the floor in the melt cave. There is no reason that we can't sleep on the floor this winter. The second-in-command of the Federal Security Bureau also agreed at this time. In the face of danger, we can squeeze together. Even if there are only 2 areas, we can survive. The most important thing now is not even to find micro-explosives, but to establish. Well, I know, this is the most important thing. As Xingxia said this, the distant Independence Army received a request from Mo Siming, and also sent the decision made by Xingxia. Xingxia handed over the 5 best and most advanced frigate-level military starships of the Federal Security Bureau to the Independence Army, requiring them to board the ship within the next 5 days, and start the first-level combat readiness mode all the time, aiming the muzzles of the starships at the hot spring area of the Vogue planet. At the same time, Mo Siming also sent a message to the senior personnel of the Arms faction or other factions, who were still enclosed in the hot spring area. If the underground dark river in the Rongdong really exploded, the moment the planetary commander Xingxia died, the hot spring area would also be leveled by the 5 frigates taken over by the Independent Army. In short, she would take everyone here with her even if she died, and the future of the Vogue planet would be led by the Independent Army. You have to know that as an independent army that has been suppressed, there is absolutely no possibility that there are people related to the Arms faction in it. Therefore, Xingxia's death and the complete leveling of the hot spring valley on the Vogue planet by the Independent Army will be a foregone conclusion. It must be said that Xingxia's move was ruthless enough. After hearing Mo Siming's message, the senior members of the Arms faction were completely in the dark. On the same day, they handed over the corresponding number of micro-explosives, and the location where they were ordered to install them in the underground river. They acted like they were being held tightly, and dared not move. When Mo Siming used the secret communication system to contact Xingxia, the list of volunteers from the Federal Security Bureau and the police station came out. Fu Qianshan and his team were worried that no one would sign up, but when the long list came out, they were surprised to find that there were far more people willing to take on this task than they had imagined. The brilliance of human nature was fully reflected at this moment. Many people wrote down their wills and wishes at the bottom of the volunteer application form, and then prepared to die generously to defend their country. However, what these volunteers did not expect was that even though they were already the personnel who had passed the 4 screening items proposed by the planetary commander, the planetary commander still reduced the number of people entering the melting cave to only 200. I applied, but I was not favored by the planetary commander? To be honest, many volunteers who learned that their applications were rejected were also shocked. Oh my god, this is the first time that they took the initiative to apply for a mission that might lead to death, but they were rejected. Rejected? Did you apply successfully? I was also rejected. The reason is that I am going to marry my wife soon. Wishing me a happy wedding in advance? Oh my god, the planet commander actually knows the date of my wedding? I was also rejected. The reason is that life is still beautiful. Even if I am alone, I can live well and feel the beauty of the new world, my god. I was also rejected. The reason is that I am not yet an adult. No, I am an adult. Please, I am really an adult. Can I fill out this damn volunteer form again? Just when a group of people looked at the final results and discussed their reasons for being rejected, another group of selected people were quiet, smiled lightly, and finally looked at the lively crowd around them, then stood up and followed the instructions issued by the system to exit the corresponding room to the assembly center. And it was not until this group of people left in an orderly manner that the crowd that was still discussing lively gradually quieted down and found that their comrades had already left silently. At that moment, everyone who realized this finally couldn't help but moisten their eyes and hoarsely asked the corresponding person in charge in the room to announce the list of selected personnel. At this time, they also found that the highest person in charge in the room had already left unknowingly, and the only ones left were the deputies. The deputies not only announced the corresponding list of 200 volunteers, but also announced the list of 100 additional volunteers. These 100 reserve volunteers need to be immediately filled in if the previous personnel die, in order to stabilize the underground river in the melt cave through saturation rescue. At the same time, the deputy opened the oath screen at the assembly center. At that moment, no one needed to say anything more. Every member of the federal security team and the police station subconsciously saluted the warriors at the assembly center with the highest respect. At the assembly center, the 300 volunteers who had gathered also saw the crowds in each room saluting them through the 16 large screens in front of them. At that moment, a great sense of honor and responsibility lay in their hearts, making them raise their hands and salute in return. Then the screen was cut off, and the deputy who stayed behind began to divide the security work inside and outside the melting cave and delegate tasks. He encouraged those who stayed behind to hold the rear position during the period when the frontline volunteers charged, and never leave them a chaotic melting cave when the heroes returned. Maintain order, stick to your post, and do your best to ensure the safety of the melting cave. I don't know who shouted this slogan first, but at the moment when this slogan was shouted, everyone's hearts were closely connected, so the delegating and claiming tasks were extremely smooth. It is worth mentioning that for the young soldiers, the planetary commander issued an additional warm task, requiring them to go to the other party's family to comfort the family members during the 300 volunteers mission. The planetary commander said that this is also a very important task during the crisis. At present, the suicide notes and wish books of the 300 heroes on the front line have been sent to their families, and you children at the same time. Even with the most complete protective measures cannot completely guarantee the safety of these heroes. For their families, every day of waiting may be extremely torturous, so I hope your company can ease their pain. Remember, we are a collective and inseparable family. Soon, the people in the melting cave felt that something was wrong. They could clearly sense that something big had happened, but the strange thing was that their daily lives were still the same. But the eyes of the federal security team members and the corresponding police station personnel at the guard post had collectively become much more resolute, as if they had undergone a baptism and had completed a transformation. Chapter 42. Federal Security Bureau Assembly Center. As the images on the 16 large screens were cut off, all the people gathered here couldn't help but subconsciously take a deep breath. They knew that the highlight was coming. Sure enough, Planet Commander Xingxia and Federal Security Bureau Director Fu Qianshin then appeared in front of everyone. The first thing they did after taking the stage was to tear off the screen curtains, where the 16 large screens were located, just like a magic trick. Then a small mechanical dog with a perfect image appeared in front of everyone, but what amazed everyone was that Xingxia just waved at the small mechanical dog. The small mechanical dog instantly bent over and shook violently, then directly dismantled its metal body and transformed and reorganized into a lot of densely packed mechanical spiders. The tide came towards the volunteer assembly team. Everyone was shocked by the mechanical spider tide at first, and then just thought that this was just a magic show and they were making a fuss, but turned around and found that these mechanical spiders could actually be touched and picked up. In an instant, a group of screams resounded throughout the assembly center hall. Xingxia and Fu Qianshin couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. How could this be different from what they imagined? Ah, spiders! Spiders? Go away, don't come near me. What kind of monsters are these? Is this really a machine? Why is there a wave of spiders? Commander, help me. At this moment, the teachers and students of the Mechanical Imaging Research, Mechanical Body Research, and Intelligent System Development and Research majors of the Adult Education College, who were waiting behind the scenes and looking forward to going on stage to receive praise and admiration amid the exclamations of the crowd, were subconsciously stunned by the screams that were rising one after another like a tide. Then, no one knew who spoke first, and everyone here also discussed in a low voice. It has been said long ago that we should use a cute mechanical appearance. No, isn't this a drone for the enemy? What, do you want to make the enemy die of cuteness? Yes, it should be cool and cold. That's too cold. They won't take our equipment away at the last minute. I worked all night for almost a week to make this equipment. I worked all night. If I hadn't come here today, I would have taken a shower. It's still sour now. Otherwise, how can we say that our planetary commander is far-sighted? He asked everyone in the research institute to study how to blow up the melting cave, and then comprehensively sorted out the problems in the melting cave and finally handed it over to us to study the corresponding technological equipment. It's really amazing. Yes, 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 and our planetary commander is capable and very humble. Every time there is a corresponding problem. At this point, the man's voice was obviously lowered a lot. I heard that our teacher will ask the planetary commander specifically. Ah, does the planetary commander have other technology giants' resources? What? I heard that the planetary commander taught those industry giants by himself. They were cold at the beginning, but now their eyes light up when they see our planetary commander. TSK, 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 don't change your face so quickly. I heard about this too. Our teacher even asked the planetary commander if he had studied this major. Guess what our commander said? What did he say? A little bit. The student had just finished saying this when his teacher popped up and retorted, a little bit? Don't be fooled by the easygoing planetary commander. She is definitely not at a level that allows her to participate in our research and discussion simply by knowing a little bit. In my opinion, everyone subconsciously turned to look at the industry leader of intelligent system development and research, and the leader also made a very serious conclusion about Xingxia. She is obviously invincible. After a few seconds of silence, all the teachers and students of the Adult Education College could not help but start to check accounts with each other, sorting out how many cutting-edge technology problems they encountered during this period in order to develop this mechanical dog that can self-mutate, self-decompose, self-reassemble, self-search and self-attack. And how many problems were solved after asking the planet commander? It would be fine if they didn't check the accounts. After checking the accounts, everyone was dumbfounded and found that most of the core problems were solved by the planet commander alone. In other words, she should have known how to make this mechanical dog, and she even knew what the intelligent programs were and how to write them. But she didn't say it, just let everyone study it first, and then she would take action after the research had problems so that everyone could better digest the doubts. Difficulties. So as to improve their cognitive ability and scientific research level, how did she get assigned to our planet by the Federation? Tonchi and I, is it the same for other research groups? I asked later, but I guess it's about the same. Oh my god, the hidden boss is out. I can still encounter such a good thing? Hey teacher, what are you doing? Applying to immigrate to Vogue Planet. What are you waiting for? Oh, then I have to submit the application quickly. Soon, before Xingxia and Fu Qianxin could calm the emotions of the front desk soldier volunteers, Fu Qianxin received a large number of Vogue Week immigration applications. He was stunned when he saw the application list again, but before he could say anything to Xingxia picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, "Soldiers, don't be afraid of the black spiders around you. They are your comrades, and the barrier that protects you from life threats." As soon as these words came out, all the volunteer soldiers couldn't help but widen their eyes, as if they didn't quite understand how this tiny spider could become a barrier to protect their lives from being threatened. Xingxia didn't say much, and directly let the large screen behind him display the simulation scene. After entering the underground river, due to the limitations of light and environment, even if a group of 3 faced some winding and dark roads, it was very easy to have blind spots in defense, and traditional reconnaissance equipment could easily be attacked by the opponent from the blind spots before detecting the opponent. And if the two sides were entangled in a fight, whether it was guns, knives, stun batons or other traditional weapons, it would be very easy to accidentally injure teammates. But if everyone brings 6 little spiders, it will be different. The little spiders can jump onto the wall in stealth, and then use the intelligent detection system to secretly follow and surround each team member to protect them. And because the little spiders are in the form of liquid recombinant metal, even if they are shot, they can instantly unfold like a spider web to accurately wrap the bullet or even bounce the bullet back to protect the volunteers from being shot. As for knives, they cannot penetrate metal. For stun batons or other weapons, the little spiders are in conductive mode on the outside, but in insulator mode on the inside. The two modes can be automatically switched according to the application scenario. Imagine the scene of being attacked by surprise. The attackers, either 2 or 3 people, hide in the blind spot of the underground river and wait to attack the 3-person volunteer soldiers. When they appear within 3 meters of the volunteer soldiers, the 18 little spiders will sense the danger and assemble in advance, and report the battle report to the mechanical dog center in real time, that is, the black control ball in the hands of every 3 teams. Speaking of this, Xingxia showed the black control ball in her hand to everyone. Everyone subconsciously stretched their necks to look at Xingxia's hand, and Xingxia continued to explain the mechanical dog usage and intelligent system custom counterattack and protection program. If the opponent uses a gun, at the moment of shooting, the spider will detect the bullet and weave a web to deal with it. After that, the remaining spiders will gather to attack the opponent, including injecting mental venom. Once a spider can land on the neck of one of them, it can completely inject venom into the opponent's body by cutting metal. This mental venom comes from the legacy left by Dr. Scream. After a large number of medical researchers' reorganization, research, and improvement, it is not fatal but enough to paralyze the opponent instantly and make him lose the ability to move. Just as Xingxia was using the simulated screen to show Spider-Man's counterattack, someone suddenly raised his hand and asked, "I have a question. These equipments are great, but what if their internal programs are cracked or stolen?" The soldier volunteer's concerns were not unreasonable, but Xingxia turned her head and looked at him with a playful look, which made him secretly curse himself for being presumptuous. Not to mention that when he spoke, everyone's eyes instantly fell on him, making him feel more pressured. In fact, he did have his own concerns when he asked this question. Some of his family members were related to network security and intelligent system research. In his family, since he was a child, in the discussion at the court, the most common thing he heard was the research on network security on Vogue is really backward, not as good as the sporadic research outside. Moreover, for a long time in the past, the talents related to network and intelligence research on Vogue were mostly controlled by the arms faction. If the population export faction and the arms faction fought, the population export faction would definitely be crushed in this regard. However, The soldier volunteer who spoke quickly remembered that Xingxia hijacked the network of the government hall on the first day she arrived on Vogue Planet and obtained the control password across the firewall. So in this regard, she should be an expert? Interesting question. I know your concerns. For a long time, a large number of talents on our Vogue Planet have been controlled by alien forces. But today I can tell you that they will never be able to break our mechanical dog program because I have brought all our talents back. With these words, the big screen fell again, and Xingxia asked everyone to applaud and invite the mechanical dog. The students and teachers participating in the research project came on stage together. In the past, if this project was placed in other star fields, at least several large companies would have to jointly develop and produce it before the project could be truly implemented. But this time, it took only 3 weeks from project establishment, research and development to the final transformation and production, and there were only more than 300 participants, most of whom were students. The industry leaders of the intelligent system development and research profession standing on the stage wondered if these cheering people knew the value of this project. That is, Vogue Planet is now blocked by midwinter, and the message cannot be transmitted, so everyone thinks this kind of thing is not difficult. You know, if the same progress is placed in the surrounding star fields, it will be more or less taken out separately and become a hot topic for a few weeks, and then it will be fought over by various star field forces and won crazy awards. In addition, the eyes of the industry boss unconsciously fell on the planet commander Xingxia, who dismantled the original guard mechanical dog and transformed it into a little spider with the original bomb body. Every step she took was extremely frugal. She would transform it if she could, and would never use other resources if she could do it herself. But it must be said that her decision also greatly stimulated the creativity of the students. They really implemented this project, and it was even more powerful than he expected. The eyes of the industry boss could not help but fall on the grinning and excited students around him. They had a sense of simplicity that had not been suppressed and bound. Even if they took the wrong path, the planet commander would not rush to guide them to a new path. It must be said that they were really well protected. What will the future Vogue Planet develop into? While this industry leader was daydreaming, the students had already stepped off the stage and began to teach the volunteer soldiers one-on-one how to control the spider tide, and how to reorganize the robot dogs in 3 teams in case of emergency, so that the robot dogs can take on tasks such as transporting the wounded, bridge support, fire coverage, or bomb removal. This teaching and practice lasted for 3 hours. After that, Xingxia began to distribute new bulletproof and fireproof equipment to each volunteer soldier, and arranged to enter the underground river after the team was reorganized. On the other hand, the personnel hiding in the underground river were anxious because their contact with the top leaders of the arms faction was forcibly cut off, but they still remembered their mission. In addition, Ji Zhuifeng had told them before leaving that if he did not come back, they must detonate the micro-bombs decisively and destroy the arms faction's goods directly. Therefore, when the volunteer soldiers went down to the underground river, many micro-explosives at the supporting points of the underground river had entered the countdown. At the same time, the personnel hidden in the underground river were also seeking to evacuate. This was like a race that started unconsciously. Thanks to the escort of a full set of new equipment, the 70 groups of volunteer soldiers who went down to the underground river spread their work very quickly. It only took 21 seconds for the model of the first layer of the underground river to be built through the feedback of the spider tide and the calculation of the system Xiao. But soon the soldiers also found multiple micro-explosion points, and the most urgent bomb countdown was only 3 seconds left. Is it too late to crack it now? It's too late to talk now. With a loud bang, the volunteer soldiers thought they were dead, but they only heard a roar in their ears, but no pain. They waited for the smoke to clear, and turned around to see that the robot dog had rushed directly towards the microbomb at the moment of the explosion, and then spread its body to wrap the bomb. One robot dog was scrapped, but it also offset 70% of the power of the bomb at the same time. The remaining part blew up a pipe that looked like a drainage pipe. How far have the workers' repairs progressed? Midsummer asked Xiao Ai at this time, and Xiao Ai's answer was not optimistic. The overall laying progress is only 15%, and the underground repair progress is only 3%. Planet Commander, do we need to stay here to help repair this pipe? The volunteer soldiers looked at the drainage pipe that was cracking step by step. Xingxia thought for a few seconds and gave an order, asking them to stay there as a landmark for the time being. At the same time, a new robot dog had set off and rushed towards them, but they also had to be vigilant and record. Once the drainage pipe burst, they should leave as soon as possible. In addition, they should open the oxygen cylinder safety port in the equipment and be ready to breathe oxygen at any time. Understood. In the building model of the first floor of the underground river, it can be seen that there are a total of 15 explosion points. The installation location of the microbombs is still different from the points provided by the top leaders of the arms faction. In addition, it is strange that the deployment work has been going on for so long, and no one from the other side has been encountered. The situation is a bit weird. At the same time, when we went to another area through the underground river diving channel, we found that the expected bombs did not blow up the pipelines of the underground river. Some of them were dismantled by the federal security team led by the planetary commander. The terrorist organization members left by the top leaders of the arms faction were also deeply puzzled. Even if the top leaders betrayed us, at least 6 of our points are completely different from the installation locations of the original point map, but now there is no movement at all. Did you see it? What? The robot dog following the group of federal security team members. Isn't that a traditional guard robot dog? No, I think the situation has changed. When have you ever seen the guard robot dog on the planet Volk being able to form a man-machine coordinated attack with the federal security team members? As soon as these words came out, the technicians in the terrorist organization fell silent subconsciously. They mentioned that when they went to the interior of the melting cave to visit the adult education college, they were able to see the planetary commander's emphasis on education, but it was impossible to break through the difficulty of man-machine coordination in such a short time. I tried to hack into their network. Someone just said this, and was interrupted the next second. Wait, do you remember Mohan? He is the best hacker among us, but he has been exposed and Ji Juefeng is also missing. Oh my god, what kind of alien creature is this? Suddenly, with the surveillance footage left in the underground dark river area, everyone was surprised to find that the traditional guard robot dog could not only instantly decompose into multiple small coal balls, but also could reverse and pounce on the bomb at the moment of the explosion to offset the power of the bomb by sacrificing itself. The 3 points that just finally exploded successfully now have robot dogs coming. They decomposed their bodies, like glue, and merged into the pipes, and then supported the pipes. So what technology can our planet Volk have? What exactly did the planet commander hide in the adult education college? Has our technology developed to this point? At the same time, due to the transmission of the monitoring signal and the carefulness of the volunteer soldiers, the monitoring signal was intercepted by Xiao AI, and then the source of the signal was tracked. Everyone found that the underground river not only had many layers of different sizes, but also had exits to other areas through the river channel inside the underground river. It's really complicated. Everyone looked at the 3-dimensional model built by Xiao AI, and it was true that it was difficult to control the underground river. Only the leader of the Industry Frontier Research Institute, who was blackmailed by Sheng Xia, was shocked. He was stunned and surprised. You know, when he was asked to lead the project of generating a 3-dimensional model in real time after measuring the little spider tide, he was holding the attitude of "you are dreaming." It was possible, and when he learned later that this project would be used to measure the entire underground dark river under the melt cave of Volk Planet, it was even more of a daydream. There was everything in the dream. The 3-dimensional model was simple to say, but the computing power required was definitely not the level that the current Volk Planet computer could reach. No, even if the current computer matrix of the Federation was transported here, it would probably be difficult. He had also ridiculed the planet commander for being whimsical, but the other party not only did not take his attitude seriously, but also encouraged him to think about how to achieve it first. This was impossible to achieve. However, now when the entire 3-dimensional model appeared quickly and accurately in front of him, he began to not believe it, and even thought that he was daydreaming, so he had everything in his dream. This is the planet Volk. There are only 21 students in the 3-dimensional model research direction and him. They have not only jointly broken through the real-time underground curve signal transmission problem, the real-time imaging computing power problem, the precise imaging and layered imaging intelligence system problem, but also achieved human-machine collaboration and human-machine measurement complementarity, which is complementary rather than mutual interference. This is another level of scientific and technological problem. Like a black hole, does the Federal Bureau have this technology now? Volk has already applied it, and it is so accurate. He underestimated the people of Volk and the newly appointed planetary commander. How does the saying go? There are really masters among the people. Just when everyone was thinking, worried, shocked, or unbelievable, a member of the federal security team in the underground undercurrent tried to go into the water and sneak towards another area, but was attacked by an explosion in the water. The little spider tide had to pull the person ashore first. At that moment, everyone's heart was in their throat, but they heard Xing Xiao say, "Retreat, leave the rest to me." Chapter 43. You are ready to go in person. Before the people around him finished asking, Xingxia called another group of work and research teams through information communication, and then a dense drone matrix was released neatly in front of everyone. These drones can't dive. Perhaps to break the awkward and confused atmosphere of staring at each other, someone at the scene couldn't help asking this question, but Xingxia turned around and asked with a smile, "How do you know they can't dive?" The originally silent staff, As each drone matrix computer was debugged, Xingxia entered the corresponding command to let the computer responsible for building the three-dimensional model import the map data of the underground river into the drone matrix data network. With a bang, the drones seemed to have life in an instant, turned on their own lights, and took off autonomously, and the dense crowds of people at the scene made their scalps numb. At the same time, in the underground river area C, since the underground river planet commander and the federal security team were no longer monitored in area B, a quarrel broke out among the terrorist organization members, who were still curled up here. The content of the quarrel was just whether to leave the underground river through the secret passage and go to the hot spring area where the high-level military faction was, or to stay and fight to the death. To be honest, if it was the previous hand-to-hand combat, the terrorist organization members would be very happy to accompany them. They have sufficient defense machines and gunpowder here, not to mention that for a long time in the past, their technological level has completely crushed the federal authorities, which has made them feel superior. Looking at the federal authorities is like looking at small ants on the ground. They don't even need to do anything themselves. Just tapping the keyboard can make these people feel the pain of separation from their wives and children. However, just now, when they saw the robot dog sent by the planetary commander that could complete human-machine collaboration with the federal security team and even repair pipes, the sense of superiority gradually turned into a sober panic. They tried to calm their brains and began to analyze with each other. It is not easy for the planetary commander to get such cutting-edge goods in such a short time, but it can only happen once, so we should not panic. Really once? To achieve human-machine collaboration, we have been to the symposium in the alien domain before. The relevant small details and difficulties to be overcome cannot be explained by simply getting a cutting-edge product. Then how do you want to explain that the planetary commander used her simple classroom and equipment to teach students and soldiers how to perform human-machine collaboration in 3 weeks? After the awkward collective silence, someone tried to break this deadly atmosphere and deliberately mentioned that maybe someone helped the planet behind the scenes. Where's the commander? Who? As soon as this was said, there was a deathly silence again. If there are better talents on Vogue, they must be in the hands of the Arms faction. But how could the Arms faction send people to help the planetary commander? What should we do now? Finally, after an unknown amount of time, someone simply stopped asking about the black technology on the planetary commander side and asked what to do next in the current situation. However, someone in the organization couldn't help but have a conspiracy theory. What if the high level of the Arms faction really reached an agreement with the planetary commander in private and sold us out behind his back? In the final analysis, we are just thugs who helped solve the black matter. Will the top leaders of the Arms faction be willing to lose this group of our talents? When Dr. Scream happened, everyone thought that the planet commander would die, but in the end, she became more and more active. Did you see any special movements from the top leaders of the Arms faction? Just when everyone continued to think along the lines of this conspiracy theory, and even scared themselves, someone suddenly changed the subject, but she opened the melting cave for free. As soon as this was said, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look at the optimist dwarf in the team, and the dwarf explained that he said this to confirm that the commander may not have reached any agreement with the top leaders of the Arms faction. Otherwise, how could the Arms faction really let the planet commander open the melting cave for free and let her send troops to the underground river so blatantly? From an economic perspective, the planet commander has already spent a lot of money to open the melting cave for free. She can't make up for this economic account from other places, so she will definitely take action against the Arms faction. The top leaders of the Arms faction will never surrender like this, and naturally they will not give up on us easily. After the dwarf said this, the other people in the terrorist organization couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, and turn to praise him for his good ideas, and the dwarf also shrugged subconsciously. Then we retreat? Wait, I don't think it's right. Through analyzing the surveillance video just now, I found that the planet commander arranged people to search the points where we installed the bombs before. What does this mean? It means that our top leaders may have betrayed us a long time ago. Are you serious? Some people couldn't believe it, but soon as the results of the analyzer came out, everyone else in the terrorist organization took a deep breath subconsciously and began to fiercely scold the high-level officials of the Arms faction for being unfaithful. After the scolding, The people in the organization suddenly remembered that Ji Juefeng mentioned before leaving that the arms faction still had a sum of goods to be destroyed. So now there are two options in front of them. Either surrender and use this sum of goods to negotiate with the planetary commander, or fight to the death and then use this sum of goods and the current situation to negotiate with the high-level officials of the arms faction. In fact, most of the hidden stakes that have been exposed once can be safely transferred to the alien domain by the arms faction to live the life they want. Sometimes sacrifice is a good thing. So after everyone looked at each other, their eyes unconsciously showed greed and relief that they finally made it. Instead of surrendering, it is better to seize the opportunity to cheat the high-level officials of the arms faction. After all, they still have this sum of goods in their hands. This is an important negotiation condition. The idea was set, and everyone stopped talking and began to quietly deal with their own work. The person in charge of setting up the communication frequency band with the top leaders of the arms faction went outside the underground river to prepare to activate the new communication equipment. The person in charge of guarding the goods that the arms faction wanted to destroy began to gather the goods. The rest of the people turned the entire sea area into a level game area where unmanned machines and killing machines coexisted. As long as the planetary commander dared to send real people to explore the sea area, she would definitely pay a heavy price. And if the trump card she had, the robot dog, came, these complex levels would be enough to scrap her trump card, and then it would be another. This is a huge economic account. However, they have thought clearly that they have to resist 2 to 3 waves of attacks from the planet commander. Anyway, for the planet commander, she certainly does not want the explosion of the underground dark river to affect the melting cave on the ground, so naturally she dare not fight freely. Therefore, with this constraint, after resisting 2 to 3 waves, the liaison person over there should also get in touch with the senior officials of the arms faction. If the contact effect is not good, then they can use this money to discuss a compromise plan with the planet commander. Anyway, as long as they fight with them, they will naturally know their value, and it will not be a loss no matter which side they go to. The mechanism I designed is a continuous fire mechanism. When the time comes, as soon as the mechanical dog comes in, it will detect and fire by itself, boom. But what if the mechanical dog is deformed? Don't worry, their detection accuracy is better than you think. Before he finished speaking, he heard a buzzing sound coming from far away. At first, the terrorist organization members thought it was the sound of the machine at hand, but soon found that the sound seemed to come from the inexplicable appearance of the monitoring screen. Swarm drones? How did they get past our monitoring and come to us? My control authority has been taken away. Damn it, it's a higher-level language invasion. It's not a language invasion, but data silence. Suddenly, the various instruments in the terrorist organization began to make abnormal noises due to program errors. After a closer look, they found that these drone swarms. Not only can the swarm swim perfectly along the water flow in a streamlined posture, it also has the ability to silence data. Even the most advanced radar technology in their hands cannot detect the places where they fly over. On the contrary, they will be restrained. This matter has completely exceeded the comprehension of the members of the terrorist organization, just like an alien object. All the machines at hand are suppressed, like a pile of scrap copper and rotten iron, and their attempts to resist are completely futile. The overwhelming drones attack them like locusts. What makes them even more frightened is that from the only underwater surveillance, there are still a steady stream of drones swimming vertically from the shore. The planet commander seems to have deliberately left this only underwater surveillance to deter them. Otherwise, according to the planet commander's existing silencing technology, she can also get rid of this underwater surveillance. The speed of the drone swarm spreading out is much faster than that of the federal security team members and the mechanical dogs. The entire underground river channel is almost instantly filled with drone swarms in milliseconds. At a glance, it is densely packed with drone swarms in the air, and mechanical dogs also split and poured in synchronously. The explosion or resistance of 1 or 2 waves that the terrorist organization members had imagined before does not exist at all. It is like a black tide covering the sky and the sun. The place is swallowed by the black tide, whether it is unmanned machinery or killing machines, have all gone from silence at the beginning to disconnection now. The red alarm caused by the disconnection gradually spreads from one side of the terrorist organization members' monitoring computer to the other side, as the black drone swarm moves forward. The terrorist organization members can imagine the number of drone swarms by themselves. There is no need to open fire. The simple physical collision can completely scrap the existing weapons in their hands. But strangely, there is no sound of mechanical explosion in the underground river at present. What lingers in everyone's ears is just a roar that is getting closer and closer, and more shocking to the depths of everyone's heart. On the other side, Xingxia, who was in the assembly center hall, looked at the place where the drone swarm flew by and commanded like a miser, "Hey, this thing is good, take it in, take it in. This machine looks quite new, take it in, take it in. This machine looks like it can be modified later, take it in, take it in. This thing looks very innovative, take it in, take it in." For a while, everyone's ears were filled with the planet commander's slightly humorous and relaxed take it in, which was completely different from the fierce battle situation reported back by the drone swarm that they could see. Chapter 44. It has to be admitted that the strangulation checkpoints designed by these terrorist organization members, which are coordinated with killing machines and unmanned machinery, would inevitably cause a large number of casualties if the drones had not explored and suppressed them first. It is really hard to prevent them. In some places, relying on the dead end, terrorist organization members even designed a death checkpoint similar to a cage. As long as people approach, they will be directly pushed into the cage and locked up, and then cut in half. It is hard to imagine how many tragedies these soldier volunteers would cause even if they were careful without drones. Fortunately, the planetary commander has a magic weapon in his hand. Having said that, teachers and students in the majors of mechanical imaging research, mechanical body research, and intelligent system development and research have quietly begun to check accounts with the corresponding students and teachers of the drone research working group. It is said that outsiders watch the excitement, insiders see the doorway. They know that it is not easy for drone swarms to achieve unified flight and docking map data, but the modified swimming combat is already amazing, not to mention the ability to discover and be silent directly after encountering other unmanned machines of the same level. This is a high-dimensional operation. Unlike the technology that Vogue Planet can develop independently now, it is true that you don't know until you check the accounts. Once you check the accounts, Planet Commander is invincible. The students and teachers of the Drone Research Working Group quietly told the students and teachers of the other 4 groups that Planet Commander not only has made great achievements in these technologies, but also other deep technology projects, such as water conservancy projects or land projects, including food engineering and mechanical transformation, especially mechanical transformation. Teachers and students of the Institute, it's unfathomable. Just as they were sighing, in Area C of the underground river, members of the terrorist organization experienced how terrible it was to be hunted down by lifeless machines. 3 minutes ago, the drone swarm discovered their location by exploring the various paths in the underground river. Without saying a word, the first thing they did when they met was to directly hit them with the mechanical body of the drone. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, the other party tried to shoot back at the drone swarm. However, after one drone was destroyed, a large number of drones still moved forward to their original positions. These drones were not prepared to shoot at the terrorist members. The simple continuous collisions were enough to quickly make the bodies of the terrorist members blue and purple. Their expressions changed from panic at the beginning to the real realization that their lives might end in the collapse of these machines. The members of the terrorist organization had reason to believe that this was intentional by the planetary commander, who deliberately let the drones cause them pain through simple physical collisions. They had to run and shout, we surrender, we surrender. Don't hit them anymore. Oh my god, stop, I don't want to die. Damn it, how can there be so many drones? We have been betrayed. Stop. However, Xingxia continued to promote the physical collision of the drone swarm as if she couldn't hear these voices. At that time, the soldier volunteers looked at the drone swarm that covered the sky and knew rationally that they must not sympathize with these terrorist members, but emotionally they were at hurts to see it. And what a great collision, and this slightly brutal chasing game continued until Imo Siming received news that someone tried to cross the newly built water storage dam to go to the hot spring area, and was captured by them. After hearing the news, Xingxiao looked at the terrorist organization members, who were still running and screaming, and sneered and gave an order, "Robot dog, go!" After the voice fell, the drone swarm began to increase its takeoff distance to leave enough room for the robot dog to play, and the robot dog rebuilt by the little spider tide really showed its fangs at this time. The dense teeth that chased behind the legs of the terrorist organization members were full of sharp blades. I dare not imagine what kind of pain it would be to be bitten. The terrorist organization members can only feel the baptism from the soul at this moment. Everyone watching the scene of them being chased can't help but. They shook their heads and sighed. Brutal, explosive, violent, powerful, scary. Everyone subconsciously turned to look at the person who sighed, and then couldn't help but pat each other on the shoulders, as if they had survived a disaster. Fortunately, this technology is in the hands of the planetary commander, 15 minutes later, the federal security team members, as temporary rescuers, entered the underground river again accompanied by the mechanical dog and swam to Area C, bringing back the terrorist organization members, who were already bruised and bloody. Some of them had completely fainted, while others still had a trace of rationality due to the pain. As soon as they were brought out of the water and saw the planetary commander, the rational terrorist organization members surrendered and begged for mercy, saying that what they did was forced by the arms faction, and they were all innocent. Xingxiao was keenly aware of the whitewashing plot in his words, and she was so angry that she pulled out her gun and pointed it at his temple. I give you another chance to speak. We have goods. We can give you all the goods from the arms faction. Xingxiao was silent, and the other party was crying and trembling in fear like a newborn kitten, looking at Xingxiao. He was really scared. Finally, the black muzzle of the gun in Xingxiao's hand was away from his temple. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief, and then the whole audience heard a dull bang. This person was shot directly by the planet commander with a pistol. He fainted, and the originally silent crowd could not help but utter hey, ah. And then the next second when Xingxiao turned around and looked over, the whole crowd burst into laughter. Xingxia, The crowd of onlookers, Wei Jie plucked up his courage. Well, the goods they are talking about may refer to the evidence of the arms faction left in the underground river. Xingxia, oh? After raising his voice a few degrees, Xingxiao walked to another trembling member of the terrorist organization, and the muzzle of the gun in his hand was also pointing at his shoulder, with an unusually patient tone. Then tell me, where is the thing? I know where the thing is. I mark it on the map for you. After saying that, he tried to get up, but the pain and bleeding in his calf made him fall down again. He subconsciously looked up at the planet commander, thinking that the kind planet commander should give him some help. After all, he had surrendered, right? But no, nothing. The planet commander looked at him with eyes as cold as the heavy snow outside the melt hole on Vogue planet. This cold look wiped out the luck that still existed in his heart. Luck and hope were all extinguished, and until this moment, everyone realized that their planet commander was not always kind, and she would be cruel beyond imagination to the enemy. But if you think about it carefully, she seems to have always been like this. When they first met, she was not afraid of anyone's threats and directly shot and killed Dr. Scream in a live broadcast. Then she quickly captured the research team in Dr. Scream's building and rescued all the wounded. Then she introduced a series of reform measures and announced that the melting cave would be open to the public for free. What's more frightening is that she really opened the melting cave to the public for free under pressure and got it done. If she wasn't so gentle and kind in her dealings with people, people would almost forget what a cold and crazy person she was. While everyone was in a daze, Wei Jie couldn't stand it anymore and handed the radio frequency map to the members of the terrorist organization. The other party was shocked when they saw the map. They thought that it was great that the planet commander could knock out their explosion points, but they didn't expect that this was a handy thing. The planet commander directly used the image of the drone swarm and the mechanical dog to build a full map of the entire underground river, and it was a three-dimensional model. This made the members of the terrorist organization subconsciously look at the crowd around them. There were many people here who could clearly tell from their clothes that some were members of the federal security team, and some should be research teachers and students in the adult education college. Seeing that they were still operating the machinery, the planet commander really developed the horrifying drone swarm and mechanical dog with her broken stall. Members of the terrorist organization. This is a complete failure. They are completely defeated. 15 minutes later, under the guidance of members of the terrorist organization, the federal security team found the so-called goods that the arms group had left in the underground river and needed to be destroyed. However, what no one expected was that when the container containing the goods was opened, what was presented to everyone was not goods, but piles of children's remains. There were so many of them, stacked in layers without any order, and some had rotted to the point of revealing the bones. The federal security team members with slightly worse psychological quality vomited directly at the scene of opening the box, and covered their eyes, and dared not look at the scene in front of them again. What is this? This time, without waiting for Xingxia to make the first move, Wei Jie took a step forward and grabbed the collar of the terrorist organization member. His strength was so great that he could almost break the neck of the terrorist organization member. However, the other party showed some doubts on his face. After the doubts, he asked everyone, "Aren't there often corpses and bones in the underground river? This is an underground river where stolen goods were sold and corpses were dumped in the past. So what are you all excited about?" In just a few words, everyone at the scene fell into an awkward situation that could not be refuted. Indeed, What was the underground river like in the past? It has only been a few weeks, and they seem to have forgotten the history. However, the remains of these children have seen the light of day again in such a shocking and unexpected way, which made everyone present endure a question from the bottom of their hearts. Facing the crowd that suddenly fell into silence, Xingxiao was silent for a few seconds, and then she spoke in a gentle and reassuring tone. According to the police station's routine criminal investigation procedures, this place will be temporarily closed. This is the evidence of the arms faction that cannot escape. We must protect the scene. Also, notify all the staff of the police station's criminal investigation team and the medical school's laboratory department to come here. In the next few weeks, we must let the deceased rest in peace, and also give an explanation to the parents and families of these children who are still alive. Such a large amount of restoration and identification, not to mention that most of the dead children would be illegal residents on the planet Wolker in the past, and it is unclear whether they have any family members alive. It is a waste of money for the planet commander to give such an order. The terrorist organization members couldn't help but smile in a mocking and helpless way, but what surprised them even more was that Xingxiao issued a new order. Notify the underground river repair workers that the gaps in other places can be blocked, except for this one between the police station's criminal investigation team and the medical school's laboratory. After the inspection, build a separate viewing passage for me, so that the people of our planet Vogue can go down here and see this tragic tragedy with their own eyes. Is this what you want? Before Wei Jie could ask his own thoughts, he heard the students of the adult education college around him trying to refute Xingxiao in a hurry. Do you really want to do this? Will it scare everyone to see these skeletons? Before the student finished speaking, Xingxiao clasped her hands, her eyes firm and resolute. I just want to tell the people of Vogue a simple truth. If you fall behind, you will be beaten and you will have to pay a painful price. The children put here today can be other people's children, or they can be the children they hold in their hands after being enslaved. Chapter 45. This was so powerful that when the crowd reacted, they felt a deep anger in their hearts, and didn't know how to vent it. Xingxiao took another look at the situation of the third batch of people outside the Rongdong, and then asked Wei Jie to find all the media reporters. Tonight's news in the Rongdong will add an important newsletter. Wei Jie, ? It was dinner time inside the Rongdong. The detention center police and the police station brought dinner to Ji Juifeng as usual, and then sat on the chair outside the detention center where Ji Juifeng was detained. While yawning and preparing to eat his dinner, he turned up the sound of the news broadcast on the big screen in the detention center. Suddenly, an urgent short message made both of them stop what they were doing and look up at the big screen. They only heard the news broadcaster report seriously and affirmatively. 2 days ago, criminals tried to sneak into the melting cave from the underground dark river area in the melting cave to cause damage. At present, all of them have been arrested by our brave police station and federal security team, and the joint soldier volunteer team. The planet commander hereby reminds the people of Vogue Planet to pay attention to rest as the new year is approaching, do not waste food, and spend the new year with peace of mind. To be honest, this short message not only stunned the police officers and Ji Juifeng in the detention center, but also stunned all the people inside and outside the melting cave of Vogue Planet. As soon as the 4 words underground dark river came out, everyone could hear the weight of this message. After all, since the river appeared inside the melting cave, this was the first time that anyone dared to bring this matter to the table, not to mention the connection between the events before and after. What? Criminals tried to sneak in from the underground river. What? The police station and the federal security team jointly arrested them with volunteer soldiers. More importantly, the planetary commander's attitude towards this matter was to remind them that the new year is coming, to pay attention to rest, not to waste food, and then spend the new year in peace. At that moment, the people of Vogue seemed to be crazy, and began to ask what happened. The number of questions and updates on the internal forum of the melting cave even surpassed the content of the food area navigation, and was directly on the headlines and hot topics. Some people even went to ask the relevant federal security team and the police station's personnel on duty in the melting cave, and then heard from them a moving and heartwarming story of a volunteer soldier. We thought at first that the planetary commander would let us die as usual, but she didn't. In fact, as early as 2 days ago, as the family members of the soldier volunteers, we had learned that our family members needed to enter the underground melting cave. Yes, the planetary commander notified us in advance and sent us federal security team members who could comfort us. Sorry, I don't want to cry, but I feel. This is really. At this point, the interviewee in the camera was choked up and speechless, and the family standing beside her at this moment was patiently comforting her, and said that this was the first time that they could feel a sense of honor and social responsibility from the selected family members. Yes, someone must protect our safety. I fully understand my brother's behavior and fully support him. Our whole family supports him very much. Proud to have such a family. In addition to traditional news media, a large number of personal media platforms are also following up on this matter, which has further enhanced the influence of this newsletter. Friends, I dare say that the planetary commander really takes good care of us and treats us like his own children. In the past 2 days, I couldn't even feel any vibration from the underground dark river, and they have done such a great thing. I know that the planetary commander will face a lot of resistance when opening the melting cave for free. Those damn dignitaries will definitely not let her go, but I am very pleased to see that our police station and federal security team members choose to stand on her side. To be honest, I am very proud of them. Oh my God, can you imagine that one day I will be proud of this group of damn police stations and federal security team members? I am really crazy. I don't understand why our planetary commander only used a short message to broadcast such an important matter. She even reminded us to pay attention to rest, not to waste food, and then spend the new year with peace of mind. To be honest, quickly report on those volunteer soldiers. Let us see what they have done, and are they all right? Soon, everyone's attention was focused on the same thing. Are these brave volunteer soldiers safe, and have they all returned safely? In the detention center inside the police station, the police officer in charge of guarding Ji Juefeng did not have a strong emotional response to the report of this incident like the people outside. After reading the short message, he didn't know what he thought of, and began to refresh his own light computer software silently, refreshing it from time to time and looking up at the big screen from time to time, with a solemn expression. Ji Juefeng looked at his appearance, and knew that this guy must have a lot of good friends were pulled into the volunteer soldier team. For such honorary news, the ending is usually beautified and the sacrifice is downplayed. Especially the newsletter, which only reported the heroic police station and the federal security team joined the volunteer soldier team, and never mentioned the sacrifice. Humph, think about it, after all, it is an underground melting cave. No matter how powerful the planet commander is, no matter how powerful he can't prevent casualties. For the public, it may be just a string of cold numbers, but for the police station and the Federal Security Bureau, it is a living life. In the past, many such lives have been sacrificed silently. Suddenly, the big screen turned to the central hospital in the melting cave, and now the planet. The commander of the ball finally gave a detailed report on the casualties in front of the camera. At that moment, the detention center police officers, who were sitting quietly in their seats, subconsciously stood up. This was a solemn respect. Ji Juefeng looked at his solemn expression, and unconsciously sat up straight, and turned his eyes to the big screen. To everyone's surprise, there was only one member of the federal security team who had skin injuries in the ward. He smiled and tried to give a thumbs up to the big screen, saying that he was injured because he was caught in the rapids of the underground dark river, but it was not serious. He would be able to return to work after recovering in the hospital for 2 days. There was visible embarrassment in his expression. At this moment, on the precious open space outside the central hospital, 199 regular soldier volunteers and 100 reserve soldier volunteers formed a complete soldier volunteer team, and saluted the planetary commander and the media camera as if they were taking an oath. Soldier volunteer number 001 stood up and said loudly, "Report to the planetary commander, the soldier volunteer team has successfully completed the raid mission and worked hard to protect the safety of the people. There are 0 deaths and 1 injured. They have been transferred to the central hospital for emergency treatment. Please give instructions for the next step." Xingxia is also. The next second, I received a message, "Soldiers, comrades, you have worked hard. You have withstood this extremely difficult task with tenacious perseverance and firm determination. Each of you is great. Congratulations on your safe return. Now comrades, you can go home." Accompanied by these words, the entire team of soldier volunteers suddenly raised their hands to the sky and applauded themselves happily. After that, they couldn't help but hug each other excitedly and praised each other. In the detention center inside the police station, the police officers who saw this scene couldn't help but applaud along with the soldier volunteers, who applauded themselves on the screen. He was so surprised and happy that his eyes could see it. The next second, another police officer rushed over while shouting "Great victory." Several people hugged each other and celebrated this great victory. This scene also deeply touched Ji Juefeng. He looked at the traditional way of celebration and the happy look of the police officers in the detention center, and unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth, as if he had joined their celebration. When he realized that he was laughing, He couldn't help but reach out and touch the corners of his mouth in disbelief. Then his heart fell uncontrollably. He laughed. It turned out that he could still laugh. It turned out that he still had some normal emotions and perceptions. He suddenly couldn't laugh again. When the police officer turned his head to see him, he unconsciously bumped into the bright and dazzling eyes of the police officer. Just a glance made Ji Juefeng see his own embarrassment and the gloom that didn't belong here. The 4 police officers suddenly stopped their celebration. After an awkward cough, one of the police officers suddenly spoke up to try to persuade him. Well, don't think too much. Our current planet commander is very good. As long as you are willing to tell everything you know, it won't be difficult to get back on the right track. Ji Juefeng suddenly laughed again. His laughter was full of helplessness and sadness that the 4 policemen could not understand. He just laughed and finally asked them, "Do you have paper and pen?" The 4 policemen were stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly handed him a piece of paper and a pen. However, Ji Juefeng only took a glance and said that it was not enough. He needed more paper and pen, so the police found him more paper and pen. Seeing that he wanted to write something, they also brought him a small table that could be put together. After that, Ji Juefeng seemed to be in a state of autism. No matter what the policeman called him, he was unmoved and just kept writing down the densely packed names and the dirty things he had encountered and done over the years on the paper with a pen. Most importantly, there was his confession. After writing all this, Ji Juefeng looked up and found that it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. The police officer, who was in charge of guarding him, had quietly fallen asleep on the table, and the light in his room was still on, which seemed to be the special care of the police officer. Ji Juefeng looked at the orange light and couldn't help but smile with relief. At this moment, he felt extremely relaxed, as if his soul had become light again. After watching the light quietly for a while, Ji Juefeng thought it was time for him to leave quietly. He knew that he was guilty of a serious crime, but he still firmly believed that no one could judge him, not even the planetary commander, who seemed like a savior, so he should end his life by himself. After thinking this, Ji Juefeng took a look at the layout of the room, took off his coat and tore it into strips, then put the small table under a beam and tested the height. Ji Juefeng found 3 stools and put the assembled table on them. After doing all this, Ji Juefeng stepped on them and threw the rope made of clothes over the beam without hesitation, tested the strength. Very good, it should be enough to hang him, thanks to the quality of the clothes in the detention center. At the end of his life, Ji Juefeng thought that he at least retained some sense of humor and the decency he wanted. What he didn't expect was that he had just put half of his head into the knot when he heard the police officer, who had already fallen asleep, shout, "Welcome, Planet Commander." Then, before Ji Juefeng could react, the combined table under his feet suddenly fell down, forming a perfect right-angle triangle with the stool below, and the knot happened to get stuck in his mouth. Ji Juefeng subconsciously stretched out his hands to keep his balance, but the rope in his mouth suddenly pulled up. He had to try to run to the other side of the table, which was higher, so when Xingxia and Fu Qianshan. When the two came to Ji Juefeng, they saw Ji Juefeng wailing something incoherently, as if he was running at an angle, while waving his hands, and trying to run to the other side of the tilted table. Xingxia, Fu Qianshan, Detention Center Police Officer, oh my god, you are performing performance art. Ji Juefeng, shock. Screw your performance art. Can't you see what I want to do now? Save him. Finally, Xingxia ended Ji Juefeng's embarrassment, and Fu Qianshan also coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. Chapter 46. The rescued Ji Juefeng faced the silent Xingxia and Fu Qianshan, and looked at the police officer next to him, who collected his confession, and put it in the hands of Xingxia and Fu Qianshan. After the 4 looked at each other, Ji Juefeng felt that if there was a gap in the cell, he would really try to squeeze himself in. Unexpectedly, the next second, Xingxia looked at his long mouth with marks left by the rope and laughed first. Ji Juefeng, Fu Qianshan. Sorry, we don't laugh easily, ha ha ha. Ji Juefeng, let me die, let me die. Ha ha ha. As a result, the next second, the police officer standing next to Xingxia and Fu Qianshan, who had been trying not to look at this side, and trying to stabilize his serious emotions, burst into laughter after hearing what Ji Juefeng said, and laughed so exaggeratedly that he bent over. With a snap, Ji Juefeng felt something broke, and took a closer look. Oh, it turned out to be his perfect philosophy of life. After laughing enough, Xingxia tried to comfort Ji Juefeng while reading the confession written by Ji Juefeng overnight. You know, a person can't commit suicide twice. The fact that you didn't die this time means that you are not destined to die. My arrival can save you. Ji Juefeng, From his expression, it seems that he doesn't believe this. On the contrary, he still wants to commit suicide again. Xingxia simply raised her eyebrows and threatened, "If you don't listen to me, I will call up this surveillance video and put it on your tombstone. Anyone can scan the code to see it." Finally, Ji Juefeng couldn't hold it anymore. "Are you a devil?" Xingxia shrugged mischievously. "Thank you for the compliment, I always do this." Fu Qianshan laughed again beside Xingxia. He leaned his head toward Xingxia from time to time, which was quite a little bird-like meaning. Seeing Ji Juefeng's murderous look, he shrugged mischievously like Xingxia. Ji Juefeng, okay, let's talk business. Finally, Xingxia chose to let Ji Juefeng go, and Ji Juefeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He said that everything he wanted to say had been written in the confession, but it was more than 4 o'clock in the morning, and Xingxia and Fu Qianshan were still asleep at this time. Could it be that the passage of the underground river has not been figured out yet? Yes, I can hardly feel the vibration of the ground, but it's already amazing that you can stop the explosion of the microbomb. So what else do you want to ask me about? Do you want to know the passage of the underground river? Do you know the various passages of the underground river? Fu Qianshan was a little suspicious. He asked, "How is this possible? No one on the entire Vogue planet dares to stand up and say that they know the passage to the underground river, including the arms faction or other factions. But, have you really caught other members of my terrorist organization?" Xingxia didn't say much, but asked someone to send in the photos. Looking at the terrorist members, who were beaten like cripples in the photos, Ji Juefeng couldn't help laughing again and applauded Xingxia. "You are really capable." But soon, Ji Juefeng couldn't laugh anymore, because he saw the goods that Xingxia had someone take pictures of that were supposed to be destroyed and stored in the underground river by the arms faction. "I came to you today for this batch of goods. I just read your confession. You said in it that you also handle things in different levels. Then tell us about this kind of thing?" Ji Juefeng, After being silent for an unknown period of time, Ji Juefeng spoke again and told Xingxia that they were also elite members who had been recruited into the terrorist organization. If the people below had not suddenly turned against them, it would not be their turn to do such things. These children are called dark goods. They are basically kidnapped or abducted from the surrounding star fields. Of course, some of them are native children of Vogue, but the biological faction dislikes the poor health of the native children of Vogue, so they have to find people from the surrounding star fields. Similar people can be called goods. Speaking of which, do you know that there is only one technology on the technologically backward Vogue that is better than other star fields? Biotechnology, including blood and skin replacement. Xingxia's attitude of answering almost immediately made Ji Juefeng was very satisfied. Every spring, a large number of people from other star regions come to Vogue to maintain their bodies. You have seen the prosperity of the hot spring area, which is very different from the real Vogue planet. Xingxia was silent. Fu Qianshan suddenly realized the line of the biological faction and the batch of goods in his hands at this moment. To put it bluntly, it is the common way to get rich for the arms faction, the population export faction, and the biological faction. It is also a way to get rich that the capital of the alien domain cares about very much. If they want to move this line, I am afraid that the reality will be more cruel than they expected. But the things about this line, the underage children in our organization don't know. The words that Ji Juefeng suddenly mentioned were almost named Mo Han, the young and rebellious but talented hacker. What made Xingxia and Fu Qianshan silent was that the other members of the terrorist organization, who were beaten and sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, also mentioned that Mo Han didn't know about this matter. He was just a hacker who wanted to find his sister. If they hadn't been interrogated separately, it would almost make people think that they had discussed this matter long ago. But now it seems that this group of people who have been dragged into the abyss are clearly using this method to protect another person, who is also in the abyss, but doesn't know it, and trying to lift him out of this abyss as a redemption for their crimes. I will find a chance to release all of you. Suddenly, Xingxia said something that shocked the whole audience. Even Ji Juefeng looked up at her in disbelief. But Xingxia didn't hesitate at all, and even mocked Ji Juefeng. It's too easy to redeem your sins with these light confessions. Since you have entered this game involuntarily, don't think you can get out easily. In the past, you fought for yourself. In the future, you will fight for the millions of people on the Vogue planet. Find an opportunity to go back to the arms faction. I want to get enough evidence to shock the entire star field and make the Federation agree to use Vogue planet as a vanguard to launch a self-defense counterattack against other star fields. You? Listening to this ambition, not to mention Ji Juefeng, even Fu Qianshan, who was sitting next to her, was shocked. What? Did he hear Xingxia correctly? Using Vogue Planet as a vanguard to launch a self-defense counterattack against other star fields? Other star regions launch a self-defense counterattack? Does she really want to start a war against the surrounding star region forces first? Why are you so surprised? If you want to completely eradicate this tragedy, it is necessary to make such a great determination. Moreover, if you are bullied to this extent, any unrealistic and cowardly fantasy about the surrounding star region forces will make all the current reforms go to waste. Speaking of this, Xingxia stood up unconsciously. Give up the fantasy, prepare for battle, and fight with one punch to avoid 100 punches. At that moment, Ji Xuefeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and soon moistened his eyes. I do. He agreed without hesitation, but before Xingxia and Fu Qianshan left, he specifically mentioned that he wanted to see Mo Han, the child. If possible, in the remaining time that still belongs to him, he hopes to guide the child to the right path. Okay. Midsummer agreed to him with a resounding voice. Before she left, she noticed that the police officer in the detention center looked uncomfortable and worried, and hesitant, so she stopped and asked the police officer, "Are you afraid of hearing that there might be a war in the future?" The police officer thought about it, and told Midsummer seriously, "If I say I'm not afraid, I'm lying to you. But if the war really starts, I will pick up a gun and go to the battlefield to protect the people I love." Fu Qianshan subconsciously reached out and patted the police officer's arm when he heard this, and Midsummer looked at the police officer with an unusually loving look. "Don't worry, I will never let you go to the battlefield with just a gun." Hearing this, the police officer suddenly had tears in his eyes, and stood at attention, and gave Midsummer a standard military salute. Everything is self-evident. At 7 a.m. in the Melt Cave of Vogue Planet, a new news bulletin ignited the anger of the people of Vogue Planet, who were still in the previous news bulletin. The criminal gang arrested by the police station, and the federal security team, and the volunteer soldier team yesterday has woken up under the emergency treatment of the doctors of the Central Hospital. At the same time, a batch of goods placed in the underground Dark River Area C was checked. The goods were confirmed to be all abducted children, and the number of remains was about 3,400. As soon as this shocking number came out, the people of Vogue Planet made comments and began to denounce the group of criminals, but some people were worried about the safety of the planet commander. After all, it was obvious that the planet commander's announcement of this news had really touched the lifeblood of the long-standing capital high level of Vogue Planet. I hope our planet commander can live longer. If possible, ask her to set up a special planet commander exclusive protection team to ensure her life safety. Oh my god, if the planet commander hadn't reported this as news, I would have almost forgotten what a sad and dirty place the underground river in the Melt Cave was. Don't just talk about the underground river, weren't the Melt Caves a very sad and dirty place? We could only survive like ants. Why is it another damn text message? Why does the planet commander always use text messages when reporting major events? I heard that the staff of the medical school's laboratory department were called in a long time ago. Oh my god, I also have medical knowledge. Can I sign up to help? The third group of terrorist organization members related to the Arms faction, who had just been able to enter the Melt Cave from outside, looked at the scene in the Melt Cave, which was completely different from what they imagined, and then took a look at the news broadcast in the Melt Cave at this moment. What? The arms dealer Rand. All the people have been arrested? What? The underground river has been found by the planetary commander? What? The arms dealer Rand's goods have even been intercepted by the planetary commander and released as news material, but Rand has not responded at all. Brother, are we here too early or too late? The terrorist organization members under the other arms dealers couldn't help but ask the leader. To be honest, they are also confused now. What's going on? In just a few weeks, how come the inside and outside of this melting cave don't look like the same world? We are in the wrong place. The leading arms dealer subordinates are very curious about what means the planetary commander used to unite the people of Vogue Planet, who originally didn't care about each other's lives, so quickly. Looking at what they talked about and what they did, those who don't know would think they are really a family. At that time, Ball, a small fry in the former Rand terrorist organization, was volunteering. When he looked up and saw this group of confused but cautious people gathered together with a bit of disdain, he immediately reacted. Wow, this group of young people, aren't they just like him when he first entered the melting cave? Maybe they are also looking for an organization. So Ball leaned over and listened to the group of young people quietly. Do you think the planetary commander announced this news for ordinary people? Humph, it's to scare us. Ball nodded as he listened, thinking that this group of young people understood the current situation. Then we really do nothing? The leader was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly slapped his thigh excitedly. No matter what, Find a crowded place to do something, so that we won't be forgotten by then. The next second, Ball appeared in front of the group of people like a god, and then punched the leader without saying a word, and took advantage of his pain to hold him tightly. While pinching him, he also shouted to the police on duty not far away, "I report that this group of people tried to cause trouble in a crowded area." Just as Ball finished shouting this, another volunteer suddenly shouted, "I report that this group of people are former members of a terrorist organization. I found the coma powder they brought in. Come and catch them." The scene was in chaos for a while. Some people tried to struggle to get deeper into the melt cave, but before they could run past the volunteer platform set up by the volunteers, they were bravely beaten into the hospital by the volunteers of all sizes, who gathered with the shouts. Fu Qianxian, who had been busy all night and was just about to go to bed, was confused when he received the news. What kind of report? Isn't it? Are the people of Wolker planet so conscious now? What's more ridiculous is that the reporter, the person who sent the doctor, and even the person who paid out of his own pocket to help subsidize the doctor's expenses for the on-site treatment of people all left an unusually uniform name with the police on duty. Enthusiastic good citizens. Fu Qianxian. Wait, there are actually enthusiastic citizens on the planet Wolker? Why is this word so unfamiliar? Chapter 47. When Fu Qianxian hurriedly got up, dressed and prepared to rush to the scene, he heard that the planetary commander Xingxia had already rushed there and visited the volunteers who were injured in the chaos. In an instant, Fu Qianxian felt that he was really old. He had only followed Xingxia's schedule for a day, and he felt that his body was about to collapse. And Xingxia, who had stayed up for 3 consecutive nights, was still able to rush to the hospital at the first time of the incident. She was really terrible. From the newly inserted news footage, Xingxia not only visited the injured volunteers at the hospital, but also gave a simple speech, praising the bravery of these volunteers, but also told everyone to remember to protect themselves if they encounter similar things in the future. If you have any problems, go to the police. Now the police and the federal security team are already the people's team, so promise me not to be afraid of them or isolate them. If you have any problems, remember to go to them at any time, okay? After Xingxia said this, the police and federal security team members behind him also saluted the news camera seriously and said loudly, "Serve the people, be ready at any time." So far, the new concept of serving the people has been planted in the hearts of the people of Wolker planet by accident. Fu Qianxian rubbed his eyes, which were both red and swollen and a little painful, yawned, and was just about to lie down and continue sleeping when he heard new news. The Grand Canal had been dug out, and not only that, a new firefighting water network had been woven in the foundation of the melt cave, waiting for him to check. Isn't it 5 days? Fu Qianxian thought that it had only been 3 days since he arrested people and was busy with the remains of the children, and the Grand Canal outside the Rongdong had already been successfully excavated? The speed of the repair workers was too amazing. Wei Jie contacted him as soon as possible. Just as he was about to talk about this matter, the two looked at each other through the real-time contact camera. They both had red eyes and were unkempt, so they said in unison, "Thank you for your hard work," became the first sentence of their greeting. At this time, Wei Jie also stood on the top of the mountain with the repair workers, with the mechanical dog that dug the Grand Canal. Although their faces were red from the biting cold wind, the joy that reached their eyes could make people subconsciously ignore their embarrassment. "Let me show you, how is it? It's amazing, our workers really dug a canal in 3 days. Now I am here with the repair workers waiting to connect this Grand Canal with the underground sewage outlet of the Rongdong. At present, the new fire water outlet network in the foundation of the Rongdong has been woven. So Lao Fu, what are you doing there? When will the inspection be completed? We are waiting to release the water now." Fu Qianxian couldn't help but take a deep breath and stood up to comfort Wei Jie. "Now. Do it now." "Ha ha, you are not physically fit." Fu Qianxian, shock. "You are not much younger than me, take it easy. Our planet commander is still amazing. I saw on the news that she went to the underground river to check the progress of the inspection of the children's skeletons after seeing the volunteers in the hospital. Now she is rushing to check the new fire water outlet network. By the way, did you sleep last night?" "No, I've been working non-stop." "This? You've been working non-stop for a few days. You should also pay attention to rest, especially the planet commander." I know. As Fu Qianxian spoke, he listened to Wei Jie repeatedly admonishing him like an old mother. If he saw the planet commander, he must let her rest well. He couldn't rely on his youth to ruin his body. The future of Vogue Planet still depended on her. As a result, half an hour later, Fu Qianxian, who had been yawning all night, stood under the podium with a dazed look at Xingxia, who was energetic and didn't look like she had been working non-stop for several days. He just felt that he should take a rest now. It happened that when Xingxia passed by him after leaving the stage, she stopped and told him, "You should pay attention to rest when you are old. If you really can't, remember to report and take a vacation." Fu Qianshan. Not really. So, he forced himself to cheer up, first checked the new fire water outlet network with Xingxia, and then accompanied her to the Grand Canal Water Gate opening ceremony outside Rongdong, which was filmed by the long guns and short guns of various media. Hearing Xingxia proudly announce that it would be impossible to use the underground river to cause trouble in the future, she also announced that a section of the underground river would be reserved for the construction of a historical memorial hall to encourage the public not to forget this painful history. Fu Qianshan clapped with the crowd in a daze. Wei Jie stood beside him, and felt something was wrong when he saw his silly grin. Sure enough, after this set of schedule, Fu Qianshan was sent to the hospital due to overwork and cold before dinner time. Wei Jie looked at Fu Qianshan lying on the bed with regretful look, and could not help but smile and comfort him. Fortunately, nothing serious has happened now, and you can rest for a while. Where's the planet commander? He went back to rest. By the way, although our planet commander is very enthusiastic, she is quite good at keeping in good health, and even knows general pharmacology. She helped you with first aid. Fu Qianshan. He didn't want to know how he got into the hospital. Indeed, Xingxia also listened to Xiao's advice, and felt that now the big things were done. Whether it was the people in the hot spring area, the independent army, or the inside and outside of the Rongdong, at least they could have a good rest for a while. Just when Xingxia fell asleep, dinner time came quietly. At this moment, the owner and employees of the food court, as well as volunteers and federal security guards, suddenly realized that they were about to face an unprecedented challenge. The people of the entire Wolker planet might have poured into the food court at this moment. What was even more terrifying was that before the owner of the food court had finished his takeaway order, the crowd had already swarmed into the store like a swarm of bees. 10 snacks, we take them away. 21 snacks, do you have time to make the staple food? 35 drinks, we can also take them away, can you speed it up? Oh, why are there so many people? Thank you for your hard work. That? Can you make us 15 staple foods? In the hot pot restaurant on the 5th floor, the chef's hands were shaking unconsciously when he saw so many people carrying the pot. Quick, quick, go and call those kids to help. No, what number is the queue outside? 251. How many? The chef screamed, and the cashier at the front desk had to join the work of queuing and welcoming. 252, I guess we can eat until midnight. Chef, do we have so many pots? At the same time, the people in line outside also looked at the terrible crowd on the 4th floor, and sighed that it was good to get a number anyway. I'm hungry. When a child said this, the staff who helped to line up outside the hot pot restaurant immediately took out the snacks, and said that they could use them as a pad first. Then the snacks in their hands were like spilled water. One pot was immediately gone after one was taken out. Another pot was immediately gone after another was taken out. By the end, the volunteers of the hot pot restaurant couldn't hold it anymore, and said that they had to save the snacks. After all, the subsequent supply was almost finished. If they were really hungry, they could also consider going to the snack area downstairs to eat some staple food to fill their stomachs. However, an hour later, the owner of the snack area restaurant downstairs personally cooked the dishes, and didn't even have time to collect the money. The pot was so hot that sparks flew out, and he could hear his waiter constantly shouting, "Add 2 A sets. Add 3 B sets. There are not enough drinks, restock them." No drinks, what can I do? Oh, no drinks, just serve the staple food. Staples. Staples. Set meals. Set meals. The owner of the snack area restaurant threw the pot, and turned around and shouted, "No, you can also go upstairs. The restaurants upstairs are not expensive, they have a lot of staple food, and there are snacks, which are enough to fill you up. Go quickly." What's even more annoying is that at this time, the owner of the restaurant next door actually started shouting, "The A-set meal in the restaurant next to us is very good, and the food is served quickly, you go quickly." Hearing the shouting from the neighboring restaurant, the owner of this restaurant was furious. Our A-set meal is not as fast as the B-set meal next door. Their B-set meal can be served as soon as it is steamed on the fire. Oh my god, Lao Qian, is it fun to yell like that? No, hurry up and cook. Shut up. There are still 130 sets of meals. Come back and cook, hurry up. From the store next door, we send you 10 people? Get lost. If you're a friend, take out 10 sets of staple food to help you out. The federal security team members, who had already gone directly to the patrol tower, looked at the snack bar owners, who were yelling at each other about the set meals, while struggling to cook, and lamented that they had never encountered such a scene in the past few days. That's because the customized nutrient solution they eat, in addition to the permanent patrol personnel, the third batch of 8 million people entering the melt cave, the workers who repaired the melt cave foundation, the police and federal security team colleagues who got leave, and the retired volunteers, the people in the melt cave are basically on the upper and lower 5 floors. Our planetary commander is still far-sighted. He built a full 5-story dining area and specially reinforced the foundation, otherwise something would have happened. Our planetary commander calculated the load-bearing capacity of the building, but he probably didn't calculate the maximum number of people that the restaurant can accommodate. Look at that load. The child who was responsible for the barbecue had his face blackened. Sure enough, following the surveillance camera of the federal security team, I saw that the son of the restaurant owner, who was supposed to be doing his homework, was temporarily pulled into the cooking. I don't know how many skewers of barbecue he grilled, but his whole face was blackened. There was only numbness and fatigue in his eyes, as if he was saying, I can't grill it at all. Suddenly, a member of the federal security team thought of a major problem. After tonight, can we still have breakfast tomorrow morning? It can't be nutritious. Liquid bar. Another member of the federal security team immediately replied, why don't we order breakfast for tomorrow morning tonight? After hearing this, the federal security team members on the patrol tower couldn't help but sigh, you are really mean. But it's not impossible. So, the restaurant owners who hadn't finished their dinners inexplicably received a lot of orders for tomorrow's breakfast, and some even booked tomorrow's dinner. The restaurant owners. Is it too late to transfer the restaurant now? This workload is really beyond their tolerance. Chapter 48. When Xingxiao woke up, Xiaoai searched and reported the latest news, saying that there was a new problem in the melting cave. What new problem? Xingxiao yawned, still a little uncomfortable with using the time storage capsule of the Spacetime Bureau after leaving the Spacetime Bureau. She always felt that releasing time for rest was not as convenient as before, and her brain would feel temporarily tired. Eating has become a problem. Huh? Mingxia felt incredible when she heard Xiaoai's report. After thinking for a few seconds, she quickly sorted out several possibilities. Is the underground river blown up again? Wait, is there a problem with the grain storage in the hot spring area? Well, it can't be that some kind of biological disease disaster suddenly fell from the sky. Mingxia was still guessing, and Wei Jia, who saw the indicator light on Xingxia's room and knocked on the door with his executive officer, gave Xingxia the final answer. All the staff working in the restaurant, including the boss, chef, waiter, helper, and handyman, went to the hospital together. Riot? Mingxia just guessed so, and heard Wei Jia said speechlessly, no, they were just committed to the hospital. Mingxia, Wei Jia and the executive officer who followed him, Huh? Wei Jia let out a long sigh and told Xingxia that he had dinner until 1 o'clock in the morning yesterday. After the shops closed, the hospitals opened one after another. As a result, at least 2/3 of the restaurants did not open on time this morning. When I asked again, I found out that the hospital was still giving intravenous drips. I have already activated the emergency plan and asked everyone to switch to drinking nutrient solution first. I just don't know how to get the food court back to normal operation next. Xingxia, Wei Jia saw that Xingxia was still confused, and obviously she had not expected such a problem. He raised his eyebrows in doubt, and played the video of him and his team visiting the hospital and the restaurant staff during this period for Xingxia. To be honest, I was very excited at the beginning, and I strongly support our planetary commander, but the workload yesterday was really overloaded. Let's see if we can come up with some ideas for diversion or other methods in the future. There are still 8 months. As a restaurant owner, after opening this restaurant in the melting cave and going outside, I want to close the store and take a rest. To be honest, am I too happy now? In the past, I worked hard to make money during the peak tourist season on Vogue Planet, so that I could spend the winter in the melting cave in fear. Now, you see, I was actually hospitalized. I am too happy. Yes, in previous years, even when foreign guests came to Vogue Planet for medical beauty treatments, the maximum number of receptions in each of our restaurants would never exceed 1/10 of last night. To be honest, I am beginning to think that this job is too challenging now. It's not that I don't want to support our planetary commander. It's mainly because we didn't expect that the problem of feeding more than 50 million people would be so terrible. My God, the crowd yesterday. I still feel scared when I think about it in my dreams. Yes, the crowd yesterday, to be honest, It was the first time in my life that I saw so many people. In the cold winter of previous years, the number of people who could enter the melting cave was far less than this. It's also a good life. It's just that our bodies really can't hold on. At first, I was so excited that I wanted to compete with the owner of the restaurant next door for customers. Now, to be disrespectful, I just want to push the customers next door. Ha ha ha, that's right. I can't go on like this. Yesterday, I even called my mother to help. Wei Jie quickly listed the various demands of the people and restaurant staff. First, restaurant staff want suitable vacation and commuting time, and don't want to stay in the restaurant all day. Second, both sides hope to limit the number of people who come to the store every day, so that the crowds don't gather like this. The experience of both sides is very bad. Third, as for the people, although they feel sorry for the restaurant staff, they still hope to eat freshly cooked meals. However, they are not disgusted with the current emergency plan of drinking nutrient solution. They just hope that they can have more opportunities to eat freshly cooked meals in the future. Xingxia remained silent, only slightly raised her head to look at Wei Jie beside her, as if waiting for him to give a corresponding solution, and Wei Jie really took out 3 plans and told Xingxia that these were the plans after everyone's discussion, combining the opinions of the public, restaurant staff, federal security team and police station, corresponding garrison personnel, and there was no coercion in the joint discussion. Not bad, you have made progress. Xingxia couldn't help but raise her eyebrows at Wei Jie, saying that his way of working was worthy of praise, but she was not wrong about him. People who can stand firm in the mixed place of the government hall just lack an opportunity. Wei Jie turned his head, as if he didn't want to pay attention to Xingxia's sudden sentimentality, but his ears, that turned red unconsciously, showed that he was moved at the moment, and didn't want to say much. However, after reading the 3 plans, Xingxia realized that all 3 plans had a fatal problem. There were too many people eating, and it was impossible to adjust, so the only way to compensate was to drink nutrient solution, limit the number of people, or increase the number of mobile stalls. But the same problem existed that if there were too many mobile stalls, the number of people gathering would still be high, and safety accidents would easily occur. The fact is that in the 3 plans, both the federal security team and the police were forced to increase the number of police officers in the food area. However, Xingxia had seen in many missions of the Space Bureau in the past that once a large-scale stampede occurred, even with more police force, it would be difficult to save the lives of those trapped at the bottom of the crowd, so diversion was necessary. Moreover, since the federal security team and the police, including the staff of the government hall, had already prepared to give way to the public at the meal, it would be better to make this feeling bigger and more memorable for the public. After making a decision and putting down the plan at hand, Xingxia suddenly changed the subject and asked Wei Jie, "Both your visit video and the basis of the investigators in the plan are too perfect. It is impossible that no one would raise objections to such a large store closure activity. Tell us what happened." When Wei Jie mentioned this, his expression obviously relaxed. It can be seen that he still trusts Xingxia's judgment. Knowing that she will definitely ask this, Wei Jie simply put the backup of the work in front of Xingxia. Xingxia was a little surprised. Feeling his enthusiasm for work, he couldn't help but praise him again. Very good. After saying this, Xingxia seemed to suddenly think of something, and pushed the list in his hand and asked Wei Jie, "What about the countermeasures? Have you figured it out?" Wei Jie was stunned, and then his face became redder. Under Xingxia's persistent stare, Wei Jie had to confess that everyone had not discussed this level yet. "Oh, do you dare not discuss it or don't have time to discuss it?" Seeing Xingxia's thoughtful look, Wei Jie couldn't help but take a deep breath and grabbed his hair, and said bluntly that Xingxia had to do this kind of punishment for the time being. No matter how hard Xingxia worked, at least she had to work harder on this matter. After all, the laws of Vogue Planet are now in name only, and many things have been broken and started over, so they dare not make a final conclusion on this matter. "So you saw that I was too tired and cared about me." Wei Jie couldn't help but sigh, thinking back to the whole process of his first meeting with the planet commander, his enemy, and now witnessing her doing one big thing after another. He originally wanted to be more arrogant, but in the end, he only said him. "Xingxia, Wei Jie, Xingxia, After the two looked at each other, they both felt that the current atmosphere was not right, so Xingxia quickly coughed, took the list and glanced at it, and asked Wei Jie to arrest all these people and put them in the detention center. "Isn't this too radical?" "Don't worry, they will soon reappear in the public eye." Wei Jie subconsciously raised his eyebrows. Although he was confused, he didn't say much. The development of the matter was just as Xingxia expected. Once the police and the federal security team began to arrest people, the last batch of newcomers immediately stood against the people, shouting, "The planet commander lied to you. I hate you. Planet Vogue abandoned us," and so on, while trying to resist the corresponding federal security team members. At this time, although some people stood up to support the planet commander and believed that the planet commander would not give up on such people, more people began to unconsciously hostile to the last batch of people who entered the melting cave. Coincidentally, that batch of people happened to be young and strong with no family concerns. Soon, something worse happened. The young and strong believed that they would be arrested by the planet commander and put into the detention center because they launched a food protest. The activity was also due to the strict search plan before entering the Rongdong, because this group of young and middle-aged people had to take the food in their hands to vent their anger, grind the food into paint, and smear it on their bodies to write words to form a protest banner. "We clearly let you who have families and children enter the Rongdong first, but after you adapted, you gathered together to exclude us. That's right, the reason why we have been enduring the cold wind outside is for you. But now you not only don't look at our contributions, but also want to arrest us. Protest, are you guys amazing?" Facing the protest of this group of young and middle-aged people, the media also bluntly stated that although the current atmosphere in the Rongdong is worrying, they believe that they should trust the planet commander instead of blindly launching a protest. After all, if the planet commander really wants to arrest everyone in the detention center, how can he let this group of people protest outside? Some volunteers risked being beaten and stood opposite the protesting young and middle-aged people, trying to dissuade them, but the young and middle-aged people still went their own way and didn't care about these people at all. While the outside world was in turmoil, Xingxia quietly sat opposite every thug in the detention center, letting the children of Shizi teach the explosive thugs in front of them. Fried rice, fried vegetables, fried dry pot. If anyone didn't obey, the children of Shizi would be particularly intimidating and hit their legs with a pot, making them angry and helpless. "I say, Planet Commander, this dish can't be learned in a short time. There's a big fuss outside, aren't you going to go out and take care of it?" Before the thug finished speaking, Shizi came over and looked at the dish in his pot with dissatisfaction. "It's burnt again, is it so difficult?" The thug sneered, and then looked at Xingxia, who was sitting quietly in a seat not far away and watching the news displayed on the big screen in front of the detention center, and asked her what to do. The actor immediately replied to the thug, "If it doesn't work once, fry it twice. If it doesn't work twice, fry it 3 times. And if it doesn't work 3 times, continue to fry. I don't want to fry it anymore. If you have the ability, just kill me." Someone put down the pot in his hand, and others tried to imitate him, but Xingxia spoke at this time. "Every portion of food you fry will be your own 3 meals in the future. The detention center will not provide you with extra food. If you are hungry, you can choose not to fry. There is enough food, you can eat it at will, but you must remember that every meal you make next depends on your own cooking skills, and how long you will be locked up also depends on your cooking skills." A group of thugs. This new planetary commander even has such unique means of torturing people. Then Xingxia snapped his fingers again, and the thugs saw that the police officers in the detention center opposite them also set up a pot and prepared dishes. What were they doing? Before the thugs could figure it out, they saw that Shizi and his men had already gone to the opposite side, and they were actually teaching the police officers how to make fried rice, stir-fry vegetables, and stir-fry dry pots. The scene was a little too beautiful for a moment. For some reason, the thugs always felt that their competitive spirit was inexplicably aroused. After all, this was a duel with the police officers. If they started at the same time, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, some thugs started to cook again, while others sneered and complained that they were joining a terrorist organization. They were already good at cooking, so why would they have to be taught by these kids? They didn't expect that Xingxia would actually listen to what they said. Not only that, she even came over to try the dishes they made and gave corresponding comments. Seeing Xingxia trying their dishes without any precautions, and commenting that the dishes tasted really good, and looking into their eyes, she felt that if they were not forced, perhaps they could have a better future. This made the thugs dumbfounded. This was completely different from the planet commander they had imagined. The police officer on the opposite side even came over to share his freshly cooked dishes with them. He was so defenseless and so naive. A group of thugs, After spending 3 days in the detention center, facing the constant protests outside, only Fu Qianshan and Wei Jie showed up and announced that in order to deal with the food problem in the next 8 months, the personnel of the Federal Security Bureau, the police station, the prison, and the government hall would go to the central kitchen to solve their own food problems, and not compete with the public for the food in the food area. At the same time, The food guarantee for doctors and nurses in the hospital will also be the responsibility of the staff of the government hall. Of course, doctors and nurses still have the right to go to the food area to try new food. It has to be said that as soon as this news came out, the original protest was instantly overshadowed. Even the protesting young men, who were not arrested, felt that this was very strange. This was equivalent to the 3 federal official agencies giving up their right to eat, which had never happened before. Taking advantage of this period of time, Salman and Bar, who were also members of the mob terrorists, quickly moved out to guide these young men who were still protesting, so that they would learn not to believe everything they heard, stop protesting, and go to the adult education college to study. In the end, a seemingly large-scale protest was quietly disintegrated before it lasted for 4 days, but Xingxia seemed to think that it was not enough, and asked Ji Xuefeng if he would do anything. Is there any means to stir up public opinion again? Ji Xuefeng, who was still in the detention center, turned to look at Xingxia in disbelief. You know they can't stir up any waves, but you let them do it. You must have other intentions. Xingxia drank a sip of hot water, and told Ji Xuefeng solemnly, I will do something big later. 8 months is a short time. Once the cold winter is over, a large amount of guiding news and artificially created black materials will attack the people of Vogue Planet day and night like a bombing. I need to repeatedly desensitize them during these 8 months, so that even if there are criminals who want to incite people, they will find that the people of Vogue Planet are no longer the same as before. You want to transform everyone. After saying this, Ji Xuefeng added subconsciously and hurriedly, then you should pay more attention to your own safety. After all the open and secret arrows will be directed at you. But at this time, Xingxia laughed and said bluntly that she was not the focus of the future of this planet. The people are. Ji Xuefeng, Mature planets and management systems must learn to manage themselves. Xingxia couldn't help but sigh. Ji Xuefeng looked at her expression that didn't seem to be joking and couldn't help sighing. Sometimes I really don't understand what you want. To retire, to live a peaceful life. As soon as Xingxia said this, Ji Xuefeng immediately waved his hand at him. Forget it, you are talking about the days I once dreamed of. So, don't look dead and always think that your life can be lost at any time. Even if you have to perform an undercover mission later, remember, your life is precious. Ji Xuefeng, 4 days later, a new restaurant opened in the food district, named Thug Fried Rice, and the main dish of this restaurant is the central kitchen of the federal official agency. Once the restaurant opened, it attracted a large number of people to try it. At this time, the people also found out that the chef of this restaurant not only changed every day, but more importantly, they were all the 3rd batch of people who entered the Rongdong who were arrested and taken to the detention center some time ago. Yes, that's right, we don't make trouble and just cook, some of these dishes will also be supplied to the police station. What, add some extra ingredients? Your idea is good, don't let others know. Hey, remember to give a good review after eating, this will allow me to collect points to get the recipes I want, and the course books I want to study. Eat, don't expect me to give you a good face, we are thugs. Thugs. Chapter 49. A week later, a unique Spring Festival Gala and New Year's Eve Blessing Gala on Vogue Planet kicked off in the Rongdong, and the gala will be broadcast to the hot spring area and the independent army in real time for them to watch. According to Wei Jia and Mo Siming, this Spring Festival Gala was proposed by the planetary commander and created after reviewing all the programs. In her words, you have to hold this gala to feel the new year, not to mention that it is the traditional new year of Vogue Planet soon. So holding a Spring Festival Gala can be regarded as New Year, new atmosphere. On the side of the Independence Army, the 3rd brother was yelling for people to gather over to the giant screen sent by Mo Siming. The signal transmission on it showed that there were still 10 minutes left before the opening of the first Spring Festival Gala and New Year's Eve Blessing Gala on Vogue Planet. And Yuan rubbed his hands while watching the countdown displayed on the giant screen. The old horse next to him said pine nuts and some dried fruits, and said that Mo Siming was coordinating tonight's meals, saying that the hot pot could not be delivered for the time being. If the raw materials were sent, Xingxia was worried that they would not be able to make it, and could not really send a cook over, so they said dry pot dishes and fried rice together with candies, drinks, and new clothes. Mo Siming also said that Xingxia said that the temperature here is much lower than that in the melting cave, so a batch of heating equipment was provided, so that we can at least spend this winter warmly. If there was a planetary commander like her in the past, why are we rebelling? And Yuan was very emotional and inexplicably felt that the death of her parents in the past was somewhat unworthy. If she had met such a planetary commander in the past, many tragedies could have been avoided. Old Ma, who knew in Yuan's thoughts, sighed and sat next to her, I'm afraid you will think so. Xingxia also sent a message. She said she wished everyone in the Independence Army a happy new year. And remember, it is because of your persistence that there is still a glimmer of hope for the Wolker planet. And Yuan was silent for a few seconds, turned around to calm himself down, and couldn't help but reply to Lao Ma. It seems like something she could say. It's all right now. I dare say this is almost the best winter I have ever had since I was born. It's a pity that after this winter, our existence is still not open to the public. Lao Ma thought, if it was Xingxia, I could rest assured to hand over the future of Vogue Planet to her. And Yuan just finished speaking, and heard a familiar voice. Coincidentally, Xingxia also thought so. She once said that if she was gone, she would put the fire of Vogue Planet in your hands. Everyone turned their heads in astonishment, and found that it was Mo Siming who came. He just came. Openly, looking unguarded, know you? Facing in Yuan and Lao Ma, who were extremely stunned, Mo Siming said that it was not a big problem. Anyway, except for the other people in their independent army, they didn't recognize him. On this good day, when he could finally rest at ease, he didn't want to go to the hot spring area for socializing. He also happened to be escorting supplies, so he simply came to their place to celebrate the new year. Why, not welcome? Isn't this welcome? Welcome. Humph, I guess the planet commander won't let you wander around forever. After 8 months, he will have to find some excuse to bring you back as regular soldiers. When Yuan frowned and was about to say something else, Mo Siming suddenly pointed at the big screen and interrupted Yuan. Look, the New Year's Eve party has started. Yuan, eh? At the same time, everyone in the hot spring area also looked at the big screen in the hot spring area. Although they lived in the hot spring area as pampered as in previous years, they were actually under house arrest here. What's more hateful is that not only were there Mo Siming's guards in front of them, but there were also the threats of the Independence Army, who seemed to be pointing guns at their temples. They had reason to suspect that the planet commander had already been in contact with the Independence Army, and they would have to wait until the cold winter was over to go to the corresponding federal headquarters to file a complaint against Xingxia. However, they did not expect that at the beginning of this evening party, after the host's introduction, Xingxia would take the initiative to remove the information shielding wall, allowing people inside and outside the star field to see this unique Wolker planet evening party, and wish the citizens of Wolker planet inside and outside the star field a happy new year and good health. The people in the hot spring area, who had been disconnected for a long time due to the special winter and technical barriers on Vogue, were finally able to reconnect to the nearby star field network. They contacted their respective supervisors as soon as possible and were about to complain, but found that the other party not only did not listen to their complaints, but also thought they were just exaggerating. Even if the appearance of this planetary commander is very eye-catching, she can't possibly unite all the people of Vogue in such a short time. I know what the senior talents of Vogue are like. For so many years, it is common for them to sell out each other for a little profit. As for the remaining people who are not worth much, who will care about them? Instead of being so nervous, you might as well take a good look at this Vogue New Year's Gala. I'm really curious about what big show this planetary commander will sing for us. On the star network of the nearby star field, most of the people knew that the people of Vogue would not let go of the winter period and wanted to make a living. The official live broadcast channel of this New Year's Eve party was flooded with people watching the fun and mocking them. In previous years, this time is the time when you Volks fight the life and death duel with nature to the peak. You actually have the leisure to hold a party this year? I hope this is a normal party, without any bloody scenes. It's called a party, but I see that this live broadcast channel has even opened the sponsorship channel. Could it be that they are asking for help from us? Anyway, I am still very grateful to this planetary commander. At least the tattered Volks around me have finally returned to their hometown. By the way, do the Volks know what a party means? Will they show us dancing around the fire in a live broadcast? Ha 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 ha, can they dance in such a cold winter? Maybe it was the planetary commander's request. They have to dance even if they don't want to. The planetary commander is so lively. Are all the people saved? Why are you holding a party here? That's good. At least we won't have to wait until next year to find out how many Volks died in the cold winter. My impression of this planetary commander has changed. Money should be used for people's livelihood. I thought she was pretty good, but she ended up creating some fake things. I said my initial hunch was right. First, trick everyone into the melting cave, and then slowly squeeze their value. As the 8 hosts dressed exquisitely and decently walked out of the live camera, they said New Year's greetings to the people of Vogue Planet inside and outside the star field, wishing them peace and happiness in the coming year no matter which star field they're in. After the greetings, the host's subsequent introduction was not dragged out. A few simple words directly went on to the first program. Traditional dance of Oak Planet. Reminiscence, accompanied by the dancers' uniform appearance and vigorous dance postures, coupled with the stage background. It seemed that the ice hidden in the deep mountains of Oak was gradually bursting out with the hot magma. The dancers also blew the traditional long musical instruments in their hands. The long sound instantly brought back everyone's first memory of Oak. They often heard that long sound when they arrived at Oak on a long-distance starship, like the coldness of ice and snow brushing against the mountain peaks, like the crazy leap of flames in the brazier, and even like the coldness and salinity of the wind passing over the side of the long-distance starship, with sharp whistles and long, deep and tortuous tones. I have to admit that this planetary commander is quite artistic. Okay, I admit that the first dance program is not bad. This music and dance are combined to tell everyone the fortitude and strength that the people of Oak once had? Am I the only one who noticed that the dance costume is also very good? It is not as exquisite and luxurious as the hosts, but has a bit more wildness and arrogance. Speaking of which, there were many years of struggle in the original history of Wolker Planet. The planet commander chose this program as the opening program of tonight's party, which has a strong appeal in it. Yes, and the host's blessing from the beginning was not simple. Why did he bless the people of Oak inside and outside the star field? Doesn't this include the people of Oak outside Oak? Without a host, the second program was presented in the form of automatic camera cuts on the stage background wall. As the satellite adjusted its viewing angle, a large canal appeared out of thin air outside the melt hole and connected to the underground sewage estuary inside the melt hole. In this cold and snowy field, a group of workers wearing repair clothes lined up with the members of the federal security team to salute the camera displayed by the satellite. When everyone was wondering why there was this shot and this program, the camera suddenly cut to the stage in the inner field. On the stage were the actors, a group of children who could only rely on selling addictive products on the street, and the scouts raised by the terrorist organization brought out of prison in the summer. A temporary choir was formed to sing the ball song of Oak Planet and the Starfield song of the Federation. It must be said that children's voices really have the best tear-jerking effect. When this chorus came out, accompanied by the group of children putting their hands to their hearts as if swearing, and looking out of the stage together, it seemed that the ball flag and the Starfield Federation flag were raised at the same time. It was enough to move people. After the song was finished, there was another magical transition. Everyone found that the host was no longer on the stage. Instead, they followed the dynamic camera to a place with 5 floors, like a fortress. People outside the starfield didn't know this place, but everyone in the hot spring area was shocked at the sight. Isn't this the interior of the Rongdong? They still remember the scene before the renovation. At that time, although this place was empty, it only had 4 floors. The corridor was dilapidated, and the stairs were shaky. People in the core area proposed to build another corridor here so that they could collect more money, but it was eventually rejected by the joint meeting because they calculated that if the money for repairing the corridor was paid by these poor ghosts, it would take 10 years to get it back. But looking at this area now, not only is there a 5th floor, but both the heating pipes and the originally dilapidated corridors have been renovated, and the corridors are covered with particularly festive long red carpets. At a glance, there are dreamy restaurants of various colors standing on both sides of the corridor. The luxury and comfort level even surpass the hot spring area. The most important thing is that there is no fireworks in the hot spring area. Compared with the 5-story luxurious and dreamy landscape in the live broadcast, it inexplicably reveals a creepy feeling of coldness. Obviously, there is a warm spring outside that does not change all year round, but the strange thing is that the house makes people feel unusually cold. The host in the camera introduced that this is the famous food area in the Rongdong Cave. After everyone's efforts, it has been transformed into such a spectacular and beautiful place. If you just come in, you can see the guide sign, and the federal security team and police personnel will also patrol here all day. Then behind the host appeared the super popular specialty food restaurant that everyone voted for this week. The chef and restaurant owner of the restaurant, it is worth mentioning that the Thud Fried Rice restaurant not only made the list, but also surpassed 2 Vogue traditional food restaurants to become the first in the super popular specialty food restaurant selection. When they first learned the news, not to mention the many thugs, even the many police officers in the detention center couldn't help but clench their fists excitedly, and then they couldn't suppress their inner feelings and hug the thugs. After the hug, both sides stepped back half a step and looked at each other. There was a hint of weirdness in the embarrassment. Finally, after a long silence, someone asked, then, "Who is the owner and chef of this restaurant? It seems like they are going to be on the show, right?" "Yes, When this question was raised, many thugs couldn't help but smile awkwardly. They all knew that the boss behind this restaurant was the Planet Commander. Maybe it was because of this that the Thug Fried Rice restaurant was able to make the list. It really had nothing to do with them, and they were happy for nothing. But soon, the police officer who saw through the thugs' inner thoughts directly stated that this selection was voted by the public one by one. If we really talk about the restaurant owned by Planet Commander, there is also a hot pot. As a result, the hot pot did not even make the top 10 of the list. So it depends on your ability to get to the first place. As soon as these words came out, the thugs were inexplicably happy in their hearts, but they also had to keep their faces cold, at least to live up to the word thugs. At the show, the host introduced the owner and chef of the third and second most popular restaurants respectively, and asked them to express their feelings. Then she mentioned the most popular restaurant. She held up the letter in her hand, and said it was a special letter because it came from all the chefs of the Thug Fried Rice restaurant. These chefs were once involved in the bottomless quagmire in the tide of the times on the Wolker planet. Fortunately, they have now struggled out of decadence. Everyone left a unique word in this letter. When everyone thought the host would read out the words in the letter, the big screen was suddenly covered with new images. This completely flying broadcast technology, coupled with the video recording of each person's words with great conviction, combined with the small screen playback images, stunned the audience outside the Starfield who were watching the live broadcast of the evening party, and also completely broke the defense of the people in the hot spring area who claimed to be high-level officials. No, the thugs who were originally placed in the melting cave and were waiting for an order to cause trouble are now not causing trouble, but cooking? And they have become the most popular restaurant? Chapter 50. Just as many high-level people in the hot spring area were collectively shocked and felt incredible, the audiences in the surrounding star regions who were watching the live broadcast of the party could not help but discuss fiercely. No, this screen broadcast technology, we are not seeing it wrong. Now Vogue Planet has this kind of real-time screen cutting and flying special effects technology. Isn't Vogue Planet very backward? How can it have such high-end editing and screen broadcast technology? Is this still the little broken ball we know? Oh my god, this party is not good. It is aimed at making us break our defense. Imagine party. Savages roaring around the fire, actual party. High technology and warmth coexist. You're in summary? These children and dancers must be special people. They must be. The 5-story food area behind the host cannot be a real scene. It must be fake. Absolutely fake. Laughing. Just as the public discussion became more and more intense, the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star fields finally stopped mocking the informants in the hot spring area and frowned in disbelief, especially when they saw that a few technical talents, who they still had some impression of, appeared in the small screen of the video recording. And they finally couldn't bear it anymore and began to hold the informants in the hot spring area accountable. Have you been eating on the Vogue planet all this time? The planetary commander has recruited people to cook for him, but you are still living a life of luxury in the hot spring area? You better come up with a good excuse for me, otherwise I wish I could cook you into a dish right now. What happened during this period? Tell me in detail bit by bit. The informants in the hot spring area finally realized what it meant to have a hard time pleasing both sides. They were clearly under house arrest by the planetary commander and were threatened in various ways. Before, they were almost pointed at with a gun because of the underground river. Wait, the underground river. Thinking of this, the informants in the hot spring area were subconsciously silent for a few seconds. They had already agreed not to mention this matter collectively. After all, the underground river was a matter of great importance. The interests of the high-level officials of other star regions were the biggest, but their lives were their own. They were quite aware of this. Unfortunately, such concealment was exposed before the end of the party. After the high-level officials of the surrounding star fields realized that the informant in the hot spring area was hiding something, they directly called the technicians to start analyzing the Vogue Planet New Year's Eve party frame by frame. It was a coincidence that it was not known whether it was a technical setting failure or the commander of Volk's planet did it on purpose. In short, this evening party could be recorded in full. It happened that someone in the surrounding star fields had recorded the entire Vogue Planet New Year's Eve party in order to make a mocking short video slice. The technicians bought the recording and analyzed it frame by frame. They found that before the second show started, the satellite lens of the repair workers and the federal security team standing on the embankment of the Grand Canal next to the melting hole and saluting the satellite contained more information. So, you mean to say that the commander of Vogue Planet dug out this Grand Canal out of thin air next to the melting hole within a month? Related technicians, Is this your final conclusion? Did this canal appear within a month of the Ice Age? The technicians fell into silence. Seeing their boss's angry face, some tried to save face. Maybe it's because the foundation here was unstable before. That's the melt hole of Volk. It's the least likely place on the planet to have an unstable foundation. Once the civilians lose the shelter there during the winter, they will be completely frozen into popsicles. Do you understand technology? A group of innocent technicians who were scolded, me, even though they wanted to curse in their hearts. Due to the current situation, they could only take a deep breath, apologized and said that they would check the canal again. Why did it take so long? Can't we just compare the satellite cloud map directly? The technician mentioned that because the satellite of Volk was blocked by technology, so there's no point in keeping you. That's Volk, you tell me now. The technology of that damned little broken ball is something that even you can't overcome? The innocently scolded technicians, what a bunch of rubbish. Suddenly someone stood up to interrupt the topic, saying that compared to caring about the canal, there was another thing that seemed more worthy of attention. The location of the Grand Canal happened to be connected to the location of the underground river, which meant that the planetary commander might have discovered the existence of the underground river, but none of the informants in the hot spring area of Volk mentioned it. Seeing that the boss's attention finally fell back on the informants in the hot spring area, the technicians couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Great, the pot was finally thrown back again. Sure enough, when the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star regions asked the informant in the hot spring area about the underground river, the informant either evaded the question or hesitated and tried to hide the truth. Finally, when they learned that a batch of goods that were supposed to be sent out had to be destroyed in the underground river because of the obstruction of the planetary commander, the faces of the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star regions finally improved visibly. It's nothing, it's just a batch of goods after all, and the underground river on Volk planet is complicated. Humph, I don't think this planetary commander can take it down, but I want to. I remind you again, during this period of time, you should check carefully what the planet commander did in the melting cave. If there is any mistake, you will be cooked into a dish in the spring. Informants in the hot spring area. At that time, the New Year's Eve party of Volk planet was still going on. A traditional Volk planet rap and 2 skits just ended. Although the skits were funny, the audience on the Star Network did not buy it. Instead, they were crazy about whether the food area landscape that appeared in the previous live broadcast was fake. You said that a place in the melting cave was specially set aside to build a beautiful. I believe that the food area is used for the show, but I don't believe you that it can also be used for eating. That's right, there are at least tens of millions of people in the melting cave now. Are tens of millions of people eating there? How to dispose of the food and garbage they produce every day? Have you ever thought about this practical problem? I would rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than believe that there is such a place in the melting cave of Volk planet. Even if this place is real, have you calculated the economic account? If the planetary commander of Volk planet really dares to play like this, then the economy of Volk planet will collapse directly in the short term. What do you mean even if this place is real? This place can't be real. Looking at these comments, the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star fields couldn't help but sneer. These are all trivial matters, but there is one thing that they care about. This technology of broadcasting and blocking satellite signals is not impossible to achieve if the informant in the hot spring area betrays. In addition, the matter of the underground river has also been known by the planetary commander. If this matter was not deliberately leaked by the informant in the hot spring area, how could the planetary commander know? Maybe it was because the last batch of children's goods had problems, and they wanted to frame the planet commander, so they deliberately spread the news to the planet commander. Well, this explanation is a lot clearer, but that Grand Canal. Could it be that it was also secretly built by the people in the hot spring area? In short, when the winter period of Volk planet is over, we must send people there immediately. Just after thinking this, I looked up and saw the new program Human-Machine Collaboration of Volk Planet Spring Festival Gala on the screen. At that moment, everyone thought they were dazzled. The screen swiping on the Star Network also stopped for a while, and then there was a lot of ridicule. I ridicule this program. Can it be that other programs can't fill the entire length of the evening party, so they just made up a program and put it on? And didn't Volk Planet use sticks to start the war before? At worst, they put some old equipment to blow each other up. Even an independent army can't handle it. What kind of human-machine collaborative combat is it? The black screen dissipated, and what appeared in front of everyone was a seemingly ordinary mechanical dog, and there was only one. Instantly, ridicule filled the live broadcast room of Volk Planet on Star Network. It's just a mechanical dog, I shouldn't have expected anything. It's so funny, coordinated operations. To put on the name of coordinated operations, At least there should be more people to coordinate. That's right. But think about it another way, maybe it's people who coordinate with this mechanical dog? Ha ha ha, the funds burned before are not enough here. Oh my god, there are really people, and 9 people? It's so funny, I predicted it wrong. 1 mechanical dog with 9 soldiers? Vogue Planet is really shabby. I thought Vogue had become technologically advanced before, but now it seems to be just that earthy little ball. The 9 soldiers on the circular stage on the screen saluted the camera, and suddenly a call to assemble sounded, followed by a voice explaining and assigning tasks on the screen. Federal Security Volunteer Team, the people of Vogue need you now. Show your perseverance and determination to break through the blockade as soon as possible to capture the hidden riders. All the audience. When they were embarrassed by the voiceover, the stage suddenly extended infinitely, and then the card special effects surrounded the 9 combat troops and a mechanical dog like water pipes. The intricate pipe system continued to extend outward and intertwine to form a more complex giant maze, and there were a large number of organs and simulated thugs in this giant maze. How can such a good show give people the feeling of a game? But I have to say, the special effects are quite cool. Yes, this is real-time special effects, which made the special effects team cry. I am greedy, but to be honest, this is the only special effect that can be used on Vogue Planet, so we must use it more. The budget is going to explode, ha ha ha, so there is only 1 robot dog. It's flashy. It's better to have more robot dogs to do some kind of dance live broadcast. Suddenly, 9 people took action. The leader raised a black ball in his hand, and then the robot dog suddenly transformed into a dense tide of small spiders in front of everyone, as if it exploded, and swarmed towards the surrounding pipeline system. At this time, the 9 members also divided into standard tactical trios, and began to march towards the pipeline system. At this time, the relevant technical personnel in the surrounding star fields always felt that the place metaphorically represented by these pipelines seemed a little familiar, but they couldn't think of it after thinking about it, and the high-level officials in the surrounding star fields looked more and more weird. This place seemed a bit like the underground river on the planet Wolker that they had seen before, but they couldn't understand what this program wanted to express. It was called Human-Machine Collaborative Operations, but it looked more like an excavation of the underground river. Could it be because of the group of idiots in the hot spring area? So the planetary commander wanted to express his determination to continue excavating the underground river on the show. After the show was on for a while, one of the 9 people suddenly detected a microbomb in the water pipe that was about to explode. The timer for the explosion of the microbomb was set, and there were only 3 seconds left. There was no time to retreat. With a bang, the 3-person team that detected the microbomb made a tactical move to the ground to avoid damage. The little spider tide transformed by the mechanical dog spread its body like a web to form a barrier, separating the possible damage to the 3-person team from the explosion. However, the crisis was not resolved. The giant maze wall that looked like a water pipe was indeed the characteristic of the water pipe. At this moment, a large amount of water suddenly sprayed out and was about to drown the 3-person team. Fortunately, the other 6 people who received the news came back and brought back the little spider tide. Until this moment, the people who were watching the show realized that the little spider tide was like a defensive barrier. Generally, they always gather around these 9 people, spontaneously providing them with protection that combines reconnaissance, offense, and defense. As excessive water poured into these pipe systems, the 9-man team was about to be completely submerged in water. The small spider tide actually condensed into a mechanical dog and began to automatically navigate the way. At this time, suddenly a thug swam in from another pipe and attacked the 9-man combat team. Although the 9 people immediately fought back, they could not withstand the thug's fierce momentum. One of them was injured. At this time, the mechanical dog that had been walking in front turned around and pulled back the wounded in the water and carried the wounded on its body, and then sprayed a small amount of small spiders in the direction of the thug. Spiders, before everyone can figure out what this is going to do, the one holding the black ball hits the black ball, and the little spiders immediately explode in the water, separating the 2 sides while helping the 9-man team get out of the water. Finally, the 9 people are about to escape from the water pipe maze, but suddenly a large number of checkpoints and torture instruments that they had not had time to investigate before, as well as thugs who continue to lurk in the pipes, appear in front of them. At this time, one of the 9-man team made a gesture for support, and then a dense swarm of black drones, like locusts, swam in like precious hope in the darkness, and the mechanical dog saw that one of the 9-man team had flattened. And Ho resolutely jumped into the water, and decomposed into a tide of small spiders and black drones. One wave directly blew up all the checkpoints in the water pipe maze in front of him. 9 combat team members followed closely behind. 6 of them stepped forward to arrest the corresponding thugs, and the remaining 2 reached out to help their injured team members leave. Finally, one of the 6 combat team members, who escorted the thugs away, raised his thumbs in the direction of the camera before leaving. At this moment, both the drone and the mechanical dog returned to his side. The stage gradually darkened, and the screen on the Star Network began to scroll wildly. Oh my god, is this a movie? The scene is so sci-fi. You know what? This special effect, this audio enjoyment and visual impact, it's amazing. It's a waste if this technology is not used to make a movie. It's so funny. Is this a military program about human-machine collaboration? This is my own imagination of a human-machine collaboration combat scene. Maybe it's an idea stolen from a movie. Ha ha ha, it must be. But the stage lit up again, and the imaginary drones, mechanical dogs and 9 performers did not leave the stage, but waved to the camera shyly to say hello. The host then came to the 9 people and asked them. Upon inquiry, we learned that these 9 people were the active members of the federal security team who first submitted volunteer applications during the previous Melt Cave crisis. Of course, the drones and mechanical dogs around them were also active combat units, but the mechanical dog looked very cute like a dog, and kept trying to push its mechanical head to the host's side to grab attention. We call this mechanical dog Fearless, because in the previous mission, it was Fearless that blocked the micro bombs that appeared in the crisis just now, and saved our members, so we are very grateful to it, and gave it this name after it was repaired and returned to the federal security team to serve. So can this robot dog really split into multiple little spiders? The host asked curiously. Yes, because it uses memory metal. Even if it is seriously injured, it can return to us after repair. I also noticed the drones behind you. Can these drones really swim? Well, yes, but we don't know the specific parameter details, but after cooperating with them, we can quickly advance our actions, and don't have to worry about getting injured again. The control ball in my hand can control the drone and the robot dog to cooperate with each other at the same time, and it also includes the mutation of the robot dog, generating half of the little. The spider tide either recondenses or forms an explosion wall, etc. With the introduction of the 9 active members of the federal security team, the audience watching the live broadcast, the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star fields, and the corresponding technical personnel all broke down their defenses and cursed Vogue Planet for producing such god-level military equipment and memory metal. It was pure nonsense, not to mention that it would surround the combatants throughout the whole process to provide a full set of auxiliary support. This is impossible to appear on the existing Vogue Planet. The most important thing is that this program also points out that these god-level military equipment have been put into practical use and have completed human-machine collaborative combat. It's really a dream. However, what's even more amazing is that at the end of this program, the 9 active members of the federal security team faced the camera and made a special mention. Oh, by the way, the planetary commander also told us that if we are on the show, remember to shout a word to the camera after the end. What are you shouting? The host handed over the microphone in his hand. Suddenly, the 9 team members quickly posed, put the drone and the dog head of the robot dog in their palms, and smiled awkwardly but politely at the camera. Number 9999, no. 998, 98 robot dog and drone to take home. Is this true? The host couldn't help but ask again. Of course, this is fake. Okay, thank you everyone. The program came to an abrupt end here, and a new music program came, but there were more people on the Star Network who cursed the planet commander Xingxia. They began to frantically interpret what the last sentence of the 9 team members meant. Of course, this is fake. So do you understand? This is the truth that made everyone laugh. Oh my god, the real objects are put up. This is military equipment. It is fake just because the real thing is put up there. After all, this is military equipment. Let me be fair. Even if the details of this military equipment are described so clearly, is there anyone in the current star field who can restore it? Isn't this just the arrogant show-off of the commander of the Vogue Planet? Please have some technicians analyze it frame by frame for me. I can't stand it anymore. It's annoying. Is this military equipment real or fake? At this moment, a group of relevant technicians were called into the office of the high-level officials in power in the surrounding star fields. They were required to distinguish from the screen recording within 3 hours whether the performance of the mechanical dog and drone displayed by the Vogue Planet was true or not. The relevant technicians looked at the screen recording, then looked at the sinister expression of the high-level officials, who seemed to be ready to eat people in the next second, and then looked at the screen recording again. Okay, this is a life-and-death game.